Supreme God Emperor Chapter 1 to Chapter 69. 10,000 years later bang, a loud bang was heard, and waves of pain came from her forehead. Mu Yun opened her eyes with some difficulty. Where was this? Mu Yun was a little puzzled. In front of him was a classroom. However, Mu Yun was not sitting in the student's seat. Instead, he was standing at the front of the class. Looking at the 15 or 16-year-old students below the podium, staring at her with their eyes wide open as if they were looking at a monster, Mu Yun shook her dizzy head. Didn't I die? How did I appear here? Tianyun Continent, Nanyun Empire. I didn't die? And I transmigrated? This guy is also called Mu Yun? This is too much of a coincidence? But what era is it now? After a short memory fusion, Mu Yun stood alone at the podium, wearing a black robe, and muttered to herself. However, it seemed that she was a little unlucky to transmigrate into this guy's body. This Mu Yun was an illegitimate child, and was not liked by his father's wife. Moreover, he was a good-for-nothing in cultivation since he was young, and his father did not like him. Therefore, 10 years ago, he was sent from the capital of Nanyun Empire, Nanyun City, to the remote Mu family branch in Baiyun City. However, when he came to Baiyun City, Mu Yun was even worse off. In the branch family, he was also called a good-for-nothing. He had no status, and even the servants dared to bully him. Fortunately, this young master could not practice martial arts, but liked to read. After all, he was the son of the Mu family patriarch, and it was a little embarrassing for him to do nothing. Therefore, the branch family helped him to obtain the position of a tutor in Baiyun City's Baiyun Academy. Usually, he would explain some alchemy and weapon refining knowledge to the students. It was all from the books, and they just had to read it. Logically speaking, it was very easy. However, Mu Yun was innately slow and had been bullied since he was young, so he had a cowardly personality. Giving lectures was also an abnormally torturous experience for him. After a long time, the students in the class also understood this tutor's character and reputation. Gradually, they did not put him in their eyes. Damn. I didn't expect you to be so unlucky. Don't worry, the two of us are now the same person. In the future, no one will disrespect you. After sorting out her thoughts, Mu Yun said confidently. Io, Mentor Mu, who are you talking to? Could it be that a piece of chalk from a student turned you from an idiot to cerebral palsy? Just as Mu Yun was fusing her memories, a loud laughter rang in her ears. In the end, all the students in the class could not help but laugh. Quiet. Mu Yun's face turned cold. She stared at the laughing student and suddenly shouted. In his previous life, as the supreme immortal king of the myriad great worlds, Mu Yun was very disgusted by others interrupting him when he was thinking about a problem. After being yelled at by Mu Yun, the entire class of 30 to 40 students suddenly fell silent. All of them opened their mouths wide and stared at Mentor Mu in front of them in shock as if they were looking at a monster. What era is it now? Is that old thing Heavenly Lord Misery C still in charge of the 3,000 small worlds? Mu Yun did not care about the stupefied students and said casually. However, when Mu Yun said this, the mouths of the 30 to 40 students changed from the inverted duck egg shape to the upright goose egg shape. They stared at Mu Yun as if they were looking at an idiot. Haha, suddenly, an unbridled laughter could be heard once again. It was still the same student. He was dressed in a white martial attire and had his hair tied behind his head. He was about 15 or 16 years old and was considered handsome. However, the way he laughed was not flattering. Moyang, what are you laughing at? After fusing with the memories of Mu Yun that she had taken over, Mu Yun knew that this student was called Moyang. He was usually the most troublemaker. Mentor Mu. Outsiders have always said that you are a good-for-nothing who only knows how to study and can't practice martial arts. I think they are completely wrong. Moyang laughed loudly. Saying that you are a good-for-nothing is simply an insult to the word good-for-nothing. Have you become stupid from reading too many books? Haha. Heavenly Lord Misery C, Heavenly Lord Misery C, that is a legend from 10,000 years ago. We don't even know if it exists. You actually asked him. Haha. Moyang laughed until he could not straighten his back. He leaned on the table and pointed at Mu Yun. He laughed until tears came out. 10,000 years ago, Mu Yun was stunned. Want to mess with me? However, 10,000 years was just a blink of an eye for those old antiques in the myriad worlds. She had plenty of time to go back and take revenge, thinking of how she was a supreme immortal king in her previous life but was plotted against by a group of treacherous villains. A wave of anger rose in Mu Yun's heart. Seeing that Moyang was still laughing, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that if she didn't teach this group of children a lesson, they would really think that she was the Mu Yun who was bullied by others in the past. However, it had to be said that this Mu Yun's body was really unbelievably weak. The 19-year-old Mu Yun was not even at the first level of the physical body tempering realm. She didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. It was no wonder that these students were so daring in her class. Teacher Mu, you haven't answered the student's question. Just as Mu Yun was staring at Moyang and was about to teach this guy a lesson, a sweet female voice suddenly sounded. A female student stood up from her seat and smiled sweetly. She stared at Mu Yun and said in a sweet voice, Teacher Mu, this student doesn't understand. Why do you need to add withered leaf grass when refining the 100-spirit pill? Her gaze shifted from Moyang to the girl who asked the question. Mu Yun almost spat out a mouthful of blood from her nose. Her gaze fiercely gouged at the girl's chest. Mu Yun only had one word in her heart, a child's face and huge breasts. This little girl, when she grows up, she will definitely bring disaster to the country and the people. However, Mu Yun knew that this little girl called Miao Xianyu was really a little demoness who would cheat people to death without paying with her life. Mu Yun knew that this was another scheme that these students came up with to make things difficult for her. They wanted her to make a fool of herself. Refining pills? Mu Yun laughed. Want to mess with me? No way. As the supreme immortal king of the myriad worlds, refining pills and weapons was really easy for Mu Yun. Moreover, this was only the Tianyun continent of the 3,000 small worlds. However, when they heard Miao Xianyu's question, many students in the class also laughed. His smile was very sinister. This question seemed simple, but there was a deeper explanation. They believed that with Mu Yun's knowledge, it would be strange if she could answer it. Dozens of students were waiting for their mentor to make a fool of herself again. They were already used to Mu Yun's embarrassment when she couldn't answer a question. The 100 Spirits pill is a grade 1 pill. It can strengthen the bones of martial artists who have reached the second level of the bone tempering realm. When they reach the third level of the bone tempering realm, the tenacity of their tendons and veins will be even more perfect. Mu Yun spoke with assurance. The 100 Spirits pill is refined by combining the withered leaf grass, the 100 Spirits flower, and the cinnamon wood root. The 100 Spirits flower has too much spiritual energy, so it needs the cinnamon wood root. However, the osmanthus root is bitter, and the bitterness will affect the quality of the 100 Spirits flower's spiritual energy. Coincidentally, the withered leaf grass can remove the bitterness of the osmanthus root. Moreover, the most important point is that the withered leaf grass seems to only have the property of withering, but it contains strong vitality in its roots. When added, it can perfectly combine the spirituality of the 100 Spirits flower with the cinnamon wood root, increasing the efficacy of the 100 Spirits pill. Little beauty, am I right? Mu Yun smiled confidently. The students were dumbfounded when they heard Teacher Mu, who was usually dull, speak with fervor and assurance. Why did Mentor Mu, who always blushed when she said a few words, suddenly change her temperament today? Medicinal pills were not something that anyone could refine. Miao Xianyu's background was different. She had shown talent in alchemy since she was young. Everyone wanted to see from her eyes whether this Mentor Mu was talking nonsense. You're right. Miao Xianyu pouted angrily. Her chest heaved up and down continuously, and a wave swept over her. However, the usually dull Mentor Mu, the big fool, was actually able to answer this question today. It was really hard to understand. This question seemed simple, but even some 2-star alchemists didn't know that the withered leaf grass could promote the perfect combination of the spirituality of the 100 Spirits flower and the cinnamon wood root. She only knew about it from her grandfather's teachings. Guessing, Miao Xianyu comforted herself. This guy must be guessing. Right. Suddenly, Miao Xianyu's face lit up as if she had thought of something. She looked at Mu Yun with a mischievous smile. That day, her grandfather said that there was a question about alchemy that had been troubling him. With Mu Yun's poor character, she definitely couldn't answer it. This question would definitely make Mu Yun look bad in public. Mentor Mu, I have a question that has been troubling me for a long time. Miao Xianyu said and walked up to the podium. Has Mentor Mu heard of the spirit gathering pill? Spirit gathering pill. Essence gathering pill. All of them knew about the essence gathering pill. The essence gathering pill was a third-grade pill. In the entire Baiyun city, the number of alchemists who could refine this pill could be counted on one hand. Baiyun City was a remote city in the southern Cloud Empire. The highest level of alchemist there was only a 3-star alchemist. Essence gathering pill? Mu Yun was taken aback. The essence gathering pill was the best pill for advancing from the 7th level of the body tempering realm to the 8th level of the core assembly realm. However, in his previous life, he remembered that this was the most basic pill for alchemists. Seeing Mu Yun's stunned look, Miao Xianyu smiled proudly. The essence gathering pill was a third-grade pill. Even her grandfather found it troublesome to refine it. Mu Yun definitely knew nothing about it. Moreover, when her grandfather refined the essence gathering pill recently, he felt that the success rate was too low. He wanted to improve it, but he could not find a way. Today, she would use this question to embarrass Mu Yun completely. Instructor Mu, the essence gathering pill is a third-grade pill. It mainly contains the 100 flavors Ganoderma, iron coral, poor root grass, and the beast core of a third-grade low-level demonic beast, the wind-breaking green wolf. Instructor Mu, the first 3 ingredients are indispensable for refining the essence gathering pill. But why do you have to add the beast core of the wind-breaking green wolf? Miao Xianyu blinked her big eyes and asked with a childish face. Bah. However, just as Miao Xianyu finished speaking, Mu Yun suddenly spat and scolded, "Which bastard taught you this?" The essence gathering pill is used for martial artists to advance to the 8th level of the body tempering realm and condense the essence core. What is the most important thing to condense the essence core? Stability. If the essence core is not stable, it will be difficult to advance to the next level. Mu Yun said angrily, although the beast core of the wind-breaking green wolf can neutralize the 3 main ingredients, it will also torture the spirituality of the 3 main ingredients. The success rate is terrifyingly low. Which idiot invented this method? Mu Yun suddenly felt that after 10,000 years, not only did their alchemy skills not improve, but they had also fallen behind. Hearing Mu Yun's shout, the entire classroom was silent. Bastard, idiot, the essence gathering pill was a pill recognized by the entire Tianyun continent. The essence gathering pill was also a recognized recipe. Most importantly, it was created by the medicine Saint Yao Yao's generation. And was praised by future generations. Mu Yun actually scolded Mu Yun's. Who was the idiot? Did Mu Yun really think that he was comparable to the alchemy sage from 1,000 years ago? However, Miao Xianyu was stunned upon hearing those words. Other people were not too proficient in medicinal pills, but she was very proficient in medicinal pills. Miao Xianyu did not expect that Mu Yun actually saw through this point. Then, according to Instructor Mu, what should we do? Miao Xianyu's words were spoken by Instructor Mu with a hint of asking for a solution. Her tone changed. The other students suddenly felt strange. Looking at Miao Xianyu's attitude, Mu Yun did not seem to be talking nonsense. What should we do? Using the wind-breaking green wolf's beast core to refine the essence gathering pill will naturally waste the spirituality of the other 3 main ingredients. Also, it will increase the failure rate of refining the pill. Mu Yun said to herself, it's best to use the wind wolf's beast core. Haha, hearing Mu Yun's brilliant idea, the entire classroom burst into laughter again. Classroom explanation. Looking at Mo Yang's almost idiotic smile, Mu Yun was speechless to the extreme. It was really too difficult to explain to these little fellows. On the other side, Miao Xianyu shook her head with a bitter smile. Originally, she thought that Mu Yun would have a good idea, but she didn't expect the wind wolf's beast core. The beast core of a level 1 wind wolf wasn't pure in nature, and it didn't have any spirituality. It couldn't combine the medicinal properties of the 3 types of 100 flavors Ganoderma to refine the third-grade spirit gathering pill. It seemed that she was really annoyed by her grandfather's nagging these few days. He actually wanted to get an answer from Mu Yun, the infamous useless mentor. It was really laughable. Oh? Then according to what this mentor said, the Wind Wolf's beast core can make up for what the wind-breaking green wolf can't do and increase the efficacy and success rate of the spirit-gathering pill. Of course not. Almost instinctively, Mu Yun opened his mouth to reply. However, just as he finished speaking, the door to the classroom opened and two figures walked in from outside. The person in the lead was dressed in a gray robe. His hair was white, and he had a beard. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, but he was full of energy. Behind that person was a middle-aged man. He bowed slightly and looked at the elder in front of him with a humble expression. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Dean. Seeing the nervous middle-aged man behind her, Mu Yun was stunned. She didn't expect that the dean would come to inspect the classroom today. Moreover, who was this old man in front of her? However, based on Mu Yun's memory, it was impossible for someone to make the dean of Baiyun Academy so nervous. Oh? Then what should we do? Hearing Mu Yun's resolute answer, the gray-robed elder was interested. He chuckled and said, as everyone knows, the Wind Wolf is only a level 1 demonic beast. Its level is too low, and its beast core isn't pure. If it's used to refine pills, there will be too many impurities. Moreover, with the level of the Wind Wolf's beast core, it seems impossible to neutralize the medicinal properties of the 100 flavors Ganoderma, iron coral, and poor root grass. It can't, but with another medicinal ingredient, it can. What medicinal ingredient? Purple jade fruit. Purple jade fruit. Upon hearing Mu Yun's reply, all the students in the classroom were stunned again. They were stunned, not because the violet jade fruit was precious, but because the violet jade fruit was too common. It was even less valuable than the Wind Wolf's beast core, because it could be found everywhere in the Southern Cloud Empire. It could be said that the purple jade fruit was a rotten thing on the streets. Even in the market, no one sold it. Because it wasn't worth buying or selling. Who would care about something that could be seen casually? Purple jade fruit. However, after hearing Mu Yun's words, the gray-robed old man frowned and fell silent. Although the purple jade fruit does not have any spirituality, it has a special effect, which is to gather and disperse them. The Wind Wolf demonic core has a low spirituality, so being able to gather them can indeed increase the spirituality of the Wind Wolf demonic core and replace the wind-breaking green wolf demonic core, but, not only that. Mu Yun looked at the gray-robed old man's pondering expression and continued, the purple jade fruit has another effect, which is to condense blood. Not only can it condense blood, but it can also increase its effectiveness while condensing blood. Moreover, the most important point is that the purple jade fruit can absorb the spirituality of the 100 flavors Ganoderma and the other 3 herbs at the same time and use it for itself. Then, it can be recycled and fed back to the 3 herbs. As Mu Yun spoke one sentence after another, the gray-robed old man's eyes gradually lit up. That's right, the purple jade fruit did have this effect, but no one would have thought that the wind-breaking green wolf's beast core would be used to replace the wind-breaking green wolf's beast core. No one would have thought that the purple jade fruit could be used to make up for the lack of spirituality of the Wind Wolf. It was because the Wind Wolf demonic core and the purple jade fruit were too common, so common that no one dared to think of using these 2 ingredients to refine a 3rd-grade elixir. Moreover, the purple jade fruit could also be used as a transfer point, connecting the previous and the following. No one would have thought of this point. Brilliant. Thinking carefully about what Mu Yun had said, Mo Wen suddenly felt that this idea was very novel and daring. Moreover, it really seemed to have a very high possibility of being realized. Even the medicine sage of the past had not thought of this idea. This young man's thinking was very strange. Old Mo Wen. May I know your name? Thinking of this, Mo Wen straightened his clothes and asked respectfully. Mu Yun. Mu Yun replied casually. However, Mu Yun did not take Mo Wen's simple self-introduction to heart, but it made Lu Xiaotian, who was behind her, break out in cold sweat. Master Mo Wen. Who was Mo Wen? Everyone in the Southern Cloud Empire knew his name. The Southern Cloud Academy was the most authoritative academy in the Southern Cloud Empire. It was second to none in the entire Southern Cloud Empire. The difference in status between the Northern Cloud Academy and the Southern Cloud Academy was like heaven and earth. Mo Wen was the deputy principal of the Southern Cloud Academy. He was a 6-star alchemist and was very famous in the entire Southern Cloud Empire. Even the royal family of the empire treated him with respect and treated him as a distinguished guest. Lu Xiaotian, the principal of the Northern Cloud Academy, was insignificant compared to the deputy principal of Mo Wen. There was no comparison at all. There were many legends about Mo Wen. In the 11 years of the Southern Cloud Empire, the political situation was unstable. The two surrounding empires had invaded. At that time, it was Mo Wen who invented the Tiger Cloud pill, which allowed the soldiers to recover quickly from their injuries. It increased the combat power of the soldiers of the empire and repelled the invasion of the two empires. In the 170 years of the Southern Cloud Empire, there was a plague in the empire. Even the ancient martial art practitioners were not immune to it, causing the power of the country to shrink greatly. It was also Mo Wen who invented the Clear Mind pill to get rid of the plague. It could be said that Mo Wen's reputation was well known in the entire Southern Cloud Empire. Many people had a respectful expression when they mentioned Mo Wen's name. Now, in the entire Southern Cloud Empire, the people who could catch Mo Wen's eye were very rare. No one had expected that Mo Wen would actually lower himself and ask for Mu Yun's name just because of a few words from Mu Yun. If it wasn't for the fact that the principal, Lu Xiaotian, was humble towards the elder, the 30 to 40 students would have doubted if this was really Master Mo Wen. Moreover, Lu Xiaotian knew that Master Mo Wen was a low-profile person. Even this time when he came to the Northern Cloud Academy for inspection, it was also done secretly. He actually told Mu Yun his name. Lu Xiaotian sized up Mu Yun with a suspicious gaze. Initially, he didn't want Mu Yun at all. However, the Mu clan branch had a prominent status in the Northern Cloud City. Moreover, the Mu clan's direct descendants were deeply rooted in the Southern Cloud Empire. Hence, he let Mu Yun stay in the Northern Cloud Academy. However, Mu Yun's performance was really too poor. She wasn't an ancient martial art practitioner and she couldn't even read the textbooks properly. She was so stupid that she had no friends. However, this fool today seemed to be different from how he usually was. Lu Xiaotian was not a pill master, so he did not know much about the spirit-gathering pill. However, Mo Wen was very clear about it. Mu Yun's method was feasible in theory. In reality, there might be a possibility of success. If he really succeeded, then using the Wind Wolf Demon Core and the Purple Jade Fruit, these two ingredients that could be seen everywhere, to refine a third-grade pill like the spirit-gathering pill, it was simply possible to refine pills in batches. Just think about it, the cost of the spirit-gathering pill was so low, and if they could be refined in large quantities, it would be enough to raise the strength of the entire Southern Cloud Empire's martial artists by a large margin. This way, the overall national strength of the Southern Cloud Empire would increase. When faced with the invasion of the surrounding empires, they would not be as constrained as they were now. This was not something that Lu Xiaotian could think of. This old me still has one more question to ask. Mo Wen cupped his hands and said, the transforming aperture pill can help the body-tempering 9th-level spirit-opening realm ancient martial art practitioners condense their acupoints and step into the body-tempering 10th-level aperture-gathering realm. However, using the white soft silk grass to refine the transforming aperture pill is ultimately a little weak. For the ancient martial art practitioners who have stepped into the aperture-gathering realm, taking another step forward will leave behind hidden injuries, then use the Yang Spirit Blood Mushroom to balance it out. Remember, you don't need a whole blood mushroom. You only need to take a very small amount of it. A tail is enough. Yang Spirit Blood Mushroom. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mo Wen felt as though he had been enlightened. That's right, the Yang Spirit Blood Mushroom was naturally filled with Yang Qi. It could not be more suitable to strengthen the toughness of the white soft silk grass. Although the Yang Spirit Blood Mushroom was more precious, it was enough to refine a cauldron of pills by adding a tail of it. Brilliant! Brilliant! Mo Wen could not help but exclaim in admiration. Mo Wen did not care about the burning gazes of Lu Xiaotian and the other students in the class. In one breath, Mo Wen raised a few of his daily doubts and Mu Yun answered them smoothly. Unimaginable. Following the questioning, Mo Wen realized that Mu Yun's alchemy knowledge had far exceeded his knowledge. Although there were a few questions where Mu Yun would mention some spiritual herbs that even he didn't know about, Mu Yun could actually think of another way when the method didn't work. What was the most important thing to an alchemist? Without a doubt, It was the pill formula. Usually, the pill formula of a type of pill was as precious as the life of an alchemist. But Mu Yun was like a living alchemy canon. He could actually recite several alchemy recipes for a single type of alchemy pill. Unimaginable. It was really too unimaginable. What was the identity of this Mu Yun? The Southern Cloud Empire actually had such a talented genius, yet she was willing to be a mentor in the small Northern Cloud Academy. It was really a waste of her talent. However, to Mu Yun, this Imowen had a good name, but he had too many questions. Moreover, he was really too stupid. If Lu Xiaotian and the 30 to 40 students knew what Mu Yun was thinking, they would most likely vomit blood. That was Great Master Mo. Little brother Mu, old me, brother Mo when, sorry, it's time for class to end. I want to go home. Seeing that Mo Wen was actually not done with his questions, Mu Yun had already lost her patience. If it wasn't for the dean and the students in the class, Mu Yun would have already asked him to leave. However, when Lu Xiaotian, who was standing at the side, heard Mu Yun's words, he almost peed in his pants. Class ended? Go home? My God, this idiot. Did he know that the person standing in front of him now was an alchemy master? A person who could shake the entire Southern Cloud Empire with a stomp of her foot. It was already rare for Great Master Mo to not be ashamed to ask, but this brat was still impatient. Mu Yun really didn't know about this. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame the previous Mu Yun for being too dense. Old me has been rude. Hearing this, Mo Wen blushed and said hesitantly, Old me and mentor Mu hit it off at first sight. I wonder if we can have a chat at your residence? What? Upon hearing Mo Wen's words, Mu Yun rolled her eyes. This old thing was still not satisfied. He actually wanted to visit her home. This was simply the rhythm of eating and drinking to their heart's content and taking it away. However, when she saw Lu Xiaotian nodding eagerly, Mu Yun said helplessly, If you want to come, then come. Waving her hand impatiently, Mu Yun swaggered out of the classroom. Mo Wen bent his waist and followed behind Mu Yun. He jogged all the way and hurriedly chased after her. He looked just like the old butler by Mu Yun's side. Lu Xiaotian's face turned bitter. He hurriedly left the classroom and followed. He did not know when this little ancestor had been enlightened today. She was actually able to answer questions that even Great Master Mo Wen could not understand so fluently. However, even so, if the little bastard didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and offended Master Mo, it would be the end of him as the dean. For a moment, Mu Yun was in front, Mo Wen was beside her, and Lu Xiaotian was behind them. The students of Class 1 were all petrified. Was that really Great Master Mo Wen, who was famous in the entire Southern Cloud Empire? Was that still Mentor Mu, who they called an idiot trash? At this moment, some of the students had already started to doubt their own worldview. Along the way, Mo Wen kept asking Mu Yun questions. He almost wanted to throw out all the questions that he had for the past few decades. However, along the way, Mu Yun felt as though there was a fly beside her ear. It buzzed nonstop and made her very unhappy. After returning to the clan from the college, Mu Yun also knew that she was not well liked in the Mu clan in the past. She ignored the servants and walked towards her small courtyard. You're the one I hit. Mu Yun was no stranger to the voice behind her. Mu Qian was also the steward of the Mu family branch in Baiyun City. This old thing really lived up to his name, Mu Qian. He only had money in his eyes, a typical snob. Mu Yun knew that although she was assigned to a side branch in Baiyun City, she still received a monthly allowance from her family to cover her daily expenses. In the beginning, Mu Qian had deducted his monthly allowance. Later on, he simply stopped paying. In the past, Mu Yun was inarticulate and had a low status. She did not dare to speak, but today, Mu Yun had changed into a different person. What's the matter? Mu Yun said impatiently with a cold face. What is it? Mu Qian clasped his hands behind his back and stuck out his big belly. He looked down at him and said, You wretched wretch, why are you still asking me? The clan leader and a few elders have found a marriage partner for you. They want you to meet him and choose a date to get married. It's really troublesome for me to make a trip personally for such a small matter. Mu Yun was already 19 years old this year. It was indeed the right age for her to get married. However, he couldn't help but be suspicious of the marriage arranged by his family. He knew what kind of status Mu Yun had in the Mu family branch. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Trash, what's wrong? Are you so happy that you've forgotten yourself because the family arranged a marriage for you? Seeing Mu Yun standing still, Mu Qian could not help but curse. This fellow felt strange today. In the past, whenever he was asked to do something, he would just nod and do it. Today, however, he was different. Upon hearing Mu Yun's shout, Lu Xiaotian and Mo Wen, who were standing behind Mu Yun, could not help but frown. No matter what, Mu Yun was still a young master. It was indeed outrageous for him to be ordered around and scolded by a servant. However, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and took a step forward, sizing up Mu Qian. First layer of the tempered body realm, such trash actually dared to speak rudely to him. Taking another step forward, Mu Yun rubbed her palms. Suddenly, without any warning, Mu Yun slapped Mu Qian in the face. The clear sound of a slap was heard, and the scene instantly fell silent. Mu Yun raised her hand and slapped down. A bright red palm print appeared on Mu Qian's face, and his cheeks gradually swelled up. You dare to hit me? Another clear palm print appeared on the other side of Mu Qian's face. This time, Mu Qian's cheeks were completely swollen. That's right. Remember, I'm the young master of the Mu clan, and you're a servant of the Mu clan. If you scold me like this again, it won't just be a matter of 2 slaps. After saying this, Mu Yun turned around and left. As the saying goes, when a tiger goes down to the plains, it will be bullied by dogs. A phoenix that has shed its feathers is not even as good as a chicken. A mere housekeeper dared to call her trash and a wretch. Mu Yun deeply understood that the most important thing now was to improve her strength. However, the quality of this body was simply too poor. He only slapped Mu Qian twice. His hands felt as if they were broken, and he felt waves of pain. It seemed that it was urgent to improve her strength. Seeing that Mu Yun acted swiftly and decisively, slapping Mu Qian with 2 slaps, Lu Xiaotian and Mo Wen, who were behind him, had different thoughts. Lu Xiaotian had always known that Mu Yun was cowardly by nature. She had always resigned herself to adversity. Today, she seemed to be a completely different person. In the past, he would never have believed that Mu Yun would dare to slap Mu Qian. Arranged marriage after all, Mo Wen was a 6-star alchemist. It was not difficult for him to see that Mu Yun was not even at the first level of the body-tempering realm. Mu Yun did things so decisively. It seemed that she was not simple. At least, she was a person with character. Mu Yun could not be bothered to know what Lu Xiaotian and Mo Wen were thinking. The 2 slaps stunned Mu Qian and he left. If Mu Qian reacted and really wanted to fight with him, Mu Yun would have a hard time resisting. At this moment, in the Mu clan's main hall, there were more than 10 seats. 2 people sat at the head of the table. One of them was about 40 years old. His sideburns were slightly white and his eyes were sharp. His actions were casual as he talked. This person was the clan leader of the Mu clan's branch family in Baiyun City, Mu Linchen. The other person was dressed in a black robe. His long hair was as white as snow. He was a short old man. Hee. Qin eldest great-grandfather, my Yuner is introverted and doesn't like to talk. When you see her later, don't be dissatisfied. Looking at the black-robed old man, Mu Linchen smiled slightly. However, there was some worry in that smile. The old man was the Qin eldest great-grandfather of Baiyun City, Qin Shiyu. Family Qin was also a big family in Baiyun City with strong power. Shepherds, you must be joking. That child Mu Yun is a little introverted. However, you also know my Yaoer. This time, the marriage between our Qin and Mu clans is mainly to warn some people with ulterior motives so that the Wang clan and the Diao clan won't dare to mess around. Qin eldest great-grandfather sipped his tea and his gaze landed on the young girl behind him. The young girl had a slim figure. Her skin was white with a hint of rosy. She was gentle like jade and crystal clear. Her nimble eyes darted around with a hint of mischief. She wore a light green long dress and her waist was slim. Between his brows, there was a natural spirituality. However, the young girl's face was covered by a white veil, so people could not see her appearance clearly. Foster father, I heard that you were looking for me? Right at this moment, a lazy voice sounded in the main hall. The person who came was Mu Yun. She was dressed in an ink-colored long robe. Her forehead was still stained with chalk. Her long hair was tied behind her head, and a strand of hair was in front of her forehead. Her hands were behind her back. Mu Yun walked into the main hall with an impatient expression. Seeing Mu Yun enter, Mu Linchen's eyes lit up. For some reason, today's Mu Yun seemed to be different. Qin Shiyu eldest great-grandfather, Qin Mengyao. Mississippi family Qin. Mengyao Qin. Mu. That Mu Yun that mu. The lass had a curvaceous figure and a pair of large eyes that flickered with light. She was especially quick-witted. However, her face was covered with a veil, so he couldn't see what she looked like. If she had a beautiful face and a good figure, she would be a peerless beauty. However, she was wearing a veil. She probably did not look good. Mu Yun did not want to turn off the lights when he was doing it with his future wife. That would not be fun. Moreover, Mu Yun was also very unhappy about the marriage arranged by the family. Foster father, you asked me to come, it's like this. Our Mu family is preparing to have a marriage alliance with family Qin. Foster father has arranged a good marriage for you, so, I refuse. Before Mu Linchen could finish speaking, Mu Yun immediately rejected him. In the entire Mu family, only Mu Linchen treated Mu Yun well. Mu Yun knew about this from her memories. That Mu Yun respected her foster father very much. Therefore, even if he was bullied, he did not want to cause trouble for her foster father. He endured it. If not for this, Mu Yun would not have bothered with him now. However, although Mu Linchen cared for Mu Yun very much, most people in the Mu family were unhappy with Mu Yun. Mu Yun knew that once she rejected him, a group of people would definitely jump out and point at her and scold her. Bastard! Questioning in the hall. Bastard! Following a scolding, a figure stood up from the chair. Hearing this voice, Mu Yun didn't need to look to know who it was. It was the Mu family's first elder, Mu Fengyuan. Mu Yun knew that this old thing had secretly ordered his descendants to make a move on Mu Yun from before. If it was light, they would scold her, and if it was heavy, they would beat her up. In these 10 years in the Mu family, Mu Yun could be said to have been bullied since she was young, which was why she became so cowardly. Mu Yun, do you know that Miss Qin is as beautiful as a fairy? Our Mu family is taking advantage of you. You are a toad that has eaten a swan's meat, and you are still unwilling? Do you know how long the patriarch has been busy with your marriage? Mu Fengyuan reprimanded loudly and almost scolded Mu Yun's head. Spittle flew everywhere in the hall. First elder, I'm not deaf. Can you please lower your voice? Rolling her eyes, Mu Yun clicked her tongue and said, Miss Qin Mengyao is as beautiful as a fairy. I am a toad that doesn't have the life to eat a swan's meat. Since Miss Qin is so beautiful, then give her to big brother Mu Lang. He is your most beloved grandson. It's a perfect match, don't you think so? Hee. After Mu Yun finished speaking, the hall fell silent, but a burst of laughter sounded a little ear-piercing. The laughter came from Qin Mengyao's mouth. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Qin Mengyao knew that he was being rude. He lowered his head and didn't say anything else. On the other side, the first elder's lungs were about to explode from anger. In the past, every time he made a decision about Mu Yun, the first elder would always scold Mu Yun with reason and evidence. After he scolded Mu Yun until her brain short-circuited, this fellow didn't dare to talk back and agreed to everything. Today, Mu Yun actually dared to talk back. Mu Yun, in the 10 years in the Mu family in Baiyun City, what contributions have you made to the family? But the family has raised you, a piece of trash, for 10 years. Now, when it's time for you to repay us, you actually dare to refute us? Do you want to be a rice bucket in the Mu family for the rest of your life? Meanwhile, another rebuke could be heard. Mu family's second elder, Mu Fengqing. If that's the case, Mu Lang, Mu Yuan, and the others seem to eat more than me. Does that mean they are even more useless than me? I know that they didn't make any contributions to the Mu family. You think you can compare with them? They will be the pillars of the Mu family in the future. They are all geniuses. Who do you think you are? The great elder spoke again with contempt in his eyes. Did Mu Yun take the wrong medicine today? She actually dared to refute him again and again. The two elders looked at each other in surprise. Damn it, Mu Yun was completely enraged. As the immortal king of the thousands of great worlds in his previous life, when had he ever been forced to such a state? If not for his crippled body, he would have beaten the two old farts in front of him up long ago. Patriarch, Great Elder, Second Elder, you have to uphold justice for the old me. Just as the second elder stood up, a sobbing voice sounded from outside the hall. Mu Qian's cheeks were swollen, and he knelt in with a plop. He cried loudly, the old me just informed young Master Mu Yun to come to the hall for a discussion. I just blew on it a little, but I didn't expect that little bastard Mu Yun to slap the old me twice. Patriarch, Great Elder, Second Elder, please uphold justice. What? Seeing Mu Qian's swollen cheeks, the second elder pointed at Mu Yun and scolded, good for you, Mu Yun. Steward Mu has been loyal to the Mu family for more than 20 years. How dare you hit him? Hit him? Mu Yun snorted and said, as a servant, he shouted and scolded the young master. He called him a wretch and a good-for-nothing. Shouldn't he be hit? Shut up. The second elder was furious. Mu Yun, I think you've rebelled. You beat a servant, disobeyed the clan order, and did not use the family law. It seems that you don't know how to repent. Godfather, no matter what, I will not agree to this marriage. Mu Yun ignored the great elder and the second elder and said directly to Mu Linchen. Mu Linchen was also a little embarrassed. Education, the young mistress of the family Qin Mengyao, was considered an outstanding beauty, but she was destined not to live past the age of 20. Otherwise, the family Qin would not have used this marriage alliance to unite the Mu clan, and they would not have been willing to choose Mu Yun. This matter had become troublesome. You have to agree even if you don't want to. The great elder walked directly in front of Mu Yun. His eyes were wide open, and he had the intention to attack if there was any disagreement. Why? So what if your eyes are big? You want to hit me? Mu Yun suddenly turned around and said indifferently to the outside of the hall, Dean Liu, someone wants to beat up your Beiyun Academy's instructor. Are you not going to do anything about this matter? F***ck, hearing this, Lu Xiaotian, who was standing outside the hall, immediately cursed in his heart. Mu Yun, this little B****, resisted so hard by herself. When she could not take it anymore, she actually brought him out. If it was in the past, Lu Xiaotian would not care about such clan matters. After all, the Beiyun Academy was the capital. Even if the powers in the Beiyun city were in full swing, no one would dare to offend the Beiyun Academy. But now it was different. Mu Yun had just made Master Mo prostrate himself in admiration. At this time, if he did not stand up, he would definitely not gain any advantage in front of Master Mo Wen. Hee, chief of the shepherds, clan leader Qin, long time no see, long time no see. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Lu Xiaotian walked in from outside the hall. He laughed and said, I came uninvited today, please forgive me. At this moment, Mo Wen did not speak. He only smiled slightly and followed behind Lu Xiaotian like an old servant. Lu Xiaotian knew that Master Mo did not like to be ostentatious. Also, Master Mo came to the Mu clan only to consult Mu Yun. A clan like the Mu clan was nothing in Master Mo's eyes, so Lu Xiaotian did not dare to introduce them. Dean Liu, please come in. They did not expect Lu Xiaotian to really come. The great elder's expression changed. He hurriedly cupped his hands and led Lu Xiaotian to his seat. Mu Linchen and Qin Shiyu also stood up and greeted him with smiles. Lu Xiaotian was the dean of the entire Northern Cloud Academy. Almost all the family disciples in Northern Cloud City received their education and learned martial skills at the Northern Cloud Academy. This was also set up by the Southern Cloud Empire to increase their national strength. Therefore, the Northern Cloud Academy actually belonged to the Empire. Within Beiyun City, the clans and powers could rise and fall with each generation. However, Beiyun Academy stood firm and never fell. Furthermore, Lu Xiaotian was the principal of the academy. His authority was much greater than that of the clan heads of the local clans. More importantly, the clan's disciples were studying in Beiyun Academy, so it was only natural for them to treat school head Lu with respect. Principal Lu, I didn't expect you to come today. Really? I've let you see a joke. The first elder smiled apologetically, as if he was trying to flatter Lu Xian. It's on the way. I was just on the way. After all, Mentor Mu Yun is a mentor in my academy. It's only right for me to come and take a look. Lu Xiaotian pretended to be careless and laughed. However, she was cursing Mu Yun in her heart. This brat. If Master Mo wasn't here today, she wouldn't even care if he lived or died. The great elder glanced at Mu Yun and said to Lu Xiaotian, Principal Lu, you came at the right time today. This brat Mu Yun didn't listen to the clan's arrangements and beat up the servants. You can teach him a lesson. Teach, my god, Mu Fengyuan, you old fart. Don't give me trouble. Dumbfounded. Educate? Did he dare to educate Mu Yun now? This brat must have taken the wrong medicine today to gain Master Mo Wen's favor. In the future, he might even have to curry favor with him. Children's marriages should be decided by themselves, don't you think so? Shepherds. Lu Xiaotian replied awkwardly. Yes. Hearing Lu Xiaotian's words that were biased towards Mu Yun, Mu Linchen was also confused for a moment. What was wrong with Mu Yun today? First, he rejected the marriage. He was completely different from his usual self. Secondly, Dean Lu actually came to the Mu clan today. He knew that Lu Xiaotian, as the dean of Beiyun Academy, was a person of the empire and rarely got involved in these clan disputes. So, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he rarely entered any clan residence. However, although he loved Mu Yun dearly, the first elder and second elder were also very important in the clan. He was also unwilling to anger the two of them. Clan leader. That's not right. Right at this moment, the second elder spoke again. The second elder stood up again and said, Mu Yun has never made any contributions to our Mu clan in the past 10 years. The clan raised such a good-for-nothing who did not contribute at the critical moment. What's the point of keeping him? Moreover, he beat up the old housekeeper who has made great contributions to our Mu clan. He deserves to die. Elder, these words shouldn't come out from the mouth of an elder. However, just as the second elder finished speaking, before Mu Linchen could reply, Master Mo could not help but speak up. Today, from the short exchange with Mu Yun, Master Mo had completely believed that Mu Yun was definitely a genius in the alchemy world. He really could not understand why the people of the Mu clan kept calling such a good-for-nothing and a good-for-nothing. Moreover, after the short interaction with Mu Yun, he admired Mu Yun very much. So, after hearing the whole story, he could not help but interrupt. However, when he heard this, the second elder was stunned. This old man was just an old servant of Lu Xiaotian, yet he dared to interrupt the Mu family's family meeting. This was too outrageous. Moreover, second elder was already infuriated by Mu Yun's rebuttal and was worried that he had nowhere to vent his anger. Old man, this is my Mu family's business. What does it have to do with you? It has nothing to do with old me. It's just that I am also young Master Mu's guest. However, ever since I followed young Master Mu into the courtyard, no one has come to entertain me. Is this how the Mu clan treats its guests? Mo Wen was angered by the way she called him old me, so he retorted rudely. Moreover, it was this housekeeper who was disrespectful to young Master Mu first. I thought that giving him 2 slaps was too light. As an elder of the family, you didn't ask what was right and wrong and put the blame on Mu Yun. You really can't distinguish right from wrong. Hearing Mo Wen's words, the second elder laughed. Guests? President Lu is a guest. Who do you think you are? He was just an old servant, and he wanted someone to serve him? Old thing, get out of my Mu family immediately. Presumptuous. However, just as second elder finished speaking, there was a sudden roar from behind him. Then, there was a crackling sound. The tables and chairs were smashed into pieces and dust flew up. Lu Xiaotian stood up from his seat and his face was flushed red. President Lu. Seeing Lu Xiaotian suddenly get angry, the grand elder and second elder were stunned. He was just a servant. Did Lu Xiaotian need to get angry? Mu Fengqing, you are presumptuous. Lu Xiaotian pointed directly at second elder's nose and scolded. Great Master Mo Wen was invited by Mentor Mu Yun to the residence as a guest. You actually dare to be so rude. I think your Mu clan disciples don't need to study in Beiyun Academy anymore. Lu Xiaotian's words were almost roared out. What? It's over, Mo Wen. There was only one Mo Wen in the entire Southern Cloud Empire, the famous Mo Wen. This ordinary-looking old man in front of him was actually the deputy principal of the Southern Cloud Academy, Mo Wen. Thud, the second elder knelt on the ground with a thud. He was completely shocked. Mo. Master Mo, I'm sorry. This old me didn't know you were Master Mo. It's really, this old man can't accept your great gift. Being called an old bastard, Mo Wen was also unhappy. He said, this old man insisted on following Brother Mu Yun to the residence as a guest. This old me doesn't mind, but I don't know if Brother Mu Yun, the second elder's gaze fell on Mu Yun. He wished he could give himself a tight slap. How did this useless thing get on board with Master Mo Wen's ship? Who was Master Mo Wen? Even the Emperor of the Southern Cloud Empire was polite to Master Mo. He was just the second elder of the Mu clan branch. What was he? Mu Yun, quickly help your second grandfather to plead. The second elder turned to Mu Yun and begged. Plead? Mu Yun's gaze was a little cold. Today, if it wasn't for Mo Wen's sudden appearance, he was afraid that if he rejected and continued to argue, these two old farts would really be punished by the clan rules. Godfather. Mu Yun ignored the second elder and kicked him away. He cupped his hands at Mu Linchen and said, the marriage. I want to decide on my own. I still have to receive guests, so I'll take my leave first. Seeing Mu Linchen nod his head, Mu Yun swaggered out of the hall. Master Mo followed behind and his expression wasn't very good. As for Lu Xiaotian, his face had already turned ashen. Leader of the shepherds. Lu Xiaotian said before he left, since Mu Fengqing looks down on the master of the empire so much, my little Northern Cloud Academy won't dare to accept the second elder's disciples anymore. Let them return to the clan to study. After saying this, Lu Xiaotian turned around and left. If it weren't for Mu Yun, he wouldn't even let the entire Mu family's disciples study at Baiyun Academy. Hearing Lu Xiaotian's words, the second elder sat on the ground. It's over, Baiyun Academy's teachings were several times better than the family's teachings. If the descendants of his bloodline couldn't enter the academy in the future, then his bloodline's weight in the family would gradually decrease. Mu Yun, second elder's face gradually darkened as he muttered Mu Yun's name in his heart. Old Master Qin, this, shepherds don't need to say much. Yaoer has been sick since she was young and is destined to not live past the age of 20. This marriage, Old Master Qin, please wait a little longer. Mu Linchen said apologetically, today, I did not expect that great Master Mo Wen would actually come to my Mu clan. Also, Yuner, this child, is a little different from usual. Tonight, I will talk to him. I will definitely facilitate this marriage. That's great, that's great. Then, sorry for the lack of hospitality today. Great Master Mo Wen is still here. Mu Linchen smiled apologetically and ordered the guests to leave. Mo Wen was an important figure in the empire. In the entire Southern Cloud Empire, even the Mu clan in the capital had to be courteous to him, let alone the Mu clan in Baiyun City. Mu Linchen naturally had to entertain him. Outside the main gate of the Mu clan, Qin Shiyu and Qin Mengyao, one old and one young, gradually left. On the way, Qin Mengyao couldn't help but say, Grandfather, Uncle Mu said that Mu Yun is naturally slow and dull. Also, according to the rumors in Baiyun City, Mu Yun is a bookworm. But today, Yaoer saw that Mu Yun is very strong. Hee, Old Master Qin laughed. This Mu Yun, I'm afraid the rumors are not true. Let me ask you, would a person who is naturally slow and dull dare to resist so fiercely in the main hall today? A good-for-nothing idiot? I don't believe that great Master Mo Wen would be interested in a good-for-nothing. Then, Qin Mengyao was a little puzzled. Conditions? Mu Yun is from the Mu clan in the imperial capital. She is the son of the clan leader. This lad has changed so much today. It can only mean that he has been biding his time. Hearing her granddaughter's doubts, Qin Shiyu said with certainty, if your marriage with him is successful, perhaps you can rely on Master Mo Wen to cure your strange illness. I hope that the shepherds can facilitate this marriage. Hearing this, Qin Mengyao pouted. She thought that she was beautiful, but today, Mu Yun actually rejected the marriage in front of everyone. Although she was against the family arranging it, it was also a blow to her. Moreover, thinking that she still had a year, Qin Mingyao's face darkened. If Mu Yun heard the Qin great-grandfather's evaluation of him, she would probably laugh until tears came out. Biding his time was really not suitable for him. However, at this moment, Mu Yun could not laugh. Instead, she looked depressed. Mo Wen, the six-star alchemist, was really too annoying. Ever since she entered his small courtyard, she had not stopped talking and kept asking him about alchemy. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man had allowed him to intimidate others in the hall, Mu Yun really wanted to shut his mouth. It was not easy for the sun to set. Seeing that Mo Wen still had plans to stay, Mu Yun hurriedly sent him off. In the end, Master Mo had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Lu Xiaotian also accompanied him for a day and was frightened for a day. The entire Mu clan, from top to bottom, did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the past, Mu Yun's small courtyard was deserted. Today, it was full of people. However, as Master Mo left, those people also gradually dispersed. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Mu Yun sat on the bed and recalled the day's events. She smiled bitterly. In her previous life, as the immortal king of thousands of big worlds, she could call the wind and summon the rain. No one could stop her. However, she was schemed against and died by a group of villains. Thinking of the scene of dozens of immortal kings joining forces to kill her, Mu Yun's heart surged with hatred. Since the heavens have allowed me to do it again, this time, I must kill my way back to the great thousand world and shake the world. Mu Yun shouted in her heart. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Mu Linchen walked into the room. Godfather. Mu Yun bowed respectfully and stood up. Yuner, I've let you down all these years, but today, you've made me see you in a new light. Mu Linchen went straight to the point. I won't ask you about your relationship with Master Mo, but I hope you can agree to the marriage with the family Qin. Agree? Why? Mu Linchen sighed and sat down. Baiyun City is dominated by four great clans, the family Qin, the Mu clan, the Wang clan, and the Diao clan. Now, the Wang clan and the Diao clan have joined forces to put pressure on our Mu clan and the family Qin. We have to take action. Mu Linchen said solemnly, you also know that the first elder and the second elder are arrogant in the clan now. I hope you can agree to this matter for the time being. On the surface, we'll join forces with the family Qin to temporarily relieve the pressure in front of us. In the future, we'll break off the engagement. Mu Linchen looked at Mu Yun with a trace of pleading in his eyes. Mu Yun was stunned. In the eyes of the previous Mu Yun, her godfather was indestructible. At any time, he would straighten his shoulders. It seemed that Mu Linchen's expression at this moment had moved the former Mu Yun in her heart. Mu Yun nodded slowly and replied, okay, I agree. Hearing Mu Yun agree, Mu Linchen looked at Mu Yun in surprise. But I have a condition. Refining Pill's conditions, Mu Yun's personality had changed drastically today. This condition was probably not ordinary. I need a cauldron, 10 stalks of Elysium, 10 stalks of 100 silver flower, and 10 stalks of silver-furred willow grass. Afraid that Mu Linchen would go back on his word, Mu Yun said without delay, tonight, I want them. However, after hearing Mu Yun's words, Mu Linchen was dumbfounded. Seeing Mu Linchen's dazed look, Mu Yun scratched his head and said with some difficulty, is this very difficult? It's not difficult, not difficult. Mu Linchen hurriedly agreed. I'll get it for you right away. As if afraid that Mu Yun would return, Mu Linchen left quickly. Difficult? What a joke, Elysium, 100 silver flower, and silver-furred willow grass. These 3 herbs were only a little stronger than the purple jade fruit. As for the cauldron, the family Qin did not lack one. Mu Linchen was stunned. He did not expect Mu Yun to propose such an unreasonable condition. Seeing Mu Linchen's anxious look, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. He had temporarily agreed to the marriage. However, it was not that simple for him to marry that Qin Mingyao. Right now, he needed to improve his strength. Only by improving his strength, the so-called pressure would no longer be pressure. In the middle of the moonlit night, Mu Yun was alone in the Mu family's cauldron. In front of him were 10 stalks of Elysium, 10 stalks of 100 silver flower, and 10 stalks of silver-furred willow grass. Mu Yun wanted to refine pills. He was already 19 years old. It was too late to train his physique step by step. He could only use pills to improve his physique and improve his strength. Elysium, 100 silver flower, and silver-furred willow grass are essential for refining the bone-tempering pill. This body is too weak. I can only rely on the bone-tempering pill to improve my physique and realm. Through the fusion of memories, Mu Yun roughly knew the division of realms in the Tianyun continent. There were 10 levels of the fleshly body realm. The first level, body-tempering realm, strengthened the body and gave the user the strength of an ox. The second stage was the bone-forging realm. After strengthening the body and tempering the bones, one would have the strength of 3 oxen. As for the third stage, the tendon rebirth realm, it refined the tendons, allowing a martial artist to reach the strength of 5 oxen. The first 3 layers of the fleshly body 10 layers were extremely important. They were the foundation of a martial artist. If the foundation was not stable, it would be difficult to improve in the future. The body-tempering realm, the bone-forging realm, the muscle rebirth realm, each successive step was the foundation of a martial artist's foundation. Mu Yun understood this point better than anyone else. Right now, he could only rely on pills to increase his physical strength. The body-tempering pill was the most suitable pill he could think of. Looking at the alchemy furnace that was taller than a person, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. To him, refining pills was the most enjoyable process. The feeling of the pill gradually taking shape in the pill furnace made him obsessed. However, his current body was simply too weak. He didn't know how long it could last. Refining pills was a hard job. A martial artist might not be able to become an alchemist, but an alchemist was definitely a martial artist. Elysium, igniting the flame at the bottom of the furnace, Mu Yun did not hesitate to grab a stalk of Elysium and throw it into the furnace. As a supreme immortal king in his previous life, Mu Yun had subdued 2 types of heavenly fire and his alchemy skills were outstanding. But now, he could only rely on his alchemy fire to refine the bone-tempering pill. 100 silver flower. After about 10 breaths of time, Mu Yun picked up another stalk of 100 silver flower and threw it into the furnace. Jade breaking fist. The path of alchemy needed to be advanced slowly. Every herb and every demonic beast's demonic pill needed to be added step by step. If it was too slow, the medicinal effects of the herbs would weaken. If it was too fast, the medicinal effects of the herbs would not be able to fuse, and it might even cause an explosion. 10 breaths of time was too fast for an alchemist. Some powerful alchemists often needed dozens of days or even months to refine a high-level elixir. That was why. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to be fooling around. In 5 breaths of time, Mu Yun controlled the alchemy fire and threw the silver-haired willow grass into the alchemy furnace. The 3 herbs were all thrown into the alchemy furnace. The difference was only 15 breaths of time. The roots of the silver-haired grass contain strong power and stimulate the bloodline. The silver-haired willow grass has strong tenacity. Although the silver-haired willow grass is of little value, it can explode with the most important medicinal effects under the stimulation of the silver-haired grass and the silver-haired grass. Mu Yun muttered to herself. Her hands were constantly controlling the vent under the alchemy furnace to adjust the size of the flame. The moon gradually set in the west. In the alchemy room, Mu Yun lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He did not care about his image and panted heavily. Tired, Mu Yun simply wanted to curse in his heart. Just refining the bone-honing elixir almost took his life. The previous Mu Yun's physical fitness was really too poor. Opening his palm, Mu Yun looked at the 9 pale silver elixirs in his palm and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He smiled slightly. Originally, he could have refined 10 bone-honing elixirs. However, Mu Yun's body could not bear the last one, which led to the failure. The bone-honing elixir can probably raise my physical body to the first level of the body-tempering realm. Without hesitation, Mu Yun swallowed a bone-honing elixir and slowly sat up. The body-tempering realm, as the name implied, was to temper the body's muscles and strengthen the body. It allowed a martial artist to have the strength of a bull and could live to more than 80 years old. Phew, he could not help but exhale. Mu Yun felt that the bone-honing elixir gradually sank into his abdomen and turned into a warm current that spread throughout his limbs. Not enough? Sensing that the effects of the bone-tempering pill had yet to reach her limbs and bones, Mu Yun swallowed another pill without hesitation. A gentle power circulated within his body, gradually spreading to every meridian in his body. Mu Yun closed her eyes and pondered. In her heart, a martial technique was quietly circulating. Jade-breaking fist. In the past, this jade-breaking fist was not even worth looking at in Mu Yun's eyes. But now, it was most suitable for him. Live again. To Mu Yun, knowledge of martial techniques, alchemy, and blacksmithing were deeply engraved in his mind. He didn't need to worry about this at all. What he needed to do now was to calm his heart and feel every bit of energy from the bone-tempering pill flowing through his body. The moon set in the western sky, and a touch of crimson appeared on the horizon. In one night, Mu Yun consumed 4 bone-tempering pills consecutively and directly skipped the body-tempering realm and stepped into the bone-tempering realm, the second level of immortal body-tempering realm. And the strength in his body was not the strength of 5 bulls, but 7 bulls. The difference of the strength of 2 bulls could be said to be 30% stronger than an ordinary bone-tempering realm martial artist. The bone-honing elixir tempers the body and refines the bones. It's reasonable to step into the bone-tempering realm. Opening his eyes and seeing the light gradually rising outside the house, Mu Yun smiled slightly. He naturally still had many refining methods in his heart. However, with his current realm and economy, it was somewhat unrealistic to want to refine those pills. With a bone-tempering realm, my hands won't be swollen when facing that old bastard Mu Qian. With a self-deprecating smile, Mu Yun was about to stand up. Buzz. Immortal extermination diagram. Immediately after, Mu Yun was shocked to discover that a picture scroll had appeared in her mind. The 3 words on the scroll were glowing brightly, blinding the eyes of those who saw them. Painting of immortal extermination. A loud explosion sounded in her mind. Mu Yun felt as if her head was about to explode. Various images flashed across his mind. Inside the painting, countless martial practitioners gathered from all directions and charged towards a ball of white light. However, the white light suddenly emitted a ray of white light. In an instant, the thousands of martial artists turned into starlight and disappeared. Mu Yun panted heavily as the scrolls seemed to be playing in her mind. What truly shocked him was that there were thousands of martial artists, and there was no lack of immortal kings among them. However, they were instantly killed by that white ball. Even Mu Yun, who was a top-notch immortal king in her previous life, had never seen such a scene. Huff, huff huff, panting heavily, Mu Yun was unable to calm down. The painting was still unfolding, but Mu Yun was no longer in the mood to look at it. Back then, it was precisely because of this treasure that he was besieged and killed by the immortal kings of the myriad worlds. In the past, he looked down on everyone and was determined to obtain this unborn treasure. Therefore, he was attacked from all sides. However, up until his death, he had never opened the painting. Who would have thought that the painting would be opened at this moment? The immortal extermination painting. The immortal extermination painting. Exterminate all immortals. Mu Yun gradually began to suspect that the reason why he did not die and was reborn into this Mu Yun might have something to do with the painting of extermination of immortality. Painting of celestial extermination. Mu Yun fell into deep thought. To be able to kill tens of thousands of cultivators with one strike, there was no lack of cultivators at the celestial king realm among them. The picture of extermination of celestial had probably surpassed the myriad great worlds. However, could there be a vast and boundless world beyond the thousands of big worlds? Mu Yun shook her head and threw away the thoughts in her mind. Then, she laughed at herself. Right now, he should be thinking about what to do. Ding, just as he was about to put the execution of the heavens painting away, a chiming sound suddenly rang out. In his mind, the execution of the heavens painting that was gradually rolling up opened a corner. Clattering sounds could be heard coming from the heaven-destroying diagram. For a moment, Mu Yun felt as if her body was about to explode. Almost instantly, her muscles and bones were struck by a tyrannical force. However, his experience as a celestial king in his previous life made him understand that the sudden surge of power from the scroll of celestial extermination was beneficial to him. Now, he just had to grit his teeth and bear it. Gradually, the sweat on his forehead gathered and flowed down his cheeks. The veins on Mu Yun's back bulged, and her clothes were already drenched in sweat. Her face was distorted because of the strong force. However, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. Hee. In my previous life, as a Supreme Celestial King, what kind of hardships have I not experienced? This little bit of hardships is nothing. With her hands clenched into fists and her body trembling, Mu Yun felt her consciousness becoming more and more blurry. However, she understood that once she fainted, the transmission of the power would probably end. Damn it, come on. Cursing loudly, Mu Yun punched the ground, using the pain to stimulate herself to stay awake. Bang, after an unknown period of time, Mu Yun sat on the ground with a bang. Fatigue spread throughout her body. However, that fatigue did not last long. A surge of power burst out from within Mu Yun's body. 4th level physical body realm, thriving breathing realm. Kneel down. Even though she was an immortal king in her previous life, Mu Yun couldn't imagine that she would jump 2 realms in a row and directly reach the 4th stage of the vigorous breathing realm. The vigorous breathing realm was the stage after the body tempering, bones forging, and tendons transformation. One would have a strong inner breath and possess the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, possessing immense strength. Moreover, he could hold his breath underwater for more than 10 minutes without flushing or panting. Compared to the first 3 tiers, the vigorous breath realm was a huge jump. But he actually crossed it just like that. Zhu Tian diagram. Zhu Tian diagram, where did you come from? Mu Yun muttered to herself as she felt the Zhu Tian diagram floating quietly in her mind. Mu Yun, you trash, get out here. However, just as Mu Yun was secretly rejoicing, a furious cry suddenly sounded outside the pill room. Then, the door of the pill room was kicked open with a bang. A figure rushed in angrily. The person who came was wearing a black short jacket and had short hair. His bare arms emitted a bronze color and his muscles bulged. He looked very powerful. Mu Yuan. Mu Yun frowned when she saw who it was. Mu Yuan was a famous genius in the family. He was a descendant of the second elder, Mu Fengqing. His talent was also amazing. At a young age, he had already reached the 4th layer of the physical body realm, and it was only a year ago. Recently, he had heard that he was about to step into the 5th level of the physical body, the Qi condensation realm. At the 5th level of the physical body realm, Qi condensation, one would be able to condense Qi and use it to injure others. It was much stronger than the physical body. Mu Yun, you trash, you bastard. Looking at Mu Yun, Mu Yuan's eyes almost spat fire. You bookworm, what did you do to get the dean to expel me? I was about to enter the Qi condensation realm, all because of you. Mu Yuan glared at Mu Yun angrily. I heard from Butler Mu that you were very impressive yesterday? How dare you make my grandfather kneel? Mu Yun, you good for nothing, listen to me. Now, get lost and kneel in front of my grandfather to apologize. Then, go to the dean and ask him to return the withdrawal order. Otherwise. Cracking sounds came from his hands as Mu Yuan stared at Mu Yun with a gloomy gaze. Mu Yuan was furious. Early in the morning, he had received an order from his tutor to drop out of school immediately and return to his family to ask for an explanation. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw Mu Qian. Mu Qian even exaggerated the cause and effect of the matter. Only then did Mu Yuan could not help but rush to Mu Yun's place without even greeting his grandfather. Kneel? Apologize? That's right. Mu Yuan sneered, don't tell me that you want to force me to use force and make you bark like a dog, just like when we were young? When Mu Yuan said this, for some reason, a trace of anger suddenly emerged in Mu Yun's heart. When they first arrived in Baiyun City, Mu Yun was only 9 years old and could not cultivate. At that time, Mu Yun's body was weak. Mu Yuan and the other Mu family disciples kept insulting and humiliating him, forcing him to kneel and bark like a dog. At that time, Mu Yun was only 9 years old and was bullied in the Mu clan in Nanyun City. When he came to Baiyun City, he was even more introverted and had no one to rely on. In his mind, a memory surfaced. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth gradually curled up. I know that you will never experience the pain of the past again in the future. Mu Yun dispelled the sadness in her heart and stared at Mu Yuan. Trash, kneel and bark like a dog. Otherwise, I won't treat you as well as I did when we were young. Seeing that Mu Yun still dared to stare at him, Mu Yuan shouted coldly. Although he did not know how Mu Yun, this trash, got acquainted with the Dean and Great Master Mo when Mu Yuan knew that Mu Yun was naturally cowardly. In the past 10 years in the Mu clan, he had been taught a lesson like a dog. No matter how Mu Yun and Great Master Mo got acquainted, as long as Great Master Mo left, Mu Yun would still be nothing. He, who could not cultivate at all, would still be a trash to be bullied. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The wicked needed to be dealt with badly. Trash, kneel down and bark like a dog. Mu Yun stared at Mu Yuan and said indifferently. Staring at Mu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but then he laughed out loud. Mu Yun, I think you're a big shot in the Mu family just because you have Master Mo on your side? Trash, what right do you have to make me kneel down? Before he finished speaking, Mu Yuan's body had already rushed out. Physical body level 4 developing breath realm, strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Mu Yuan's punch was powerful. Penetrating fist. This move was something he had learned in Baiyun Academy, penetrating fist. It connected the muscles, bones, and tendons of the entire body into a single entity. The strength it could unleash far surpassed the strength of 9 bulls, and even more than 10 bulls. Mu Yuan had strong confidence that this attack was enough to make Mu Yun kneel down and beg for mercy. Today, I'll let you know who's the trash. With that, Mu Yun took a step forward. Jade breaking fist, jade shattering. With a low shout, Mu Yun clenched his hands into fists. His joints protruded, perfectly round and capable. On the surface of his fists, a faintly discernible arc of air appeared, vibrating the air and protecting his hands. Crack crack, the 4 fists collided, and cracking sounds were heard. Mu Yuan's charging figure was instantly blocked. His face turned purplish red in an instant, then gradually lost its color and became pale. The next moment, a tragic howl was heard. Mu Yuan's arms drooped, and his eyes bulged. His eyeballs were bloodshot. With a plop, his arms drooped weakly by his sides. Mu Yuan knelt on the ground and could not help but wail. What kind of fist was that? Mu Yuan felt as if he was facing a nightmare. The attack just now did not seem to have collided with Mu Yuan's fists, but the amethyst rock that was harder than granite. Mu Yun, this trash, when did he become so powerful? Now, who's the trash? Mu Yun took a step forward and looked down at Mu Yuan. Jade breaking fist was a body tempering fist technique that Mu Yun had obtained previously. It could temper a martial artist's body and increase their explosive power. In Mu Yun's eyes, this martial skill was indeed trash. However, if this martial skill was taken out in the Tianyun continent, it would definitely shock the world. Simple, direct, and effective. This was the essence of the jade shattering fist. Although Mu Yun was only at the level 4 vigorous breathing realm, her physical strength was far beyond 9 bulls. She had already reached the terrifying strength of 18 bulls, which was 2 times that of an ordinary vigorous breathing realm martial artist. Mu Yuan was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, seeking his own destruction. Kneel down and bark like a dog, and I'll spare your life. Mu Yun said bluntly as she stared at Mu Yuan. Evil. People must be dealt with in an even more ruthless way. You're dreaming. I'd rather die than bark like a dog. Mu Yuan crawled backward in fear and said in a trembling voice. Is that so? Taking a step forward, Mu Yun's fingers turned into claws and grabbed Mu Yuan's elbow joints. She smiled and said, do you believe that if you don't bark and I press down with my fingers, your arms will be crippled for the rest of your life? Crippled? Hearing this, Mu Yuan was completely stunned. He no longer had the time to think about why Mu Yun suddenly became so strong. Crippled, once crippled, he, Mu Yuan, would become a complete trash. In the future, there would be no need to talk about the path of the strong. Are you going to bark or not? I don't have time to waste with you. Mu Yun said with a gloomy face. 1, 2. Woof, woof. Suddenly, Mu Yuan opened his mouth and let out 2 barks. Woof, woof, woof. His body trembled non-stop. Mu Yuan knelt on the ground and kept opening his mouth to let out barks. He gave in. Once he became trash, he had nothing left. Therefore, he could only give in. Mu Yun, what are you doing? Chapter 19. The dignity of Mu Linchin Grandpa. When he saw who it was, Mu Yuan burst into tears. His body couldn't help but tremble even more. Mu Yun, you bastard, what are you doing? Seeing Mu Yuan's arms drooping, Mu Fengqing's body trembled with anger. Behind him, Mu Qian lowered his head and stared darkly at Mu Yun. What? Mu Yun chuckled and said, nothing much. I was just playing games with Mu Yuan that I often played when I was young. Mu Yun, how dare you attack a disciple of the same clan and make Yuan learn from a dog? I think you're tired of living. Mu Fengqing's lungs were about to explode from anger. Second elder, what do you mean? I remember when I was 9 years old, Mu Yuan wanted me to bark like a dog. Godfather tried to stop me, but you just said that it was just a child playing around. That is indeed a child's play. Mu Fengqing teased. Really? Mu Yun's expression gradually turned cold. She smiled and said, then, when I was 12 years old, Mu Yuan used me as a sandbag to practice martial arts. When I was 15 years old, Mu Yuan hung me upside down on a tree as a target to practice archery. Is this also a child's play? Mu Yun. No matter what, Mu Yuan is your clan brother. Elder brother? Mu Yun sneered and said, trash, you're not worthy to be my clan brother. In her previous life, she had seen too many treacherous villains. Mu Yun deeply understood that evildoers needed to be dealt with by evildoers. At the crucial moment, showing mercy to evildoers would be leaving behind a calamity for oneself. How did you treat me back then? Now, I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Humph, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have Master Mo's support? If I kill you now, I don't believe that Mo will bother with my Mu clan because of you. Mu Fengqing coldly stated. He finally saw it clearly. Regardless of whether Mu Yun was really stupid or pretending to be stupid, the current Mu Yun was like a tiger cub gradually revealing its claws, ready to bite at any time. He had changed, he had really changed, he had become terrifying. How dare you? Just as Mu Fengqing's killing intent was about to engulf Mu Yun, a snort suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard. Godfather. Patriarch. Mu Linchen put his hands behind his back and walked into the courtyard. His eyes were shining as he looked at Mu Yun. Second elder, I think you're getting more and more impudent. Mu Linchen frowned and scolded. Mu Yuan is a disciple of the Mu family, and Yuner is also a disciple of the Mu family. It's unavoidable for disciples to get injured when sparring. But you actually wanted to kill Yuner. Do you know that he is my son, Mu Linchen? Mu Linchen's voice was filled with anger. Today's matter is over. But, Patriarch, second elder, didn't you hear what I said? Mu Linchen exuded a powerful aura that threatened the second elder. Yes. Gritting his teeth, Mu Fengqing lowered his head. Today's matter was caused by Mu Qian spouting nonsense and sowing discord among the disciples of the Mu family. Mu Qian's cultivation shall be crippled and he shall be expelled from the Mu family. With a plop, Mu Qian sat on the ground, his face pale. All these years, he had relied on his identity as the Mu family's housekeeper to bully the weak. Once his cultivation was crippled and he was expelled from the Mu family, his fate would be. After saying this, Mu Linchen turned around and looked at Mu Yun. Yuner, come with me. Family Qin's father has brought Miss Qin here. Come with me to receive them. Ah? What ah? Come with me. Mu Linchen glared at Mu Yun and shouted. After walking out of the courtyard, Mu Linchen suddenly stopped and looked at Mu Yun with a sizing up expression. 4th level physical body realm, and your strength is not as simple as that. You brat, you've hidden your strength well. Mu Yun did not expect her foster father to see through her at a glance. She scratched her head awkwardly. I don't want to ask you what's going on, but since you've agreed to my foster father's marriage, you have to fulfill it. Without asking too much, Mu Linchen went straight to the point. Since you're married to the young lady of the Qin family, you should know that Qin Mengyao has contracted a strange disease. Many alchemists say that she won't live past 20 years old. Since you know Master Mo, the old man of the Qin family is here to ask you to let Master Mo take a look at Qin Mengyao and see if there's still hope for her illness. Strange illness? Would not live past the age of 20, Mu Yun suddenly understood. No wonder the family Qin had chosen her for the marriage. So this was the reason. Foster father, I don't have a deep relationship with Master Mo. Moreover, that old man is very annoying. He could do it, that old man? Very annoying, no one else in the entire Nanyun Empire dared to say this. Reporting to Patriarch, President Liu and Master Mo are outside. They say, they have some questions to ask young Master Yun. Just as the two of them were about to step into the main hall, a report was heard. F***ck, Mu Yun couldn't help but scold, Godfather, I told you that this old man is very annoying. Glaring at Mu Yun, Mu Linchen hurriedly walked out to welcome the two of them. Lu Xiaotian was an existence that could shake the entire Baiyun city with just a stomp of his feet. Master Mo was an existence that could shock tens of thousands of people in the entire Nanyun Empire with just a puff of his breath. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. In the main hall of the Mu family, Patriarch Qin Shiyu, Qin Mengyao, and the rest of the Mu family were sitting on one side. Mu Yun was bored to death as she stood behind Mu Linchen, listening to the chatter of the old men. Master Mo, it's like this. My Yaoer has been suffering from a cold disease since she was young. Every full moon night, the cold energy in her body would leak out uncontrollably. Many alchemists say that she won't live past 20 years old. Today, the old me would like to shamelessly ask for Master Mo's help. Seeing that the time was right, Qin Shiyu suddenly opened his mouth to request. Seeing Master Mo pause, Mu Linchen hurriedly said, Miss Qin and Yun'er will be engaged soon. Now, Mengyao is also our family Qin's future daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Master Mo was instantly energized. Since she's Brother Mu's fiancée, this old me will naturally do my best. Today, I'm deeply uneasy to disturb Brother Mu. Little girl Qin, old me will take a look at you. Hearing that she was Qin Yun's fiancée, Master Mo seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. It wasn't difficult for him to see that Mu Yun was impatient with him. However, Mu Yun's understanding of alchemy was really shocking. As a 6-star apothecary, face meant nothing to him at all. What he yearned for was to be able to forge pills of a higher grade, and that was what he yearned for the most. That was why he was so thick-skinned as to pay another visit. Now that he heard that Qin Mengyao was Mu Yun's fiancée, Master Mo naturally wanted to lend a helping hand to repay Mu Yun. Hearing this, Qin Mengyao walked forward and stretched out her slender hand. Master Mo spread out his 10 fingers, and the genuine essence flowed on his fingertips. It turned into wisps of fine threads and wound around Qin Mengyao's arms. True origin could only be produced when one reached the condensed origin realm. Looking at Master Mo's technique, Mu Yun understood that Master Mo was extremely proficient in controlling his quintessential essence. He had probably already surpassed the 10th level physical body realm. Master Mo sensed the changes in Qin Mengyao's body with his Xianxia. Sometimes he shook his head and sometimes he frowned. After a long time, Master Mo withdrew his vital essence and remained silent. How is it, Master Mo? Seeing Master Mo's expression, old Qin's heart was in his throat. Qin Mengyao had been attacked by the cold air since she was young, but she was extremely talented. If she died, the Qin family would undoubtedly lose a genius. The old me is powerless. After a long silence, Master Mo said helplessly, there seems to be a mass of cold air in this little girl's abdomen. It expands and contracts sometimes. When I approached the cold air with my genuine essence, it was instantly frozen. I've never heard of such a strange disease. It was over. Hearing Master Mo's words, old Qin's heart fell into an icehouse. If even Master Mo was powerless, then there was probably no one in the entire Nanyun Empire who could cure his granddaughter. Was Yaoer destined to not live past the age of 20? However, Master Mo coughed and suddenly said, the old me is powerless, but perhaps Brother Mu Yun has a way. Master Mo suddenly said. F***ck, hearing Master Mo's words, Mu Yun cursed in her heart. Damn old man, not only did he disturb her every day, he even threw a burden to her. However, hearing Master Mo's words, the others stared at Mu Yun suspiciously. Take off all your clothes. Seeing their suspicious eyes, Master Mo couldn't help but say, Brother Mu is the most talented alchemist old me has seen in so many years. No, he's a monster. I'm 90 years old now. It's funny that my knowledge is not even 1/10 of Brother Mu's. I can't do anything about Qin Wanru's strange disease, but Brother Mu, maybe you can. Although he didn't believe it, in the entire Southern Cloud Empire, the number of people who could make Master Mo hold them in such high regard was definitely less than 5. There was no one that Master Mo respected. Master Mo didn't look like he was joking. Hee. Master Mo, although you are the most powerful alchemist in the empire and I have no doubts about your alchemy skills, if you can't cure Mu Yun, the first elder chuckled. His tone was filled with sarcasm. It was said that Master Mo's alchemy skills were unfathomable, but the longer he lived, the more confused he became. It was a strange illness that even a 6-star apothecary like him couldn't treat. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that Mu Yun had a solution. However, at this moment, Mu Yun could not care so much. Mo had thrown all the responsibility to him. He had really troubled the old man. You, godfather, I do have some methods, but I can't guarantee that they will work. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Mu Linchen's face lit up. On the other side, Grandpa Qin also stared at Mu Yun with anticipation. Yesterday, he had already seen how extraordinary Mu Yun was. Today, when he heard Mu Yun's words, he was even more surprised. Then please take a look at Meng Yao, young Master Mu. Qin Shiyu said with a smile. Seeing Qin Shiyu's smile, Mu Yun felt goosebumps on her back for no reason. She slowly walked to Qin Meng Yao. It had to be said that Qin Meng Yao was definitely a first-class beauty based on her figure alone. However, Mu Yun felt a sense of pity when she thought about how such a beauty was destined to not live past the age of 20. Placing her fingers on Qin Meng Yao's pulse, Mu Yun immediately felt a trace of softness and smoothness. Her skin was as delicate as snow. This was probably how to describe a beauty like Qin Meng Yao, Dong Dong. However, in the next moment, Mu Yun instantly felt a powerful icy aura engulfing her entire body. Cold, a thought instantly appeared in Mu Yun's mind. With a ding, the execution of the heavens diagram opened in Mu Yun's mind. In the next moment, an icy blue phantom suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's mind. Ice Phoenix Divine Soul. Mu Yun was stunned on the spot. No wonder Qin Meng Yao's body was so cold all year round. So it was because of the Ice Phoenix's divine soul. Others did not know what the Ice Phoenix divine soul was, but Mu Yun was well aware of it. Even among the thousands of great worlds, the number of martial practitioners who possessed the Ice Phoenix's divine soul was 1 in 100 million. The Ice Phoenix was a primordial divine beast of the Phoenix race. How powerful was its witch? It was simply inconceivable that Qin Meng Yao could suppress the cold aura of the Ice Phoenix's divine soul with the vital essence in her body for several years. How is it? Qin Shiyu asked anxiously after seeing Mu Yun's expression change a few times in a while. He did not know whether Mu Yun could do it or not. If not for Master Mo, he would not have any hope for Mu Yun at all. Although it's powerful, it's not impossible. Mu Yun said after a moment of silence. There was a way. Hearing Mu Yun's words, a smile appeared on Mu Linchen's face. Master Mo was full of praise for Mu Yun in his heart. From the moment he saw Mu Yun, Master Mo realized how extraordinary Mu Yun was. The cold poison in Qin Meng Yao's body came strangely, and he really did not have a way. But for some reason, he just felt that Mu Yun would have a way. You really have a way? Qin Shiyu was still in disbelief. He stood up and pulled Mu Yun. Of course. In less than a month I will be able to cure the cold poison in Miss Qin's body. Moreover, I will return a genius to your family Qin. Mu Yun's words were not nonsense. The Ice Phoenix's divine soul was a genius that could only be seen once in 1,000 years. Qin Meng Yao was destined to be famous in the entire Tianyun continent in the future. However, I need to prepare some medicinal herbs. No problem. Before Mu Yun could finish speaking, Qin Shiyu immediately replied, as long as my family Qin can afford the medicinal herbs, it won't be a problem. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I won't hesitate. Grandfather, the medicinal herbs I need are the jade spirit fruit, green jade grass, flowing rain fruit root, and blood sun handle flower. These 4 are the main herbs. As for the other side herbs, I can think of ways to find some substitutes. These 4 herbs are indispensable. Mu Yun said faintly. However, when Mu Yun's words fell, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Mu Yun with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. What's wrong? Can't you get these 4 herbs? If you can't, then. I can. Qin Shiyu regained his senses and immediately replied, I'll send these herbs over tomorrow. I'll send them over immediately. As Xianxia spoke, he could no longer hold it in and immediately rushed out of the hall. Is it that urgent? Mu Yun was stunned. That. Brother Mu. Looking at Mu Yun, Master Mo hesitated and said, "Are you sure that these 4 herbs can control the cold poison in Qin Mingyao's body?" Why? Nothing. Master Mo shook his head. The reason why he was surprised was not because the jasper spiritual fruit, green jade grass, flowing rain fruit root, and bloody sun handle flower were too precious. Instead, it was because these 4 herbs were very common in the southern Cloud Empire. They were only slightly more expensive than the purple jade fruit. He knew that he would definitely not be able to cure the cold poison in Qin Mingyao's body. However, Mu Yun could cure the cold poison in Qin Mingyao's body with just these 4 herbs as the main herbs. Was it possible? Mo Wen's heart was also pounding nonstop. That night, the Qin great-grandfather had already brought the 4 herbs over. A total of 4 carriages were loaded with medicinal herbs. Mu Yan's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. What kind of joke was this? In her previous life, the jasper spiritual fruit, green jade grass, flowing rain fruit root, and bloody sun handle flower were extremely rare even in the thousands of big worlds. Could it be that they were so common in these 3,000 small worlds? Every full moon's night, Qin Mingyao's cold poison would act up. Today was the full moon's night. Whether Mu Yun really had a way or was just bluffing, they would know tonight. The first elder, second elder, and the others from the 2 branches were waiting outside Mu Yun's courtyard. They wanted to see what methods Mu Yun had. Master Mo had originally wanted to observe Mu Yun's methods, but he was mercilessly chased out by Mu Yun. In the small courtyard where Mu Yun was, a water barrel used for bathing was filled with clear water. Below the wooden barrel, a flame was burning. The water in the wooden barrel was bubbling. Mu Yun stood in front of the wooden barrel. Her hands were holding various medicinal herbs. On the other side, Qin Mingyao looked at Mu Yun in confusion. Originally, he thought that Mu Yun was going to use the 4 main medicinal herbs to concoct a pill for him. He did not expect that it would be a medicinal bath. However, in terms of medicinal properties, a medicinal pill was definitely stronger than a medicinal bath. Before this, he had already taken many medicinal pills, but they had no effect. Was Mu Yun's medicinal bath really effective? However, Mu Yun did not care about this in his heart. Although he had agreed to his foster father's proposal yesterday, it did not mean that he was willing to marry this woman in front of him. The reason why the family Qin chose Qin Mingyao to be engaged to him was mainly because Qin Mingyao did not have long to live. If he cured Qin Mingyao and pushed the boat along with the current to reject this marriage, the family Qin would definitely agree. Moreover, it would be a great favor to the family Qin if he could cure Qin Mingyao. The relationship between the family Qin and the Mu family would definitely be better than before. Go in. Seeing that the boiling water in the barrel was gradually changing color, Mu Yun nodded and said to Qin Mingyao behind her. Okay. Wait. Seeing that Qin Mingyao was about to step into the barrel, Mu Yun suddenly stopped him. The medicinal bath needs to be integrated with your body. Take off all your clothes. What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qin Mingyao's ears flushed red. Originally, agreeing to let Mu Yun treat her was already the most difficult decision she had made. Now, Mu Yun still made her completely naked. You. What about me? Please, Miss Qin, I'm not coveting your beauty. It's just that if I cure you, our engagement can also be annulled. The relationship between the 2 families will not be strained because of this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to do this. You. Fine, Mu Yun, I don't care if you were pretending to be stupid or really stupid. If you can't cure me, I will definitely kill you. Seeing Mu Yun's indifferent look, Qin Mingyao said angrily. From the age of 10 until now, the cold poison in her body would act up every full moon night. Even if she endured 9 years of pain, her heart was already on the verge of collapse. Therefore, when she heard that Mu Yun had a way, she was willing to try. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, she did not want to give up. Can you turn around? No. Mu Yun said straightforwardly, now, I'm the doctor, and you're the patient. You have to do as I say. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, don't blame me. Qin Mingyao pursed her lips, not expecting Mu Yun to be so domineering. Qin Mengyao stepped into the bucket, squatted down, and slowly unbuttoned her clothes. However, this scene almost made Mu Yun unable to control herself. Qin Mengyao was wearing a long dress, but at this moment, the long dress was soaked in the medicine and clung tightly to Qin Mengyao's body, showing off Qin Mengyao's perfect figure. Wet. Seductive, Qin Mengyao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the medicine bucket, she gradually took off her clothes one by one. Take off your veil too. You, seeing Mu Yun's shameless look, Qin Mengyao almost wanted to jump out and slap her to death. However, when she thought about how she did not have any clothes on her, Qin Mengyao finally suppressed the anger in her heart. She had already taken off her clothes, so she did not mind taking off one last piece. Slowly taking off her veil, Qin Mengyao's face was finally completely revealed in front of Mu Yun. In the next moment, Mu Yun was instantly stunned on the spot. Her oval-shaped face was flushed red, and her fairy-like appearance was as dazzling as spring. Her cheeks were slightly red from the sun, and her eyes revealed a hint of shyness. Even though Mu Yun was a celestial king in her previous life and had seen countless beauties, her heart could not help but skip a beat. Take your hands off. Have you seen enough? Seeing Mu Yun staring at her, Qin Mengyao felt even more embarrassed. This was the first time she stood naked in front of a man. Although her body was in the medicinal tub, the medicinal herbs alone were unable to resist her body. As long as Mu Yun lowered her head slightly, she would be able to see the scene in the tub. No. Mu Yun said shamelessly, such a beautiful face. It's a waste to cover it with a cloth every day. What a waste. As Mu Yun spoke, she walked to the front of the wooden tub. What are you doing? What am I doing? Treating the illness, miss. Mu Yun said speechlessly, didn't you notice that the water in the wooden tub is bubbling, but you don't feel anything when you're in it? That's right, Qin Mengyao was stunned. She did not notice this at all because of her embarrassment just now. The water in the wooden tub was already boiling, but she did not feel anything at all. It was too strange. Next, don't speak. Do as I say. Mu Yun ignored Qin Mengyao's surprise. She stood in front of the wooden tub with various medicinal herbs in her hands. Now, I'll start adding the medicinal herbs. If you feel hot, tell me. As Mu Yun spoke, she threw the various medicinal herbs in her hands into the wooden tub. However, Qin Mengyao gradually realized that although Mu Yun seemed to be adding the medicinal herbs randomly, there seemed to be some rules in it. As for what the rules were, she was not sure. Moreover, every once in a while, Mu Yun would put her hands into the tub. The boiling water did not affect her at all. However, Qin Mengyao carefully realized that every time Mu Yun put her hands into the tub, she did not make a sound. However, when she took them out, her hands were red and her forehead was covered in sweat. It's hot. After a full hour, Qin Mengyao felt that the water in the tub had become a little hot. Phew, exhaling slightly, Mu Yun massaged her waist. The frost aura of the ice phoenix spirit was indeed powerful. In an hour, she did not know how many medicinal herbs she added and how many times she changed the tub, but it only made Qin Mengyao feel hot. However, this was only the beginning. From now on, there will be no changes until the full moon in the sky. However, when the full moon is in the sky, the frost poison in your body will completely explode. But remember, this time, don't use your vital essence to resist it. Hearing this, Qin Mengyao was surprised. The frost poison in her body was at its strongest when the moon was in the middle of the sky. Even her grandfather didn't know, so how did Mu Yun know? Mu Yun said seriously, what you need to do is to feel it with your heart. Feel the origin of the cold energy in your dantian and try to integrate your true origin energy into it. It might be very painful during the process, and I can't help you. However, once you succeed, your cold poison will completely disappear. That bullshit tea saying that you'll die by the age of 20 will also disappear. Qin Mengyao nodded and smiled. For some reason, she realized that Mu Yun was completely different from what the rumors in Baiyun City said in this short period of time. Gradually, the moon rose. Qin Mengyao sat in the tub of medicine, looking nervous. Qin Mengyao frowned when she heard a muffled groan. It's here. Mu Yun knew that the true frost poison had begun to act up. Actually, the so-called frost poison was just the frost aura emitted by the ice phoenix spirit that was too powerful. Mu Yun did not know why Qin Mengyao had the Ice Phoenix spirit in her body, but Mu Yun was very clear about how powerful and terrifying the Ice Phoenix spirit was. With Qin Mengyao's current realm, it was impossible for her to resist it. The medicinal bath he made could only resist the frost aura emitted by the Ice Phoenix spirit in Qin Mengyao's body. However, if Qin Mengyao could not completely merge with the Ice Phoenix spirit, her frost poison would still relapse. Only by completely merging with the Ice Phoenix spirit could she truly grasp the spirit's power and gradually discover its abilities. This was also the only way to completely resolve the frost poison in Qin Mengyao's body. "Hang in there!" Mu Yun could not help but shout when she saw Qin Mengyao's expression become more and more painful. However, gradually, the boiling medicinal water began to calm down. Qin Mengyao's beautiful face became paler and paler. At this moment, Qin Mengyao felt extremely cold. It was as if she had come to a world of ice and snow. The sky and earth were covered in pure white snow. The boundless coldness invaded her body. Facing the cold aura, she only wanted to fall into a deep sleep and not care about anything else. The coldness drove out her will and everything about her. However, suddenly, just as Qin Mengyao was about to give up everything, a palm appeared in front of her. That palm pulled her up from the abyss and warmed her heart. It was so comfortable that she gradually regained her consciousness. Only at this moment did Qin Mengyao suddenly wake up. Looking at the huge illusory ice sculpture in front of her, a strong fighting spirit erupted from her body. "You have troubled me for 9 years. Today, you will submit to me." Looking at the huge illusory figure, Qin Mengyao only felt an endless fighting spirit erupting from her body. That faintly discernible palm had always given her strength, allowing her to face that illusory figure without fear. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard. Qin Mengyao felt as if something in her dantian had been destroyed. In an instant, a cold aura spread throughout her body. However, this time around, the ice-cold aura caused her to feel extremely comfortable. To her, the frost poison was no longer a frost poison, but a power. Phew, letting out a long sigh, Qin Mengyao opened her eyes from her daze. For 9 whole years, she had never felt like she had been reborn like today. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, Qin Mengyao suddenly let out a scream. "What are you doing?" Qin Mengyao said angrily when she opened her eyes and saw that Mu Yun's palm was actually holding her breasts tightly. Without another word, she raised her fist and punched Mu Yun's nose. Originally, Mu Yun could have dodged this punch. However, at this moment, Mu Yun couldn't dodge at all. With a bang, 2 lines of blood flowed out from her nose. However, Mu Yun's palm was still tightly clenched and didn't let go. It wasn't that he didn't want to let go, but that he couldn't. Seeing that Qin Mengyao had fallen into a daze, he planned to use his own power to transfer it into her body from Qin Mengyao's chest. However, the moment Qin Mengyao completely merged with the Ice Phoenix spirit, she released a cold aura and actually sucked his palm onto Qin Mengyao's chest. "What are you doing?" 2 lines of blood flowed out from his nose. Mu Yun said speechlessly, "If it weren't for me, you would already be dead. Eldest miss, you are obviously biting the hand that feeds you." Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qin Mengyao gradually understood the power that came from her palm and the warmth that came from her chest. "Pervert, then hurry up and take it away." Qin Mengyao knew that she had wronged Mu Yun and said angrily, "I want to take it away, but you won't let me." Mu Yun wanted to cry but had no tears. The cold aura of the spirit emitted from Qin Mengyao's body stuck his palm firmly to her chest. With Mu Yun's current 4th stage body tempering realm, she couldn't break free at all. I just controlled this power and can't control it properly." "Wait a moment," Qin Mengyao said awkwardly. The power of the Ice Phoenix spirit was extremely strong. It was Qin Mengyao's first time controlling it. With her current realm, it was indeed difficult for her to control it. "Can your hand be more obedient? Don't move around." "Aya, you're hurting me." "You pervert, if you move around again, I'll freeze your entire body." The night passed slowly, and a ray of sunlight gradually appeared on the horizon. After a night of hard work, Qin Mengyao finally made some progress. He could control the cold aura in his body and move Mu Yun's demonic claws away from his chest. However, this night was painful and happy for Mu Yun. Early in the morning, the two of them opened the courtyard door and were stunned by the scene in front of them. They originally thought that the crowd waiting outside would have dispersed after a night. Looking at the large crowd outside the courtyard door, Mu Yun knew that he was wrong. Qin Mingyao and Mu Yun didn't sleep well last night. At this moment, they looked slightly haggard. Being stared at by a large group of people and recalling what happened last night, Qin Mingyao's face revealed a troubled expression. However, this expression was interpreted differently in the eyes of the crowd. Mu Yun failed? Yaoer, how is it? Seeing her granddaughter's haggard expression, Qin Shiyu sighed and said, "It's okay if he didn't succeed. It's not the first time." Haha. I knew it. How can Mu Yun, this little bastard, possibly solve a problem that even Master Mo can't solve? She's so pretentious and even used some common herbs like the green jade spirit fruit. How can she possibly cure the strange cold poison in Miss Jean's body? The first elder laughed and couldn't help but dance with joy. He had waited here for a night just to see Mu Yun make a fool of herself. Originally, he thought that Mu Yun's personality had changed and she had turned from a good-for-nothing to a genius. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. A good-for-nothing was a good-for-nothing. Mu Yun only relied on her little tricks to fool Master Mo. The second elder chuckled and said, "Master Mo, I think you've misjudged her this time. There's something wrong with Mu Yun's head. If she can succeed, I'm willing to eat sh*t. Grandfather, you've misunderstood. Mu Yun, he helped me clear the cold poison in my body. I'm fine now. Moreover, I might be about to break through." What? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Succeeded, she really succeeded. Even Master Mo couldn't solve the problem, but Mu Yun actually solved it. Qin Shiyu said excitedly, "Good, good. Chief Shepherds, you have a good son." Baiyun City said that young Master Mu is a good-for-nothing. I think they're the ones who are blind. Haha. Old Master Qin, let's talk in the hall. Mu Linchen was also so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. The family was already very dissatisfied with him because of his love for Mu Yun. However, what Mu Yun had done in the past 2 days was beyond his expectations. Although he didn't understand whether Mu Yun had been biding her time or if there were other reasons, Mu Yun's change made him, as her foster father, very happy. Wait. Cripple your brother. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Mu Yun suddenly said, "Father, old Master Qin, didn't you hear what someone said just now?" Someone's words? Hearing Mu Yun's words, second elder's body trembled. I heard someone say earlier that if I were to cure Miss Qin, he would be willing to eat shit. Isn't that right, second elder? After Mu Yun finished speaking, her eyes were like an eagle's as she stared at second elder. Yuner, don't be impudent. Mu Linchen knew that if he did not stop her, Mu Yun might really make second elder eat shit. After all, Master Mo was here. Master Mo would obviously protect Mu Yun. Second elder did not dare to resist at all. Forget it. I can't be bothered to listen to some people's words. Father, there are still some things that I need to deal with in the academy. I'll go to the academy first. After Mu Yun gave his greetings, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. If the second elder was really forced to eat sh*t, the entire Mu family would be in chaos. Seeing Mu Yun leave, Mu Linchen smiled bitterly. The second elder's face was as ugly as a pig's liver. She did not expect that Mu Yun's personality had changed 2 days ago and she actually cured Qin Mingyao last night. How did this trash suddenly become so powerful? Even Mu Yuan was no match for him. Second elder. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Second elder, Mu Yun has suddenly become so powerful. In the future, he will definitely be the biggest threat to Mu Lang and Mu Yuan. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. First elder said sinisterly. Of course I understand, but this matter still requires detailed planning. The second elder's eyes were like a venomous snake as he stared at the departing Mu Yun and said, "It's not easy to make a move in Baiyun City. We need to use some authority." The two elders looked at each other. The meaning in their eyes was self-evident. After curing Qin Mingyao, Mu Yun was in a great mood. Moreover, now that he had reached the 4th level of the physical body realm, under the influence of Qin Mingyao's Ice Phoenix spirit last night, Mu Yun was surprised to find that his body had actually started to produce traces of energy. The fifth level of the fleshly body, the qi condensation realm, was when the meridians within the body produced qi. The so-called qi gene was the use of softness to overcome hardness, using 5 tails to lift 1,000 gene. The strength of his qi was even more mysterious than the strength of his physical body. However, Mu Yun also understood that his body had just been transformed by the bone-tempering pill. If he improved too quickly, it would leave behind a root cause of illness. Baiyun Academy. In the past, every time Mu Yun stepped into Baiyun Academy, there would always be a feeling of resistance in her heart. However, today was different from the past. Mu Yun leisurely strolled around the academy with relaxed steps. Bang! In front of him, under a small forest, several figures were clustered together. A young man dressed in gorgeous clothes raised his fist and smashed it on the face of another young man who was half kneeling on the ground. The young man who was kneeling on the ground was dressed in hemp clothes. He looked delicate and pretty, but his cheeks were swollen at the moment, making it hard for people to compliment him. Baiyun Academy. Although it was an academy established by the imperial family in Baiyun City, there were both disciples from aristocratic families and disciples from humble families. There were also some fights between the students. Thinking about her current position, Mu Yun prepared to go around. She was too lazy to care about the children's quarrels. Bah! Qi Ming, your father is a gambler, your mother is a prostitute, and you are the most lowly commoner. Remember, when you see me in the future, scram wherever you should. Qi Ming, hearing this name, Mu Yun was stunned. F***ck, my student. After carefully searching her memory, Mu Yun could not help but curse. Qi Ming was a student of her class. He was born poor and relied on his own strength to enter Baiyun Academy. In Mu Yun's impression, this kid had always been kind and honest. How did he provoke these people? Diao Yun, don't go overboard. Qi Ming was pressed to the ground by a few people. He said fiercely, if you have the ability, fight one-on-one with me. One-on-one? Haha. Hearing Qi Ming's words, Diao Yun laughed and said, Qi Ming, I think you're F***king stupid. Your mentor Mu Yun is a fool, and all of you students have been taught silly by her. I have people. Why would I fight one-on-one with you? F***ck. Hearing this, Mu Yun was instantly unhappy. You hit my student and scolded me. This Diao Yun must be tired of living. Stop. Seeing that Diao Yun wanted to continue, Mu Yun walked to the edge of the grove and looked at Diao Yun and the others. Private fights are strictly prohibited in the academy. Diao Yun, don't you know? Hearing someone speak, Diao Yun's body trembled. However, when he turned around and saw Mu Yun, he laughed even harder. Mentor Mu? On the other hand, Qi Ming did not expect Mu Yun to appear here. In the past, he had been bullied by others, but every time Mu Yun saw him, she would avoid him. This time, Mu Yun actually rushed over. He could not believe it. I was wondering who it was. So it's Big Idiot Mu. Diao Yun clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Big idiot, I won't hit you since you're from the Mu family. Scram. Diao Yun knew that Mu Yun was an illegitimate child. In the Mu family, she was even worse than a servant. In his eyes, Mu Yun was still the blockhead from before. However, as the supreme immortal king in her previous life, Mu Yun's heart was already burning with anger when she heard this. Scram? Mu Yun sneered. Diao Yun, you're so arrogant. You bullied your classmates and dared to scold your mentor. According to the academy's rules, I, Mentor Mu, will reluctantly teach you a lesson today. Qi Ming did not know what was wrong with Mu Yun today. He shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. In the past, Mu Yun would occasionally intervene in the fights between students. However, after being taught a lesson by those students, Mu Yun became well-behaved. He did not know why he had jumped out again today. This Mentor Mu was really a pitiful person. He was considered famous in the entire Baiyun city. It was just that his name was not pleasant to the ears. Haha, Diao Yun almost peed himself from laughing when he heard Mu Yun's words. Big Idiot Mu, is there something wrong with your head today? Diao Yun pointed at Mu Yun and said disdainfully, you're just a good-for-nothing. I called you a mentor because I like you. If there's nothing else, scram. Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because the shepherds dote on you. Ah. However, Diao Yun, who was speaking, suddenly felt pain in his palm. A huge force clamped down on his arm. Call me big idiot Mu again, and I'll break your arm. Mu Yun, you bastard. Let go of me. Let go of me, you good for nothing. If you dare to touch me, the Diao family will not let you off. He did not expect Mu Yun to suddenly attack. Diao Yun was caught off guard and his arm was grabbed by Mu Yun. However, he did not think that Mu Yun would dare to touch him. Who was he? He was a core disciple of the Diao family's younger generation. At the age of 15, he had already reached the third level of the physical body, the tendon transformation realm. He had the strength of 6 bulls and was much stronger than ordinary third-level martial artists. Mu Yun was just the foster son of the Mu family's patriarch. He was a good-for-nothing. Compared to him, he was worthless. He did not believe that Mu Yun would dare to do anything to him. Most importantly, Mu Yun had been like a blockhead for the past few years. He had been ridiculed by the mentors and bullied by the students. He had never fought back when they hit him or scolded him. He did not expect that this time, not only did Mu Yun see injustice, but she also dared to make a move on him. What was even more hateful was that Diao Yun was surprised to find that even though he was at the third level of the physical body, the tendon transformation realm, and had the strength of 6 bulls, he was as weak as a little lamb in front of Mu Yun. It seems that you think I am joking with you. Crack, Mu Yun's mocking voice rang out. There was a crack, and in the next moment, Diao Yun's face turned pale. The sound of a pig being slaughtered echoed in the small forest. Mu Yun, you bastard, Diao Yun was furious. One of his fingers was broken. He wished he could pounce on Mu Yun. The second finger. With a crack, Mu Yun's expression did not change. She once again broke another finger of Diao Yun's. Mu Yun, the third finger. Mentor. Mentor Mu, I was wrong. Diao Yun really could not bear the pain of having 3 fingers broken. You were wrong. It's useless to tell me. Tell him. Mu Yun pointed at Qi Ming, who was already dumbstruck, and said calmly, remember, from now on, only I can hit and scold my student. If you touch him again, I will cripple your brother. Diao Yun could not help but cover his lower body. I'm sorry, Qi Ming. I will never treat you like this again. Diao Yun said in a muffled voice with a bitter face. It's fine. Qi Ming still had not reacted. How did Mu Yun subdue Diao Yun? Diao Yun was at the third level of the physical body, the tendon transformation realm, while Mu Yun was completely powerless before. For some reason, Qi Ming felt that after that day in class, Mu Yun had changed completely. She had become different. Silly boy, what are you looking at? Go back to class. Mu Yun scolded jokingly when she saw Qi Ming's dumbstruck expression. In this academy that was filled with the aura of youth, Mu Yun felt that the aura in her heart seemed to be changing bit by bit. After being reborn, he naturally would not let go of the treacherous villains from his previous life. However, in this life, he was destined not to only live in hatred. He should be free and unrestrained. He should be able to repay kindness and revenge as he pleased. Outside the small forest, Diao Yun's 3 fingers drooped limply. His face was full of anger. This matter is not over. Diao Yun said fiercely when he saw Mu Yun walking towards the teaching building. What do you want to do, Diao Yun? No matter what, Mu Yun is still a member of the Mu family. Don't go overboard, a student beside him said. Mu family? He's not even comparable to a dog of the Mu family. How can I take this lying down? In a while, cooperate with me and put on a show, understand? Show? That's right. Diao Yun chuckled. In the entire Baiyun Academy, everyone dares to bully Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun has someone she's most afraid of. Once that guy appears, Mu Yun will be like a cat seeing a mouse. When that time comes, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. You're talking about Instructor Jin Dong? One of them reacted. Other than him, who else? I'm in charge of my class. After being a teacher for a few years, Mu Yun was still a little uneasy when she walked up to the podium this time. A few years ago, she was still the same Mu Yun. Now, when she walked up to the podium and looked at the youthful boys and girls, her blood was boiling. Living with these young people was what life was like. As for being in a difficult position, Mu Yun really couldn't think of any problem that these students had that could stump her. Students, I don't care what you did in the past, but from today onwards, you have to listen carefully in my class. This is my territory. If any one of you dares to mess around, don't blame me for being rude. Phew, however, before Mu Yun could finish speaking, more than half of the students below the podium had already fallen asleep. It seemed that if she didn't teach them a lesson, these students would really think that she was still the same Mu Yun from before. It smells so good. Eh? Why does it smell so good all of a sudden? In the originally quiet classroom, there was suddenly a burst of fragrance. When they smelled the fragrance, some students gradually woke up. On the podium, Mu Yun rubbed two ordinary-looking herbs in her hands against each other. That strange fragrance was produced from the friction. Gradually, more than 10 students woke up. When they saw Mu Yun's strange actions, they immediately shook their heads. They felt that Teacher Mu was really bored today, so they continued to lie on the table and wanted to continue having a good dream. However, all of a sudden, those students who were lying down again felt that something was wrong. They wanted to close their eyes drowsily, but at this moment, they couldn't. You want to sleep in my class? Dream on. Seeing the students below the podium trying to close their eyes and have a good dream again, Mu Yun snorted. What's going on? Why do my tears flow down uncontrollably when I close my eyes? A student suddenly said in surprise. Me too. I really want to cry. Suddenly, the entire classroom was in an uproar. Seeing Mu Yun's treacherous smile on the podium, these students immediately understood what was going on. Do you really want to sleep? Then you should at least go home and sleep. In my class, all of you must listen carefully. Mu Yun suddenly raised her voice and shouted. More than 30 students in the classroom were confused. However, Miao Xianyu opened her eyes wide. She clearly knew that there were two herbs in Mu Yun's hands. Purple Yushan and Grass of Sorrow. Of these two herbs, the purple Yushan could produce an aura that stimulated sleep, while the sorrowful grass could make people feel sad. One side could make people fall into a deep sleep, while the other side could make people cry. But she had not expected that the combination of the two herbs would actually make people unable to sleep. Mentor Mu, what the hell are you doing? Moyang stood up and looked at Mu Yun with fire in his eyes. He was originally sleeping soundly, but after Mu Yun's mischief, tears flowed down uncontrollably as soon as he closed his eyes. It was too painful. Moyang, watch your words. I'm your teacher now. You'd better listen to me in my class. Mu Yun placed her hands behind her back and said nonchalantly. Seeing that Mu Yun was actually so arrogant today, Moyang was instantly enraged. Originally, in Mu Yun's class, everyone would sleep when they were sleepy. If they were really too bored, they would tease Mu Yun to find some fun. But he did not expect that Mu Yun would be so ungrateful today. Mentor Mu, I'm calling you Mentor Mu. If you disturb my sleep again, I'll make you lie under the podium and lecture. Do you believe me? Moyang said proudly. Mu Yun had suffered a lot in class all these years. Moyang did not doubt that his words were enough to make Mu Yun know what was good for her. She would obediently study the textbook and not disturb his sleep anymore. Bang! However, just as Mo Yang finished speaking, a piece of chalk was smashed straight into his left eye with a bang. Immediately, a huge bump appeared on Mo Yang's left eye. Shut up and sit down. The remaining half of the chalk in her hand was constantly thrown up. Mu Yun looked at Moyang with interest. After being reborn, Mu Yun realized that the identity of a mentor in Beiyun Academy was still useful to him. That was why he continued to choose to stay here. But now, he had to establish his prestige among these students. Now that he was reborn, he didn't want to be bullied like Mu Yun had been. How dare you hit me? He did not expect that Mu Yun would unexpectedly throw half of the chalk and hit his left eye. Moyang was instantly enraged and wanted to rush to the podium. Bang! However, just as Moyang took a step out of his seat, another bang sounded. With a thud, Moyang lost his balance and his knee was hit hard. With a bang, he knelt on one knee. Student Moyang, I know you want to apologize to the mentor, but you don't have to kneel. Seeing Moyang kneeling on one knee, Mu Yun said indifferently. With his eyesight, it was not difficult to see that Moyang was in the fourth layer of the physical body. However, Moyang's fourth layer of the physical body only had the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. It was not even half of his strength. In front of him, it was really insignificant. Mu Yun, you, bang, before Moyang could say a word, a piece of chalk hit Moyang's mouth with a bang. Blood gushed out. This time, Moyang was completely obedient. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Mu Yun, dumbfounded. The entire classroom was silent. They stared at Mu Yun as if they were looking at a monster. In the previous class, Mu Yun's performance was only strange. However, this time, Mu Yun showed her power in front of everyone. In the eyes of all the students, it was simply shocking. Mentor Mu, who had always been submissive, seemed to have changed into a different person these few days. Mu Yun, you actually punished a student in public. Do you still take the rules of Baiyun Academy seriously? When everything was silent, an angry roar suddenly sounded. At the entrance of the classroom, there were a few more figures. The person in the lead was dressed in a blue robe. He was tall and sturdy, with thick beard and eyebrows. His limbs were powerful and he looked quite dignified. Baiyun Academy mentor, Jin Dong, seeing the figure at the door, Moyang, who was half kneeling on the ground, stood up and ran behind Jin Dong. He opened his mouth and said something with a bitter face. So it's mentor Jin Dong. I wonder what you're doing here instead of in your classroom. Mu Yun looked at Jin Dong and asked. From her previous memories, Mu Yun understood. Jin Dong relied on his own strength to enter Baiyun Academy as a mentor. Moreover, he was very disgusted with family power. Therefore, Jin Dong was very disgusted with Mu Yun, a good-for-nothing who relied on her family power to eat and wait for death in the academy. Therefore, he often found trouble with Mu Yun. Either he punished Mu Yun for failing the class assessment, or he reprimanded Mu Yun for giving the lowest evaluation. According to the personality of the original owner of this body, she didn't dare to resist at all. She couldn't resist at all. Therefore, almost everyone in the entire Baiyun Academy knew that Mu Yun was like a mouse seeing a cat when she saw Jin Dong. Mentor Jin, it's him. He's the one who hit the student. Diaoyun suddenly stood out from behind Jin Dong, pointed at Mu Yun, and shouted, Today, Qi Ming provoked me. I exchanged a few moves with him, but Qi Ming wasn't my match. Mu Yun didn't care about her identity as a mentor and bullied the student with numbers. Mentor Jin, please uphold justice for me. Mu Yun, I originally doubted Diaoyun's words. But now, you actually beat up a student in public and even ordered your own student to beat up a fellow student. I think your butt is itching. Jin Dong didn't care about Mu Yun's identity as a mentor at all and shouted loudly in the classroom. Jin Dong, this is my class. I can do whatever I want. Do you think you're the dean? Mu Yun scoffed. You're courting death. How could Jin Dong hold back after hearing Mu Yun's words? In the past, Mu Yun was always the one who was taught a lesson by him. This time, she actually dared to talk back. Moreover, it was in front of so many students. One had to know that in Baiyun Academy, he, Jin Dong, was an intermediate mentor, while Mu Yun was only a beginner mentor. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the dean. Jin Dong shouted in a low voice. He spread out his thick arms and punched Mu Yun's chest. He firmly believed that with this punch, with Mu Yun's physique, it wouldn't be a problem for her to lie in bed for 3 to 5 months. He would also let this good-for-nothing understand that relying on her family's power to enter the academy was ultimately a good-for-nothing. Get lost. Mu Yun didn't dodge at all. She used all her physical strength and threw out a simple punch with a jade-breaking fist. Jade-breaking fist. Jade-breaking fist. It was better to be a broken piece of jade than an intact tile. It emphasized an aura that was unafraid of death and used it to force the enemy to retreat. It's over. Seeing that Mu Yun didn't dodge, the surrounding students were instantly stunned. Jin Dong was an intermediate mentor in Baiyun Academy. He was already a martial artist at the 6th level of the meridian condensing realm. Using qi to break through his meridians, his qi force was far stronger than his physical strength. Moreover, Jin Dong had already defeated a meridian condensing realm martial artist when he was at the 5th level of the meridian condensing realm. How could the weak Mu Yun be his opponent? They had already imagined Mu Yun's miserable appearance when she vomited blood. Bang, a dull thud could be heard as the two figures separated from each other. However, the scene of blood flowing 3 feet high that everyone expected did not appear. Mu Yun's face was slightly pale. She took 3 steps back and actually received Jin Dong's punch. The strength of a meridian condensing realm martial artist's punch was actually received by Mu Yun. Humph, I didn't expect a good-for-nothing like you to actually reach the 4th level of the physical body developing breath realm. You even produced a trace of chi force in your body. No wonder you dare to clamor with me. What? Hearing Jin Dong's words, more than 30 students were stunned. 4th level of the developing breath realm, producing a trace of chi force in the body, mentor Mu Yun, whom they called a good-for-nothing, had actually completely become a martial artist. Previously, they clearly knew that Mu Yun was at most at the 1st level of the body tempering realm. In just a few days, she actually jumped to the 4th level of the developing breath realm. Even so, in front of me, you're still a good-for-nothing. Seeing that Mu Yun was unharmed, Jin Dong said disdainfully, I only used less than 30% of my strength in that punch just now. Haha. Mu Yun sneered. Sorry, I only used 20%. Reversal, you're courting death. Seeing Mu Yun teasing him, Jin Dong was completely enraged. His sleeves bulged, and the surface of his body seemed to produce a wave of energy. The 5th level of the physical body, chi condensation, produced energy in the body. The energy was more flexible and smooth than the physical body. The 6th level of the physical body, pulse condensation, used energy to nourish the meridians. When the meridians were formed, the body's flexibility would be more perfect. A punch would move the air, and it would be powerful. Now that Jin Dong was at the 6th level of the pulse condensation realm, the power of his punch was enough to seriously injure a martial artist at the flourishing breath realm. At this moment, all the students in the classroom hurriedly dodged. Most of them were at the 3rd or 4th level of the physical body. This kind of battle was not something they could participate in. Humph, Mu Yun, you want to run after hitting me? How can I let you off so easily? This time, let Jin Dong teach you a lesson. Seeing Jin Dong's ferocious aura, Diao Yun sneered in his heart. On the other side, seeing Mu Yun's steady and orderly response to Jin Dong, Miao Xianyu gradually frowned. In the previous lesson, she repeated Mu Yun's answer on the podium to her grandfather without missing a word. Later on, her grandfather was very interested in this idea and actually started to test it. Who knew that it would actually succeed? The pill formula of the soul-gathering pill might change in the entire Nanyun Empire because of this. This almost drove her grandfather crazy. Later on, her grandfather asked in every possible way. After learning about Mu Yun, he actually wanted to invite Mu Yun to his residence for a chat. Mu Yun made Master Mo have a whole new level of respect for her in a single lesson. Her grandfather even praised her endlessly. Miao Xianyu became more and more curious. Could it be that this instructor Mu had been concealing her strength all this while? Bang bang, all of a sudden, the entire classroom was in chaos. The tables and chairs were smashed into smithereens. It was a complete mess. Bastard! Seeing Mu Yun dodge his attacks time and time again, Jin Dong gradually felt a sense of impatience. He was 2 levels higher than her, but he could not do anything to Mu Yun. How could he feel at ease? Wave treading palm. Finally, Jin Dong lost his patience and threw out a wave palm. Treading wave palm was famous in the entire Baiyun Academy. It was a mid-grade yellow-ranked martial art. Using a burst of energy to strike the opponent's body, it could completely paralyze the opponent's body. The reason why this mid-grade yellow-rank martial skill was famous was precisely because of Jin Dong. Back then, Jin Dong had used the wave treading palm to pass the intermediate mentor assessment. During the assessment, he had defeated a martial artist who had just entered the 7th level of the physical body realm. I'll tear you apart, you piece of trash. Jin Dong raised his hand and slammed it down. The air exploded with a buzzing sound. The originally calm air was like a wave of water as it rushed towards Mu Yun. It's over. Instructor Jin Dong has really exploded this time. He's already used the Lingbo palm. Mu Yun won't be able to dodge it this time. If she angers Jin Dong, Mu Yun will have to lie in bed for at least 10 days to half a month. The surrounding students of Class 1 gathered at the door of the classroom to watch the fun. They had no intention of making a move. Watching mentor Mu Yun make a fool of herself was one of their favorite pastimes. Lingbo Palm? Is it very powerful? Mu Yun smiled mockingly when she saw the energy rushing towards her with an extremely destructive force. If Jin Dong had been using his physical strength to fight her head-on, it would have been a little troublesome. However, once Jin Dong used his energy, Mu Yun had plenty of ways to defeat him. Blockhead, you've lost? Facing Jin Dong's energy palm technique, Mu Yun did not retreat. Instead, she went forward to meet it. However, just as everyone was cursing Mu Yun for being muddle-headed, Mu Yun suddenly pushed her palm out. That palm strike was so strange. It looked soft and without any strength, but Jin Dong's chi force was completely messed up by that palm strike. Falling Cloud Sword Palm. Without saying a word, Mu Yun took a step forward. Her palm formed a sword. That palm was like a sword as it pierced out with a loud bang. Pfft, fresh blood splattered as Jin Dong fell to the ground with a loud bang. What happened? The surrounding students were dumbfounded. Diao Yun and Moyang were both stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. They thought that Jin Dong's arrival could help them vent their anger. However, they did not expect the situation to turn around. Jin Dong was actually not Mu Yun's match. No one would have thought that Mu Yun, the trash who had been renowned in the entire Baiyun city for 9 years, would actually become a martial artist who was even more powerful than Jin Dong in a few days. Furthermore, she was challenging someone of a higher level. Jin Dong's abdomen was split open by Mu Yun's sword palm. His face was pale as he panted heavily. He looked at Mu Yun in disbelief. He was actually defeated by Mu Yun. Moreover, he was at the Meridian Condensing Realm. He was defeated by Mu Yun at the Breathing Realm. It was a great humiliation. Mu Yun, you trash. Why did you use such a treacherous method? Jin Dong was still unwilling to admit defeat as he looked at Mu Yun. Bang, hearing Jin Dong's scolding, Mu Yun kicked him without another word. Trash? Who's the trash? Glaring at Jin Dong, a cold glint flashed across Mu Yun's eyes. Killing intent, Mu Yun actually wanted to kill him. Jin Dong's body turned ice cold. Instructor Mu Yun, enough is enough. At this moment, a slightly indifferent voice sounded from the classroom door. The person who came was dressed in a white robe. His long hair was tied behind his head and fluttered without wind. His hands were behind his back as he looked at everything indifferently. Dongfang Yu. Wow, it's Instructor Dongfang. I heard that Instructor Dongfang was promoted to an advanced instructor a few years ago. He might come to the imperial capital, Nanyun City, to remedy it. Yes, Instructor Dongfang is handsome and talented. He's my super idol. A figure appeared at the door. Immediately, the entire class exclaimed in surprise. Voices of infatuation rang out. Stop? If my strength was not as good as Instructor Jin Dong's today, I would be the one lying on the ground now. Would Jin Dong stop? Mu Yun frowned. Dongfang Yu was an advanced instructor in Baiyun Academy. He was also one of the 3 famous handsome men in the academy. His reputation was very resounding in the entire Baiyun city. Idiot, upon hearing Mu Yun's words, the surrounding students immediately rolled their eyes. They did not expect that Mu Yun could still say such words in front of Instructor Dongfang Yu. Did this fellow think that she could challenge Dongfang Yu after defeating Jin Dong? After all, we're all instructors. How about you give me, Dongfang Yu, some face today? Give you face? Who do you think you are? The moment Mu Yun's words came out, an angry aura spread throughout the entire classroom. Some female students stared at Mu Yun with fire in their eyes. Hee, since that's the case, we can only settle it by force. Dongfang Yu smiled bitterly, looking very helpless. What are you all doing? Just as the atmosphere became tense once again, a shout suddenly rang out. President! What are you all doing here? Lu Xiaotian could not help but frown and shout when he saw a large group of people surrounding Mu Yun's classroom door. Lu Xiaotian's gaze landed on Mu Yun, and he felt even more helpless. This fellow really likes to cause trouble recently. President Lu. Seeing Lu Xiaotian's arrival, Diao Yun hurriedly said as though he had seen his savior, President Lu, I sparred with Qi Ming today. Qi Ming's skills were inferior and he lost to me. Instructor Mu Yun actually disregarded her status and attacked me, a student. After that, I went to look for Instructor Jin Dong to reason it out. I didn't expect Instructor Mu Yun to fight and even severely injure Instructor Jin Dong. That's right. Moyang also stood out and said with a bitter face, moreover, Instructor Mu Yun punished me by making me kneel. President, please uphold justice for me. When he heard the words of these two little brats, Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't explain. President, it's not like that. At this moment, a student suddenly spoke up. It was Qi Ming. Diao Yun brought people to stop me today and even insulted me. Instructor Mu Yun could not stand it and punished Diao Yun. Qi Ming's face was red from nervousness as he said agitatedly. Moreover, Instructor Jin Dong brought Diao Yun to our class and fought with Instructor Mu. Diao Yun's skills were inferior and he was defeated by Instructor Mu. I can testify to this. At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. It was Miao Xianyu. Instructor Mu Yun could understand why Qi Ming stood up at this moment. However, Mu Yun was a little surprised that Miao Xianyu would help her. The ones who were most surprised were Diao Yun and Moyang. It was nothing much for Qi Ming to speak up alone. However, Miao Xianyu's testimony was very different. Miao Xianyu's grandfather was a famous 3-star alchemist in Baiyun City. Even the president treated him with respect. Her words were still very convincing. However, Miao Xianyu usually liked to mess with Mu Yun and watch her make a fool of herself. Today, she actually spoke up for her. It was too abnormal. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little strange, Dongfang Yu suddenly spoke up, President, I don't understand the situation clearly. I think, I have my own judgment. Lu Xiaotian stopped Dongfang Yu and said, Diao Yun bullied a student and was disrespectful to an instructor. He will be punished to clean up the school for a month. Moyang did not abide by the rules in class. He will be punished to be confined for a month and go home to reflect. Jin Dong, as an intermediate instructor, did not handle things properly. From now on, he will be demoted to a beginner instructor. What? Hearing this, the surrounding students were stunned. With such a punishment, Dean Lu was obviously biased towards Mu Yun. All of you, go back to your classes. Why are you still here? Lu Xiaotian frowned again and suddenly shouted. Diao Yun, Moyang, and Jin Dong's faces turned pale, and they did not say anything. In the school, Lu Xiaotian was the most powerful person. No one dared to refute or disobey his words. Mu Yun, you brat. Can't you teach your class properly? The surrounding people gradually dispersed. Lu Xiaotian lowered his voice and said to Mu Yun. Cough cough. I'll take note next time. I'll take note next time. As Mu Yun spoke, she was about to return to the classroom. Wait a minute. I'm here this time to announce something. Lu Xiaotian stood in front of the classroom and suddenly raised his voice. In view of your class's performance, the school has decided to transfer a new instructor to you. Everyone, welcome him. Transfer an instructor. As soon as Lu Xiaotian said this, the entire classroom fell silent. Everyone stared at Lu Xiaotian as if they were looking at a monster. Removed? Dean, are you kidding us? Hearing Lu Xiaotian's words, a student boldly asked. After being glared at by Lu Xiaotian, that student sat in his seat obediently. Everyone, welcome the new instructor, Instructor Qin. Instructor Qin? It was actually Instructor Qin. There was only one Instructor Qin in the entire academy, and that was Qin Mengyao. The ice beauty, Qin Mengyao, actually came to teach their class. All the students in the class were instantly dumbfounded as they looked at the figure slowly entering the classroom door. However, the most surprised person was Mu Yun. Qin Mengyao, Miss Family Qin, was actually an instructor at Baiyun Academy. However, looking at that slightly familiar figure, Mu Yun knew that Lu Xiaotian was not joking. Great! Great! Welcome, Instructor Qin. Welcome, Instructor Qin. With Instructor Qin teaching us, our class will never sleep in class again. Suddenly, the entire class was in an uproar. Some male students could not help but stand up and cheer. Qin Mengyao, however, hearing this news, Dongfang Yu, who had yet to leave the class, froze on the spot. Qin Mengyao was known as the most beautiful instructor in Beiyun Academy. Although she wore a veil on her face, no one doubted her beauty. As for him, Dongfeng Yu, he had invited Qin Mengyao to be an instructor in the class he was in charge of many times. However, Qin Mengyao always used the excuse that she would not live past 20 years old as an excuse and was unwilling to go. This time, she actually came to Mu Yun's class. To this trashy class, Dongfeng Yu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Hello, everyone. From today onwards, I will be teaching everyone together with instructor Mu Yun. Standing in front of the podium, Qin Mengyao did not wear a veil this time. Her beautiful smile made the students below the podium instantly infatuated. Beautiful, even though she had seen Qin Mengyao smile before, Mu Yun still felt that she was very beautiful. Previously, Qin Mengyao's smile carried a hint of sadness. But now, that sadness had disappeared and her beauty seemed to have completely bloomed. Everyone knows that I had a terminal illness in my past life and could not live past the age of 20. However, the terminal illness in my body has been cured by your teacher Mu. Hence, from now on, I hope to work hard together with everyone. What? The entire class was in an uproar. Qin Mengyao was publicly acknowledged as the #1 beauty in Beiyun Academy. Unfortunately, everyone in Beiyun City knew that she was destined to not live past the age of 20. But now, hearing that Qin Mengyao had recovered from his chronic illness, everyone was dumbfounded. What surprised them the most was that it was Mu Yun who cured Qin Mengyao. Seeing the surrounding students staring at her as if she was a monster, Mu Yun coughed dryly. How did this trash suddenly become so powerful? Outside the classroom, Jin Dong's face was slightly pale when he heard this. Trash? Dongfeng Yu smiled disdainfully, he's a good-for-nothing. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Jin Dong trembled and lowered his head, not daring to talk back. Young Master Dongfeng, we can't just let today's matter go. Let it go? Haha. Dongfeng Yu's white robe fluttered without any wind. She said indifferently, Jin Dong, there's a good job. I wonder if you dare to do it. What job? Someone offered a high price for Mu Yun's head. 500 inferior grade spirit stones. Do you dare? Dongfeng Yu suddenly said. I dare. Jin Dong stuck his head out and snorted, I lost to him because I was careless today. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. However, I won't be the only one to kill this trash, right? Seeing Jin Dong's cowering appearance, Dongfeng Yu did not point it out. Of course not. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, there are 3 martial artists at the 6th level condensing pulse realm. Moreover, at the crucial moment, there will be an assassin to help you. Okay. Jin Dong took a deep breath and replied, as long as there's a chance, I will definitely kill Mu Yun. Looking at the smile on Mu Yun's face in the classroom, Dongfeng Yu's face gradually turned cold. Although he did not know how Mu Yun hooked up with Qin Mengyao did not even give him face and actually joined Mu Yun's trash class. It was simply a slap to his face. In the entire Beiyun Academy, who did not know that he, Dongfeng Yu, was interested in Qin Mengyao. However, Mu Yun did not know that she had already offended one of the 3 handsome men in Beiyun Academy, Dongfeng Yu. Instructor Mu. After class, a fragrance wafted over. Miao Xianyu's chest swayed as she came to Mu Yun's side. Instructor Mu, your lecture in the previous class was really interesting. I still don't quite understand and would like to consult you. Consult? Looking at Miao Xianyu's confused face, Mu Yun chuckled and said, Consult? Sure, but I'm going to Beiyun Mountain Range to pick some herbs tomorrow. Do you want to go? Sure. Miao Xianyu said without hesitation. Mu Yun's head swelled. She did not expect Miao Xianyu to agree so readily. Beiyun Mountain Range was a mountain range near Beiyun City. The mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and it was unknown how deep it was. There were countless demonic beasts in it, and it was very dangerous. Mu Yun only wanted to scare this little girl, but she was not afraid at all. Instructor Mu, then. It's settled. See you tomorrow. Miao Xianyu waved her hand, swayed her sexy butt, and gradually left. The academy was really a good place. Looking at Miao Xianyu who was gradually leaving, Mu Yun could not help but sigh. Is it nice? Nice, pervert. N? Nice. The scenery of the academy is really nice. Mu Yun immediately changed her words when she saw the person behind her. Qin Mengyao pursed her lips and snorted. From today onwards, I will lead beginner class 5 with you. First of all, as the instructor of this trash class, great instructor Mu, shouldn't you consider how to remove the name trash class? Yes, Instructor Qin is right. I hope that Instructor Qin will take care of this matter. I look forward to your arrival and change my class. Stop right there. Seeing that Mu Yun wanted to slip away, Qin Mengyao gritted her teeth and snorted. You are the main instructor of beginner class 5. You are responsible for this matter, great prodigy Mu. I'm not a prodigy. Mu Yun waved her hand and changed the topic. Miss Qin, you said that your strange illness has been completely cured. Our marriage. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qin Mingyao's face turned red, and she seemed a little uneasy. Previously, she had always thought that Mu Yun was a blockhead who was extremely cowardly. If not for the fact that she could only live to 20 years old, this marriage would not have happened at all. But now, facts had proven that Mu Yun was not trash. Instead, she seemed to have hidden her strength. Her illness had been completely cured, and it was time to discuss their marriage. However, the two of them had only known each other for a short period of time. It was really too early to talk about marriage now. I need to think about this marriage again. Qin Mengyao gritted her teeth and lowered her head. She no longer had her usual coldness. Instead, there was a trace of shyness. Think? I can't think anymore. Time is of the essence. Mu Yun said anxiously. Why are you so impatient? How can I not be impatient? Tell me, with the awakening of the Ice Phoenix spirit in your body, your future will be limitless. You should be able to understand this without me saying it. Mu Yun continued, I'm publicly known as a wastrel and a coward in Bayun City. If you get engaged to me, it'll be extremely bad for your reputation. Therefore, this marriage has to be cancelled as soon as possible. What? Cancelled? However, Mu Yun's words pulled Qin Mengyao from her fantasy into reality. You. Looking at Mu Yun, Qin Mengyao flew into a rage out of humiliation. You shameless person. You want to cancel the marriage? Dream on. Qin Mengyao stomped her foot and left in a huff. She had always thought that Mu Yun could not wait to marry her. She did not expect that she wanted to cancel the marriage. For some reason, a trace of disappointment flashed across Qin Mingyao's heart when she heard this. She was also somewhat indignant. Could it be that she was not worthy of this fellow? However, seeing Qin Mengyao leave in a huff, Mu Yun was confused. Could it be that Qin Mengyao could not wait to cancel the marriage with her? The power of the Ice Phoenix spirit was enough to allow Qin Mengyao to reach the top of the entire Tianyun continent. Her future was limitless. It seemed that this little girl had not completely comprehended the power of the Ice Phoenix spirit. At night, Mu Yun sat on the bed. Ever since she accidentally opened the celestial punishment diagram, Mu Yun had tried various methods, but she was still unable to move the celestial punishment diagram. Thinking about it, in her previous life, as an immortal king who ruled thousands of worlds, she was unable to open it when she obtained the celestial punishment diagram. Naturally, it was even more impossible for her now. A wave of energy has already been produced in my body. Tonight, I should be able to break through to the 5th level of the physical body, the Qi condensation realm. The Qi condensation realm was a combination of energy and physical strength. One was soft and one was hard. Both hardness and softness combined to unleash a martial artist's greatest strength. Today, she was able to defeat Jin Dong in the vigorous breath realm. A large part of the reason was that she had a deep understanding of martial techniques. However, if she broke through to the Qi condensation realm, even if she faced Jin Dong again, Mu Yun was confident that she would be able to beat him to a pulp. After entering a meditative state, Mu Yun's entire body relaxed. Between heaven and earth, traces of weak true Qi slowly flowed. The 5th level of the physical body, the Qi condensation realm, comprehended the true Qi and absorbed it into the body. When the true Qi in the body gathered to a certain extent, it would be used to nourish the meridians. When the meridians were formed, the true Qi would turn into true essence. Using true essence to injure others, she would step into the 7th level of the physical body, the Qi condensation realm. A martial artist's physical body had 10 levels. The seventh level, the Qi condensation realm, was truly considered to have reached the next level. However, Mu Yun also understood that the first three levels focused on physical strength. Taking the bone-tempering pill was beneficial to her. However, the cultivation after that required her to take one step at a time. She needed to be solid and build a good foundation. Vigorous breath, expand inner breath, condense Qi, condense true Qi, condense true Qi, gather. Her body was completely relaxed. Mu Yun began to wholeheartedly feel the flow of true Qi between heaven and earth. Purple-haired wolf, however, the flow of true Qi was simply too slow. It was as slow as a snail. How could it be so slow? Mu Yun almost went berserk. Such a cultivation speed was simply too slow. I don't believe that with my status as an immortal king in my previous life, I can't enter the Qi condensation realm. Without saying a word, Mu Yun opened up her mind and body and immersed herself in cultivation again. Clang, however, just as Mu Yun was about to forcefully break through, a clanging sound suddenly sounded. The art of immortal extermination was opened in his mind. In an instant, the momentum of 10,000 horses galloping once again appeared before Mu Yun's eyes. One after another, incomparably powerful existences charged dauntlessly towards a painting, and all of them perished. Then, all the scenes disappeared, and a corner of the picture of extermination of Celestial slowly opened. A strange feeling arose in Mu Yun's heart. He had tried all sorts of methods to open the Celestial extermination painting, but it did not budge at all. But now, it suddenly opened. It was as if whether this fellow could open it or not was entirely up to him. When the painting was opened, only an extremely small corner was revealed. However, that corner seemed to reveal a world in front of Mu Yun's eyes. It was incomparably vast. And from that corner, an endless stream of vital energy descended from the sky, from the picture of extermination of immortality, into Mu Yun's 4 limbs and 8 meridians. Even as an immortal king in her previous life, Mu Yun had never seen such rich quintessential essence. In her body, the true essence was diluted and turned into true Qi. It flowed continuously and fused into every meridian and cell of Mu Yun. His strength was constantly increasing. Mu Yun was surprised to find that his physique was also growing. As everyone knew, the speed at which a martial artist absorbed true essence depended on their innate talent and intelligence. It was their natural endowment, and natural endowment was destined by the heavens. From birth, it determined how far a martial artist could go on the road of martial artists. No matter how much true essence a martial artist absorbed, it would only increase their physique. Wanting to increase their talent was simply impossible. However, the vital essence emitted by the picture of extermination of immortality was truly improving Mu Yun's aptitude. If the previous Mu Yun was considered mediocre, then the current him could be considered a genius. A natural talent. Chart of Celestial Extermination. In my previous life, you did not bring me any surprises. But in this life, you have surprised me. Mu Yun slowly stood up as she felt the surging energy flowing through her body. 5th layer of the fleshly body, Qi condensation. When Mu Yun was in the vigorous breathing realm, he already had the strength of a dozen bulls. But now, his strength had exceeded 10,000 pounds, reaching the terrifying strength of 20,000 pounds. Generally speaking, it was already rare for a martial artist at the 5th level of the physical body realm to have the strength of 10,000 pounds. Even a martial artist at the 6th level meridian condensing realm who nurtured their meridians with Qi would only have 15,000 gene of strength. The current Mu Yun's physical strength far surpassed a martial artist at the 6th level of the meridian condensing realm. At this moment, after calming down, Mu Yun could clearly feel the fluctuation of vital energy around her. His aptitude had been enhanced by the true essence emitted by the painting of celestial extermination. It was no longer difficult for him to comprehend true Qi like before. The painting of celestial extermination is truly marvelous. Mu Yun did not expect that the vital energy of the painting of celestial extermination could improve a martial artist's aptitude. He was overjoyed. However, Mu Yun firmly believed that the painting of celestial extermination, which was fought over by thousands of macro worlds, would not only have this magical method. In the wee hours of the morning, the entire Baiyun city was still in a deep sleep. A figure leaped out of the Mu family's wall. It was Mu Yun. Today, he had made up his mind to go to the Baiyun mountain range. Firstly, he wanted to hone his physical strength and familiarize himself with his current strength. Secondly, he wanted to pick some herbs along the way. After stepping into the Qi condensation realm, the next step would be the 6th level meridian condensing realm. He had to refine some elixirs to improve the strength of his meridians. Thinking of Miao Xianyu's cunning smile yesterday, Mu Yun made up his mind to set off early in the morning. If he really brought a little girl to hone her skills, it would be inconvenient for him to use many martial arts techniques. Hehe, Instructor Mu, you're setting off so early. Don't you want to have breakfast? Just as Mu Yun stepped out of Baiyun City and had time to breathe a sigh of relief, a giggle sounded behind him. Miao Xianyu, looking back and seeing Miao Xianyu's smug smile, Mu Yun sighed. Let's go. Seeing the cunning smile on Miao Xianyu's face, Mu Yun waved his hand and set off for the Baiyun mountain range. The two of them walked together and did not notice that 4 figures were following them unhurriedly in the hazy morning light. Boss, Miao Xianyu is the granddaughter of Master Miao Qing. Master Miao Qing is the person in charge of the Sacred Elixir Sects branch in Baiyun City. She is also a 3-star alchemist. She and Mu Yun are together, just kill her. The man who was obviously the leader snorted. The Baiyun mountain range is perfect for killing and destroying corpses. Don't forget, the price offered by the buyer is enough for us to have fun for a while. Okay. Hearing their boss's words, the other 3 gritted their teeth. But boss, Miao Xianyu is still a virgin. Before killing her, it's enough for us to have fun. A thin man laughed. 7th brother. You're just a pervert. Something will happen sooner or later. However, Mu Yun is in the 4th layer of the Thriving Breath realm, and that girl has just stepped into the 3rd layer of the Tendon Transformation realm. The 4 of us are in the 6th layer of the Meridian Condensing realm. Killing them is as easy as flipping our hands. Let's have some fun. Okay. The 4 of them whispered and gradually followed. Young Master Dongfeng, are these 4 guys enough? Behind the 4 of them, 2 figures stood at the corner of the street. They were Jin Dong and Dongfeng Yu. Jin Dong understood Mu Yun's strength. The 4 hired killers had not undergone normal training. Facing Mu Yun, they might not be able to kill her. They're just 4 people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The hope of killing Mu Yun with them is naturally not high. However, we can also probe Mu Yun's background. Don't we still have you and me? Dongfeng Yu smiled slightly and did not care. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Brilliant, really brilliant. Jin Dong laughed. With young Master Dongfeng's help, Mu Yun will definitely die. Of course, she has to die. Dongfeng Yu muttered softly as he looked at the few people who left. For some reason, he felt a trace of danger from Mu Yun's change. Recently, Mu Yun had changed her image for the past 9 years. It was really too unusual. This change gave Dongfeng Yu an inexplicable pressure after Qin Mengyao joined Mu Yun's class. No matter what, as long as Mu Yun was a threat to him in the future, he had to get rid of her as soon as possible. Mentor Mu, the method for the soul-gathering pill that you mentioned last time is feasible. My grandfather said that he wants to meet you and ask for your advice. On the way, Miao Xianyu chatted casually. Oh? Your grandfather, who is your grandfather? You have to pay me spirit stones for stealing my recipe. Mu Yun said indifferently. In the entire Baiyun City, there was almost no one who did not know her grandfather. Master Miao Qing was one of the 3-star alchemists in Baiyun City. She had profound attainments in alchemy and was famous. Most importantly, her grandfather had another identity. He was the person in charge of the Sacred Pill Sects branch in Baiyun City. His status was slightly inferior to Lu Xiaoyan's. Mu Yun actually said that he did not know. My grandfather is Master Miao Qing. Miao Qing? Oh, that's it. Looking at Mu Yun's back view walking in front, Miao Xianyu wanted to go up and beat her up. However, when she thought of her grandfather's words, she endured it. Mentor Mu, I don't care. My grandfather wants to see you. You have to meet him. Otherwise, if anything happens to me in this Baiyun mountain range, you have to be responsible. Miao Xianyu pouted and said unhappily. She knew it would be troublesome, looking at the little girl's expression, which seemed to say that she would not leave until he agreed. Mu Yun nodded helplessly. To be honest, a 6-star alchemist, Master Mo, had already annoyed him to no end. It was really unimaginable that Miao Qing would appear. Mentor Mu, Shu, Miao Xianyu still wanted to say something, but Mu Yun suddenly gestured for her to keep quiet and looked ahead. The Baiyun mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, almost crossing the entire northern part of the southern Cloud Empire. And there were endless demonic beasts in it. Almost every year, many warriors would enter the Baiyun mountain range to explore, hunt demonic beasts for money, or gather herbs. However, there were also many warriors who died in the Baiyun mountain range every year. Wealth often coexisted with danger. In front of the two of them was a grassland. More than a dozen 5th-level demonic beasts, purple-haired hunting wolves, were either lying or standing. Obviously, they were a group. The purple-haired hunting wolves had a strong sense of community. Every purple-haired hunting wolf had a strong tacit understanding with each other. This tacit understanding was innate. Therefore, if a warrior wanted to hunt the purple-haired hunting wolves and obtain their demonic cores, they would usually need several times the number of purple-haired hunting wolves to attack. The purple-haired hunting wolves were scattered, and they were unable to form a tight group. Seeing Mu Yun counting the number of purple-haired hunting wolves, Miao Xianyu giggled and said, "Mentor Mu, don't tell me you want to kill these purple-haired hunting wolves by yourself? So what if I do?" After Mu Yun said that, she had already walked out. A woo, a clear wolf howl rang out. In an instant, those purple-haired hunting wolves that were lying down or taking a nap stood up in unison. God, seeing Mu Yun walk over directly, Miao Xianyu's eyes widened. The purple-haired hunting wolves were very cooperative. Mu Yun had just broken through to the Qi condensation realm. How could she be a match for this group of about 20 purple-haired hunting wolves? A 5th-level demonic beast was equivalent to a 5th-level Qi condensation realm warrior. Moreover, demonic beasts were much stronger than humans in the same realm. Mu Yun was too careless. Although she had won against Jin Dong, at this moment, even Jin Dong could not escape unscathed when facing more than 20 purple-haired hunting wolves that were working closely together. Come, let's see how strong this body is now. Mu Yun clenched her fists and stood in the same spot. She looked at the 21 purple-haired hunting wolves that were glaring at her. Now, her punch was close to 20,000 Jin of strength. However, this body's foundation was not stable and was a little stiff. She had to go through such a bloody battle to let this body adapt to high-intensity battles. Tailing roar, the wolf pack let out a loud and clear howl. Their eyes were filled with hostility as they looked at Mu Yun. A martial artist who dared to provoke the wolf pack was a great insult to them. Swish swish, in an instant, the two adult purple-haired wolves beside Mu Yun charged forward like bolts of purple lightning. Scram! With a punch, 2 explosive sounds rang out. The heads of the 2 purple-haired wolves exploded, and their brains flowed out. 2 simple punches, without the use of any martial skills, instantly killed the 2 adult purple-furred hunting wolves with a terrifying strength of 20,000 Jin. Woo woo, because of the death of the 2 purple-haired wolves, the wolf pack began to wail. Swish 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 swish. However, in the next moment, 4 purple shadows attacked Mu Yun from the front, back, left, and right. Although demonic beasts didn't have intelligence, they still had some simple judgments. Besiege, Mu Yun chuckled. She instantly struck out 2 palms from both sides. After stepping into the Qi condensation realm of the 5th level of the physical body realm, his opponent would be sent flying by the surrounding Qi before they could even touch his body. Bang bang, 2 loud bangs were heard, and the 2 purple-haired hunting wolves on the left and right howled. They fell to the ground 3 meters away from Mu Yun, unable to get up. However, at this moment, the 2 purple-haired hunting wolves had already closed in on Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly retracted her hands and slammed her palms onto the ground. Qi energy was released, and the strong rebounding force instantly bounced Mu Yun's body up to 5 meters. For a moment, the 2 purple-haired wolves couldn't react. Mu Yun did not stop. She flipped her body in the air and threw out both her fists with her head facing down. Bang, the 2 purple-furred wolves were instantly killed. The 4 purple-furred hunting wolves died one after another, and an uneasy aura gradually brewed within the wolf pack. Miao Xianyu, who was hiding at the side, could not help but widen her sparkling eyes. Was this still the Mu Yun she knew? It was clear that when Mu Yun had fought Jin Dong yesterday, she had still been at the 4th tier of the corporeal body realm. It was rare for her to break through to the 5th tier of the Qi condensation realm in one night. However, Mu Yun's explosive power far exceeded that of an ordinary Qi condensation realm martial artist. Boss. Among the 4 black-robed men, the 3rd brother swallowed his saliva and said, "Is this guy really only at the 5th level of the physical body?" Motherf * Kerr, who would believe that a Qi condensation cultivator can unleash 10,000 gene of strength. Old 7 continued, cursing, "This time, we were tricked by our patron. No wonder. 500 low-grade spirit stones for this kid's life. I was wondering why it was so worth it. This kid is definitely not just in the Qi condensation realm. He's at least in the pulse condensation realm." "Shut up, all of you." The black-robed boss could not help but shout, "Look at you guys. The 7 of us have come out to adventure. What kind of storms have we not seen? Old 2nd, Old 4th, and Old 6th are all dead. We survived, which proves that we are stronger than them. He's just a kid at the 5th tier of the Qi condensation realm. He's just a little stronger, but his physical strength is nothing in front of Qi Jin. If the 4 of us work together, killing him will be as easy as flipping our palms. Moreover, you guys didn't notice that these 2 people are obviously here to train. When they are exhausted, we will kill our way out. This kid will be like a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for long. If they are unlucky and encounter a 7th tier demonic beast, they will fight until they are half dead. We will just sit back and reap the benefits. How great would that be?" Hearing the boss's words, they gradually calmed down. That's right. As long as they waited at ease, it would not be difficult to kill Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu. Moreover, that big shot said that if there is an accident, he will help us. He is a martial artist at the 7th tier of the Qi condensation realm. 7th tier of the Qi condensation realm. Hearing this, the few of them were completely reassured. Although a martial artist at the 6th tier of the Qi condensation realm was considered strong, compared to a martial artist at the 7th tier, the difference was like heaven and earth. At the Qi condensation realm, one would condense true essence in the body. The strength of true essence was definitely not something that the so-called physical strength and Qi Jin could compare to. Now we just need to wait. Wait for the best opportunity. After saying this, the black-robed boss's eyes were filled with cold light as he stared at Mu Yun in the distance. "I don't believe that you can always be so powerful. Why are you still in a daze? Can't you help teacher collect the demonic cores? A 5th tier demonic beast's demonic core can be sold for 10 low-grade spirit stones, right?" Seeing Miao Xianyu still hiding at the side and staring at her with wide eyes, Mu Yun waved her hand. "Finished, she actually killed them all." Seeing the blood and brains on the ground, Miao Xianyu could not help but vomit and walked out. Mu Yun used less than an hour to kill 21 purple-haired hunting wolves. Although a few hunting wolves escaped, Mu Yun's speed and endurance were really amazing. "Teacher Mu, can I ask you a question?" "Sure. Why did you pretend to be stupid in the past?" Miao Xianyu blinked her big eyes and asked in surprise, "Is it because you're an illegitimate child?" Illegitimate child. At the mention of these 3 words, a memory emerged in Mu Yun's mind. At that time, Mu Yun was less than 10 years old, but he lived like a dog in the Mu family in Nanyun City. His mother was not there, and his father ignored him. From birth to the age of 10, he did not experience any familial affection. On the contrary, when he came to Nanyun City, Mu Linchen gave him fatherly love and care. Illegitimate child? What does the identity of an illegitimate child mean? Throwing away those distracting thoughts, Mu Yun laughed and said, "One day, I will become the most powerful illegitimate child in the Nanyun Empire. I will make the Mu family beg me to go back." If this sentence was said by others, Miao Xianyu would at most laugh contemptuously. But at this moment, facing Mu Yun, she could not laugh at all. Perhaps one day, Mu Yun could really do it. When this thought appeared, Miao Xianyu was shocked. Nanyun City was the imperial capital of the Nanyun Empire. The Mu family was a famous and powerful family in the Nanyun Empire. There were countless martial artists who had surpassed the physical body 10th level. It was extremely difficult for Mu Yun to reach that step. "Let's go." After sorting out the monster cores of the hunting wolves, Mu Yun continued to move forward. Instructor Mu, there might be a 6th-level demonic beast ahead, I know. Then you, if we don't go deeper, how can we force those lackeys to show themselves? Lackeys? Someone was following them? Don't look back. Miao Xianyu was about to turn back to take a look when Mu Yun suddenly said, they have been following us since we came out of Nanyun City. Let them follow us. Instructor's hands have not been stained with blood yet. Mu Yun said in a low voice and continued to walk into the depths of the mountain. Go, continue to follow them. Seeing Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu continue to move forward, the boss was delighted and could not help but shout. I didn't expect Mu Yun to enter the 5th-level physical body condensation realm. Looking at his physical strength, it seems to be far beyond experts of the same level. Dongfang Yu was a little surprised. Fortunately, he had noticed Mu Yun. Otherwise, when Mu Yun had unknowingly grown to the point where he could threaten him, it would be too late. In the 5th-level physical body condensation realm, an ordinary martial artist has a strength of 10,000 kilograms. Looking at Mu Yun, I'm afraid he has a strength of at least 20,000 kilograms. This guy's physical strength is more powerful than an ordinary 6th-level physical body condensation realm expert. Although that's true, he's only in the Qi condensation realm. Dongfang Yu smiled and did not care. Today, no matter what, Mu Yun must die. Bang, with a bang, the 2 blazing double-headed lions fell to the ground. The blazing double-headed lions were 6th-level demonic beasts with fiery red fur and a violent temper. Huff, huff, panting heavily, Mu Yun sat on the ground and said with a pale face, Xianyu, help me up. I'm exhausted now. Protect me. Yes. Miao Xianyu walked to Mu Yun's side and asked with concern, Mentor Mu, are you alright? I'm fine. It's just that I've expended too much energy. I'm afraid that you can kill me easily now. However, I'll feel better after I recover for a while. Let's not move forward for now. Let's rest here. Mu Yun panted heavily as he spoke. He was clearly exhausted. Rest. I can let you have a good rest. Just as the 2 of them were talking, a teasing voice was heard. 4 figures came from 4 directions and surrounded them. Who are you? Looking at the 4 of them, Miao Xianyu's expression changed. She straightened her chest and stood in front of Mu Yun. Little girl, don't care who we are. As long as you stay aside and kill this Mu Yun and serve us well, I'll consider sparing your life. A black-robed man chuckled. His eyes lit up and he bit Miao Xianyu's chest. Old 7, end this quickly. Understood, boss. Hearing his big brother's words, Old 7 walked forward and looked at Mu Yun with a smile. Kid, you're really powerful, but you don't have enough brains. How can you use up all your strength after coming to the Baiyun mountain range for training? You know, the most dangerous thing in the Baiyun mountain range is not the demonic beasts, but humans. A dagger appeared in his hand. Old 7 chuckled and said, remember this next time. No, it's your next life. The 4 of them followed Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu all the way, waiting for this opportunity. The blazing double-headed lions were 6th-level demonic beasts. They were far stronger than martial artists of the same level. And Mu Yun was facing 2 of them. Even if he had infinite strength, he should be completely crippled by now. Without saying a word, he raised his arm and struck out a force. Miao Xianyu, who was blocking in front of Mu Yun, was instantly pushed away. Kid, someone is buying your life. Don't blame us if you die. Old 7's face turned cold. The dagger in his hand flashed with a silver light and fell instantly. Poochie, in the next moment, the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through flesh was heard. Blood dripped onto the ground. However, the blood did not come from Mu Yun, but from Old 7. Old 7. Old 7. Old 7. Everything happened too quickly. The other 3 did not have time to react. They saw blood gushing out of Old 7's neck and could not stop it. Fight and kill, you guys have been following me for a whole day. You should be tired. Casually throwing the dagger on the ground, Mu Yun said leisurely, tell me, which almighty paid you to come here? There shouldn't be many people in Baiyun City who want to kill me, Mu Yun. Damn it, it was only at this moment that big brother, third brother, and fifth brother realized that they had been discovered by Mu Yun long ago. This guy had been toying with them all along. Humph, we've been observing you for a day. Even if you have some tricks up your sleeve, you shouldn't be at your peak. The three of us are all in the meridian condensation realm. You're only in the chi condensation realm. Killing you is as easy as flipping a hand. Then what are you waiting for? Go. Seeing Mu Yun being so arrogant, the three of them felt a sense of humiliation from being looked down upon and swarmed forward. Miao Xianyu, who was standing at the side, was on guard against the attacks of the three at all times. She understood that at this moment, she only needed to protect herself and not let the three people catch her and threaten Mu Yun. I can use you guys as practice. In her previous life, as the supreme immortal king of the thousands of great worlds, Mu Yun's combat skills could be said to be at the peak of perfection. However, in this life, his combat skills were still there, but his body was not as nimble as before. Therefore, he needed to fight to improve himself. Falling cloud sword fist, falling mountain form. With a low shout, Mu Yun thrust out her palm in the shape of a sword. Miao Xianyu was not unfamiliar with this move. Last time, Mu Yun had used this palm at the last moment to cut open Jin Dong's abdomen. Mu Yun appeared very calm in the face of a pincer attack from three people. As soon as he made his move, his palms were like heavy mountains, slapping to the left and right with a loud bang. Dong dong, two muffled sounds rang out. The big brother and the fifth brother felt as if their bodies had touched two iron plates. They let out muffled groans and had no choice but to retreat. However, right in front of him, third brother's face lit up with joy. He pointed the sword in his hand at Mu Yun. Mu Yun had already used one move. At this moment, she must be exhausted. It was impossible for her to attack again so quickly. However, third brother's expression gradually changed when he saw Mu Yun rushing towards him without a care for anything else. Falling sea style. With a low shout, a powerful force burst out in front of Mu Yun's palm. In the face of this chi, old third felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping towards his face. That palm strike was like a roaring wave, causing the weather to change. His sword had also lost its direction at this moment. Third brother, what are you doing? On the other hand, big brother and old five were perplexed when they saw old third standing there in a daze. In the past, the brothers had also cooperated like this. The three of them launched a pincer attack. Two of them forced their opponents to go all out, while the other took advantage of the situation to execute a sure kill plan. But today, third brother was standing there like an idiot. It was too strange. Heh, it's useless to shout. Mu Yun smiled sinisterly. She raised her palm and leaped up, slashing diagonally at old third's neck. Crack, the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Old third's eyes were wide open, and his breathing was cut off. Even at the moment of his death, he still didn't understand why Mu Yun's attack had been able to destroy his tendons and meridians, causing him to be unable to move or even speak, and big brother and old five would not know about this. Too weak. Looking at old third who had fallen to the ground, Mu Yun clapped her hands and stared at the other two. Damn it. Bastard. Two of their brothers had died in Mu Yun's hands one after another. Moreover, it was a little baffling, causing the two of them to completely lose their minds. Old five, use that move. Big brother? Old third and old seven can't die in vain. Besides, do you think we can kill her without that move? Old five nodded fiercely when he saw big brother's determined look. Big brother, let's begin. Old five gritted his teeth and suddenly clapped his hands on big brother's back with a bang. Gradually, old five's face became paler and paler, almost without a trace of blood. On the other hand, big brother's vitality was getting stronger and stronger. His cultivation of the 6th level condensing pulse realm seemed to be increasing continuously. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Old five's face was pale as he sat on the ground with a plop. He lay on the ground motionlessly and panted heavily. It's enough. My strength is infinitely close to the condensed essence realm. Now, 20 to 5,000 caddies of strength is enough to kill her. For a moment, the black-robed big brother's heart was filled with boundless fighting spirit. Even if there were 10 Mu Yuns, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Huh. With a loud shout, the black-robed big brother took a step forward. An inch-deep footprint was imprinted on the ground in front of him, and several cracks were torn in the surrounding ground. Mu Yun, give me your life. With red eyes, the black-robed big brother's figure suddenly grew a few centimeters taller. His arms and thighs were more than a size thicker. Instructor Mu, I'm fine. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yun's expression was indifferent. Today, he had dealt with more than 10 waves of demonic beasts, both strong and weak. Although he had rested for a period of time in between, he had consumed a lot of energy. It was not difficult for him to see that the black-robed big brother was using a secret technique. He absorbed the foundation of others and incorporated it into his body, increasing his strength in a short period of time. These two people were already fighting with their lives on the line, wanting to kill him. However, Mu Yun was experienced and knowledgeable. He knew that such a secret technique would not only weaken the user's body for a period of time after the effect was over, but a weakness would also appear in a certain part of the body while using it. Since you want to play this with me, I'll play with you. If he were to fight the black-robed big brother head-on now, Mu Yun knew that he was no match for him. However, facing a strong person with a weakness in his body, he had many methods to use. Let me see where your weakness is. Mu Yun's figure flashed and stepped forward. He bypassed the burly black-robed big brother and rushed to his back. He flicked his 10 fingers and hit 10 acupoints on the black-robed big brother's back. Ding ding ding, when he heard a metallic hum, Mu Yun knew that the black-robed leader's back wasn't his weakness. It was his weakness. You still dare to take the initiative to attack? You're courting death. Seeing Mu Yun's agile moves, the black-robed big brother shouted coldly and suddenly punched out. That fist was filled with energy and formed a strong wind on the surface of the fist. The speed of this punch was more than 3 times faster than before. Without any time to think, Mu Yun withdrew his 10 fingers and punched out. Clang, a loud clang was heard, and Mu Yun's body was pushed back. His arms were numb, and even his arms could not help but tremble. So powerful, the black-robed big brother's combat secret technique not only increased his physical strength, but also made his body's defense as strong as an iron plate. Moreover, it was obviously not the first time the black-robed big brother had used it. He used it with ease. Hee, Mu Yun is in trouble now. 100 meters away, 2 figures stood on a huge tree branch. They were Dongfang Yu and Jin Dong. Seeing the black-robed man's sudden miraculous move to suppress Mu Yun, Jin Dong chuckled. I didn't expect this black colt to have such a secret technique. This time, even if he can't kill Mu Yun, it's enough to severely injure him. Don't be complacent. This Mu Yun has been a good-for-nothing for 9 years and suddenly rose up recently. He must have obtained some unusual treasure. Let's take a look first. Dongfang Yu said cautiously, if he really has some secret treasure on him, it'll be yours and mine after we kill him. Hearing this, Jin Dong's gaze became heated. That's right. Recently, Mu Yun had become completely different. Even he was not Mu Yun's opponent. It could be seen that this fellow must have had some unusual fortuitous encounter. There was no lack of geniuses in the Southern Cloud Empire. They were unknown before they came of age, but after they had some fortuitous encounter, they soared to the sky. Mu Yun must have some precious treasure on him. His gaze never relaxed as he stared at the 2 people 100 meters away. Jin Dong was ready to attack at any time. Good for nothing, that's all you can do. The black-robed boss fought Mu Yun head-on with his punches. He could not help but sneer, I will make you collapse completely with my punches and avenge my 3rd and 7th brothers. It's too early to be complacent now. Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and said disdainfully, I haven't really displayed my means yet. The black-robed boss, who had displayed the secret manual, was simply like a stone man. The hound god was as hard as fine iron. Under the head-on collision, even if Mu Yun had a strong body, he would still suffer internal injuries. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the black-robed boss immediately became cautious. After a few exchanges, he had already discovered that Mu Yun was crafty and cunning. The more critical the moment, the more he could not be careless. With his arms in front of him, the black-robed boss stared at Mu Yun. He wanted to see what tricks he was going to play. With his hands hanging in front of him, Mu Yun suddenly separated his feet and stomped on the ground fiercely. Now, his physical strength was at least 20,000 kilograms. With this stomp, the ground cracked, and a cloud of dust splashed up. And between his legs, an invisible force suddenly exploded. With this move, Mu Yun seemed to gather all his strength in his lower body. Do you think I'm not as good as you in a head-on collision? Try taking my kick. His legs ran quickly, bringing up a cloud of dust. This time, Mu Yun's body was like a cheetah as he advanced quickly. Seeing Mu Yun's posture of fighting to the death, the black-robed boss did not dare to be careless. His breath sank, and all his strength was concentrated on retreating. At this moment, in terms of strength, he was not afraid of Mu Yun at all. Although Mu Yun's physical strength was very strong, he was still slightly inferior to the black-robed boss at this moment. As long as he gathered all his strength in his legs, when Mu Yun approached him, he would kick out. That kind of strength was enough to make Mu Yun's lungs explode. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have already seen Mu Yun's death. Die. In almost a few breaths' time, Mu Yun had already arrived in front of the black-robed boss. Seeing Mu Yun approaching, the black-robed boss did not hold back and kicked out his leg. That kick seemed to have used up all his strength. He knew that he could definitely kill Mu Yun. Falling cloud stance. At this moment, Mu Yun's originally rushing figure suddenly stopped. He slammed his hands on the ground, and the ground cracked. Mu Yun's body flew into the air and actually swept behind the black-robed boss in an instant. What? Translator, Transin editor, Transin the ultimate Oriole. Not only was the black-robed boss stunned, but Miao Xianyu was also stunned and could not react. She thought that Mu Yun was going to compete with the black-robed boss in terms of strength. Who would have thought that it was just a pretense? Falling sky form. Mu Yun, who was in midair, did not stop. Her hands formed into sword palms again, and with the help of her strange movement technique, she fell straight down. Why do you think I was beaten by you for half a day? Mu Yun snorted and said, all secret manuals have some flaws. The secret manual that you used seems powerful, but it has too many flaws. It's not difficult for me to find the flaws. As her words fell, Mu Yun's sword palm had already fallen. Almost subconsciously, the black-robed boss raised his hand to block. However, he had just exhausted his strength, and the block at this moment was just for show. Bang, a low muffled sound was heard. The black-robed boss fell to his knees with a plop. His nostrils, ears, and eyes were bloodshot. Mu Yun floated to the ground and looked at the black-robed boss with a cold expression. At this moment, the black-robed boss was basically crippled after receiving her falling cloud form. Moreover, the secret technique's time was up. It was basically impossible for this guy to survive. Hee, didn't you just praise my good figure? Why are you in a hurry to leave now? At the same time, Miao Xianyu lifted Old Fifth and said with a smile, now, praise me again. Otherwise, I will consider uprooting your little friend. No. Hearing Miao Xianyu's harmless words, Old Fifth felt a chill in his lower body. I'll talk, it's, swoosh. Just as Old Fifth was about to speak, an ear-piercing sound was suddenly heard. A sharp weapon pierced through the air and pierced towards him. Bang, in the next instant, the fifth brother's head exploded like a blood lotus. Who is it? Everything happened so suddenly that Miao Xianyu did not have time to react. Mu Yun, I didn't expect that the trash who was well known in Baiyun City for 10 years had already changed her appearance and become a genius. The surprise you gave me is really not small. Two figures appeared again. Jin Dong, Dongfangyu. Instructor Jin Dong, Instructor Dongfangyu? Miao Xianyu was slightly stunned when she saw the two of them. She was not stupid. At this point, she finally understood who the mastermind was. Xianyu, let's go. Mu Yun shouted when she saw the two of them. Jin Dong was at the 6th level of the Meridian's condensing realm while Dongfangyu was at the 7th level of the condensing origin realm. In the condensing yuan realm, one's body would be able to produce Xin Yuan and use Xin Yuan to refine one's body. What's more, the power of Xin Yuan was at least 10 times stronger than one's physical strength and qi force. Regardless of whether it was the physical body or the qi strength, they were all forces produced by the body of a martial artist. They were created by people. As for true essence, it was born from the heavens and earth, created by the heavenly Tao, the gap between them could be imagined. Most importantly, this time, neither Dongfangyu nor Jin Dong tried to hide anything. This meant that the two of them had made up their minds to kill him and Miao Xianyu. I'm not leaving. Miao Xianyu snorted. Instructor Jin Dong, Instructor Dongfang, why did the two of you kill Instructor Mu? If you kill him today, I'll go back and report it to the dean. Let's go. Seeing that Miao Xianyu naively thought that Jin Dong and Dongfangyu would let her go, Mu Yun had a headache. After all, she was just a 15-year-old girl who had not experienced the cruelty of the martial artist world. She was too naive. Go back and report it to the dean? Hearing Miao Xianyu's words, Jin Dong laughed. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the Baiyun mountain range alive today. Hearing this, Miao Xianyu's face turned pale. She did not expect that Jin Dong and Dongfangyu would not let her go. My grandfather is one of the 3 grade 3 alchemists in Baiyun City and the deacon of the Sacred Pill sect. If I kill you, no one will know about this. Dongfangyu, who had not spoken, smiled and said softly, Miao Xianyu, I didn't expect you to be so childish. Instructor Dongfangyu was rated as one of the 3 most handsome instructors in Baiyun Academy and was the idol of thousands of girls. Miao Xianyu did not expect Dongfangyu to be so two-faced. His heart was so dark. Mu Yun, I didn't expect that after being silent for 10 years, you would rise so quickly in just a few days. It's simply incredible. Dongfangyu ignored Miao Xianyu and looked at Mu Yun, chuckling, I don't want you to suffer. In front of me, don't try to resist, okay? Obediently take out your treasures. Otherwise, how can a trash like you soar to the sky? Treasures? Dongfangyu, I have no enmity with you. The mastermind is not you. I'm afraid it's Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing, those 2 old things, right? You don't have to trick me, I will tell you. Yes, it's Mu Fengqing and Mu Fengyuan. Those 2 old things spent 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to hire me to kill you. Anyway, you're already a dead person, so there's no harm in telling you. It was indeed those 2 old farts. Since Dongfangyu had said all these, it was enough to show that he was ready to kill her. Miao Xianyu, go. Mentor Mu, if you don't go, we will all die. If you go, at least people will know that Mentor Dongfang, who is as beautiful as a woman, is actually a beast in human face. You. Hearing that Mu Yun was still in the mood to joke at this moment, Dongfangyu said angrily, go? I'll face you with my real face. Both of you don't have to leave today. Mentor Mu, I won't go. *CK, hearing Miao Xianyu's resolute words, Mu Yun cursed in her heart. This little girl was stubborn. The reason why Mu Yun wanted her to go was that he really did not have much confidence in facing Dongfangyu at this moment. Secondly, he hoped that if he really died, Miao Xianyu could spread the news. Thirdly, he had some trump cards that he did not want Miao Xianyu to know. Jin Dong, stop that little girl. I'll deal with Mu Yun. Dongfangyu ordered, and she had already rushed out. He knew that Mu Yun's strength had decreased by more than half after several battles. If he gave him time, he would instead allow him to recover. He had to be decisive and kill him swiftly and decisively. On the other side, Jin Dong aimed at Miao Xianyu and rushed over. He did not intend to kill Miao Xianyu. In terms of strength, he knew that he was no match for Dongfangyu. If Dongfangyu wanted to take everything for himself after killing him and snatching the treasure, then his efforts would be in vain. As long as Miao Xianyu was around, Dongfangyu would have to think twice before making a move on him. Miao Xianyu, I know that your grandfather is Master Miao Qing. As long as you're obedient, I won't kill you. If you resist, I'll make you beg for death. Jin Dong was tall and sturdy. He glared at Miao Xianyu and threatened her. Miao Xianyu understood that at this moment, all her hopes were on Mu Yun. She did not act rashly. On the other side, Dongfangyu was dressed in white. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He threw an uppercut at Mu Yun. Jade breaking fist, jade shattering. Mu Yun also threw a punch. She did not hold back at all. The 2 fists collided with each other in an instant. With a cracking sound, the ground beneath their feet cracked open. Although Mu Yun was in the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm, her strength exceeded 20,000 pounds. She was not inferior to a martial artist in the 6th level of the physical body realm. On the other hand, Dongfang Yu was a martial artist in the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Not only was his true origin terrifying, but his body was also incomparably strong. Just from this collision, it was clear who was stronger. Although Mu Yun's physical strength was strong, it was really weak compared to true origin. After the collision, it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. However, Mu Yun let out a muffled groan. The web between her thumb and forefinger split open, and streams of blood flowed out. How can pure physical strength and qi be compared to true origin? Mu Yun, you should know this. Fighting me head-on is tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. Dongfang Yu smiled slightly and did not care. At this moment, Mu Yun was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of him. He could wreak havoc as he wished. It's too early to be complacent. Mu Yun gritted her teeth. Without saying a word, she took a step forward and unleashed her qi force to the extreme. Although she had not stepped into the meridian's condensation realm and used her qi force to nourish her meridians. However, after being cleansed by the power that could not be emitted from the picture of extermination of deity, her meridians were incomparably strong. This was also why she could use her own strength to fight against the 4 black-robed people. In terms of physical strength and qi force, no one below the 7th level of the physical body realm was her match. In terms of defense, it was the same. However, Dongfang Yu was not in the 6th level of the meridian's condensation realm, but in the 7th level of the qi condensation realm, condensing true origin and using true origin to break through force. This was the power of the true origin realm. Trash will always be trash. Even if you rely on treasures, you are still trash. Seeing that Mu Yun was so stubborn, Dongfang Yu could not be bothered to say more. She clapped her hands behind her back. However, at this moment, true origin flowed in Dongfang Yu's hands. A power that was obviously several times stronger than her qi force was constantly accumulating. 8 Desolation Chant. With a low shout, she pushed her palms out. A low roar suddenly came out of Dongfang Yu's body, as if an ancient dragon was about to come out. Bang, in the blink of an eye, the roar sounded, intimidating people. Mu Yun, who was in front of Dongfang Yu, suddenly stiffened and began to tremble uncontrollably. Instructor Mu, seeing this scene, Miao Xianyu's expression changed. Although she was only at the 3rd level of the physical body realm, she knew the power of the 7th level of the condensed origin realm. Once one entered the 7th level, they were considered to have reached the next level of a martial artist. After all, Mu Yun was only at the 5th level of the qi condensation realm, while Dongfang Yu was at the 7th level of the condensed origin realm. The difference was too great. Puff, before Mu Yun's qi force could touch Dongfang Yu's body, she was hit by Dongfang Yu's true origin realm. She spat out a large amount of blood. 8 Desolation Chant, so strong. Bahuang Yin in the myriad great worlds, there were many kinds of martial techniques. Mu Yun did not control all of them. This 8 Desolate chant used the vibrations of quintessential essence to produce a tyrannical impact, injuring cultivators. It was truly incomparably tyrannical. It's a good martial skill, I want it. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Mu Yun laughed mischievously. You want it? I can burn a copy and send it to you in the underworld. Seeing that Mu Yun was still in the mood to joke at this moment, Dongfang Yu's hair stood on end and she could not restrain herself. 8 Baron Chant, Seal Fragment. Dongfang Yu spread out her 10 fingers, and strands of true yuan coiled around her fingertips. The strands of true yuan were like ripples created by pebbles. They were intermittent, but the power they emitted gave people a frightening feeling. 8 Desolation Chant is a high-grade yellow rank martial skill. Mu Yun, you can die without regrets if I use this martial skill to kill you. Dongfang Yu's face was indifferent as the true yuan pulsing at her fingertips became more and more intense. Crackle, a sound similar to the flow of electricity rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. All of a sudden, Dongfang Yu's body dashed out, heading straight for Mu Yun. Good martial technique, I'll take it. With a low shout, Mu Yun slapped the ground with both hands, and her body soared into the air. Falling Cloud Sword Palm, Falling Cloud Form. As the falling cloud sword palm struck out, Mu Yun's figure flew up. Her speed was not any slower than Dongfang Yu's. Try and take my palm. Mu Yun flew up and roared, flying towards Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu sneered when she saw that Mu Yun did not dodge and flew directly towards her. The vital energy around her body was completely dormant, and she was prepared to deal a killing blow to Mu Yun. Falling sky form. However, just as Dongfang Yu was about to give Mu Yun a fatal blow with all his might, Mu Yun's figure flew over his head. Oh no, Dongfang Yu's expression suddenly changed. This damned Mu Yun's target was not him, but Jing Dong, who was behind him. You want to kill me? Dream on. He did not expect Mu Yun to target him, and Jing Dong was slightly enraged. At any rate, he was a pulse condensation realm martial artist. Mu Yun's actions were seriously underestimating him too much. This kind of belittling made his face flush red. Mountain fist. Taking a step forward, Jing Dong unleashed his aura and his burly figure instantly grew taller. Last time, I lost to you because I was careless. This time, I will kill you. Jing Dong was fearless as he punched out with both fists. The injuries on his body had already recovered, and he was even stronger than before. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Mu Yun, it was also wishful thinking for Mu Yun to kill him. Falling sky palm. Mu Yun put his hands together and a palm print shot out. Mu Yun's figure instantly appeared before Jing Dong. Mu Yu, a roar rang out from Mu Yun's mouth as an inexplicable force spread out in all directions with Mu Yun as the center. Crack crack. 4 fists collided, and a cracking sound was heard. Then, with a cracking sound, the sound of 2 bodies being torn apart could be heard. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the forest, and a bloody smell soared into the sky. The moment the 4 fists collided, Jing Dong's arms were broken. However, Mu Yun's strength was extremely domineering. After breaking Jing Dong's arms, she forcibly separated them from his body. Blood spurted from his shoulders, and Jing Dong's face instantly turned pale. Vital essence. At the same time, Miao Xianyu and Dongfang Yu were stunned. They opened their mouths but could not say a word. No one knew better than Dongfang Yu the reason why Mu Yun could injure Jing Dong so severely in one move. Vital essence. That was the explosive power of vital essence. Only vital essence could be so powerful. However, he could not believe that Mu Yun, who was only at the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm, actually had vital essence. You're not at the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm, you're at the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Dongfang Yu was in disbelief when he saw the vital essence floating above Mu Yun's palms. No, you're obviously at the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm. You haven't reached the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Nothing is impossible. Mu Yun sneered. The Southern Cloud Empire is only a small part of the Tianyun continent. The Tianyun continent is only a small part of the 3,000 small worlds. The world is so vast, what do you know? Hearing Mu Yun's baffling words, Dongfang Yu's face gradually turned gloomy. Even if you have vital essence in your body, you're just relying on the Dharma treasure in your body. What are you? Killing you is still as easy as flipping my hand. Vital essence surged above his hands again. A layer of vital essence surrounded the surface of Dongfang Yu's body, forming a layer of defense. This was the strength of a martial artist at the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Vital essence gathered on the surface of the body to form a solid defense. No matter if it was physical strength or Qi, it could not be broken. Even vital essence could not break it. The vital essence Dharma robe could form a defense that was not inferior to a middle-grade mortal weapon. Vital essence could not only form a sharp blade-like attack, but it could also form a solid shield-like defense. At this moment, since Mu Yun could launch a vital essence attack, Dongfang Yu had to be on guard. Are you afraid? Seeing Dongfang Yu's defensive posture, Mu Yun could not help but mock. Afraid? Dongfang Yu was not afraid, but Mu Yun was really cunning and did not play by the rules. He had to be on guard. 8 Desolation Chant, Overflowing Sky Seal. Dongfang Yu spread out his hands, and vital essence burst out from his palms. The vital essence kept condensing and was compressed between Dongfang Yu's hands, shrinking continuously. Gradually, the true yuan converged and formed a square pyramid. Every line of the pyramid was straight and firm, as tough as steel. The pyramid was only the size of a palm, but the terrifying true yuan within it was overflowing with killing intent even though it was just a slight aftershock. Overflowing sky seal. Overflowing sky. 8 Desolation chant is really a good martial technique. Seeing Dongfang use technique, Mu Yun did not interrupt. Instead, he stood at the side and observed carefully. Such a seal was indeed powerful, but Dongfang Yu's technique was a little obscure, and his vital essence was not condensed enough. It's really a waste for such a good martial technique to be in your hands. Humph, it's enough to kill you. The disdain in Dongfang Yu's eyes deepened. You can't resist using a broken seal, let alone the overflowing sky seal. Hearing Dongfang Yu's words, Mu Yun did not explain. In the beginning, he did want to use his physical strength and vital essence to resist Dongfang Yu. He wanted to test his strength and see what level he had reached. Moreover, the vital essence in his body was not absorbed by his own body. It was emitted by the chart of deity extermination and remained in his meridians. The reason why he hid it was to kill Jin Dong at the critical moment. After all, Jin Dong's existence was still a threat. Only by dealing with Jin Dong and then facing Dongfang Yu could he ensure that nothing would go wrong. At this moment, after witnessing the power of the universal chant, Mu Yun yearned for this martial technique even more. Even he had rarely seen a superior yellow-ranked martial technique that could erupt with such destructive power. Hard as one, hard as I move. At this moment, Mu Yun did not stop. Today, since he had exposed too much in front of Miao Xianyu, he might as well take it all out. With a low shout, Mu Yun's body twisted strangely. Vital essence overflowed from his body, and a powerful aura lingered. Around the vital essence, small waves moved restlessly. They were so weak that they were almost undetectable. Gradually, the vital essence that condensed around Mu Yun's body was gradually sucked into his palm. And in Mu Yun's hand, the vital essence slowly condensed into the shape of a sharp sword. Vital essence condensation. How was this possible? Vital essence condensation, which could only be achieved by a core-gathering expert in the 8th level of the physical body, was actually performed by Mu Yun at the 5th level. If it was said that Mu Yun had vital essence in his body, it would only be shocking. Such a move was simply unheard of. Damn it. Dongfang Yu's face became a little ugly. He had been stuck at the 7th level of the physical body, the condensed essence realm, for half a year. He only needed to open his dantian and condense his vital essence condensation. However, Mu Yun had actually achieved this at the 5th level of the physical body. How on earth did this guy do it? Although you can achieve this step by using tricks, you are still in the chi condensation realm. Taking a step forward, Dongfang Yu attacked with the vital essence in his palms. Boom, in an instant, an explosion sounded in the entire mountain forest. Leaves fell from the trees, and the earth faintly trembled. So powerful. Even though she was dozens of meters away, Miao Xianyu still widened her eyes when she felt the tremors of the earth. Was this still a battle that could be created between martial artists in the 5th and 7th level of the physical body, even martial artists in the 9th level of the physical body, the spirit-detecting realm, and the 10th level of the physical body, the aperture-gathering realm, might not be able to cause such a commotion. The sky seal collided with the vital essence sword, and a strong impact instantly exploded. The two figures separated as soon as they came into contact. A low panting sound spread between the two. Dongfang Yu's face was flushed, and he swallowed a trace of blood in his throat. On the other side, Mu Yun's palm split open again, and blood flowed out. Good. Looking at the blood flowing out of his palm, Mu Yun suddenly shouted. Good. Miao Xianyu was a little anxious. At this moment, Mu Yun obviously seemed to be at a disadvantage. Why did he still shout good? How could Miao Xianyu understand Mu Yun's thoughts? The vital essence condensation could only be achieved by martial artists in the 8th level of the physical body, the core-gathering realm. The reason why Mu Yun could do it was because of his rich knowledge from his previous life, as well as his body's aptitude after being completely transformed by the execution of the heavens painting. It could be said that the vital essence sword condensed from vital essence was definitely much more powerful than ordinary middle-grade mortal weapons. Even so, it was still broken by Dongfang Yu's sky seal. On one hand, it was because his current realm was not as good as Dongfang Yu's. On the other hand, it could only be said that the power of Ba Huang Yi was far beyond his imagination. Unfortunately, such a powerful martial technique was only used by Dong Fengyu, and he did not display the power of the seal at all. Casting pearls before swine. Dong Fengyu, it's a waste for such a powerful martial technique to be in your hands. Even so, you still dare to call yourself a genius. It's ridiculous. Humph, still stubborn. After I kill you and take your treasure, Diao Yadong of the Diao family and Wang Qingfeng of the Wang family will know longer be my opponent. Chapter 32 Life and Death Seal. He could already tell that the current Mu Yun was already seriously injured under his continuous attacks. As long as he used the last seal of the 8 Desolate chant, Mu Yun would definitely not be able to endure it. The outcome of the battle was already clear. No matter how heaven-defying Mu Yun was, she would still be defeated by him today. She could only blame Mu Yun for being too complacent. She did not know how to restrain herself. She did not know that a man's wealth was his own ruin. At this moment, even if Mu Yun used her quintessential essence materialization technique, she was still no match for him. As for him, he still had an even more powerful technique that he had yet to use. Leaning forward slightly, Dong Fengyu's body was as straight as a spear. Behind him, a true essence mark floated up. At first, the true origin imprint was only the size of a palm. However, it gradually condensed and covered Dong Fengyu's entire back. Mu Yun, I'll let you experience the greatest power of the Bahuang chant. I'll let you understand what a genius is. Dong Fengyu stood there quietly. However, the power within her body continued to accumulate. Powerful true origin gradually gathered from his back and gathered in front of him. As for the true origin energy, it slowly took shape and continuously changed shape between his hands. In the end, the true yuan condensed into a circular mark on Dong Fengyu's chest. Half of the circular mark was dark black while the other half was bright, forming the pattern of the 8 trigrams. Life and Death Seal. With a low groan, Dong Fengyu's face instantly flushed red. Even the corner of her mouth could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The Desolate chant is split into 3 seals. The Shattering Seal shatters a martial artist's heart meridians. The Overflowing Sky Seal disrupts a martial artist's chi meridians and covers the sky and earth. The Life and Death Seal completely determines a martial artist's life and death. Mu Yun, I will judge your life today. I will judge your life and death. Dong Fengyu's body trembled slightly, but the color of the Life and Death Seal in front of her grew increasingly distinct. The true yuan within the seal grew increasingly violent, as if it could not help but jump out. Kill! With a low shout, Dong Fengyu charged forward. The Life and Death Seal followed closely behind, creating a strong gust of wind. Good timing. Seeing Dong Fengyu unleash the power of the Life and Death Desolate Seal, Mu Yun finally witnessed the power of the Desolate chant. He did not retreat, nor did he stop. She struck out with both hands. This time, Mu Yun planned to take it head-on. The true origin in his body came from the painting of immortal extermination. The true essence in the painting of extermination of immortality was so powerful that it was not something the 3,000 small worlds could compare to. The true essence condensation from before was just an experiment. This time, it was the true condensation of true essence. Emptiness fist, emptiness shield, emptiness blade. With a low shout, true essence gathered in front of Mu Yun. The terrifying true essence converged into a stream, a river, and an ocean. This time, Mu Yun used all the true essence left by the painting of extermination of deity in her body. The hollow bright fist caused true essence to gather in Mu Yun's hands. In his left hand, he held a Kongming shield that was condensed from true essence, and it was crystal clear. Xiao Chen's right hand held a saber made of quintessence, looking tough and straight. The Kongming shield was the strongest defense, while the Kongming blade was the strongest attack. Dong Fengyu was prepared, so how could Mu Yun not have guessed it? So what if it's a condensation of true essence? I don't believe that your true essence can be so strong. Dong Fengyu's face showed a trace of ruthlessness. You'll know after you try. The true essence shield was condensed, and Mu Yun's heart was filled with fighting spirit. She wanted to know how powerful the Life and Death Seal was. Break! Dong Fengyu rushed forward, and a strong pressure instantly pressed down on Mu Yun like a tide. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, almost instantaneously. The hollow bright shield was broken. Bang! In the next moment, Mu Yun raised her right hand and slashed at the life and death seal with all her strength. However, another bang was heard, and the Kongming blade was broken again. Everything happened so quickly that Miao Xianyu, who was on the other side, did not have time to react. Mu Yun was able to condense true essence condensation from a level 5 physical body, which could only be achieved by a level 9 spiritual body. However, even so, she was still defeated by Dongfengyu's life and death seal. However, until now, Miao Xianyu could still see the madness in Mu Yun's eyes. Yes, it was madness, not fear. It was as if the stronger the life and death seal was, the greater the joy in his heart. Was this really the same mentor Mu Yun who used to be a yes man? Block? What are you going to use to block my life and death seal? Dongfengyu laughed out loud, and the life and death seal left her hand, and slammed towards Mu Yun's chest. Dong, a muffled sound was heard, and Miao Xianyu opened her mouth, and her face turned pale. The life and death seal had actually slammed into Mu Yun's chest. She had seen how the life and death seal had killed the hollow bright shield and the hollow bright blade. Now that it had slammed into Mu Yun's body, then Mu Yun, mentor Mu, Miao Xianyu covered her mouth with her hand, and her heart jumped to her throat. Haha, seeing Mu Yun block the life and death seal with her body, Dongfengyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mu Yun, the stronger you are, the more powerful the treasure in your body is. This time, after killing you and obtaining your treasure, the title of the number 1 genius in Baiyun City will belong to me, Dongfengyu. Dongfengyu, I didn't expect you to be such a beast with a human face. Miao Xianyu glared at Dongfengyu, and wished she could kill him. Although Dongfengyu was already at the end of his rope, Miao Xianyu understood that she was no match for him with her muscle rebirth realm cultivation base. Kill me? Dongfengyu turned around, and said with a hoarse voice, do you think you're worthy? Miao Xianyu, if your grandfather wasn't Master Miao Qing, who do you think you are? Furthermore, after killing you, no one will know what happened here. When we return to Baiyun City, I can say that it was Mu Yun who coveted you, and mentor Jin Dong happened to discover it. In the end, he was killed by Mu Yun. As for me, I just happened to pass by and killed Mu Yun. It's just that Mu Yun lost her mind and wanted to drag you down with her before dying. So many coincidences, you're dreaming. With my, Dongfengyu's, reputation, no one in the entire Baiyun City will suspect me of so many coincidences, said Dongfengyu proudly. TCH, you're really shameless. But just as Dongfengyu finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. Mu Yun. Dongfengyu turned around and saw Mu Yun standing up without any injuries. His body stiffened. Impossible, you've been struck by my life and death seal. It's impossible for you to still be alive. I clearly broke through your shield and saber. How can your body withstand the life and death seal's attack? If it were your body, you definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it with your weak kidneys. But it's different for me. With blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, Mu Yun stood up resolutely. Mentor Mu. Seeing Mu Yun miraculously stand up again, Miao Xianyu's heart settled. Unknowingly, her eyes gradually filled with tears. Mu Yun's life and death were not only related to his life, but also to her. With Mu Yun's realm, he could have just left when facing Jin Dong and Dongfengyu, but he did not do so. Trash, die. Dongfengyu raised his palm and wanted to condense the vital essence in his palm again. Plop, with a soft plop, the vital essence in his palm was extinguished uncontrollably. Idiot, you've repeatedly used the shattered seal, overflowing sky seal, and life and death seal of the universal chant. Are you sure you still have vital essence? Mu Yun said confidently. That's right. After all, he was only at the 7th level of the condensed prime realm. The vital essence in his meridians was limited. If he stepped into the 8th level of the core assembly realm and gathered vital essence in his dantian, it would not be a problem to use the universal chant 3 or 5 times, let alone once. Damn it. Dongfengyu did not expect Mu Yun to survive after withstanding the life and death seal. Even so, you don't have much vital essence left in your body. Moreover, I don't believe you can still fight with me after withstanding the life and death seal. I'm sorry. Mu Yun smiled. Vital essence appeared on the surface of his hands and filled his fists. The emptiness shield and emptiness blade appeared on his hands again. Young Master Dongfeng, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. What? Dongfeng Yu's face turned ashen when he saw that Mu Yun still had vital essence in his body. What was going on? Mu Yun was not at the 7th level, but his body already contained vital essence. It was unbelievable. Now, the genuine origin energy in his body had been depleted, but Mu Yun still had an endless supply of genuine origin energy. Come, I'll stand still and let you hit me. When Mu Yun's saber and shield clashed, a resounding sound rang out. Mu Yun, Dongfeng Yu, fell for your trick this time. Next time I won't let you off. As Dongfeng Yu spoke, he leaped into the air and tried to escape. Trying to run? Seeing that Dongfeng Yu was leaping into the air, Mu Yun threw the emptiness blade in his hand. The emptiness blade hit Dongfeng Yu's thigh. Dongfeng Yu fell to the ground with a thud, and blood flowed continuously. Mu Yun, don't go too far. You want to kill me, but I can't kill you? Mu Yun sneered. You forced me to do this. Dongfeng Yu gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind when he saw Mu Yun's sneer. Dongfeng Yu struggled to stand up. He no longer cared about the wound on his thigh. Instead, he looked at Mu Yun with a ferocious expression. If you don't let me live, then I'll perish together with you. Song of the Eight Desolation, using my body as a seal to seal the sky and destroy the earth. With a roar, Dongfeng Yu's entire body exploded. Crackling sounds could be heard from every meridian in his body. At this moment, he seemed to have completely activated his meridian and set himself on fire. Mu Yun, go to hell with me. Black smoke filled the surface of Dongfeng Yu's body. The black smoke burned continuously and emitted black flames. At this moment, Dongfeng Yu's body gradually dissipated. Black Death Orb body as a seal? Seeing Dongfeng Yu's crazy actions, Mu Yun's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. At this moment, Dongfeng Yu was like a mad dog that had completely lost all sense of reason. She had completely given up on her own life and wanted to drag him down with her. It wasn't that Mu Yun hadn't seen the body as a seal before. However, for a yellow rank martial skill to appear in the 10th level of the physical body realm, it was a little shocking. The power of the Song of the Eight Desolation had given him too many surprises. Now that things have come to this, I can only give it a try. Mu Yun smiled faintly, and her palm gradually moved. In her previous life, as the supreme immortal king of the myriad great worlds, Mu Yun had countless martial techniques in her memory. However, although some martial skills were powerful, Mu Yun was not sure if he could successfully activate them with his current realm. Teacher Mu, Miao Xianyu was in disbelief when she saw that Mu Yun was still planning to fight back. From the 4 black-robed men at the beginning, to Jing Dong, to Dongfeng Yu and Mu Yun now, how many tricks had they not used? The heavenly Tao is faint, the void punishes, the chaos of the heavens, the mending of the heavens, the mending of the heavens, the way of mending the heavens. Mu Yun muttered under his breath. True essence flowed between his hands, and a powerful aura overflowed, like water that melted ice and snow. Heaven mending sword. With a low shout, Mu Yun put her index finger and middle finger together, and a long sword of quintessential essence slowly extended. In the end, the true Yuan sword widened to a width of 3 fingers and a length of 1 meter before stopping. However, the sword of vital energy that Mu Yun had condensed was different from the sword of vital energy that he had used to attack. Miao Xianyu stood at the side. She couldn't tell what was different. However, she faintly felt that the sword of vital energy seemed to contain an aura. It was precisely that aura that made the sword of vital energy appear even more frightening. Heaven Mending Sword Dao, Miao Xianyu secretly remembered this name. True Essence Sword? Your True Essence Sword can't even block my 8 Desolate Chance 3 seals. How can it block my death seal? Dongfeng Yu's face was full of arrogance. Since Mu Yun did not want to give him a chance to live, he would drag Mu Yun down with him before he died. Even if he died, it would be worth it. In the face of Dongfeng Yu's mockery, Mu Yun did not care at all. Her eyes were completely focused on the vital essence sword in her hand. The long sword became more and more solid. At a glance, it looked like a real sword. Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale, but her eyes were filled with joy. Only now did he look at Dongfeng Yu. Kill. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's eyes appeared a little vicious. Kill. At the same time, the black smoke and fire around Dong Fengyu's body became denser and denser, gradually converging into a ball and enveloping Dong Fengyu's figure. His voice floated out from the black ball, hoarse and deep. At that instant, the two figures collided with one another. Boom, once again, the earth shook and the mountains shook. However, this time, even if one was standing dozens of meters away, they could still see the ground under their feet crack open. How could a martial artist at the 10th level of the physical body realm achieve such power? Perhaps only a martial artist at the 10th level of the spiritual aperture realm could do it. A loud explosion spread, and the entire mountain forest was in a mess again. Demonic beasts wailed. In the middle of the field, two figures stood upright and did not fall. It was Mu Yun and Dong Fengyu. Who won and who lost, Miao Xianyu's heart was already stuck in her throat. Puff, however, her doubts did not last long. Suddenly, the sound of someone spitting out blood was heard. There was a large bloody hole in Dong Fengyu's chest. Blood was gushing out, and the life aura on his body was gradually dissipating. He won. Seeing this scene, Miao Xianyu could not help but open her mouth. However, she could not say a word, and tears flowed down. This battle was Mu Yun's battle. Wasn't it also related to her life and death? Mu Yun, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Dong Fengyu gritted his teeth. He wished he could swallow Mu Yun alive. As one of the 3 genius mentors of the North Cloud Academy, he originally had the opportunity to teach at the imperial capital South Cloud Academy. However, now, Mu Yun, you don't have to be proud. I, Dong Fengyu, will use my body as a seal. The death aura on my body will be transferred to your body. You will come to see me very soon. As his words fell, Dong Fengyu's posture was straight. He stood on the spot, but there was no sound. Suddenly, Mu Yun, who was standing in front of him, was surrounded by black smoke. Finally, it turned into a black light and covered the surface of Mu Yun's body. Bang! Sitting on the ground, Mu Yun panted heavily. Her skin gradually turned black. Mentor Mu, how are you? I'm fine. I'm poisoned now. Don't touch me. Now, let's go immediately. Mu Yun said without delay. I'm afraid the fight here has already alarmed the nearby martial artists. We need to find a safe place. Let's go. Okay. Miao Xianyu was already at a loss. She didn't know what to do. Mu Yun's words were her everything. Wait, these guys, don't forget to bring the spirit stones, martial skills, treasures and so on. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Miao Xianyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this time, Mu Yun was still thinking about these. She was really greedy. Oh right, especially Dong Fengyu's Song of the 8 Desolation. Such a mysterious martial skill, you must get it. Mu Yun couldn't help but exhort again. I know, money grubber. At the foot of a mountain in the North Cloud Mountain range, there was a 2-meter-tall cave. Stones were piled up at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, 2 figures were sitting cross-legged in the cave. They were Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu. At this moment, Mu Yun's body was surrounded by black gas, and a death aura filled the air. Even though she was sitting 3 meters away from Mu Yun, Miao Xianyu could still feel the death aura. In his body, the black gas was entwining around every meridian in his body, swimming in every blood vessel in his body. The black gas was constantly entwining around his body. Mu Yun sensed it slightly and could feel that the black gas had a strong devouring force, tearing at his body. Damn it! Mu Yun used all kinds of methods, but he still couldn't do anything about the death aura. It's a pity that my current realm is too low. If I enter the spiritual aperture realm and open the 10 major apertures in my body, this death aura will be nothing. Just as Mu Yun was feeling helpless, he suddenly felt that the black gas was everywhere in his body. However, only his mind was clear. The black gas only reached his neck and couldn't go any further. Mind, Mu Yun suddenly thought. In his mind, there was only the chart of celestial extermination. Could it be because of the chart of celestial extermination? Mu Yun's mind shook. He used all his strength to control the black gas in his body and rushed into his mind. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that the black gas was filled with fear and rejection. It was as if there was something in his mind that made it tremble. Scared? The more scared you are, the more I want you to go in. Mu Yun clenched his teeth. Ignoring the resistance of the black gas, he released a tyrannical aura towards his mind. Dong, in the end, the black gas couldn't resist Mu Yun and rushed into Mu Yun's mind. However, in that collision, a corner of the chart of celestial extermination exploded in Mu Yun's mind. The majestic suction force stirred Mu Yun's mind, causing him to almost faint. At this moment, it was as if blades were stirring in his mind, trying to tear his brain apart and completely disintegrate him. Humph. No matter how powerful you were in your previous life, now that you have merged with me, I am your master. Don't be too proud. One day, I will tear apart this broken painting of yours. Mu Yun endured the pain, but he kept cursing. Buzz, after he cursed, in the next moment, the corner of the chart of celestial extermination opened, and a majestic righteous force attacked Mu Yun's body. That force was full of vitality and absorbed all the injuries in Mu Yun's body. Gradually, the Qi gene power in his body began to pulse. Using Qi to nourish the meridians, he was about to enter the 6th level of the meridian condensing realm. Mu Yun was overjoyed and began to carefully comprehend it. Although Qi force couldn't be compared to true essence, it was superior in terms of flexibility. It had the intention of tempering the meridians and also had a sense of gentleness. Therefore, in the meridian condensing realm, using Qi to nourish the meridians was the best way to nourish a warrior's meridians. Mu Yun understood that on the path of a warrior, he would encounter thousands of dangers in the future. For the 10th level of the physical body, he had to seriously build a good foundation and temper his body to perfection. Even with the memories and experience of his previous life, he didn't dare to be careless at this moment. He followed the rules step by step. After a long while, Mu Yun exhaled slightly and felt the changes in his body with satisfaction. The meridian condensing realm was indeed much stronger than the Qi condensing realm. Using Qi to nourish the meridians caused the meridians to be filled with the power of Qi force. The flexibility and strength of the meridians were greatly improved. This step was definitely incomparable to the Qi condensing realm. The black gas disappeared. After recovering, Mu Yun suddenly realized that the black gas in his body had disappeared completely. No, it didn't disappear. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt that a ball of black gas in his abdomen had condensed to the size of a thumb. That black gas looked more like a black pill. Mu Yun was a little surprised to find that the black pill condensed from the black gas was extremely docile at this moment. It curled up in his abdomen like a well-behaved cat and didn't move at all. With a thought, Mu Yun was even more speechless. This black gas pill actually submitted to him at this moment and was under his control. This death gas was formed by Dongfang Yu using his own body as a seal and communicating with the power of heaven and earth. It has great destructive power and is hidden in his body. At the critical moment, it can surprise the opponent and kill him. It's even more powerful than a hidden weapon. After making up his mind, Mu Yun felt the execution heaven diagram. The execution heaven diagram that had originally opened a corner was indeed slowly closing at this moment. There will be plenty of time to unravel your secret in the future. Now that his cultivation level was too low, Mu Yun wasn't worried that the execution heaven diagram would run away. Gradually, as time passed, Mu Yun could feel that the execution heaven diagram was becoming more and more integrated with him. In the future, it would be difficult to distinguish between them. Chapter 34 Practice in a Cave. Miao Xianyu was extremely nervous. Mu Yun's expression was ferocious for a while, then comfortable for a while, and then thoughtful for a while. She really had no idea what was going on. He saw that Mu Yun's eyes were tightly shut at this moment. Her long hair was tied behind her head, and there was a strand of hair in front of her forehead that slightly covered the side of her face. Miao Xianyu suddenly felt that Mu Yun looked a little handsome. Why didn't I notice it before? What did you find? As soon as Miao Xianyu finished speaking, Mu Yun suddenly opened her eyes. She smiled and said, "Did you realize that instructor is becoming more and more handsome? Did you gradually fall in love with instructor? Bah, I don't like you." Miao Xianyu didn't expect that Mu Yun would suddenly wake up. Her face turned red. Oh? Does that mean you're admitting that you're getting more and more handsome? I didn't. Miao Xianyu's thoughts were exposed, and she was a little flustered. She took out a yellow book and snorted, "Here, greedy ghost, this is the Song of 8 Desolations. 8 Desolation chant." Upon hearing these words, Mu Yun immediately perked up. However, when her gaze landed on the martial skill, Mu Yun's expression became a little strange. The yellowed book was clearly quite old. However, the words on it weren't written in the Tianyun continent. Moreover, the second word and the third word were clearly separated by a large distance. In the middle, there were 2 more words, but they were not very clear. However, in her previous life, Mu Yun had once fought in a great world and had seen these words before. She muttered, 8 Desolation seal of life and death. Opening the martial technique, Mu Yun immediately fell into it. These words were not too different from the words on the Tianyun continent. However, Dongfang Yu was actually able to use this martial technique to comprehend the realm within it. She was truly a genius. One had to know that for a martial skill, once a single word was wrong, there could be an earth-shattering difference. It had to be said that Dongfang Yu really didn't want to live anymore by practicing a martial skill that she didn't know much about to such a level. The 8 Desolation seal of life and death is divided into 4 seals. Once the 4 seals are formed, the 8 Desolation seals of life, heaven and earth. Mu Yun began to read the martial technique seriously. She was gradually absorbed in it and completely forgot about Xianxia beside her. The first seal, Shattering Seal, shatters a martial artist's meridians, severing their life force and destroying their meridians. Its power is so great that it can kill those above its level. The second seal, Overflowing Sky Seal, covers the sky and covers the earth, embodies the power of a martial artist, and exudes the aura of a martial artist. The third seal, Life and Death Seal, exterminating life and death, 8 Desolations world. The fourth seal, 8 Desolation heavenly seal. Seal the 8 Desolations, endless heaven and earth. The 8 Desolation seal of life and death is indeed powerful. After carefully looking at the 8 Desolation life and death seal, Mu Yun discovered the powerful aspect of this martial skill. High yellow rank, Mu Yun could feel that no one within the 10th layer of the physical body realm would be able to resist this martial technique. Only those who had advanced to the 10th layer of the spirit aperture realm and opened up the 10 major acupoints in their body would be able to resist it. I didn't spend so much to get you for nothing. After killing the 4 black-robed men, Jin Dong, Dongfang Yu, and the others, she had obtained a few thousand spirit stones, a few martial skills, and many ordinary weapons. However, in Mu Yun's eyes, all of them were not as powerful as this 8 Desolation life and death seal. Now, let's try the first seal, Shattering Seal. After saying that, Mu Yun closed her eyes again, ignoring Xianxia who was beside her. At this moment, Xianxia's little mouth was pouting. She ignored a living beauty beside her and stared blankly at a tattered old book, sometimes surprised and sometimes laughing. Big fool. Ignoring Mu Yun, Xianxia began to play with the spirit stones and ordinary weapons that she had obtained from Jin Dong, Dongfang Yu, and the others. Shattering Seal, shatters a martial artist's meridians and severs their life force. The power of this seal lies in the condensation of the true origin in the body, allowing each true origin to be firmly fixed. Deep in thought, Mu Yun's palm slowly moved. The current her was no longer the same as before. It was enough to be called a genius. Her comprehension and action were also extraordinary. Shattering Seal, open. With a low shout, a rotating seal slowly formed between Mu Yun's hands. The seal was completely black, like a whirlpool that kept stirring. However, the instant that black seal formed, Xianxia, who stood to the side, suddenly felt an aura of deathly stillness spreading toward her. So powerful. It was not that she had not seen Dongfang Yu's 8 Desolation life and death seal, but compared to Mu Yun's Shattering Seal, Dongfang Yu's Shattering Seal seemed to be very different. Even its aura was more than 10 times weaker. However, Mu Yun had only come into contact with this martial technique for less than half a day. Phew, after a quarter of an hour, the black seal on Mu Yun's hand slowly dissipated, and the destructive aura on her body also gradually dissipated. Shattering Seal, shatters a martial artist's meridians and severs their life force. It is indeed powerful. After a long time, Mu Yun's eyes were still shining. Instructor Mu, however, a resentful voice rang in her ears, and only then did Mu Yun remember that she was not the only one in the cave. Instructor Mu, you have been cultivating for half a day. Do you know that I have been waiting for you here for half a day? Miao Xianyu complained. Shoo, however, before Miao Xianyu could finish her sentence, Mu Yun suddenly made a shushing gesture. What are you doing? There are people outside. Mu Yun stood up and walked to the entrance of the cave. She looked outside through the cracks of the rocks. Where is there anyone? Instructor Mu, you, however, before Miao Xianyu could finish her sentence, she suddenly froze on the spot. At this moment, there were dozens of people standing outside the cave. Among the dozens of people, most of them were at level 4 or level 5 of the physical body realm. The two people in the lead looked similar, but they were martial artists at level 6 of the physical body realm. Mu Lang, Mu Yun not only made my grandfather kneel, she also made your grandfather lose face in the family. She even wanted your grandfather to eat shit in front of everyone. A young man behind the two suddenly spoke. Mu Yun was no stranger to that figure. It was Mu Yuan, whose 3 fingers she had broken. This time, first grandfather and my grandfather invited the 7 evils of Willow Mountain. Although only 4 of the 7 evils of Willow Mountain are left, with the 4 of them working together, even if Mu Yun was at the level 5 of the Qi condensation realm, she would definitely not be able to escape. Mu Yuan said proudly, moreover, Dongfang Yu is involved this time. It would be strange if Mu Yun could survive. Ever since Mu Yun had broken 3 of his fingers, the hatred in Mu Yuan's heart surged. There was not a moment when he did not think about how to kill Mu Yun. Fortunately, with so many powerful people taking action this time, Mu Yun would die even if she did not. He was very proud. He was proud that his grandfather could invite Dongfang Yu to kill Mu Yun. The Mu family's position in Baiyun City could not be challenged. The position of his grandfather, Mu Fengqing, could not be trampled on. Are you done? Trash. However, just as Mu Yuan finished speaking, one of the 2 youths in front of him, who was slightly taller, could not help but sneer. Mu Yuan, I have to say that Mu Yun is trash. In any case, she is at the level 5 of the Qi condensation realm. But what about you? You are still stuck at the level 4 of the Qi condensation realm. Aren't you worse than trash? You, that's enough, Mu Qing. We are all brothers. The other youth with a strong build stopped him. I don't have a trash brother who stayed in the intermediate class for 2 years. Mu Qing laughed coldly and said disdainfully, the disciples of the second elder are getting worse with each generation. You, hearing Mu Qing's words, Mu Yuan's body trembled, but he could not refute. Mu Lang and Mu Qing were brothers, and they were from the first elder's faction. However, the 2 of them were truly favored by the heavens. Mu Lang, at the age of 17, was at the level 6 of the Qi condensation realm and was about to enter the Qi condensation realm. According to Baiyun Academy's rules, once one entered the Qi condensation realm, one could enter the advanced class and receive better instructors and martial techniques. Mu Qing was about to turn 17 and was also in the Qi condensation realm. Although he was weaker than his elder brother, he was still talented. In the entire Baiyun Academy's intermediate class, the 2 brothers were famous, and they were also the pride of the Mu family. Stop arguing. Seeing the smell of gunpowder between the 2 getting stronger, Mu Lang could not help but frown. This time, the 4 devils of Willow Mountain, Jin Dong, and Dongfang Yu made a move. Mu Yun will definitely die without a burial place. Now, the most important thing is to find Mu Yun and Dongfang Yu. Mu Yun has been silent for 10 years and suddenly rose up. She must have some extraordinary treasure in her body. We can't let Dongfang Yu and the rest benefit from it. Yes, that's right. Mu Yuan agreed. Seeing Mu Yuan's flattering appearance, Mu Qing said disdainfully, "TCH, it's because you are useless. I don't know what your grandfather is thinking. If I want to kill Mu Yun, I can do it myself. Why would I ask the 4 devils of Willow Mountain, hee." However, just as they were discussing, an ear-piercing laughter suddenly rang out without warning. That voice seemed to be very close to them, as if it was right beside them. Who is it? Hearing that laughter, Mu Yuan and the rest immediately became nervous. The trash you are talking about. A loud explosion could be heard as the cave behind the crowd was blasted open. two figures slowly walked out from it. It was Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu. Looking at Miao Xianyu, who could not stop laughing, Mu Yun was speechless. This little girl, can't she stop laughing? Mu Yun. Mu Yun, it's actually you. You're not dead? Seeing Mu Yun, the three of them were astonished. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Seeing Mu Yun, Mu Yuan was in disbelief. His eyes were round as he stared at Mu Yun as if he had seen a ghost. Hearing Mu Yuan's words, Mu Qing cursed inwardly for being an idiot. Mu Yun was standing here at this moment. It could only mean that Mu Yun had discovered the pursuit and was hiding here. However, he stood out at this moment, which was enough to prove that he was not hiding. That could only mean that Dongfang Yu and the rest had failed to kill him. Failed? How was that possible? Break your meridians. If you're not dead, how can I bear to die? Mu Yun sneered as she looked at Mu Yuan. This guy wanted him dead time and time again. It was really annoying. Haha, suddenly, Mu Yuan burst out laughing. Not dead? That's great. So that Dongfang Yu doesn't get her hands on your treasures. These 32 people are men of sacrifice secretly trained by my grandfather and the first elder. They don't belong to the family and only listen to my grandfather and the first elder. Today, you will die without a doubt. Seeing Mu Yuan's crazed appearance, Mu Lang and Mu Qing did not move. They wanted to see what tricks Mu Yun had up her sleeves. Teacher Mu, I'm sorry. Miao Xianyu stood at the side and looked at Mu Yun. She said seriously, I couldn't hold it in, and laughed out loud. Couldn't hold back what? I can't hold back the arrogance of these people. Hee hee. Miao Xianyu chuckled with a hint of cunning in her eyes. After spending a day with Mu Yun, she could clearly see how powerful Mu Yun was. This kind of power came from Mu Yun's calmness. Whether it was facing the four devils of Willow Mountain, Jin Dong, or even Dongfang Yu, who was 2 realms higher than her, Mu Yun always looked as if victory was within her grasp. At this moment, hearing the arrogance of Mu Yuan and the others, she really wanted to laugh. Laughing at the ignorance of Mu Yuan and Mu Lang, if it was half a month ago, she would have thought that Mu Lang and Mu Qing were indeed worthy of being called geniuses. However, compared to Mu Yun, Miao Xianyu felt that the two of them were too ordinary. Miao Xianyu, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your grandfather is Miao Qing. No one will know that we did it if we kill you in this canyon. Mu Yuan's face turned ugly as he couldn't help but shout. Looks like the lesson of 3 fingers wasn't enough. Seeing that Mu Yuan was still so arrogant, Mu Yun shook her head. Mu Yun, I advise you to be sensible. At this moment, Mu Qing spoke, not to mention these elites that my grandfather nurtured, just the 2 of us can kill you as easily as flipping our palms. Hand over the treasures you obtained. Even the 2 great geniuses of the Mu family, Mu Lang and Mu Qing, are capable of killing and robbing. Miao Xianyu curled her lips and sneered. Mu Yun. Mu Lang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. The reason why you can rise so quickly is definitely because of your good fortune. I, Mu Lang, am not lacking in talent, and I don't covet your treasures. However, you humiliated my grandfather in front of everyone, so you must apologize to my grandfather for this matter. Apologize? Seeing Mu Lang's righteous look, Mu Yun only smiled slightly. Mu Lang, why are you apologizing? In the end, aren't you still coveting Mentor Mu's treasures? Miao Xianyu said disdainfully, stop pretending to be a gentleman. If that's the case, then, there's nothing more to say. Mu Lang's eyes turned slightly cold. In the next moment, swoosh 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 sounds were heard. 5 figures suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu. Humph. Seeing that Mu Lang could no longer hide his fox tail, Miao Xianyu snorted coldly and was about to attack. However, before she could punch out, 5 screams suddenly sounded. Bang bang bang, before Miao Xianyu could even see clearly, the 5 figures had already retreated in a sorry state. They spat out blood and their faces were pale. After stepping into the 6th level meridian condensing stage, Mu Yun's meridians had reached a terrifying level. As for his physical strength, it was a total of 30,000 jin. Even if it was a mammoth, it would fall to the ground and die with a single punch. You're not at the 5th level, you're at the 6th level meridian condensing stage. Seeing the power of Mu Yun's punch, Mu Qing said in disbelief. So what if I am? No wonder the four devils of Willow Mountain and Jingdong disappeared. It's you, that's right, I killed them. Mu Yun said frankly, now that you've seen my strength, do you still want to kill me? At this moment, Mu Qing was already hesitating. Mu Yun's recent improvement was too strange. At this moment, Mu Qing knew that he might not be able to block the power of her punch. What was going on? Big brother. Kill. Facing Mu Qing's question, Mu Lang was expressionless. Although Mu Yun had also advanced to the meridian condensing stage, she had only just entered. As for him, he already had 1 foot in the 7th level condensing origin stage. His body had already produced a trace of true origin stage. Mu Yun was nothing to be afraid of. Still not willing to let go? Seeing their stance, Mu Yun smiled bitterly in her heart. No matter what, Mu Lang and Mu Qing were still geniuses of the Mu family. If she really killed them, her foster father would be in a difficult position. But now, someone wants to kill me. How can I be a fish on the chopping block? Mu Yun. Taking a step forward, Mu Lang raised his voice and said, in the 10 years since we split from the clan, you have always been labeled as trash. Now, you seem to be rising. Perhaps, you think that you can be like us and be labeled as a genius. But, I want to tell you that trash will always be, bang, as Mu Lang was speaking, suddenly, without any warning, there was a bang. Mu Yun, who was originally 10 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of Mu Lang in an instant and threw a punch. That punch looked simple, but Mu Lang, who was at the meridian condensing stage, was unprepared. He was hit solidly, and blood flowed from his nose. Mu Yun, you actually sneak attacked. Did I sneak attack? Isn't this punch fair and square? You, Mu Qing. Seeing Mu Qing's face turn red and about to fight, Mu Lang shouted to stop the blood from flowing from his nose. Mu Yun, trash will always be trash. Today, I will cripple your meridians and make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. Cripple my meridians? Mu Yun said coldly, then today, I will cripple the meridians of both you and your brother here. As his words fell, Mu Yun's hands formed a seal. 2 broken seals condensed from black vital energy quietly appeared. With a swoosh, Mu Yun's figure flew out. Stop him. Seeing Mu Yun rushing over, Mu Qing's face turned cold. More than 10 figures blocked in front of the two, wanting to block Mu Yun. However, a strange scene appeared. Mu Yun's figure was like a ghost, and he actually shuttled through the dozens of people without any injuries. In the next moment, Mu Yun had already appeared in front of Mu Lang and Mu Qing. How about I let you have a taste of your meridians being crippled? As his words fell, Mu Yun stretched out both his hands. At this moment, Mu Lang and Mu Qing realized that no matter how they blocked Mu Yun, they could not block his attack. This scene was really strange. Mu Yuan saw with his own eyes that Mu Lang and Mu Qing were like fools. They stood on the spot without moving and allowed Mu Yun's palms to hit their chests. Bang bang, 2 bangs sounded at the same time. The two of them could not help but let out a muffled groan at the same time. Their faces instantly became dispirited. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching pain started to spread from their chests and gradually spread to their entire bodies. That kind of pain seemed to want to end their lives. It was as if a group of termites were constantly devouring their flesh and essence. It was only at this moment that they realized. The Mu Yun in front of them had really been reborn. She was completely different from the Mu Yun of 10 years ago. Terrifying. Mu Yun, you, Mu Lang's face was as white as paper. His body curled up, but he could not say a word. On the other side, Mu Qing had already fainted and did not move at all. Why, Mu Lang really could not understand. Just now, when faced with Mu Yun's attack, he had already prepared his defenses. However, those defenses were instantly destroyed by Mu Yun. When did Mu Yun become so terrifying? I'll return the word trash to you. The 2 brothers collapsed on the ground. Those dozens of practitioners were already dumbfounded. They were shocked by Mu Yun's methods and did not dare to make a move. Phew, standing at the same spot, Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt extremely peaceful in his heart. For the past 10 years, Mu Lang, Mu Qing, and Mu Yuan had bullied Mu Yun since he was young. At this moment, it seemed that the Mu Yun in his heart had been completely released. His heart had finally calmed down completely. You are me, and I am you. Martial arts is plundering. Only by being strong can I protect what I want to protect, everything. A low voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. Mu Yun slowly turned and left. Mu Lang and Mu Qing being crippled would definitely make first elder and second elder angry out of humiliation. But now, Mu Yun was not worried at all. Not to mention Master Mo's praise and protection for him, and the fact that he had cured Qin Meng Yao, family Qin would not allow first elder and second elder to do as they pleased. And secretly, now, as long as he was in Baiyun City, he would be safe. Let's go. With Miao Xianyu, Mu Yun walked out step by step. None of the dozens of practitioners dared to stop her. On the other side, Mu Yuan's pants were wet, and his legs were trembling. He stood at the same spot and did not even dare to breathe loudly. When he saw Mu Yun leaving, he sat on the ground and panted heavily. Was that still Mu Yun? Today was simply like a nightmare. Mentor Mu, on the way, Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun with sparkling eyes. To a budding girl, the current Mu Yun was indeed attractive enough. She was called a good-for-nothing for 10 years. Once she rose up, her style of doing things changed completely. What was it that made Mu Yun endure being called a good-for-nothing for 10 years and be constantly humiliated by others? What's wrong? Is it because of your identity as an illegitimate child that you have been enduring? But why did you choose to stand out now? Do you really intend to return to the Mu family and face your identity? Do you want to shock everyone and attract the attention of the Mu family in Baiyun City? Although you are very strong now, there is a world of difference between you and Baiyun City and South Cloud City. Compared to the geniuses there, you are still not enough. Moreover, I heard that after your mother gave birth to you, she disappeared without a trace. Your father also disappeared for a period of time. However, after he returned, he appeared somewhat depressed. If it was not for this, the current Mu clan would likely be the #1 clan in the Southern Cloud Empire. Is there any secret behind this? Looking at the little girl's puzzled look, Mu Yun shook her head and smiled bitterly. Beggar North Cloud City, Sacred Pill Pavilion. The Sacred Elixir Pavilion was a branch of the Sacred Elixir sect in Baiyun City. The Saint Elixir sect was a sect that specialized in refining elixirs. They were extremely powerful and had reached a terrifying level. Even the Southern Cloud Empire couldn't compare. Therefore, the Saint Pill sect had the authority to set up branches in various cities of the Southern Cloud Empire to sell elixirs and earn profits. The Sacred Dam Pavilion had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was a hall that sold all kinds of pills, the second floor was an auction house, and the third floor was the office of the Sacred Dam Pavilion's internal staff and the place to receive some important guests. At this moment, on the third floor of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, an old man with snow-white hair stared outside the house with his hands behind his back. He had a condescending aura about him. Great Master Miao, young miss has already gone out for 3 days, but there's no news at all. She went out with Mu Yun, and this time, Dong Fengyu, Mu Lang, and Mu Qing from the Mu family have all moved out. I'm afraid. Behind the white-haired old man, a middle-aged man frowned and asked worriedly. Don't worry, Xianyu will be fine. Miao Qing turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. Yuzu, this time, the main sect will be assigning disciples to train. You must be fully prepared. Do not neglect the disciples who are here to train. They are the future hope of our Sacred Pill sect. Moreover, they are all inner sect disciples with high positions and authority. Yuzu understands. We have already made preparations for this matter. The man called Yuzu nodded in agreement. Everyone in the Sacred Pill Pavilion knew that Miao Qing, the third-grade alchemist, was in charge. However, Yuzu, the pavilion master, was in charge of all matters, no matter how big or small. Grandmaster Miao, the sect has ordered that before the inner sect disciples come down to train, there will be some outstanding outer sect disciples who will come to inspect them in advance. We also need to pay attention to them. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Master Miao waved his hand and nodded slightly. After Yuzu left, Great Master Miao looked out of the window and muttered, Mu Yun, the illegitimate child of the Mu family, trash? Haha. What a pity, what a pity. If you had shown your talent earlier, this old man might have been able to let you enter the inner sect of the Saint Pill sect. It's a pity that you are already 19 years old. Baiyun City, Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu appeared outside Baiyun City in ragged clothes. Mentor Mu, it's all your fault. You insisted on staying there for 3 days. I didn't even bring a change of clothes. I'm so dirty. Miao Xianyu could not help but grumble when she saw the surrounding people pointing at her. At this moment, the two of them were dressed in rags and looked as miserable as two beggars. Even so, these hundreds of monster cores should be worth a lot of money. Aren't you tempted? Mu Yun didn't care about her dirty appearance at all. Right now, he had reached the 6th level of the Meridian Condensing Realm, but it would take some time for him to reach the 7th level of the Origin Condensing Realm. However, Mu Yun knew that from the Meridian Condensation Realm to the Essence Condensation Realm, after the meridians were refined, one needed to guide the true essence of heaven and earth into the body. To put it bluntly, the 6th stage used qi to nourish the meridians, and the 7th stage used true essence to nourish the meridians. After the meridians were formed, true essence would be absorbed and used by the martial artist. It was very difficult and dangerous. If one was not careful, one's meridians would be destroyed and one's cultivation would be lost. Moreover, qi energy was too weak compared to true essence. If the meridians were not completely nourished, it would be easy for the true essence to shatter them. Therefore, he needed to refine an elixir, the Meridian Condensing Pill, a second-grade elixir. The Meridian Condensing Pill could infinitely increase the toughness of the meridians. When the body was being tempered by true essence, it would become even stronger. The greatest benefit of the Meridian Condensing Pill was that it could make the martial artist's meridians and true essence develop a sense of affinity. Refining the elixir required medicinal herbs. Mu Yun had also inquired about them from Miao Xianyu. Spirit-restoring fruit, iron mountain grass, and the rank 3 monster cores of the blazing lion. These 3 medicinal herbs were also expensive. Therefore, Mu Yun stayed in the Baiyun mountain range for another 3 days to hunt monsters and prepare to exchange them for spirit stones to buy the 3 medicinal herbs. Saint Elixir Pavilion. Looking at the 3 magnificent words, Mu Yun nodded slightly. We're here, Mentor Mu. Since you're here, this is my home. You can do whatever you want. Miao Xianyu strode in with a swaggering look. Stop, even a beggar has come to beg. Do you know where this is? Seeing Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu, the guard stood at the side and shouted. Haha, hearing the guard's voice, Mu Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shut up, you can't even recognize me. Miao Xianyu's expression was ugly as she shouted with her hands on her hips. She had just made a fool of herself in front of Mu Yun, and now she was immediately blocked by the guard. Naturally, Miao Xianyu's expression was ugly. It was just that she really looked like a beggar. No one would be able to guess her identity. I don't care who you are. A guard snorted and said, This is the Saint Elixir Pavilion. Do you know the Saint Elixir Pavilion? If you want to die, scram to other places. Ding, just as the guard stopped Miao Xianyu, a ding sound rang out. At the entrance of the Saint Elixir Pavilion, a luxurious deer carriage suddenly stopped. Thud-thud-thud sounds rang out as several young men dressed in sect attire walked out from behind the deer carriage. Scram. Seeing Miao Xianyu arguing with the guard outside the Saint Elixir Pavilion, a young man dressed in blue frowned and shouted. Scram. Miao Xianyu was the granddaughter of the Saint Elixir Pavilion's Grandmaster Miao Qing. Normally, even in the entire North Cloud City, others would be respectful to her. These guys of unknown origins actually dared to ask her to scram. How could she not be angry? The ones who should scram are you. Miao Xianyu said angrily, the Saint Elixir Pavilion's pavilion master is my grandfather. What does my return to the Saint Elixir Pavilion have to do with you? Scram. However, facing Miao Xianyu's answer, the blue-robed man's expression didn't change and he still shouted. If you don't scram, then die. Seeing Miao Xianyu blocking the door with an angry look, the blue-robed man couldn't help but form a palm and wanted to slap Miao Xianyu's head. Lan Yu, what's the matter? At this moment, the curtain of the deer carriage was lifted and a handsome young man's voice was somewhat displeased. The young man's face was fair and his hair was tied up. He wore a white martial attire and had a shy look on his face. Senior brother Xiaoyu, there's a beggar blocking the way. I'll deal with him now. The man called Lan Yu's expression changed and he said in a trembling voice. It wasn't hard to see that the young man called Xiaoyu was much younger than Lan Yu. However, Lan Yu was so afraid of him. His status must be the highest in this group. Block? Just kill him. Xiaoyu's expression didn't change and his clear eyes didn't show any change. It was as if he was giving an ordinary order. Yes. Hearing the young man's order, Lan Yu's expression changed. He looked at Miao Xianyu with eyes full of killing intent. A beggar blocking the way made Xiaoyu have a bad impression of him. It would affect his future status in the sect. This beggar deserves to die. I asked you to scram. If you don't scram, then go to hell. Lan Yu's physical body was at the 6th level of the pulse condensing stage. As soon as he attacked, his chi force surged out and a strong sense of oppression rushed towards Miao Xianyu. Miao Xianyu was only at the 3rd level of the physical body. How could she resist it? Inadvertently, she took a few steps back. He's just blocking the way. There's no need to kill him. At this moment, a shout rang out. Mu Yun's palm turned into a knife. She used the falling cloud sword fists falling mountain style and smashed down with great force. Boom, with a loud bang, Lan Yu's face turned pale. His arm cracked open and he fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Moreover, we came here first. Instead of lining up properly, you want to hit people. Miao Xianyu stood out at this moment, puffed out her chest and snorted. Damn it, how dare you sneak attack me? Kill him. Lan Yu didn't expect that Mu Yun, who was standing at the side, would be so powerful. Her physical strength was simply terrifying. He had lost face in public. In the future, he wouldn't be able to stay in the outer sect anymore. Today, he must kill these 2 beggars. If you want to touch my, Mu Yun student, you have to ask if I, the teacher, agree to it. Mu Yun snorted and dashed out. Falling sea style. Falling cloud style. Falling sky style. The 4 styles of the falling cloud sword fist were continuously executed. In an instant, the 5 or 6 disciples were sent flying backward with a muffled groan. They lay on the ground and kept groaning. Most of them were in the Meridian's condensing realm, which was similar to Mu Yun's realm. However, their strength was far from hers. Clap clap, there was a round of applause, followed by a sneer. Haha, I didn't expect that in this small Baiyun city, even beggars have hidden their strength. A young man's figure slowly walked down from the deer carriage. The young man was tall and slender. Upon closer inspection, he gave off an extremely innocent feeling. However, there was a trace of coldness in his smile. Baiyun City has a population of 1 million. It's not small. Mu Yun continued, but the person who dares to bully my student hasn't been born yet. Seeing the young man, Mu Yun did not back down. With her experience, it was not difficult to see that these young men in uniform were from a sect. Moreover, the Sacred Elixir Pavilion was a branch of the Sacred Elixir sect in the Southern Cloud Empire. Most likely, these disciples were from the Sacred Elixir sect. In her previous life, Mu Yun had also walked step by step from the bottom of the myriad great worlds to the top. She had seen too many disciples of sects who relied on their sects to do whatever they wanted. Mu Yun just could not stand such people. How dare you hit my Sacred Elixir sect's disciple? You're courting death. The young man's originally gentle face suddenly became cold and full of killing intent. His slender palms turned into sharp steel fists. On the steel fists, there was an airtight true origin as he pounced towards Mu Yun. 7th level physical body, condensed prime realm expert. This kid is finished. Seeing Xiaoyu's attack, the pale Lan Yu sneered in her heart. Xiaoyu was an outer disciple of the Sacred Elixir sect. At the age of 17, he had already stepped into the condensed prime realm. He was a genius. Moreover, he would be able to step into the inner sect next year and become a heavenly talent that people relied on. Sacred Elixir Pavilion conflict bang, as Lan Yu sneered, the 2 figures had already collided. A muffled bang resounded as the ground beneath their feet began to crack, spreading out inch by inch. 2 muffled groans sounded at the same time. Then, both Mu Yun and Xiaoyu took 3 steps back at the same time before they finally stabilized themselves. Suddenly, the whole place fell silent. The shock in Lan Yu's heart caused his face to turn red, and his heart to beat faster. How could this be? He had personally experienced Xiaoyu's strength. In the outer sect of the Sacred Elixir sect, Xiaoyu was known as one of the top 10 geniuses. He was also highly regarded by some of the inner sect disciples and elders. There were tens of thousands of outer sect disciples in the Sacred Elixir sect. Xiaoyu's strength needed no further description. But this beggar in front of him was actually able to receive Xiaoyu's fist with his pulse condensation cultivation. The two of them were actually evenly matched. On the other side, Miao Xianyu was also stunned. She had seen with her own eyes the increase in Mu Yun's strength in the past few days. Now, even a 7th-level demonic beast would find it difficult to withstand Mu Yun's attacks. However, this young man, who looked about the same age as her, was actually on par with mentor Mu Yun. To be able to take one of my punches, if you are a disciple of the Sacred Elixir sect, you would be ranked in the top 100. Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback as he smiled. What Sacred Pill sect? I don't know, and I'm not interested in being an outer sect disciple. Mu Yun waved her hand with an impatient expression. It had to be said that in his previous life, he had seen too many arrogant sect geniuses. However, his belief was that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If you bully me, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Interesting, interesting. Seeing that Mu Yun was dressed in rags but spoke with blind arrogance, Xiaoyu's eyes revealed a thought-provoking smile. It was just that when that smile landed in Lan Yu's eyes, it was extremely terrifying. This was because he clearly knew that every time Xiaoyu revealed such a smile, someone was destined to die. This person who claimed to be Mu Yun was indeed powerful, but she was actually arrogant in front of Xiaoyu. She was really courting death. I'd like to see what you've got. Xiaoyu sneered as he gathered quintessential essence in his palm, ready to be unleashed. Stop. At this moment, a yell could be heard from the main hall of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Vice Pavilion Master. Vice Pavilion Master. When they saw that figure, the two guards at the entrance were filled with deep veneration and shouted respectfully. What's going on? Yuzu's face was slightly displeased, and he couldn't help but ask angrily. Today was the day that the outer sect disciples of the Sacred Pill sect came. If anything happened to the Sacred Pill Pavilion, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. Deputy Pavilion Master, these two beggars, Uncle Yu, it's me, I'm Xiaoyu. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Little Yu? His gaze fell on Miao Xianyu's body. Yuzu was dazed for a moment, unable to react. You. How did you become like this? After a long time, Yuzu finally exclaimed in surprise. Humph, Uncle Yu, you can't even recognize me. I was blocked outside and was almost killed. Miao Xianyu pouted, feeling wronged. Who is so bold? Yuzu's body suddenly emitted a powerful aura. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the two guards, sizing them up carefully. Pavilion Master Yu, you're just in time. We're the team from the Sacred Pill sect. The Sacred Pill Pavilion in Baiyun City is really arrogant. Seeing Yuzu, Lan Yu bent one of his arms and walked forward. He said with hatred, is the Sacred Pill Pavilion in Baiyun City planning to rebel against the Sacred Pill sect and establish her own sect? Outer sect disciples of the Sacred Pill sect, hearing this, Yuzu started to size them up carefully. The uniform of the Sacred Pill sect's outer sect disciples. You are Xiaoyu? Yuzu's gaze fell on Xiaoyu. His face was solemn and showed a trace of respect. This time, the Sacred Pill sect had sent their inner sect disciples to the various branches of the Southern Cloud Empire to investigate. The advance team was made up of the outstanding outer sect disciples. He had already investigated Xiaoyu thoroughly. The outer sect disciples of the Sacred Pill sect were talented and powerful. Moreover, it was said that Xiaoyu had a strong background. Deputy Pavilion Master Yuzu, the Sacred Pill Pavilion in Baiyun City is really powerful. Lan Yu took the opportunity to make trouble. Someone dares to attack the disciples of the Sacred Pill sect outside the Sacred Pill Pavilion. It's a misunderstanding. Yuzu said awkwardly. This is the granddaughter of Master Miao Qing, Miss Miao Xianyu. This must be a misunderstanding. Oh? Looking at Miao Xianyu's shabby clothes, Lan Yu mocked her. If this is Miss Miao, Who is this arrogant guy? He's my mentor. Miao Xianyu snorted. Mentor? Lan Yu laughed. I didn't expect the Baiyun city to be such a small place. The strength of the mentors is not as strong as the geniuses of the Sacred Pill sect. Hearing Lan Yu's words, Miao Xianyu frowned. On the other side, Yu Zu's face was also unnatural. However, he knew that the disciples of the Sacred Pill sect had always been arrogant. The overall strength of the entire Southern Cloud Empire was not even 1/10 of the Sacred Pill sect. And he was only the deputy pavilion master of the Sacred Pill Pavilion set up by the Sacred Pill sect in the Southern Cloud Empire. These outer sect disciples might become inner sect disciples or elders in the future. They had high positions and were not people he could offend. I'm sorry, I'm just the stupidest mentor in the Baiyun Academy. I shamelessly relied on my family to enter the academy. Mu Yun continued and laughed. It's just that I, a mentor who is called trash, can break one of your arms. It seems that the disciples of the Sacred Pill sect are also trash. You, hearing Mu Yun's provocative words, Lan Yu and the surrounding outer sect disciples couldn't help but want to rush up. However, thinking of Mu Yun's strength just now, they looked at Xiaoyu instead. The Sacred Pill sect is one of the top sects in the Tianyun continent. How can you slander it? Xiaoyu said indifferently. Blind and ignorant, you deserve to die. Blind and ignorant, you deserve to die, Xiaoyu's sentence determined Mu Yun's life and death. With a flip of his palm, a wave of true essence gathered, and a surging killing intent enveloped Mu Yun. How could Mu Yun sit and wait for death at this moment? True essence flowed between her palms, and the first seal fragment of the 8 Desolation Life and Death seal condensed and formed, ready to attack at any time. Hee. Those who come are guests. Xiaoyu, no matter what, Mentor Mu Yun is my Xianyu's mentor. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to fight like this. Just as the scene was about to explode, a vigorous and powerful pressure swept out, and a laugh slowly sounded. Grandfather. Unknowingly, a figure appeared outside the Sacred Pill Pavilion. It was Miao Qing. Grandfather, if you don't come out, your precious granddaughter will be kicked out of the door. Miao Xianyu said coquettishly as she grabbed her grandfather's arm. Little girl, are you done fooling around? Looking at Miao Xianyu, Miao Qing said dotingly. Master Miao. Seeing Miao Qing, Xiaoyu stopped, cupped his hands, and bowed. Miao Qing was a third-grade alchemist. In the entire Baiyun city, she was a supreme existence. Even in the Sacred Pill sect, her status was enough to be an elder in the elixir room. Even though Xiaoyu was talented, there was still a huge gap between his current status and Miao Qing's. Within the sect, even some of the inner sect disciples had to be respectful when they saw Miao Qing. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to be the vanguard this time. 7th tier condensed prime realm is indeed quite powerful. Your brother, Xiaoyang, should have entered the inner sect, right? How is your grandfather, Xiao Mingyu? Is he doing well? Master Miao asked as his gaze fell on Xiaoyu. My brother entered the inner sect last year and is now in the 8th tier core assembly realm. Grandfather misses you very much. Xiaoyu replied carefully. Xiao Mingyu, that old fart. Miao Qing laughed and said, come in. If there's anything, let's talk inside. Turning around and looking at Miao Xianyu, Miao Qing said, Xianyu, bring Mentor Mu to the back to clean up. Help me entertain him first. I'm also very curious about the genius who changed the spirit-gathering pill formula and made Master Mo look at him in a different light. What's so special about him? Mentor Mu, I'm sorry. I have some matters to attend to first. Please forgive me for not being a good host. Master Miao, you're too polite. Smiling slightly, Miao Qing led Xiaoyu and the rest to the hall and went straight upstairs. Xiaoyu, that Mu Yun. Unwilling to let Mu Yun off just like that, Lan Yu's expression turned cold. Shut up. Glaring fiercely at Lan Yu, Xiaoyu immediately followed Miao Qing. However, his gaze was filled with murderous intent when he glanced at Mu Yun on the other side. Mentor Mu, I'll bring you to clean up first. Then, I'll sell these devil pills and bring you to the pill formula. Alright. The reason Mu Yun was willing to come to the Sacred Pill Pavilion this time was to sell the devil pills obtained from the monstrous beasts that she had hunted over the past few days. At the same time, she wanted to borrow the sacred pill pavilion's alchemy furnace and alchemy fire to concoct the Meridian's coagulation pill. The conflict with Xiaoyu was completely unexpected. However, the moment Mu Yun saw Master Miao Qing, she felt that this Miao Qing was not simple. Logically speaking, Miao Qing was a third-rank alchemist while Master Mo Wen was a sixth-rank alchemist. However, this Miao Qing gave Mu Yun the feeling that she was hiding her strength and was even better than Mo Wen. This feeling was very strange. After cleaning up, Mu Yun changed into a black martial arts suit. Her long hair was tied up and a lock of hair in front of her forehead covered one of her eyes. She looked more dashing and casual. Mentor Mu. At this moment, Miao Xianyu had finished cleaning up and walked out. Upon seeing Miao Xianyu, Mu Yun's gaze froze. After cleaning up, Miao Xianyu's body had a hint of the unique fragrance of a young girl. Her long hair was a little wet and was draped behind her head. The front of her long dress was stained with water droplets, revealing some whiteness. Although she was not yet 16 years old, Miao Xianyu had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. She was pure, sly, and had a hint of quick-wittedness. Mentor Mu, what are you looking at? I'm looking at a picture of a beauty coming out of the bath. Mu Yun said casually, tisk tisk. This figure, this appearance, if Mentor Mu can get close to it, it's worth dying under your pomegranate skirt. Before this, Mu Yun had always been dull and dull. How could she say such frivolous words? Black heart little girl, what are you thinking about? Seeing Miao Xianyu's blushing face standing at the side, Mu Yun waved her hand and said, hurry up and bring teacher to the sales office. Ah. Oh. All right. Miao Xianyu reacted and her face became even redder. She hurriedly brought Mu Yun to the hall. At this moment, the main hall of the sacred elixir pavilion was bustling with people. Some of them were here to sell demonic pills, spiritual herbs, and some were here to buy and sell pills. When Miao Xianyu and Mu Yun came out from the back together, the gazes of everyone in the hall gathered and landed on Miao Xianyu. Wow, so beautiful. Who is that? If I can sleep with you for a night, it would be worth it even if I die. Tui, are you King tired of living? This is Great Master Miao Qing's granddaughter. Sleep with her for a night? If I touch you, you won't even know how you died. She is Miao Xianyu. At such a young age, she's already so beautiful. I'm afraid that in the future, she'll be as beautiful as the family Qin Miss. You don't say, that's really the case. I heard that Miss Family Qin's strange illness has been cured, and she has even stepped into the 8th tier of the core gathering stage. However, she's engaged to that trash from the Mu clan, Mu Yun. It's simply like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. What do you know? Right now, the Wang family and the Diao family are putting pressure on the family Qin and the Mu family. This is just a stopgap measure between the two families. How can they really let a beauty like Qin Mengyao marry Mu Yun, that trash? For a moment, the entire hall was in an uproar. Whispers could be heard everywhere. Mu Yun had stepped into the 6th layer of the Meridian condensing realm, and her physique was that of a genius. She naturally heard those people's words clearly. However, he did not care about this at all. Mentor Mu, don't listen to their nonsense. That's because they don't know the real you. Seeing that Mu Yun was silent, Miao Xianyu comforted her. Why would I care about this? Mu Yun laughed and said, you bring disaster to the country and its people, but this word suits you quite well. Looking at Mu Yun's appearance, Miao Xianyu suddenly felt that the current Mu Yun was simply too different from how he was in the past. Let's go. I still need some medicinal ingredients for alchemy. Let's buy some spirit stones first. Arriving at the sales office, Mu Yun exchanged all the monster cores she had killed in the past 3 days for spirit stones. 3,155 low-grade spirit stones. Mu Yun was also helpless when she saw that nearly 100 demonic beast cores of various ranks were exchanged for such a small amount of spirit stones. Spirit stones were divided into 4 grades, low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. The exchange rate for each grade was 100. Thinking back to her previous life, Mu Yun didn't even care about top-grade spirit stones, but in this life, she struggled for 3 days just for a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. Mu Yun felt extremely aggrieved. 1 spirit restoring fruit, 500 low-grade spirit stones. 1 iron mountain grass, 400 low-grade spirit stones. The rank 3 blazing lion's demonic core, 200 low-grade spirit stones. After careful calculation, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones could only buy 3 sets, not including some other supplementary herbs. How black-hearted, seeing the spirit stones in her hand turn into 3 sets of medicinal ingredients, which were bought at a low price under the face of Miss Miao Xianyu. Mu Yan felt a pang of pain. Especially the beast core of a rank 3 demonic beast, the blazing lion. Rank 3 demonic beasts were not rare, but the blazing lion was indeed rare in the North Cloud Mountain range. 200 low-grade spiritual stones was more than 10 times the price of a normal rank 3 demonic beast core. Mentor Mu, what kind of elixir are you preparing to refine? Meridian solidification elixir. Mu Yun replied, I'm now at the 6th level of the meridian solidification realm. I need to temper my meridians to prepare to enter the 7th level of the condensed essence realm. The meridian solidification elixir is undoubtedly the best elixir. Meridian solidification elixir, 2nd grade elixir. As the granddaughter of Master Miao Qing, Miao Xianyu had some understanding of elixirs. The meridian solidification elixir was a 2nd grade elixir. It was most suitable for tempering a martial artist's meridians. However, the spirit rejuvenation fruit, iron mountain grass, and the rank 3 blazing lion's demonic core were not medicinal ingredients to refine the meridian solidification elixir. However, when she thought of the previous 3rd grade elixir, the spirit gathering elixir, Mu Yun gave a fresh opinion. Miao Xianyu suppressed the confusion in her heart and brought Mu Yun to the alchemy room. Mentor Mu, our sacred elixir pavilion not only sells demonic cores and spiritual herbs, but also elixirs. As long as the elixir is qualified by a professional appraiser, it can be sold according to the corresponding price. Oh? That's not bad. After some calculation, Mu Yun estimated that 3 sets of medicinal ingredients were enough for her to refine 6 meridian solidification elixirs. She would keep 1 for herself and sell the remaining 5. At the same time, on the other side, Miao Qing, Yu Zhu, and the other higher-ups of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion in Baiyun City were entertaining Xiaoyu and the others on the 3rd floor and chatting about some daily life. Master Miao, as the advanced team of the sect this time, there are some places that I need to check out. Xiaoyu said, the alchemy room, the auction house, the trading hall, and the alchemy rooms of the alchemists in the Sacred Elixir Pavilion need to be checked. Of course. Miao Qing replied, these are all related to the reputation of the Sacred Elixir sect. Naturally, we have to be careful. Then let's go now. Okay. As soon as Master Miao finished speaking, he stood up and led Xiaoyu and the other outer disciples of the Sacred Elixir sect to inspect the various places in the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Mentor Mu, when you are refining elixirs, can I observe from the side? Miao Xianyu smiled slyly as she walked into the alchemy room. For an ordinary alchemist, the most important thing was the elixir formula, followed by the method of refining elixirs. Ordinary alchemists avoided having others observe from the side when they were refining elixirs. Firstly, it would affect the alchemist's mind. Secondly, it would allow others to steal their insights and methods of refining elixirs. Of course, you can. You are my student. Moreover, you have some talent in refining elixirs. It should be beneficial for you to take a look. Mu Yun said casually. Elixir formulas, elixir refining methods, there were too many in Mu Yun's head. Even if Miao Xianyu watched him refine elixirs every day, she would not be able to learn all of it in her lifetime. Some talent? Hearing Mu Yun's evaluation, Miao Xianyu chewed her lips. Her grandfather had praised her as a rare elixir refining genius, but Mu Yun said that she only had some talent. I want to see how good you are at refining elixirs. With that thought in mind, Miao Xianyu sat on a chair in the corner of the elixir formula and looked at it seriously. The interior of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion's alchemy room was extremely simple. There was a cauldron, a row of shelves for medicinal herbs, and a few tables and chairs. Other than that, there was nothing else. With just a glance, Mu Yun could not help but be surprised. The cauldron in the Sacred Elixir Pavilion was much better than the one in her family's internal elixir formula. When she was refining the bone-forging elixir, Mu Yun felt that the cauldron in her family's internal elixir formula was at most a middle-grade mortal weapon. But the cauldron in the sacred elixir pavilion was a high-grade mortal weapon. Moreover, the elixir fire was not simply ignited by burning special wood. It also contained the fire of some demonic beasts' demonic cores. The cauldron and elixir fire needed by an alchemist were extremely important. The grade of the cauldron determined the success rate of the elixir. The quality of the elixir fire was the same. The most inferior elixir fire was ignited by using some good and special wood. Next was the power of fire from the demonic cores of fire attribute demonic beasts. And what alchemists yearned for the most was the legendary heavenly fire. Heavenly fire was born from heaven and earth. When it was born, it had spiritual intelligence and could constantly absorb and grow. Just like a martial artist's cultivation, it could constantly improve. This kind of elixir fire was the most suitable for alchemists. However, Mu Yun also knew that it was simply a fool's dream for him to subdue the heavenly fire now. Even if it was a newly formed heavenly fire, it would probably turn into ashes when he approached within a radius of 10 miles. By the way, this is a bone-forging elixir. You are now at the 3rd level of the physical body, tendon transformation realm. You can take it. Mu Yun thought of the remaining bone-forging elixirs that he had refined before. He took out one and gave it to Xianxia. I need to understand the cauldron and elixir fire before refining the elixir. During this period of time, you can cultivate. It was not difficult for Mu Yun to sense that the current Xianxia was already at the 3rd level of the physical body, tendon transformation realm. It was just that it would be difficult for her to advance further. It was not that Xianxia's talent was not enough, but there were some impurities in her body. It was obvious that she had swallowed some elixirs during her previous advancement, leaving behind some impurities. A bone-forging elixir should be enough for her to enter the 4th level of the physical body. Bone-forging elixir? Xianxia had never heard of this elixir before. Looking at the perfectly round elixir in her hand, she could not help but feel a little stunned. But she knew that Mu Yun would not deceive her, so she swallowed the elixir without hesitation. Seeing that Xianxia had entered a meditative state and began to comprehend the power of the elixir, Mu Yun carefully sized up the cauldron in front of him. True essence surged in his palm, slowly igniting the cauldron fire. Using the combination of the fire of good material and the fire of the demon core to ignite the cauldron, the effect was undoubtedly much stronger than the fire of pure good wood. After a period of familiarization, Mu Yun had gradually familiarized herself with the cauldron's inertia. Phew, wait for the little girl to wake up, then I can start refining. Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and adjusted her state to the best. Suddenly, a tinkling sound came from the quiet cauldron. Xianxia let out a tinkling sound. Sweat dripped from her face, and her clothes were wet. Through the thin dress, one could even see her bare skin. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The 4th level of the physical body, the physical body of the physical body, the physical body of the physical body, completed. Feeling the warm power in every bone and meridian in her body, Xianxia's face revealed a trace of joy. The 3rd level that had troubled her for 3 months was finally over. Not only that, she could clearly feel that some parts of her body that were originally blocked were now unobstructed. With her breathing, they were expelled out of her body. In a breath, her power had increased by more than 10 times. Bone-forging elixir, what a miraculous elixir! Xianxia could not help but say. Of course, why don't you take a look at who refined this elixir? Just as Xianxia was feeling complacent, a complacent voice came into her ears. Chapter 39. A sneak attack. Haha, there's a delicate beauty sitting beside me, and her entire body is dripping with sweat. It's already not bad that I can control my beastly nature. How can I still have the heart to refine pills? Mu Yun laughed heartily and said nonchalantly, alright, now that you've broken through to the 4th level, you have some comprehension. It's not something you can comprehend in a short period of time. I'll start refining now. Watch carefully. How much you can comprehend will depend on your aptitude. If you don't understand, ask me after you're done refining. Yes. Xianxia knew that when an alchemist was refining pills, it was a taboo to be disturbed. Otherwise, the cauldron would explode and everything would be for naught. In the worst case, he might even go berserk. She also knew that it wasn't that Mu Yun wasn't in the mood to refine pills. Instead, he was deliberately waiting for her so that she could watch his entire pill refining process and learn seriously. Mentor Muyun, as she murmured, Miao Xianyu collected all her thoughts and began to observe Muyun's methods. At this moment, Muyun was already immersed in refining pills. Even as an immortal king in his previous life, Muyun had refined elixirs countless times, but every time he touched an elixir, he would be completely mesmerized. Fusing all kinds of medicinal herbs, yao cores, and some heaven and earth treasures into the cauldron, then using the cauldron fire, it was like performing a magic trick to refine the spirit pills he wanted. This feeling made him unable to stop himself. First, he ignited the good materials. The flames from the burning would gradually emitted heat from the bottom of the pill furnace, causing the pill furnace to gradually rise in temperature. Immediately after, the demonic core of the fire attribute demonic beast below the pill furnace was ignited, and the flames slowly rose. Even though the quality of the flame produced by the good wood isn't very high, it is stable and can be easily controlled by an alchemist. As Muyun controlled the flames, she said, however, the flames contained in the demonic core of a fire attribute demonic beast are more powerful and have better effects. It's just that the demonic core is difficult to control, so it's not suitable to use the demonic core to heat it up in the beginning. In fact, Muyun was 90% confident that the elixir would not be affected if she heated it directly. However, in order to allow Miao Xianyu to comprehend it better, he chose to be a little more troublesome. If it's the core of a spirit beast, there wouldn't be such a problem. Muyun explained, spirit beasts already have spiritual intelligence. Their cores are relatively stable and can steadily output heat. The alchemy fire within the core of some powerful spirit beasts can even be directly absorbed by martial artists and transformed into the alchemist's own alchemy fire. If the alchemist has his own alchemy fire, then he can adjust the temperature of the alchemy furnace as he wishes, and the success rate of alchemy can be doubled. The spirit rejuvenating fruit naturally likes warmth, so it's better to add it last. The iron mountain grass is tough and full of iron fibers, so it needs to be calcined to bring out its effects. At the same time, you have to pay attention to the blazing lion's monster core, which contains the fire attribute, so you have to be careful not to be affected by the high temperature in the cauldron and destroy the medicinal properties of the spirit rejuvenating fruit, so you have to add it. As Muyun controlled the pill fire, her other hand continued to add medicinal herbs and some supplementary herbs according to the required amount. She also explained to Miao Xianyu. All right. After a long while, Muyun exhaled and said, at the last moment, it's time to extinguish the fire. Extinguishing the fire is the most critical moment for the success or failure of the pill. The alchemist must not be distracted, so watch carefully later. If you have any questions, I'll explain it to you after it's over. After Muyun finished speaking, she stopped talking. Miao Xianyu's jade-like hands gripped her dress tightly. Sweat dripped down her cheeks, and her breathing became rapid. She really wanted to know what kind of pill Muyun could refine from the Meridian's coagulation pill formula that she had created. At this moment, Muyun did not dare to be distracted. Every step of the alchemist's alchemy was extremely important. If the fire extinguished at the last step was not done well, it would cause the alchemist to fail completely. Everyone, this is the pill formula of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. The pill formula is the most important part of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Usually, many alchemists in the Sacred Elixir Pavilion refine pills here. Yuzu led Xiaoyu and the others to the pill room and introduced with a smile, in the Sacred Elixir Pavilion of Baiyun City, there are a total of 11 Grade 1 alchemists and 4 Grade 2 alchemists. It's enough to supply the daily needs of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. After hearing Yuzu's introduction, Xiaoyu nodded and said, for an honorable alchemist, the pill formula must be quiet and not be disturbed by outsiders. This is a must. Of course. Yuzu nodded. Who is that? However, at this moment, Lan Yu suddenly spoke through the door of the pill refining room. She was slightly stunned. Hearing Lan Yu's doubts, Yuzu also looked into the pill formula. Xiaoyu. When she saw the figure sitting upright in the pill refining room, Lan Yu was stunned. Oh, it's like this. Xiaoyu is also a genuine Grade 1 alchemist. She often comes to this pill formula to refine pills. Yuzu explained. Oh? Is that so? Lan Yu sneered and said, "Pavilion Master Yu, the person refining the pills is not Miao Xianyu." When Lan Yu said this, Yu Zhu realized that Miao Xianyu was standing aside and looking at a young man refining pills in front of the pill furnace. Who is that young man? How can outsiders enter and leave the pill formula at will? What if some of the pill formulas of the sacred elixir sect are leaked? Lan Yu's face turned cold and she kicked the door of the pill formula open. With a bang, Miao Xianyu, who was looking at Mu Yun wholeheartedly, trembled. Seeing that Mu Yun's body only trembled slightly and was not affected, Miao Xianyu stared unkindly at the few people who walked in. "Uncle Yu, Mentor Mu Yun is refining pills. You should know that it's taboo for an alchemist to be disturbed when refining pills." Miao Xianyu couldn't help complaining. Miao Xianyu's pouting mouth, frowning and stomping her feet coquettishly were really stunning in the eyes of Xiaoyu, Lan Yu and the rest. For a moment, they were all stunned. Who would have thought that the dirty little beggar at the door would be so fresh and beautiful after washing up? She was a complete beauty. However, when he thought that such a beauty was actually speaking for the guy who hit him just now, Lan Yu's face suddenly changed. "Refining pills? Haha." Lan Yu took a step forward and chuckled. "This trash can also refine pills? Then what kind of pills is he refining?" "Watch your words," Miao Xianyu said unhappily. "Mentor Mu is refining the meridian solidification pill." "Meridian solidification pill? Haha." Looking at the medicinal herbs on the shelf, Lan Yu laughed and said, "Miss Xianyu, are you lying to me? Why would the meridian solidification pill need the spiritual regeneration fruit and iron mountain grass? You won't be deceived by this guy with a human face but a beast's heart, right? Miss Xianyu, the meridian solidification pill must have one medicinal herb, the life-giving fruit. Otherwise, it can't be refined. Your mentor Mu may be fooling you." At this moment, Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on Miao Xianyu's body and he said sincerely, "Moreover, the meridian solidification pill is a second-grade pill. Mu Yun looks like she's only 18 or 19 years old. How can she be a second-grade alchemist?" On the side, Yu Zhu frowned when he heard Xiaoyu and Lan Yu's change of address and attitude toward Miao Xianyu. Miao Qing stood aside and didn't say anything. "You," Miao Xianyu said angrily, "if I don't tell you, you won't understand the magic of Mentor Mu." Seeing Miao Xianyu's cheeks puffed up in anger, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. He was excited like a hunter who had found an excellent prey. I think this guy is just deliberately mystifying. Let's see how he can continue to pretend after I break his pill fire." Lan Yu's face turned cold. His figure flashed and he rushed toward Mu Yun. However, although he said that he would break the pill fire, his outstretched arm was aimed at Mu Yun's back. It was obvious that he was aiming at Mu Yun. Obviously, he didn't just want to destroy Mu Yun's pill. He wanted Mu Yun to suffer the backlash of the pill fire. No. Miao Xianyu didn't expect Lan Yu to attack so shamelessly. She couldn't help but exclaim. However, it was too late. Don't you know that when an alchemist is refining pills, he can't be disturbed? However, just as Lan Yu was about to get close to Mu Yun's back, a cold voice suddenly sounded. With a swoosh, the last flame under the furnace was completely extinguished. Mu Yun's body, which was sitting cross-legged, suddenly leaned back. Her hands stretched out like claws and clamped Lan Yu's arm fiercely. "I've tolerated you time and time again, but you're getting more and more insatiable." With a bang, Mu Yun clamped Lan Yu with both hands. Her hidden force surged and she threw Lan Yu in front of her. With a plop, dust flew up. "I see that you like to use your hand to launch sneak attacks. Then, I'll break your arm and let you understand that there are some people you shouldn't provoke." With a cold voice, Mu Yun suddenly raised her arm, 8 Desolate's life and death seal, broken seal, 2 seals extended from Mu Yun's palms and landed with a bang. "No." With a pft, fresh blood splattered. A miserable scream instantly sounded. Ignoring the shout to stop her, Mu Yun struck with her palm, blood flowed all over the ground. Lan Yu's face was pale as he stared at Mu Yun in horror. Monster, this guy was a monster. "Mu Yun, how dare you?" Seeing Lan Yu lying on the ground with an ashen face, Xiaoyu took a step forward and shouted. He had seen Lan Yu's previous actions, but he didn't stop him because he also wanted to embarrass Mu Yun. It wasn't difficult for him to see that Miao Xianyu, a great beauty, had good feelings for Mentor Mu. And the moment he saw Miao Xianyu, his heart was already moved. Therefore, if Lan Yu could destroy Mu Yun's alchemy and even cause Mu Yun to suffer a backlash and become a cripple, it would be very good for him. However, he didn't expect that Mu Yun would be able to extinguish the alchemy fire at the critical moment and succeed in alchemy. Instead, she cut off one of Lan Yu's arms at lightning speed. Why wouldn't I dare? Mu Yun stared coldly at Xiaoyu and shouted. As an alchemist, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed during alchemy. If he hadn't extinguished the alchemy fire an instant before Lan Yu attacked, he would have been seriously injured and his meridians would have been crippled, regardless of whether it was Lan Yu's sneak attack or the backlash of the alchemy fire. Lan Yu clearly knew this, but he still attacked. He was simply courting death. Good, you're very good. How dare you attack my sacred pill sect's disciple? Mu Yun, you deserve to die. Xiaoyu didn't want to lose face in front of Miao Xianyu and shouted with a flushed face. Chapter 40 Pill Testing. Is the Saint Elixir sect that powerful? Facing Xiaoyu's shout, Mu Yun said disdainfully, I think the disciples of the sacred pill sect are just a little louder. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's gaze landed on Lan Yu, who was lying on the ground and wailing. One of his arms had been broken by Mu Yun and had yet to recover. His other arm had been completely chopped off by Mu Yun. There was basically no hope for Lan Yu to progress further in his martial arts in the future. Alright, even if Lan Yu was wrong, you shouldn't have crippled one of his arms. Xiaoyu didn't want to lose his demeanor in front of Miao Xianyu and argued. If I hadn't crippled one of his arms, I would have been devoured by the pill fire and my meridians would have been destroyed. The one who would have died would have been me. Has young Master Xiaoyu thought of this? Seeing that Mu Yun was neither angry nor angry, Xiaoyu was completely enraged. Who do you think you are? How can you compare yourself to a disciple of the Saint Pill sect? Who do you think you are to shout at me? You're courting death. Xiaoyu was completely infuriated by Mu Yun. The veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's palm surged, and a surging energy surged out. Xiaoyu. Just as Mu Yun was preparing to deal with it, an aged voice suddenly rang out. Unknowingly, Grandmaster Miao Qing was standing between the two of them. He calmly waved his arm and a vast amount of true origin surged out from his hands. Xiaoyu's attack was instantly nullified. Great Master Miao, even you want to protect this trash? Xiaoyu snorted. He's only 19 years old, and his cultivation isn't even comparable to me, a 16-year-old boy. How can he refine pills? What a joke. The meridian solidifying pill was refined with spirit returning fruit. How refreshing. Seeing Miao Qing make a move, even though Xiaoyu was furious, he did not dare to act impudently. How do you know that Teacher Mu can't refine pills anymore? The world is so big, how much have you, Xiaoyu, seen? Miao Xianyu couldn't help but mock. Alright, since that's the case, let's see how good Master Mu's pills are. Why should I show you? Seeing that Mu Yun did not speak, Xiaoyu mocked, could it be that the medicinal pill failed and Master Mu was just lying? Miao Xianyu's chest heaved up and down. Clearly, she was furious. So be it. Although Mu Yun didn't care, Miao Xianyu was still young after all. She couldn't take it anymore. She walked to the side of the pill furnace and opened the top of the furnace. In an instant, a sweet fragrance wafted through the entire alchemy room. Smelling the fragrance, Miao Xianyu felt as if her entire body had become light and floating. It smells so good. Miao Xianyu couldn't help but praise. Miao Xianyu reached out and picked up the pills. Her eyes were wide open. Meridian's condensing pill. Miao Xianyu looked at the 4 round meridian condensing pills in her hand. They were gray in color, and Miao Xianyu couldn't bear to part with them. He actually succeeded. Xiaoyu found it hard to believe. Rejuvenating spirit fruit, iron mountain grass, and the rank 3 blazing lion's monster core were all mixed together. No matter how one looked at it, their attributes would clash. How could it be possible to form a trash pill? Yes, it must be a waste pill. These 4 medicinal pills must be useless pills. Xiaoyu suddenly opened his mouth and said, these 4 medicinal pills must have no effect. Everyone nodded in agreement. Master. Miao Qing also frowned and didn't say anything. The rejuvenating spirit fruit's medicinal properties were mild. Logically speaking, it was impossible for it to coexist with the blazing lion's monster core. However, Mu Yun managed to refine the pills. What was going on? Whether the pills are useless or not depends on the medicinal properties. Mentor Mu said that this meridian solidifying pill can improve a cultivator's meridians and absorb the true origin. How would we know if we don't try it? Miao Xianyu's words caused a sinister smile to appear on Xiaoyu's face. Test the pills? Great, now that Master Miao Qing was here, it was impossible for her to attack Mu Yun. She could only use the pills to embarrass Mu Yun completely. On the other side, Mu Yun originally didn't care about Xiaoyu and the others' opinions. As a dignified immortal king, there was no need for him to explain this to them. However, Mu Yun had his pride after being doubted over and over again about his alchemy skills. I can test the pills, but if my pills are effective, wouldn't it be a waste? Mu Yun said without confidence. Mentor Mu, you don't have to worry about that. Xiaoyu said with a smile, since that's the case, the Sacred Pill Pavilion is holding an auction today. We'll take this meridian solidifying pill to the auction first and let a meridian solidifying 6th level cultivator try it. If it's effective, Mentor Mu can take one out for auction, and the spirit stones from the auction will belong to Mentor Mu. Not only that, I, Xiaoyu, am willing to compensate Mentor Mu with the same price for the pill that was tested for free. This, Mu Yun looked troubled. Originally, I was able to refine 6 pills, but I was disturbed by this disciple. Then I'll compensate you with the price of 3 pills. Master Miao Qing is my witness. I, Xiaoyu, am still comparable to you in this aspect. Xiaoyu didn't allow Mu Yun to reject him and said again, if the pills are ineffective, I don't want anything from Mentor Mu. I just hope that Mentor Mu can shout that I'm a good-for-nothing on the bustling streets of Baiyun City for a day. Alright. Originally, Mu Yun wanted to continue to put on an act. However, Miao Xianyu was unable to contain herself and immediately agreed. If the pills are ineffective, I, Miao Xianyu, will walk around Baiyun City and shout that I'm a good-for-nothing. Xianyu, I didn't want to make things difficult for you. Xiaoyu explained, not expecting Miao Xianyu to absolve Mu Yun. We'll see the results later. As Miao Xianyu spoke, she pulled Mu Yun and walked to the 2nd level of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. You trust me that much? Mu Yun whispered as they walked. Ah? Mentor Mu, don't tell me you're not confident? I don't know how the pills are, either. Let's go 50-50. Mu Yun said casually. Ah? The confident smile on Miao Xianyu's face instantly disappeared. Seeing the little girl's dazed expression, Mu Yun laughed and patted Miao Xianyu's head. She smiled and said, don't worry, just wait for the spirit stones. When they arrived at the 2nd level of the auction, the entire hall was filled with people. A deacon walked to the side of the host, whispered a few words, and took out 2 gray pills. The host was slightly stunned and his gaze landed on Master Miao Qing, who was at the side. When he saw Master Miao Qing nodding her head, the host immediately walked up to the auction stage. At this moment, the seats around the auction stage were filled with people. There were close to 10,000 people. Everyone, please be quiet. The host paused and said, today, a mysterious guest came to the auction and took out 2 specially made meridian coagulation pills for auction. Meridian coagulation pill, a 2nd-grade pill. Moreover, it's a top-grade 2nd-grade pill. Someone actually took it out for auction. Meridian coagulation pill is a pill that refines one's meridians and helps a fighter 6 Dan to reach fighter 7 Dan. It's a rare pill. That's right, which fool is willing to take it out for auction? Hearing the words meridian coagulation pill, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. Everyone, please be quiet. The host spoke once more, these 2 meridian coagulation pills were forged using a special method. However, even Master Miao Qing is unable to determine its medicinal effects. Thus, I wonder if anyone is willing to try one of them. Naturally, if the medicinal effects are unique, it might be able to help a fighter 6 Dan to reach 7 Dan. Our Sacred Pill Pavilion will definitely not ask for spirit stones. However, if the medicinal effects are useless and it might even cause harm to the fighter 6 Dan, our Sacred Pill Pavilion will definitely not take responsibility. The moment the host said those words, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. What? I was wondering why someone would take out a meridian coagulation pill for auction. It turns out that it's an item whose authenticity is unknown. That's right. I won't take such a risk. Indeed. If it's a fake, not only will it not increase one's cultivation, one might even lose one's life. That wouldn't be worth it. A gamble. Even Master Miao Qing is unable to determine whether this pill is good or bad. This is a gamble. If the gamble is right, it might allow a fighter 6 dan to reach 7 dan and his standing will rise. If the gamble is wrong, it might not affect him at all. However, it might also cause damage to his meridians. One must know that there is a huge difference between 6 dan meridian coagulation realm and 7 dan origin condensation realm. 7 dan meridian coagulation realm is the true path of martial arts. Only when one is respected can one be called an expert. I'll do it. However, just as the crowd was in an uproar, a figure suddenly stepped onto the auction stage. It's Chi Hao. This guy was 6 dan meridian coagulation realm 5 years ago. He hasn't had a breakthrough in 5 years. He's also a guy who isn't afraid of death. Chi Hao had a tall and sturdy figure and a thick beard. He roared, I've been in the meridian coagulation realm for 5 years and haven't had a breakthrough. There's no hope for me in this lifetime. I'll try this pill. If I succeed, I'll enter 7 dan and become an expert. If I fail, I'll accept my death. The path of a cultivator is a gamble. Good. The host praised and handed one of the gray pills to Chi Hao. Chi Hao didn't hesitate. He swallowed the pill and sat down with his legs crossed. Everyone held their breaths and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Whether the pill is effective or not will depend on this. Half an hour passed. Chi Hao sat on the ground, motionless. There wasn't a single change in his body. TSK, this pill is fake. Like I said, if it's really effective, who would be willing to test it like this? That's right. This Chi Hao doesn't seem to be injured. He's lucky. Host, let's quickly start the auction for the next item. After waiting for half an hour, Chi Hao didn't move. The crowd couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing that Chi Hao didn't move, Xiaoyu sneered, haha, Instructor Mu, it looks like the meridian coagulation pill you refined is useless. It's just a useless pill, huh? However, before Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. Chi Hao, who was sitting on the ground motionlessly, suddenly trembled. On the surface of his body, traces of true origin condensed and rushed into his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. True origin entered the body and condensed into true origin. Condensed prime stage, success. Auction, how is this possible? That's right. Although the meridian condensing pill can increase the absorption power of a martial artist's meridians, how can it allow a martial artist to step into the 7th stage so easily? How is this a meridian condensing pill? It's much more powerful than the essence gathering pill. F***ck, if I had known earlier, I would have gone up to test the pill. Seeing that Chi Hao had stepped into the 7th stage of the condensed prime realm, the entire auction house was in an uproar. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu was dumbfounded and in disbelief. The condensed Yuan realm. I have really reached the condensed Yuan realm. Haha. Chi Hao stood on the auction stage, crying tears of joy. He had thought that he would never be able to reach the 7th stage of the condensed prime realm in his lifetime. Who would have thought that he would win this gamble and reach the 7th stage of the condensed prime realm? Everyone, calm down. At this moment, the host walked up to the auction stage at the right time. He waved his hand and motioned for the crowd to quiet down. Chi Hao has already tested this specially refined meridian condensation pill for everyone. It's obviously a miraculous medicinal effect. The auctioneer methodically said, now, I believe that no one doubts the efficacy of the meridian coagulation pill. Now, there is still one more meridian coagulation pill. I will now take it out for auction. Just as she finished speaking, a servant girl had already brought over another meridian condensation pill from a brocade box. After seeing the meridian condensation pill, the entire auction house was in an uproar. They hadn't been able to obtain the last free meridians condensing pill, so they had to obtain this one. Even if he had to pay a huge price. The auction begins now. The auctioneer raised his voice and said, the starting price is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I want it. I want it. 1,100. F***ck. You want to buy it for only 1,100 low-grade spiritual stones? I'll give you 1,200. 1,500, 2,000. 3,000. Seeing the medicinal pill's price constantly rising, Xiaoyu wished that he could immediately rush up and kill those martial artists who increased the price one by one. Not long after, the price of this second-grade pill had increased to 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were enough for a martial artist at the 6th level of the physical body realm to travel for a year. However, if a year of hard work could be exchanged for an opportunity to advance to the 7th level, then it would be worth it. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. At that instant, a deep voice could be heard, causing the entire place to fall into a momentary silence. Directly increasing the price by 5,000 low-grade spirit stones was not something an ordinary warrior could do. That should be the Mu family's VIP area. I didn't expect the Mu family to be so impatient. At this moment, the crowd quietened down when they heard the increase in price from the VIP room. No matter how many resources a single martial artist had, it would still be difficult for them to compete with an entire clan. At this moment, in the VIP room. First elder, you bought this pill for Mu Lang, right? Second elder Mu Fengqing, who was seated in the VIP area, asked with a faint smile. That's right. The first elder laughed heartily and said, that child Mu Lang is only one step away from stepping into the 7th level. After consuming this Meridian's coagulation pill, he will definitely be able to step into the 7th level. Then I'll congratulate Great Elder first. Don't worry. This time, the Diao clan, the Wang clan, and the family Qin clan are all present. I'm afraid there will be a lot of people fighting for it. The Great Elder said modestly. Hee hee. Second Elder chuckled. Fighting for it? Great Elder, you should have a lot of savings from your clan's business these years. This is nothing to you. Haha, the Great Elder was very happy. However, Mu Lang and Mu Qing went to the Baiyun mountain range to do that thing. It's been more than 3 days and they haven't returned yet. Could something have happened? Impossible. Second Elder replied. This time, not only are there the 4 devils of Willow Mountain, but there are also Jin Dong and Dong Fengyu. That Mu Yun is definitely dead. I'm guessing that those brothers are training in the mountain range. Maybe they'll be back today. 20,000. Just as the Great Elder and Second Elder were discussing, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. In another VIP room in the auction hall, another bid was raised. It's the Wang clan. 25,000. Before the exclamations had even died down, another voice rang out from another VIP room. It's the Diao clan. The Diao clan's genius teacher, Diao Yadong, is already at the 8th level of the core condensation realm. This meridian condensation pill is useless to him. How would you know that the Diao clan's new genius, Diao Yayun, is already at the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm? The Diao clan is probably buying it for that genius. That makes sense. Humph. In the VIP room, the Great Elder snorted, his expression ugly. The Diao and Wang clans want to come in and mess things up. I'll show them what it means to be rich. 30,000. Mu Fengyuan shouted, his voice resolute and decisive. No matter what, he had to get this meridian condensation pill. 35,000. 40,000. 45,000. 50,000. Heavens, a second-grade pill for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. How is this buying a pill? It's simply a competition of wealth. The clan is still the wealthiest. Sigh, looks like we have no hope. Who would have thought that the meridian condensation pill could be sold for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones? The entire auction hall was in an uproar. The Great Elder's face was gloomy. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones for a meridian condensation pill. Although it was expensive, it was worth it. However, on the other side, Xiaoyu's face was as ugly as a pig's liver. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 pills to compensate Mu Yun, that would be 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even if he was one of the top 10 outer disciples of the sacred pill sect, how could he take out so many spirit stones to compensate Mu Yun? Damn it. At this moment, Xiaoyu wished he could destroy the auction hall and tear those guys who were messing things up. 50,000. Miao Xianyu covered her mouth with both hands. She was so shocked that she could not speak. That was a sky-high price. Genius Xiaoyu, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. I, Mu Yun, will be waiting. Patting Xiaoyu's shoulder, Mu Yun laughed and said, I believe that as a genius of the sacred pill sect, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones is nothing to Xiaoyu, right? Xiaoyu's intestines were green with regret. Take it. With a cold expression, Xiaoyu took off a ring on his finger and threw it to Mu Yun. He said, this is a supreme-grade space ring with 10 cubic meters of space. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones is far more than that. He had taken a great risk to obtain this space ring when he was one of the top 10 outer disciples of the sacred pill sect. The space ring could store inanimate objects. It was much more expensive than ordinary supreme-grade spirit stones. He felt the pinch when he took out the space ring. However, he couldn't afford to be so shameless, especially in front of his fellow disciples. Good, very good. Brother Xiao is indeed an outer disciple of the sacred pill sect. You are a man of your words and actions. I admire you. After taking the space ring, on the other side, a maidservant had already handed over more than 40,000 spirit stones to Mu Yun after deducting the procedures. Mu Yun did not count them and directly put them into the space ring. Well, having a space ring is indeed much more useful. It's really convenient. Big sects are indeed different. Mu Yun kept praising. She took out a meridian coagulation pill and handed it to Miao Xianyu. She said, Master Miao, with the help of your precious land, this pill is a gift to Xianyu. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones were given away just like that. He only needed to keep one of the 4 meridian coagulation pills. It was not impossible to do a favor with this. Xiaoyu's heart was bleeding when he saw the meridian coagulation pill. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy 3 pills was enough for him to win back the hearts of the people when he returned to the sect. How hateful! Looking at Mu Yun's back as she left, Xiaoyu could not wait to rush up and kill her. Humph, I'll leave the space ring with you first. Soon, I'll take it back and make you kneel down and return it to me. Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After leaving the auction house, he came to the hall on the first floor. In the blink of an eye, he happened to meet a few acquaintances. Mu Yun. Mu Yun, you're still alive. Seeing Mu Yun, First Elder Mu Fengyuan and Second Elder Mu Fengqing were stunned on the spot. According to their thoughts, Mu Yun should have died in Baiyun mountain range and become the demonic beast's feces. What do you mean I'm still alive? Mu Yun exclaimed. First Elder, Second Elder, I've been in Baiyun City for the past few days. What could have happened? The First Elder naturally knew that Mu Yun had not been in Baiyun City all the time. However, seeing Mu Yun here at this moment, he really could not understand. First Elder. At this moment, a steward of the Mu family hurriedly ran in from outside the hall. When he saw Mu Fengyuan, his face turned pale. First Elder, something bad has happened. The steward hurriedly said, Young Master Mu Lang and Young Master Mu Qing are back. They're back? What's wrong with them being back? An ominous premonition flashed across the First Elder's heart. It's just that the 2 young masters' meridians have been crippled. They're completely crippled now. The steward said fearfully. Slap, the First Elder was so angry that he sent the steward flying with a slap. Say that again. Suddenly, the First Elder's heart turned cold when he recalled that Mu Yun was still standing here and that Jin Dong and Dong Feng Yu had not returned for the past few days. Mu Yun, it's you who did this. Eh? First Elder, what do you mean? Mu Yun said in surprise. I've been in Baiyun City for the past few days and have never gone out. The First Elder wished he could slap Mu Yun to death. However, the hall was already surrounded by a circle of people because of the two's argument. The First Elder's face was ashen, and his fingers were cracking. Let's go. The meridian condensation pill was still in his hand, but when he saw it, he felt pain all over his body. Mentor Mu, you're really evil. Looking at the backs of the first elder and the rest leaving, Miao Xianyu smiled slyly and said, Mu Lang and Mu Qing have been crippled by you. Isn't the meridian condensation pill that the first elder bought now useless? The money for this meridian condensation pill has all gone into your pocket. Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. After thinking carefully, it was true. Chapter 42 Assessment. After leaving the Sacred Dam Pavilion, Mu Yun did not return home. At this moment, he could imagine that the entire Mu family would be in chaos. That old bastard Mu Fengyuan had spent 50,000 spirit stones to buy a meridian condensing pill for Mu Lang, but now it was useless. If that old thing knew that the meridian's condensing pill was made by him, he would probably want to jump off a building. I haven't been to the academy for 3 days. Let's go take a look at the academy first. Mu Yun muttered to herself as she rushed towards Baiyun Academy. Xiaoyu, quickly tell Grandpa what happened these past few days. Seeing that Mu Yun had left, Miao Qing could not wait to pull Miao Xianyu up and walk towards the 3rd level of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion. Are you saying that Dong Fengyu was killed by him? Mu Lang and Mu Qing were also crippled by him? On the 3rd floor of the Sacred Elixir Pavilion, after listening to Miao Xianyu's explanation, Miao Qing rubbed her palms in disbelief. Grandpa, I've already said it many times. Miao Xianyu felt helpless. This Mu Yun is not simple. I knew it. As the son of the dignified patriarch of the Mu family, how could he be so weak? Grandpa, did you say that? Moreover, I feel that Instructor Mu's father is not a good father. What do you know? Miao Qing smiled and said, Mu Yun's father was a famous genius in the entire Southern Cloud Empire. Moreover, the Mu family became one of the most powerful families in the empire because of him. But what? Brat, why are you concerned about this? Hurry up and think about the wonders of the alchemy methods that Mu Yun let you comprehend just now. Miao Qing reprimanded him, as long as you are an alchemist, regardless of whether it's pill recipes or alchemy methods, they are all extremely confidential to outsiders. Otherwise, my St. Pill Pavilion wouldn't have allocated a special secret room for every alchemist. The fact that Mu Yun was able to let you know the refining process and pill formula of the Meridian's condensation pill is enough to show that he trusts you. Otherwise, it would be. What is it? That's right, he doesn't care if you learn it. The moment Miao Qing said those words, she immediately felt somewhat terrified. For someone who didn't even care about the pill formula of a 2nd-grade pill, just how confident was he in his alchemy skills? This Mu Yun was definitely not simple. Xianyu, you have to learn more from your mentor Mu in the future. If he needs any help, just let me know. Grandpa, Miao Xianyu was extremely surprised. Firstly, her grandfather was a powerful figure in Baiyun City. Even in the Sacred Elixir sect, his status was not low. She did not expect her grandfather to think so highly of Mu Yun because of today's incident. Secondly, it was Mu Yun. Previously, Mu Yun had asked the Honorable Master Mo to call him brother in the classroom. And now, Grandpa was even more impressed. Teacher Mu had really changed. Baiyun Academy's elementary class 5 was a famous class of trash. It had a bad reputation in the entire Baiyun Academy. The students in this class were tested to have poor aptitude during the entrance exam. Of course, there were some who were special. Some children from poor families were unable to afford the school fees and were helplessly assigned to this class. Over time, the reputation of elementary class 5 spread. Trash class, trash mentor, trash students. This was also the reason why Mu Yun was appointed as the mentor of elementary class 5. It seems that apart from Miao Xianyu, there aren't many good seedlings among these students. Mu Yun was also a little disappointed. Right now, he was not in a good situation. Therefore, he needed a group of people to nurture his own forces, and these students were undoubtedly the best choice. Qi Ming, stand properly. Don't think that your status is different just because your trash mentor was chosen by Master Mo. Just as Mu Yun was walking on the road, an ear-piercing voice sounded in front of her. Qi Ming, what a familiar name. Him again? Hearing this name, Mu Yun was stunned again. Why was this guy so unlucky? It seemed like he was always bullied in the academy. Gu Qing, don't go overboard. Mentor Mu is different from the past. It's just that I'm useless. It has nothing to do with him. Yo, that trash Mu. What benefits did he give you? He just made a name for himself, and you can't wait to kneel down and lick his boots? Qiming, you're really shameless. Gu Qing mocked. Let me tell you, don't think that I'm that trash Diao Yun. His mentor is Jin Dong, but my mentor is Diao Yadong. Mentor Diao is the senior mentor of our academy. Mu Yun is nothing in front of him. Nothing in front of you? I'll crush you to death today. However, just as Gu Qing finished speaking, there was a loud bang. A fist landed on Gu Qing's head. Gu Qing felt dizzy for a moment. Mentor Mu, Qiming, right? You're my student after all. Why do you look like you're being bullied every time I meet you? Don't talk about it. Mu Yun stopped Qiming and turned to look at Gu Qing, who had a big bump on his head. She sneered. When Diao Yun hit Qiming, I said that only I can hit my students. No one else can. I thought this message had been sent out, but it seems like it hasn't. What are you trying to do? Seeing the mocking expression on Mu Yun's face, Gu Qing kept retreating. Mu Yun was a weak trash before, but now she was at the level 4 physical body realm. He was no match for her. However, he couldn't tell that Mu Yun had already reached the level 6 physical body realm. What? You've made the same mistake that Diao Yun made last time. This time, it seems like I have to be more ruthless. Mu Yun gestured with her fists, looking like she was going to make an example out of Gu Qing. Mentor Mu, isn't it a little too much to threaten a student? At this moment, a smile was heard from behind them. The person who came was wearing a light blue martial arts uniform. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and his handsome figure and elegant face gave off an extremely comfortable feeling. Diao Yadong, he was one of the 3 handsome mentors in Beiyun Academy, and he was also a senior mentor in the academy. Together with Dong Fengyu and Wan Qingfeng, they were known as the 3 talents of the academy. Too much? Why didn't you say too much when your student humiliated me and my student? Mu Yun snorted. Mentor Diao, you should take good care of your student. I, Mu Yun, am the only one who can take care of my student. What are you talking about? Diao Yadong's expression didn't change, but his voice was raised a few notches. The academy is a place to nurture talents. All students are under the mentor's jurisdiction. How can your student be special? Moreover, beginner class 5 is at the bottom of all the beginner classes. It's already an honor for beginner class 5 to have someone else take care of them. F***ck, hearing this, Mu Yun's heart was filled with anger. Moreover, with a mentor like you in the academy, how can you lead good students? What are you doing? Just as Mu Yun was about to make a move, a shout suddenly sounded. Dean Lu! Dean Lu! Lu Xiaotian walked over leisurely and frowned slightly when he saw Mu Yun and Diao Yadong. What's the matter? When Dean Lu saw Mu Yun, he immediately had a headache. This guy had been silent for the past few years. How long had it been? Many things had happened one after another, and all of them were related to him. Most importantly, he couldn't hit or scold Mu Yun for fear of offending Master Mo. Dean Lu, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Seeing Lu Xiaotian, Diao Yadong spoke first. I remember that according to the academy's rules, any mentor who is still a low-level mentor for 3 consecutive years should be disqualified. This year, it seems that Mentor Mu has been a low-level mentor for 3 consecutive years. Cough cough, Dean. Before Lu Xiaotian could speak, Diao Yadong spoke again. The Empire established the academy so that every talented martial artist can receive guidance. If my Beiyun Academy invites a good-for-nothing as a mentor, it's simply this. Lu Xiaotian also had a headache. According to the qualifications of Beiyun Academy's mentors, they were beginner mentor, intermediate mentor, and advanced mentor. Indeed, there was a rule that if one couldn't pass the exam and become an intermediate mentor for 3 consecutive years, they would be disqualified. However, from beginner mentor to intermediate mentor, one had to go through 3 rounds. If the current Mu Yun didn't pass and was chased out of the academy, it would definitely arouse Master Mo's displeasure. Advancing from beginner mentor to intermediate mentor? Sure. However, just as Lu Xiaotian was considering the matter, Mu Yun suddenly spoke up and agreed. Mentor Mu, the assessment is very strict. Seeing that Mu Yun didn't seem to be worried, Lu Xiaotian reminded her. The assessment requires one to go through 3 rounds. The first round of the 3 rounds is the realm. As Lu Xiaotian spoke, he finally had time to observe Mu Yun carefully. Energy surrounded her, and her breathing was deep and steady. This was the sign of the 6th level of the meridian condensing realm. Mu Yun had already stepped into the 6th level. Thank you for your kind intentions, Dean Liu. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, however, the academy's rules can't be ignored. I'm willing to accept the assessment, and it can also shut some people up. Humph, hearing Mu Yun's insinuations, Diao Yadong sneered in his heart. Showing off. Everyone knows how to do that. Mu Yun, I'll wait to see you make a fool of yourself later. In almost half a day, the news that Mu Yun wanted to take the assessment had already spread throughout the entire academy. Beiyun Academy's cultivation room, the usually sparse cultivation room, was now filled with people. Everyone wanted to see how the once famous Mentor Mu, the good-for-nothing Mentor Mu, would make a fool of herself today. However, some people in the crowd didn't think so. Miao Xianyu and Qin Mengyao were 2 of these people. After witnessing Mu Yun's methods, Qin Mengyao wasn't worried at all that Mu Yun wouldn't pass the assessment. To advance from beginner mentor to intermediate mentor, if it was the Mu Yun a month ago, it would indeed be a big joke. However, it was a piece of cake now. Miao Xianyu even harbored thoughts in her heart. The 3rd test. Who would have thought that this block of wood, after mingling in our academy for a few years, would actually do such a thing? Hee, I think so too. He's probably been scolded so much that he's found his conscience and can't take it anymore. Indeed. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to continue as well. How is he qualified to be a beginner instructor? He is simply misleading the students. Voices of discussion rose and fell in the crowd. Mu Yun had indeed performed well recently. Merely, his performance was only above that of his class. Furthermore, very few people knew that he had killed Dong Fengyu and the others. Therefore, everyone's evaluation of him was still that of trash. Among the crowd, Qi Ming was frowning. His bitter face looked like it was about to squeeze the skin out of his face. This was the 2nd time he had caused trouble for Mu Yun. Although Mu Yun had always been a teacher who was bullied in class, she had done her best for her students. Qi Ming still pitied her. But the first time, when Diao Yun made things difficult for him, Mu Yun stood up for him. Because of this, she even quarreled with instructor Jin Dong. This time around, he even clashed with Diao Yadong. Diao Yadong was a young prodigy from the Diao family in Beiyun City. He had just stepped into the core gathering realm a month ago. True essence Dan, converging in his Dan Tian, Diao Yadong's status in the academy was enough to leave Jin Dong in the dust. He was an 8th-layer core gathering martial artist and a senior instructor. Moreover, he was a genius of the Diao family in Beiyun City. He had the support of his family's power behind him. He was not like Mu Yun, an illegitimate child who was sent over. Mu Yun, have you really decided to take the test? That's right. Mu Yun nodded. Now that things have come to this, is there any room for retreat? That's right, at this moment, there was already a sea of people around them. It was impossible to retreat. All right. Today, Instructor Mu Yun, Beiyun Academy's primary instructor, has applied to become an intermediate instructor. Let's begin the first segment, Strength. From beginner to intermediate instructor, there were a total of 3 tests. The first item was originally one's realm, and the one thing that could directly reflect one's realm was strength. According to the Academy's rules, elementary instructors were at least at Mortal Body Stage 3 to Mortal Body Stage 5, while intermediate instructors were at least at Mortal Body Stage 6. As for the senior instructors, they were experts at the 8th level of the core gathering realm. In the entire Beiyun Academy, the number of high-level instructors could be counted with one hand. According to the Academy's rules, the strength of an intermediate instructor is at least 50 bulls, which is 50,000 jin. Mu Yun, come up for the test. The examiner would arrange Mu Yun's test. At this moment, in the middle of the cultivation room, there was a huge stone millstone. In the middle of the millstone, there was a pillar made of glass that was 10 meters tall. Every meter was engraved with a corresponding power label. 1 meter was 10,000 caddies, 2 meters was 20,000 caddies, and so on. Seeing Mu Yun walk straight to the stone millstone, the surrounding people couldn't help but take a deep breath. I dare to bet that this guy is definitely not more than 3 meters tall. 30,000 gene of strength is his limit. That might not be the case. Didn't I hear that this trash suddenly reached the magnificent breathing realm? Who knows, he might even be able to exert a force of 40,000 gene. Don't be ridiculous. According to the Academy's rules, 50,000 kilograms of strength is slightly stronger than an ordinary 6th stage pulse condensation realm martial artist. Can Mu Yun achieve that? What a joke. Discussion sounded, but Mu Yun didn't seem to care at all. The reason why he screamed for the test was to make some people shut up. Moreover, the current him needed some attention to ensure his safety. Begin. Following the examiner's order, Mu Yun stepped forward. 50,000 gene? After exhaling slightly, Mu Yun threw a straight punch. Ding 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 ding, a series of crisp clanking sounds rang out. Looking at the glass bead in the middle of the millstone, the red liquid shot straight to a position 7 meters in the air, and the entire cultivation room fell silent. 7 meters, 70,000 gene, the strength of Mu Yun's punch exploded out with 70,000 gene of strength. Below the stage, many people rubbed their eyes. When they saw that the unmistakable liquid was still suspended 7 meters in the air, they slowly closed their mouths. It's only 70,000 gene. Seeing Mu Yun's test results, the corners of Diao Yadong's mouth curled up slightly. Just based on the qualifications of an intermediate instructor, Mu Yun's punch of 70,000 gene was indeed qualified. However, compared to him, an advanced instructor, it was too far away. Now, with his physical body at the 8th level of the core assembly realm, the strength of his punch was at least 90,000 gene of strength with his true essence. Next, the second test is the control of martial techniques. As the examiner's voice fell, the ground in the middle of the cultivation room rumbled and caved in, and the surrounding people kept retreating. Roar! Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and an underground square appeared. In the center of the square, a figure over 3 meters tall was constantly beating its chest with its forelimbs and letting out a deafening roar. This is Earth-Splitting Bear. The rank 6 demonic beast, Earth-Splitting Bear, is the top among rank 6 demonic beasts in terms of defense and attack. I didn't expect the Earth-Splitting Bear to be the opponent in the instructor test. This is interesting. Mu Yun's strength is good, but I don't know how to use martial techniques. This Earth-Splitting Bear's punch has the strength of 80,000 to 90,000 gene. After seeing the demonic beast that the instructor test needed to defeat, the crowd clamored. The Earth-Splitting Bear was the overlord among rank 6 demonic beasts, and demonic beasts were more powerful than human martial artists of the same rank. This kind of test was indeed not simple. However, from this, it could be seen how powerful the Baiyun Academy's instructors were. Mu Yun, you can only enter the third test after defeating this Earth-Splitting Bear. I understand. Looking at the Earth-Splitting Bear, Mu Yun nodded. To be honest, such a demonic beast was really not worthy of his attention. However, he also felt very uncomfortable that someone was holding on to his junior instructor's weakness. Bang! Leaping to the underground square, Mu Yun stretched out her finger and pointed at the Earth-Splitting Bear. Roar! As if it felt that its dignity was being challenged, the Earth-Splitting Bear slammed its hands on the granite floor of the sword's shadow, and the bones in its body crackled. Come! With a hook of her finger, the Earth-Splitting Bear was completely enraged. With a rumbling sound, it madly charged towards Mu Yun. The huge palm slapped out, intending to crush Mu Yun with a single slap. Jade-shattering fist. Seeing the Earth-Splitting Bear charging over, Mu Yun did not dodge and directly greeted it with a punch. The Jade-shattering fist was a low-grade yellow rank martial skill, and it was also the first martial skill that Mu Yun came into contact with. Although the Earth-Splitting Bear was very powerful, it was only powerful in explosive power. After all, it was a demonic beast with limited intelligence. Seeing that Mu Yun actually wanted to meet it head-on, the Earth-Splitting Bear's fur stood up, especially the fur on the back of its neck. Each strand was as hard as a sharp thorn. This guy is crazy. He actually deliberately angered the Earth-Splitting Bear. Some of the more knowledgeable students could already see that the earth-splitting bear's fur stood up. It was obviously angered. Boom, however, in the next moment, a rumbling sound resounded. Suddenly, a large amount of smoke exploded where the human and bear collided in the underground square. The ground cracked inch by inch, spreading out over 10 meters. No one expected that Mu Yun would choose to meet the earth-splitting bear head-on. What they did not expect even more was that the explosive power of the human and bear actually caused such a powerful explosion. Gradually, the dust settled. In the square, Mu Yun stood in the same spot as the ground beneath her feet shattered into powder. On the other side, the earth-splitting bear cautiously retreated 10 meters away. Its pair of bear eyes stared intently at Mu Yun. "Come on." Seeing the earth-splitting bear standing in the same spot without moving, Mu Yun stretched out her finger again. "If you're not coming, I'm going." As she spoke, Mu Yun stepped forward step by step. Roar! With another furious roar, the earth-splitting bear's hind legs exploded. Its body leaped up, and its forepaws fiercely slapped towards Mu Yun. "Come on!" With a low shout, Mu Yun's palm struck out without holding back. This palm strike, Mu Yun did not use the true essence in her body. It was only the complete explosion of her chi force. Bang! Another explosion was heard. However, this time, the earth-rending bear, which had originally been suppressing Luo Yunyang, was sent flying by Mu Yun's palm strike. It was sent flying by a palm strike. "Come on!" Taking another step forward, Mu Yun curled her finger and looked at the earth-splitting bear with a mocking expression. Roar, bang, roar, bang. No one knew how many times the human and bear clashed, but in the end, everyone was completely speechless. She fought head-on with the earth-splitting bear, but the key was that Mu Yun was still firmly suppressing the earth-splitting bear. She was only at the 4th stage of the thriving breathing realm? How was that possible? "Come on!" Stretching out her finger again, Mu Yun still had a faint smile on her face this time. Woo-woo, however, this time, the earth-splitting bear's paws hung weakly by its side. It looked at Mu Yun and let out a whimper. It actually turned around and dashed towards the corner of the underground square. It ran away. The overlord of the 6th stage demonic beasts was actually chased away by Mu Yun. Instructor Mu Yun has passed the 2nd assessment. Now, we will proceed to the 3rd assessment. As the assessment instructor's voice fell, the atmosphere in the square became a little strange. This was definitely not something that could be done at the 4th stage. "It's the 6th stage, the 6th stage of the meridian condensing realm." Suddenly, an instructor in the crowd spoke. 6th stage, less than a month ago, Mu Yun was still a good-for-nothing and bookworm who could not even reach the 1st stage of the physical body. Now, she had actually reached the 6th stage. How was that possible? Gradually, the disdainful voices in the crowd became fewer and fewer. Instead, most of the students looked at Mu Yun with puzzlement. The famous good-for-nothing instructor seemed to have changed into a genius. The 3rd assessment is to assess the instructor's teaching ability. Today, Mu Yun has already shown us her ability. The last assessment is to assess the students. The assessment instructor suddenly spoke. First, Instructor Mu needs to choose 3 students. Then, Instructor Mu needs to choose the other elementary classes. Then, the instructor of that class will choose 3 outstanding students to compete in martial arts, alchemy, and weapon refinement. If Instructor Mu's students win, Instructor Mu will be promoted to an intermediate instructor in the academy. Once this was said, the cultivation room was in an uproar. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Challenge. Everyone knew that the beginner class 5 taught by Mu Yun was a well-known class of trash in the entire school. The students in the class were either children of peddlers or from poor families. There was only one genius like Miao Xianyu in the entire junior class 5. The first and second part of the instructor assessment was to calibrate the instructor's strength. And the third part was to test the instructor's teaching ability. Even if the instructor was very strong, if he could not teach outstanding students, he was not worthy of being an outstanding instructor. Now, everyone was very curious about which beginner class Mu Yun would choose as her opponent to complete her last assessment, but now, it seemed that no matter which class Mu Yun chose, she would lose in the end. In terms of realm, alchemy, and weapon refinement, even the worst class would be better than the beginner class 5 taught by Mu Yun. Mu Yun stood in the middle of the cultivation room and looked around. At this moment, not only were the students gathered in the cultivation room, but there were also many instructors. Mu Yun looked around, and finally, her gaze landed on Diao Yadong. Instructor Diao, since you suggested that I am not worthy of being an instructor, then let my class challenge your class for the 3 battles. Mu Yun pointed at Diao Yadong and said slowly. What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, all the students and instructors in the cultivation room were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Beginner Class 5 challenged the Advanced Elite class led by Diao Yadong. Was Mu Yun not courting death? Interesting. Seeing that Mu Yun was pointing at him, a smile gradually appeared on Diao Yadong's face. But that smile gradually turned cold and contained murderous intent. No matter what, Mu Yun dared to challenge his class and was challenging his authority. This action was enough for Mu Yun to die hundreds of times. Instructor Diao, 1 month later, I, Mu Yun, will lead 3 students from Beginner Class 5 to fight with your Advanced Elite class. If I win the 3 battles, I, Mu Yun, will be promoted to an intermediate instructor. You won't have any objections, right? Of course. Diao Yadong smiled and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Instructor Mu has turned over a new leaf. How about this? As long as Instructor Mu can win 1 battle against me, I, Diao Yadong, am willing to return to an intermediate instructor, and Instructor Mu will automatically become an intermediate instructor. How about that? As soon as he said that, the entire cultivation room was filled with praises. Mu Yun simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Is courting death? I think he knows that he won't be able to win against any class. That's right, it's obvious that he's trying to find a way out for himself. Furthermore, Instructor Diao didn't even bother to argue with him and even gave in to him. Looks like this fellow thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he passed 2 rounds of the assessment. How can that be? Do you? Clenching his fists, Diao Yadong's face was still full of smiles. Instructor Mu is right. We'll see in a month's time. Diao Yadong turned to leave, but the crowd was in an uproar. Mu Yun openly challenged Diao Yadong. Who would Mu Yun send out for the 3 matches, Beginner Class 5? How was that possible? Even if Beginner Class 5 had Qin Mengyao, a top-notch genius, it was impossible to raise the strength of Beginner Class 5 in a month's time to compete with the advanced class led by Diao Yadong. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and Mu Yun returned to the classroom. At this moment, the classroom was also in an uproar. Xianxia sat in her seat and looked at Mu Yun. Unlike the first time, her expression was full of admiration. On the other side, Qi Ming felt as though he was sitting on a carpet of needles. The first time he caused trouble for Mu Yun, it was only a fight between Instructor Mu and Jin Dong. But the second time, it was with Diao Yadong, a genius instructor, and in front of all the students in the academy. Qi Ming felt a headache coming on. Instructor Mu, you're really bold. You could have chosen any of the 3 matches, but you chose Instructor Diao's class. You're really confident. Below the stage, a sarcastic voice was heard. Moyang, this kid had been taught a lesson by Mu Yun several times, but he was still arrogant and unruly. This time, it's not only about my, Mu Yun's, reputation. It's also about Beginner Class 5 and your instructor Qin's reputation. That's right, more than 30 students present suddenly reacted. Now, the great beauty Qin Mengyao came to their class to be an instructor. If they lost all 3 matches, Mu Yun would be embarrassed, but Instructor Qin would also be implicated. That would be a big deal. The first match of the 3 matches is strength. In Instructor Diao's class, not to mention the genius of the Diao family, Diao Yayun, even if Mo Hai from their class appeared, no one in our class would be a match for him. The second match is alchemy. Our class has Miao Xianyu, but their class has Wang Yunqi. Wang Yunqi is the genius of the Wang family and a first-grade alchemist. She's not inferior to Miao Xianyu. Moreover, the third match is alchemy. Qi Yun is recognized as a genius alchemist in the academy and can refine medial-grade mortal artifacts. In our class, only Qi Ming's family is blacksmithing. There's no comparison at all. Moyang pursed his lips and said helplessly. Although he disliked Mu Yun, Qin Mengyao was here, and he wanted to perform well. Making the impossible possible, that's the value of my existence. Mu Yun suddenly spoke with a solemn expression. The path of a martial artist is to seize heaven and earth, seize creation, and seize life and death. If you don't even have the courage to seize, then what are you cultivating for? Rumor has it that heavenly venerable Misery Sea's meridians were crippled back then, and he was determined to be unable to cultivate. However, he relied on his strong willpower and climbed the ninth heaven Divine Thunder Mountain alone. He guided lightning into his body and forcefully molded his meridians with lightning. In the end, he became a heavenly venerable and soared freely in the 3,000 small worlds. All of you are able-bodied people. What reason do you have not to work hard? When Mu Yun said this, the entire class fell into silence. That's right. They also relied on their strength to enter Baiyun Academy. Why were they called trash by others? Why were they called the trash class? That. Instructor Mu, what kind of place is the ninth heaven Divine Thunder Mountain? Suddenly, a very untimely voice sounded. All the students in the class looked at Mu Yun in confusion. Wasn't Heavenly Venerable Misery See a legendary person? Did he really exist? Moyang. Looking at Moyang, Mu Yun suddenly shouted, no matter if Diao Yayun or Mo Hai is in Diao Yadong's class, you, Moyang, will be the first match. I seem to remember that Mo Hai and you are both disciples of the Mo family trading company, right? Ah? Hearing this, Moyang's face turned ugly as if he had eaten shit. The second match will be Miao Xianyu. Miao Xianyu, are you confident? As long as Instructor Mu is confident, Xianyu will be confident. Instructor Mu must guide me with all your heart. Miao Xianyu stood up from her seat and bowed. Her chest was in full view. Mu Yun took a look and said slowly, cough cough. Don't worry. With Instructor Mu here, there won't be a problem. As for the third match. Moyang, you said that Qi Ming's family is blacksmiths? Then Qi Ming will go. Ah? Qi Ming stood up from his seat with a bang and stammered, Instructor Mu, I've only blacksmithing before and have never refined weapons. Moreover, Qi Yun is the Qi family's weapon refining genius. What about you? Mu Yun stopped him and said, you were the one who caused this. It's you. 1 month is enough. Mu Yun tyrannically decided on the three of them and then turned to leave the classroom, leaving the students in an uproar. I didn't expect that Instructor Mu, who used to be dull, would have such a sharp eye today. He's really good at choosing people. Just as she walked out of the classroom, Qin Mengyao, who was wearing a light blue short skirt, followed her. Ah? These three fellows are just casually bringing it out to fool us. What do you mean by sharp eyes? I don't think so. Qin Mengyao said cleverly, although Moyang looks like a dandy on the surface, he still has some talent in cultivation. Qi Ming is from a side branch of the Qi family and isn't well liked. That's why he's been so submissive. However, from what I know, he has a deep love for weapon refining. It's just that he never had the chance. How would those weapon refiners in the academy have the time to care about a student like him? As for Miao Xianyu, she and Wang Yunqi are known as the two great alchemy geniuses in Baiyun City. The two of them are on par with each other. It seems like a casual arrangement, but it seems like Instructor Mu has put in a lot of effort. Qin Mengyao said with a smile. There's such a thing? Mu Yun scratched her head. To be honest, this arrangement was just a casual assignment. She, Mu Yun, was still confident in teaching these little kids. Miss Qin should be about to reach the 9th level of the physical body, spirit detecting realm, right? Yes, I should be able to break through in a few days. As expected. I have to say, in terms of talent in Baiyun City, no one can compare to you. Mu Yun's words were not false. The Ice Phoenix Divine Spirit was such a powerful divine spirit. In the future, Qin Mingyao's cultivation would definitely soar. Don't try to change the topic. After 9 years of hibernation, a genius suddenly rose. Instructor Mu, I have to say that the word enduring humiliation can't describe you. Ah? Miss Qin, let me ask you a question. What? If this was really my arrangement, then who taught Qi Ming how to refine weapons? Who taught Miao Xianyu how to refine pills? Hearing this, Qin Mengyao was stunned. That's right, although Mu Yun's strength had increased rapidly, she seemed to know nothing about refining weapons. She was only strong in theory when it came to alchemy. Instructor Mu is not completely ignorant about alchemy. Just as Qin Mengyao was in a daze, a bell-like voice sounded. Miao Xianyu walked over and looked at Mu Yun's back as she left. Instructor Mu is omnipotent. Not only is he strong in alchemy theory, but he is also very strong in alchemy. Chapter 45 7th Stage Condensed Prime Stage. Yes. Qin Mengyao was caught off guard by Miao Xianyu's question, but he subconsciously nodded in response. I know that the engagement between the two of you is fake. Even if you don't want a man like Mentor Mu, I do. After saying this, Miao Xianyu jogged all the way to catch up with Mu Yun. What the hell is this? Qin Mingyao's pretty face turned red as she looked at the direction where the two left. When did this guy become so charming? The storm ended temporarily, but Mu Yun knew that it was just the beginning. Now that Grandmaster Mo had left North Cloud City and returned to the Southern Cloud Empire's capital, South Cloud City, Lu Xiaotian could not always protect him. Moreover, within the Mu family, the first elder and second elder had been crippled because of Mu Lang and Mu Qing. They would definitely not let this matter rest. In Baiyun City, the Mu, Qin, Wang, and Diao clans were not on good terms. If the first elder and second elder were to do something out of line, his foster father, as the Mu clan patriarch, would have a hard time dealing with the internal and external problems. Moreover, because of his rise in the academy, there would probably be many people who would try to obstruct him. Dongfang Yu was just the beginning. Looks like I still need to increase my strength. Rubbing the spatial ring on her finger, Mu Yun made up her mind and walked into the academy's training room. Right now, he was only in the 6th stage of the meridian condensing realm. Although there was origin energy in his body, it wasn't his own. Only after reaching the 7th stage of the condensed prime realm and using the true yuan to refine the meridians could one be considered a true martial artist. And at that time, there were many martial skills that he would be able to truly display. Arriving at the cultivation room, Mu Yun chose a cultivation room and dived in. The meridian condensation pill was used to condense one's meridians and prepare to let the true yuan completely enter the body, allowing the meridians to absorb it. If the strength of a martial artist's meridians was not enough, a light consequence would be that his meridians would be crippled, and a heavy consequence would be that he would lose his life. And now, Mu Yun was preparing to take the final step and enter the condensed yuan realm. With my current aptitude and physique, tempering my meridians and condensing true essence isn't a problem. However, the amount of true essence I absorb is related to the advancement of my cultivation in the future. I still have to be extremely careful. Mu Yun calmed down and took out the meridian's coagulation pill. Without hesitation, she swallowed it. The condensed yuan realm was when a martial artist's chi strength had completely condensed their meridians. Using their own body as a vessel, they could draw the true yuan of heaven and earth into their body. He used his true essence to temper his body. The first stage of the fleshly body tenfold realm was to use brute force to temper the body, allowing the strength of the body to multiply. Later on, the martial artist's body would produce energy and use it to temper the body. When one's body was polished to perfection, they would use their body as a channel to draw in the true yuan of heaven and earth and step into the condensed yuan realm. The 7th stage of the mortal body realm, the condensed essence realm, was the true stage of a martial artist. Mu Yun swallowed the meridian's coagulation pill, and a hot aura slowly gathered in her body. Mu Yun understood that this was the effect of the meridian's coagulation pill. The effect of the meridian's coagulation pill gradually spread through every meridian in Mu Yun's body. The scorching aura was like lava flowing through Mu Yun's body. This kind of flow was to kick out the impurities in Mu Yun's meridians. On the other hand, it was to temper the toughness of Mu Yun's meridians. Mu Yun had experienced this kind of pain countless times in her previous life. But now that she had done it all over again, her mind was clear, and she could clearly feel the pain in her body every time it deepened. This still made Mu Yun feel anxious. Although she had experienced this feeling in her previous life, the current Mu Yun's most fundamental foundation was not as good as in her previous life. Moreover, the greatest pressure that Mu Yun felt did not come from the pain in her body, but from the drowsy heaviness in her mind. At this moment, the chart of celestial extermination pressed down on Mu Yun's head like a mountain. It was as if the one who was promoted was not Mu Yun, but the chart of celestial extermination. This kind of feeling was very strange, but Mu Yun had to bear it. Gradually, a wave of vital essence gathered around Mu Yun's body. However, the vital essence did not flow into Mu Yun's body in an instant. Instead, it gathered around Mu Yun's body. She could clearly feel the existence of the vital essence, but Mu Yun could not absorb the vital essence into her meridians. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. Ding, at this moment, there was a ding sound. Almost subconsciously, the chart of celestial extermination opened in Mu Yun's mind again. But this time, the chart of celestial extermination opened not just a corner, but a page. On that page, there was a figure in the chart of celestial extermination. The figure shuttled back and forth, continuously practicing a martial technique. On that page, there was a figure in the chart of celestial extermination. The figure was controlling all kinds of medicinal herbs and throwing them into the furnace to refine a miraculous elixir. On that page, there was a figure in the chart of celestial extermination. The figure was controlling all kinds of metals and forging a magical weapon. However, Mu Yun could not understand or feel all of this. He could only carefully observe the vital essence around him. He looked at the vital essence cautiously, afraid that it would suddenly explode and enter his body. This period of time lasted for a full half a day. And the vital essence was still floating around Mu Yun's body. Gradually, Mu Yun let down her guard and began to look at the image of the chart of celestial extermination. Heaven repairing sword principle. Spiritual building elixir. Upper grade mortal weapon, green palace sword. A martial technique, a spiritual elixir, and a magical weapon. In a trance, the cultivation method of the martial technique, the refining method of the elixir, and the casting method of the mortal weapon surged into Mu Yun's mind in an instant. Even as the immortal king of the myriad great worlds in his previous life, Mu Yun had never comprehended such a magical martial technique, elixir, and mortal weapon. The chart of celestial extermination seemed to have opened a door to a higher level of mystery for him. Buzz, at this moment, a buzzing sound was heard. The vital essence surrounding Mu Yun's body suddenly crashed into Mu Yun's body. At the same time, the page of the chart of celestial extermination closed. An extremely domineering vital essence gushed out from the chart of celestial extermination that was about to close. In comparison, the vital essence surrounding Mu Yun's body at the beginning was negligible. Mother ***, they're trying to kill me. Mu Yun could not help but curse in a low voice. However, he was still insincerely accepting the vital essence that was dissipating from the chart of celestial extermination. At this moment, Mu Yun's vital essence, the vital essence that was already in his body, and the vital essence that was mysteriously dissipating from the chart of celestial extermination. The three vital essences were stirring and rolling in his body. These three vital essences almost caused Mu Yun to instantly fall into a frenzy. However, at the same time, it also caused the vital essence in Mu Yun's body to reach a terrifying level. There were also differences between the 7 levels of the physical body, the condensed prime realm. Within the 7 levels, the amount of vital essence was different, and the strength of the martial artists themselves was also very different. This was also why the 7th level of the condensed prime realm was so powerful. Damn it! The 3 vital essences stirred in his body, vowing to completely condense the vital essence in his body into a rope. However, it was this rush that caused Mu Yun to go crazy from the pain. Whether it was the vital essence of heaven and earth, the vital essence that was originally contained in his meridians, or the vital essence that was dissipating from the chart of celestial extermination, the 3 were not the same. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the 3 vital essences in Mu Yun's body were gradually moving towards unification. Phew, after another 2 hours, Mu Yun slowly let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the vital essence in his body was completely unified. The clothes on his back were also stuck to his body at this moment. His back was completely drenched in sweat. Triple Guae, the condensed prime realm. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that he had never felt so powerful before. His vital essence was almost overflowing in every meridian in his body. Even if he casually waved his hands, he could feel that he was completely filled with power. The 7th level of the physical body, the condensed prime realm, is the first step for a true martial artist. Even in my previous life, I have never felt this kind of power. The chart of celestial extermination, you have given me a huge surprise. the heaven-patching sword principle, the spirit-building pill, and the green tower sword, martial techniques, alchemy, and weapon refinement. The chart of celestial extermination was really mysterious to an indescribable extent. Diaoyadong, since you are willing to become the stepping stone for me, Mu Yun, to become famous, how can I bear to refuse? In a month, I will let you understand what it means to be a piece of trash. After completely stepping into the condensed prime realm, Mu Yun even felt that the vital essence in his body was more abundant than that of a martial artist at the 8th level of the core assembly realm. Moyang, Qi Ming, Miao Xianyu. It seems that I will have to give the three of them some special training in this month. After breaking through to the 7th level of the condensed prime realm, Mu Yun was once again full of confidence. He left the training room and started his plan. On this day, a piece of news was widely spread throughout the entire Baiyun Academy. In a month, Mu Yun would lead his beginner class 5 to have a duel with Diaoyadong's advanced elite class in martial arts, alchemy, and weapon refinement. However, when most people heard this news, they all had a funny expression on their faces. What kind of class was beginner class 5? It was the most trashy class in the entire academy. And Diaoyadong's class was the top 3 elite classes in the entire academy. The two classes could not be compared at all, at this moment, in Diaoyadong's class. More than 30 students from the academy gathered together. Instructor Diao, that trash Mu Yun actually wants to step on our class to become an intermediate instructor. He is simply dreaming. That's right. He really doesn't put you in his eyes by treating us as opponents. Instructor Diao, as long as you say the word, we will immediately make that Mu Yun kneel and beg for mercy. He is only at the 6th level of the meridian condensation realm. Diaoyadong from our class is enough to beat him up until he doesn't know where he is. Regarding this matter, the group of students in Diaoyadong's advanced elite class were all filled with anger. To them, being challenged by a trashy instructor from a trashy class was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Don't be impatient. Diaoyadong stood in front of the podium and looked at the 30 students. This time, Mu Yun dared to challenge our class. This is not an insult to me, Diaoyadong, but an insult to our advanced class 3. Qi Ming and his son. The moment he finished speaking, the entire classroom was filled with excitement. Looking at the students below the podium, Diaoyadong sneered in his heart. Mu Yun, what are you going to use to fight with me? Are you going to use your trash? This time, I will let everyone know that I, Diaoyadong, am the one who brought up the senior class 3. This is my honor. Sneering in his heart, Diaoyadong's expression did not change as he said, I have already thought about this battle. The first round, martial arts, Mo Hai. The second round, alchemy, Wang Yunqi. The third round, alchemy, Qi Yun. Diaoyadong's words caused an uproar in the class. Mo Hai, the genius of the senior class 3, whose strength was second only to Diaoyadong. At the age of 17, he had already reached the Qi condensation realm. Qi Yun, the disciple of the Qi family. Although the Qi family was only a second-rate family in Baiyun City, Qi Yun's reputation had spread throughout the city for a long time. At the age of 17, he was a genuine common blacksmith. A month ago, he had successfully refined a middle-grade common weapon. Wang Yunqi, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, was 16 years old. Together with Miao Xianyu, they were known as the two alchemy geniuses in Baiyun City. These three people could be said to represent the strongest combat power in the entire junior class 3. Teacher Diao, I disagree. At this moment, a voice in the class retorted. A student stood up and said, Teacher Diao, it's just to deal with junior class 5. Moreover, it's the lowest class in the academy. If we use our strongest combat power, it's simply a waste of talent. People will say that we are bullying the weak. That's right. That's right. How can we use our strongest combat power in Mu Yun's class? We really think too highly of him. The entire class was filled with enthusiasm. A few students even volunteered. Quiet. A shout suddenly sounded. Diaoyadong's face was calm as he looked at the class quietly. In the battle a month later, no matter who our opponent is, it's our chance to show off. Diaoyadong shouted, whether our opponent is strong or weak, we, the senior class 3, will kill them in one strike. Who in the entire academy can compete with us? Since our opponent is weak, we will finish them in one strike. Let them see the unparalleled strength of the Senior Class 3. Senior Class 3 will win. Senior Class 3 will win. In an instant, the entire classroom was filled with cheers and shouts of joy. Looking at the academy that was filled with cheers and high fighting spirit, Diao Yadong was very satisfied. Mu Yun. Wang Qingfeng. You are all stepping stones for my, Diao Yadong's, rise. Northern Cloud Academy is my, Diao Yadong's, world. In the future, I will definitely go to the Southern Cloud Empire's capital, Southern Cloud City, and let my, Diao Yadong's, name spread throughout the entire Southern Cloud Empire, and even the Heavenly Fate continent. Clenching his fists, Diao Yadong became even more determined. Baiyun City had a population of several million people, and the city was bustling with activity. However, these markets were mostly controlled by the Qin, Mu, Wang, and Diao families. In the western part of Baiyun City, there were dozens of markets. Most of them belonged to family Qin. At this moment, Mu Yun was in Shifeng City. She was dressed in a long black gown and had her hands behind her back as she wandered aimlessly. Qi Ming, a collateral descendant of the Qi family. He works part-time in a blacksmith shop belonging to the Qi family to support his father, Qi Yufeng, whose legs were broken. Qi Yufeng was a genius of the Qi family 20 years ago. Although he was the son of a servant, he made a name for himself in the Qi family by relying on his talent in refining weapons. However, 5 years later, he married the eldest daughter of the Qi family. After that, his legs were crippled overnight, and he was unable to refine weapons. He had to sit in a wheelchair for 15 years. Mu Yun muttered to herself as she kept thinking about something. Interesting, interesting. As a servant, he became the son-in-law of the Qi family. His legs were inexplicably crippled, and he was expelled from the Qi family. He could only live in the family Qin's market and rely on blacksmithing to survive. Mu Yun laughed. Looks like this Qi Ming isn't that simple. After making up her mind, Mu Yun sped up. In one of the dozens of markets in the family Qin, there was a hubbub of voices. There were rows upon rows of vendors selling cloth, wine shops, and tea stalls. At the corner of the market, in a blacksmith shop that was 10 square meters in size, a young man was waving the iron hammer in his hand and hitting an iron rod that had just appeared in front of him. The originally strange-looking iron rod gradually became angular in his hand, and iron shavings fell from it. Blacksmithing is about the unity of the mind and strength. The higher the strength, the better. The faster the speed, the better. The faster the speed, the faster the speed. The faster the speed, the faster the speed. Behind the young man, a middle-aged man in a wheelchair said in a hoarse voice, "The most important thing is the mind. The unity of the mind and the mind. Treat the iron rod in your hand as a living thing. Only then will it become what you want it to be." Understood, father. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man behind him, the speed at which the young man waved the iron hammer slowed down. Actually, blacksmithing and blacksmithing are of the same origin. To ordinary people, blacksmithing is blacksmithing, but to martial artists, blacksmithing is blacksmithing. The reason why ordinary weapons have the word ordinary in them is because ordinary weapons use the martial artist's true origin as their veins and condense them into a contract. They are poured into the weapon to increase its power, making it stronger than ordinary weapons. However, they are still ordinary weapons. As for profound weapons, only martial artists at the 10th level of the spirit aperture realm can refine them. This is because profound weapons already have all kinds of mysterious abilities. Only martial artists at the spirit aperture realm have powerful true origin in their bodies and can endow profound weapons with a higher level of contract. Only then will they be able to unleash their greatest power. Clap clap, as the middle-aged man finished speaking, clapping sounds could be heard. A young man in a black robe was standing at the door. He leaned against the door of the blacksmith shop and kept clapping his hands. Well said, very well said. At the end of the day, ordinary weapons are just ordinary weapons. They are nothing much. Profound weapons are considered divine weapons. The man smiled and added, "Senior, there is something wrong with your words. Profound weapons can not only be refined by martial artists at the spirit aperture realm. Physical martial artists can also refine them." Instructor Mu. Seeing the young man, the topless young man was slightly stunned and seemed a little anxious. Haha, Qi Ming, I didn't expect you to have a blacksmith shop at home. It seems like my decision to let you compete with Qi Yun in blacksmithing was a wise one. Mu Yun laughed and walked into the blacksmith shop. He came in front of Qi Ming and took the hammer. Any weapon refined from any metal can be transformed into various shapes, Mu Yun said as he held the iron hammer tightly and hammered it at a steady pace. This iron hammer can be transformed into a long spear or a long sword. The will of the blacksmith is all up to him. Following Mu Yun's words, the iron hammer in his hand constantly changed its appearance. One moment, it looked like a long spear, and the next moment, it was actually transforming into a long sword. Wonderful, seeing this scene, Qi Ming was secretly surprised. He had been blacksmithing for his father since he was young for a full 10 years. In these 10 years, he was very familiar with these pieces of iron. Once a piece of iron was set, it was very difficult to change its appearance again. It required a lot of strength and might even damage the essence of the iron. However, Instructor Mu did not seem to use too much strength. In the end, Mu Yun held a model that looked like a large knife in his hand. He scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry, Qi Ming. You want to forge an iron hammer, right?" Ah? Qi Ming was stunned at the sight and only reacted now. Ming, this is your instructor, right? Please take a seat. Qi Yufeng sat in his wheelchair with an old sheet on his leg. He said apologetically, "I have been crippled for more than 10 years and can't get up to welcome guests. Instructor Mu, please don't take offense." No, of course not. When facing a mystic weapon master, I, Mu Yun, should naturally treat you with respect. Haha. Ordinary weapon master. Qi Yufeng said self-deprecatingly, "That was in the past." Who said it was in the past? Mu Yun said in surprise, "The person in front of me is just a dispirited weapon master who is sitting in a wheelchair because his willpower has been worn away. How is he crippled?" When Mu Yun said this, Qi Ming's eyes lit up. "Instructor Mu, do you have a way to cure my father's legs?" Qi Ming's eyes were filled with hope. He had more or less heard some rumors about Qin Mengyao in the market. It was a strange illness that no one in the entire Baiyun city could cure. Even Master Mo, a powerful 6th-grade alchemist, could not cure it. However, he was cured by Mu Yun. Compared to Qin Mingyao's frost, his father's legs were not worth mentioning. Your father's legs were crippled overnight. He should have taken 2 types of elixirs, Jade Spirit Elixir and 100 Fruit Elixir. Jade Spirit Elixir is a good elixir that clears one's mind and clears one's heart and lungs. 100 Fruit Elixir is a 2nd-grade elixir that is very beneficial to a martial artist's cultivation. It can clean the stains in a martial artist's meridians. Both elixirs are miraculous elixirs. Then why did my father's legs, if the 2 types of miraculous elixirs are taken separately, it won't be a problem to take 100 or 80 elixirs a day. However, once they are taken at the same time, or even less than an hour apart, it will be a fatal poison elixir." Mu Yun's tone gradually became gloomy and cold. On the other side, Qi Yufeng's expression also gradually darkened. How could this be? Qi Ming did not know what was going on. After all, when his father's legs were crippled, he was still at an ignorant age. Is this very difficult to understand? Mu Yun spoke again, "Your father's talent in refining weapons is unparalleled. He either attracted jealousy or hatred, and in the end, he suffered from this evil scheme. Father, Senior Qi, I'm not here today to ask about the past. I have something to discuss with you." Mu Yun changed the topic and said, "Because I want to be promoted to an intermediate grade teacher, I need to undergo an assessment. Qi Ming is my student. I want to use him for a month to train him and help me compete. Of course, he won't participate in it for nothing. If he helps me win the competition, I can refine an elixir for you and let you stand up again." Eh? Big Trash Mu, he could cure it? Impossible. Almost instantly, such a thought appeared in the minds of the father and son. Qi Ming didn't believe it because he had been by his father's side for more than 10 years. He knew very well how serious the atrophy of his father's legs were. Qi Yufeng didn't believe it because he knew the injuries in his body better than his son. Back then, he had already exhausted all of his energy to reduce the damage caused by the 2 types of pills to his legs. 10 years, he only had 10 years before he would be completely dead, and at this moment, Mu Yun, who suddenly jumped out, the famous good-for-nothing teacher of the Mu family, actually said that he had a way. However, if Mu Yun was spouting nonsense, then how did he see through her illness at a glance? He was the only one who knew the reason behind the Jade Spirit Pill and 100 Spirit Pill. Even his son, Qi Ming, had never mentioned it. However, Mu Yun saw through it with a single glance. You don't believe me? Mu Yun was stunned and speechless. Who asked him to be so famous before? He was the #1 trash in Baiyun City. Old Qi, it's time to pay this month's fee. Just as Mu Yun felt that she could not explain it, 2 or 3 figures suddenly gathered at the entrance of the shop, causing the originally dim shop to become even more crowded and depressing. Qi Mingyu, you're here again. 7 days ago, we clearly paid the protection fee. Now, you're here again. What is the meaning of this? Ah? You just handed it in 7 days ago? That's this month's payment. You can hand in next month's payment as well. The leader of the group, a youth around the age of 16, curled his lips and said casually. Qi Mingyu? What a familiar name. Don't go overboard. After a long while, Qi Ming could only spit out these few words. Too much? Qi Ming, you don't know this, but when your father was in dire straits and almost died, it was my family Qin who took him in. That's how he managed to survive in West City. Let's not talk about this month's fees, I'll even take the protection fees for next month and the month after that. Qi Mingyu was dressed in a white martial attire. She had a slim figure and could be considered pretty. However, at this moment, he looked like a complete prodigal son, which made his handsome face look a little wretched. Qi Mingyu. You've gone too far. Qi Ming, you're not as meek as that trash moo of yours today. What's wrong? You don't want to pay anymore? If you don't want to hand it over, fine. Scram. Qi Mingyu said proudly. F***ck, upon hearing this, Mu Yun could not help but curse again in her heart. The last time Qi Ming was scolded, Mu Yun was implicated. This time, it was the same again. Qin Mingyao, wasn't this guy Qin Mingyao's younger brother? Brother-in-law, if your sister finds out that you've been running amok outside, will she skin you alive when we get home? Just as Qin Mingyu was about to teach Qi Ming a lesson, a sarcastic voice rang out from behind her. Brother-in-law, Qin Mingyu was stunned by the word brother-in-law. She stood on the spot and turned around to size up Mu Yun. Your looks are not bad, but you're not as handsome as me. Gigolo, with your looks, you still dream of marrying my sister? You're courting death. Calling him Qin Mingyu's brother-in-law meant that he wanted to be his sister's. Man, what a joke. Countless people in Baiyun City coveted his sister, Qin Mingyao. Especially after the ice in his sister Qin Mingyao was removed, the number of people proposing marriage every day was enough to break down the family Qin's door. Gigolo? Mu Yun increasingly felt that this Qin Mingyu was really adorable. Let me tell you, my sister is the #1 beauty in Baiyun City. Moreover, the ice poison in her body has been removed, and she has already stepped into the 9th level of the spirit detecting realm. Qi Mingyu said proudly, do you know what the spirit detecting realm means? One more step, and my sister will be in the aperture conjuring realm. Her physical strength, Qi Jin, and true origin will combine into one, and she will be at the peak of the 10th level of the physical body. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. Seeing Qin Mingyu's smug look, Qi Ming blushed with shame. If Qin Mingyu knew that the person standing in front of him was Mu Yun, the so-called trash, and that it was Mu Yun who had cured Qin Mingyao's ice poison, who knew what he would think? Then why is your sister so powerful? Because. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, it has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Qin Mingyu said impatiently, Qi Yufeng, Qi Ming, I'm a little tight on money recently. Hurry up and hand over the protection fee for next month. Otherwise, I know the Qi family's methods, young Master Qin. Just as Qi Ming could not hold back his anger, Qi Yufeng spoke. Young Master Qin, can you wait for a few more days? After all, this month's protection fee has just been paid. Our blacksmith shop is only helping farmers forge iron. We don't make much money. Get lost. Qin Mingyu said impatiently, Qi Yufeng, you're asking for a beating. I'll drag Qi Ming out and beat him up. I think you'll hand it over. With that, Qi Mingyu signaled the two men behind her to take action. Who dares? At this moment, Mu Yun shouted coldly and stood in front of Qi Yufeng and Qi Ming. Qi Ming is my student. If you dare to touch him, I'll make sure you won't be able to get out of bed for a month. Io, bastard, you're still being stubborn. The two of you, break this ignorant fool's leg and throw him aside. Can't touch his student? Pooh. At Qi Mingyu's command, the two burly men behind her, who were about 30 years old, took a step forward. Xiao Yu. However, at this moment, a delicate voice suddenly sounded at the entrance of the blacksmith's shop. It's over. Hearing that delicate voice, Qi Mingyu's legs turned to jelly. That voice was all too familiar to him. Sister, why are you here? Turning around, Qin Mingyu looked at Qin Mengyao with a fawning expression. Today, Qin Mengyao was wearing a pink miniskirt. Her long hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head, and a lock of black hair hung down to her waist. She looked charming and seductive. If I'm not here, this Ximen market will really become your little territory. I wouldn't dare, sister. I'm just, Qin Mingyu, how dare you use our family Qin's Ximen market as a source of profit and collect fees from hawkers? I think I'll have to discuss this matter with grandfather when I get back. Hearing Qin Mingyao's words, Qin Mingyu's face instantly turned as ugly as a bitter gourd. Sister, please don't. I'm just fooling around with Qi Ming. Aren't you a teacher in Trash Moo's class now? I'm just trying to get closer to Qi Ming. Trash Moo. Hearing Qin Mingyu's address, Mu Yan's face darkened again. On the other hand, Qin Mengyao burst into laughter like 100 flowers blooming. Well scolded. Qin Mengyao patted Qin Mingyu's shoulder and smiled. Beginner Class 5 was ruined by Trash Moo. Your sister is here to save those students. At this moment, Qin Mingyu was at a loss. However, seeing Qin Mingyao's expression change, she could not care less. Yes, yes. Trash Moo is a shameless scum. If not for the Mu family, bang. However, before Qin Mingyu could finish her sentence, a loud bang was heard. Qin Mingyu's face was as ugly as a pig's liver, and she bent over. Qin Mingyu wanted to shout when she saw the pale-faced young man punching her in the stomach. However, her eyes rolled back and she fainted from the pain. She could not utter a single word. Do you feel good after scolding me for so long? Retracting his fist, Mu Yun looked at Qin Mingyu, who had fainted on the ground, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Mentor Mu, why are you so angry? Hee. Seeing Mu Yun's ugly expression, Qin Mengyao laughed so hard that she could not straighten her back. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Seeing that Qin Mengyao seemed to want to embarrass her, Mu Yun did not care. She turned around and looked at Qi Ming. From today onwards, you will eat, drink, and defecate in the academy. Follow me to refine weapons. When you win against Qi Yun, I promise to cure your father. At this moment, Qi Ming still wanted to refuse, but Qi Yufeng nodded and agreed. 15 years ago, as a famous weapon refiner in Baiyun City, Qi Yufeng was not stupid. Mu Yan's punch just now was filled with quintessential essence, genuine quintessential essence. Physical body level 7, condensed prime realm. These days, he had been listening to his son talk about the changes in his mentor. At first, he did not believe it. However, which good-for-nothing could improve from a weakling who was not even at the first level to the 7th level of the condensed prime realm in less than a month. Moreover, looking at the relationship between Qin Mengyao and Mu Yun, it was not like the rumors in Baiyun City, where it was just a nominal marriage between the family Qin and the Mu family. In addition, Mu Yun's previous analysis of his illness, the few simple hammering, and the few sentences on weapon refinement made Qi Yufeng have a whole new level of respect for Mu Yun. Although his legs were crippled, his heart was not. Father, in this month, learn well from your mentor Mu. You can put aside the matter of the blacksmith shop for now. Qi Yufeng said firmly. I am willing to believe in your mentor Mu. Don't disappoint me. Yes. Seeing his father's decadent expression suddenly glowing with fighting spirit, hope ignited in Qi Ming's heart. Now is not the time to be wishy-washy. If you can't win against Qi Yun, I'm afraid there's no hope for me to treat your father's illness. Mu Yun said and left. Uncle Qi Ming, Mu Yun is stubborn. Don't worry, even if you can't win, he will definitely treat your father's illness. Looking at Mu Yun's back, Qin Mengyao smiled with a sly look on his face. Baiyun City, Qi family. The Qi family could only be considered a second-rate family in Baiyun City, but their status was only second to the four great families. Moreover, the Qi family had made their fortune with their blacksmith shop 100 years ago and gradually became a big family in Baiyun City. At this moment, in the Qi family's crafting room, a figure sat proudly with his legs crossed. In front of that figure was a furnace that emitted a scorching aura. Gurgling sounds could be heard coming from it. Young Master Yun. Come in. A figure walked out of the door and lowered his head. Mu Yun really went to Shifang City to look for Qi Ming and Qi Yufeng. It seems like she really intends to let Qi Ming compete with you in weapon refinement. Undercurrent is surging. Interesting. After a moment of silence, the young man smiled and lowered his head. This Mu Yun has been silent for 9 years. Within a month, she made Master Mo bow his head and Dean Lu sided with her. She cured the cold poison of the eldest miss of the family Qin family. Now, she even wants to challenge Mentor Diao. How interesting. I think this Mu Yun is a lunatic. Who in the entire Baiyun City doesn't know that you can already refine middle-grade mortal weapons? How can Qi Ming compare to you? The person behind him sneered and said disdainfully. Haha. Do you think that's all? Qi Yun stood up with a meaningful smile on his face. No matter what, Qi Yufeng was a blacksmithing genius 20 years ago. Qi Ming has been forging with him all these years. I don't believe that Qi Yufeng didn't teach him blacksmithing. This Mu Yun seems to be running amok and not playing by the rules, but every move she makes has a deep meaning. Qi Yun said meaningfully. Coincidentally, Master Mo appeared in his class. Coincidentally, the Qin family wanted to have a marriage alliance with the Mu family. He boldly opposed it. Coincidentally, he cured Qin Mingyao's cold poison. Now, even more coincidentally, he is competing with Teacher Diao. This series of coincidences is no longer a coincidence. The person behind him fell silent. If all of this is a coincidence, then it can only be said that Mu Yun's luck is too good. If all of this was arranged by Mu Yun during her 9 years of seclusion, then it can only mean that this Mu Yun is too terrifying. Young master, in that case, don't be anxious. Qi Ming will only lose against me in the competition a month later. I want to see what tricks Mu Yun can pull. Baiyun City, Mo family. The Mo family was famous in Baiyun City. If the 4 large markets in Baiyun City were all occupied by the 4 great clans, then the Mo clan was practically the largest merchant clan outside of the 4 great clans. In terms of economic strength in Baiyun City, the Mo family was not inferior to the Qi family in the slightest. At this moment, in the garden of the Mahast mine, a figure was bent over and mumbling something. Motherf ****, how unlucky. I've lost dozens of rounds in a row. I've spent all my money for this month. Moyang clasped his hands behind his back, spitting and spitting. Whoosh. Suddenly, in a corner of the garden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A rock the size of a thumb flew straight at Moyang's face, aiming for his left eye. Bang! At the crucial moment, Moyang turned his head. However, even though the stone bypassed his left eye, it still hit his cheek. Moyang felt a burning sensation on his cheeks as he cursed. Who the F***ck is it? It's me. A figure walked out from a corner of the garden. This person was wearing a blue martial attire with a belt around his waist. He was tall and had a sizing up look on his face as he looked at Moyang. Mo. Hi. Mo Yang stuttered when he saw who it was. He seemed to be lacking in confidence. Moyang, 3rd tier of the Tendon Transformation realm. You haven't even reached the Vigorous Breath realm. I'm really curious. What kind of courage does your teacher Mu have to send you to battle? Hee hee. Moyang chuckled as he looked at Mo Hai. Big brother Hai, that trash Mu Yun is just messing around. Don't worry, I'll admit defeat immediately when I battle Diao Yayun. You have to ask Diao Yayun to go easy on me. Diao Yayun? Hearing Moyang's words, Mo Hai laughed heartily. He patted Moyang's cheek and smiled. Moyang, you're really an idiot. Diao Yayun is now at the 6th tier of the Pulse Condensation realm. She's one of the best geniuses. She wants to battle you? Dream on. Let me tell you the truth. Teacher Diao has already decided to send me to battle you. Although your big brother isn't talented, I'm still at the 5th tier of the Qi condensation realm. When the time comes, I'll definitely make you lose with dignity. Haha. Mo Hai, what's wrong with me? Don't go overboard. Mo Hai's smile became even more exaggerated as he said, with your Yinmu trash appearance, you still want to challenge our senior class 3. Mo Hai, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with someone like you, any one of our senior class 3 would be able to scare you witless. You'd better be prepared. When I battle, I'll make you kneel on the ground and let everyone in the family see who should be the president of the Mo family trading company. Mo Hai laughed heartily and turned to leave. Damn it. Seeing Mo Hai's arrogant manner, Moyang's heart burned with anger. Mo Hai and he were both direct disciples of the trading company. It was just that his father was the president, while Mo Hai's father was his second uncle. But although Moyang was a wastrel, he understood that his second uncle and Mo Hai had long coveted the position of president. And his father's health was not what it used to be. If one day, his father could not hold on, then the Mo family trading company would be his and his father's. No, this can't happen. Moyang began to ponder in his heart. Should he look for Mu Yun? That trash only knew how to bluff and did not have any real ability. No. However, Mu Yun was able to trick Instructor Qin over. She was quite capable. Instructor Qin. Suddenly, the haze on Moyang's face was swept away. That's right. Instructor Qin is a family Qin genius. Now, she's even entered our class as an instructor. I can look for her. Moyang said excitedly, firstly, I can ask for advice. Secondly, once Mo Yang made up his mind, he immediately dashed towards Baiyun Academy. Baiyun City, Sacred Pill Pavilion. Grandpa, what do you think Instructor Mu plans to do in this competition? That Moyang is a wastrel. He doesn't learn at all. If he fights with Mo Hai, he'll definitely lose. Moreover, Qi Ming's father was indeed a rare genius back then, but now he's a cripple. How can Qi Ming know how to refine weapons? On the 3rd floor of the Sacred Pill Pavilion, Miao Xianyu pouted with a frustrated expression. Oh? Why don't you talk about yourself? Hearing her granddaughter's words, Miao Qing chuckled. Humph, that Wang Yunqi is not my match at all. Both of us are grade 1 alchemists. Why would I be afraid of her? Miao Xianyu clenched her tender fists and snorted. Oh? Her grandfather, Wang Dongyun, is one of the 3 grade 3 alchemists in Baiyun City. Moreover, I heard that a few days ago, that old thing Wang Dongyun collected a beast fire for Wang Yunqi and implanted it into her body. Beast fire? Miao Xianyu naturally knew what a beast fire was. To alchemists and blacksmiths, fire was the most attractive thing. Ordinary alchemists and blacksmiths relied on the fire provided by the pill furnace when refining pills and weapons, while a true high-level master relied on their own flames. Beast fire could only be obtained from spirit beasts. Even if it was the lowest-level spirit beast, if a martial artist subdued it and introduced the beast fire when refining pills or blacksmiths, it would be twice the result with half the effort. As for the heavenly fire, it only existed in legends. Beast fire. This little vixen actually dared to integrate the beast fire into her body to compete with me in alchemy. It's really shameful. I have to discuss this matter with Instructor Mu. As Miao Xianyu spoke, she jogged out. Looking at Miao Qing's anxious look, Miao Qing's face alternated between green and white. This little girl, she didn't consult me, a grade 3 alchemist, but went to consult Mu Yun. Could it be that I, her grandfather, am not as important as Mu Yun in her heart? Miao Qing muttered to herself. Looking at the direction Miao Xianyu left in, she smiled. For the Meridian's condensation pill to have such an effect, this Mu Yun is indeed not an ordinary person. In that case, she is a true grade 2 alchemist. A 19-year-old grade 2 alchemist. Miao Qing thought about it and her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, in Baiyun Academy's elementary class 5. The classroom was empty, except for 2 figures. It was Mu Yun and Qi Ming. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing on the podium. The chalk in her hand was continuously scribbling on the blackboard. Qi Ming sat below and looked at Mu Yun. His face was filled with fanatical worship. Refining weapons, as your father said, is refining weapons, but weapons are alive. As an alchemist, what you have to do is to become one with the weapons you refine. First, the most important thing is to cast the weapon body. Secondly, you have to condense your true origin into a contract and inject it into the weapon body. Mu Yun said seriously, the contract has different attributes and can allow the weapon to have different functions. The frost contract allows the weapon to have the frost attribute. When attacking, it can be combined with the martial technique of the warrior to produce an even more powerful effect. The flame contract, the slaughter contract, the flexibility contract, and all kinds of other contracts are the same. There are tens of thousands of contracts in this world. Every day, there might be an alchemist who creates a new contract. As a powerful alchemist, learning other people's contracts is not a skill. Being able to create your own contract is the most powerful. Looking at Mu Yun on the podium, who was giving pointers and looking down on the world with disdain, Qi Ming only felt that a door was slowly opening in front of him. The door to becoming an alchemist. Although he had heard his father talk about alchemy before, it was not worth mentioning compared to what Mu Yun was talking about. Qi Ming was shocked when he thought of this. He knew that his father was already a mystic alchemist 15 years ago. A mystic alchemist was one of a kind in the entire Baiyun city. And now, Tutor Mu's explanation was even better than his father's. No matter what, Qi Ming knew that Tutor Mu had changed. He had become different. Suddenly, Qi Ming's fighting spirit was ignited. In the past, he pitted Tutor Mu for being timid and cowardly. But wasn't he the same? When facing Qi Yun, his first reaction was that he was not as good as Qi Yun. How was he inferior? Only now did Qi Ming ask himself. Listen well. With a bang, a piece of chalk smashed on Qi Ming's face. Mu Yun crossed her arms and said with a straight face, "Do you know that one lesson from me is enough for all the master alchemists in the entire Nanyun Empire to listen to?" Yes, yes. Qi Ming did not know why, but he felt that Mu Yun was not exaggerating. He was really amazing and made people look up to him. This guy. At the same time, Qin Mengyao was standing at the entrance of the classroom in a pink skirt. Special training. The reason Qin Mengyao came to beginner class 5 was to find out if Mu Yun's 9-year reputation as a good-for-nothing was true. The facts proved that anyone who said that Mu Yun was a good-for-nothing was a joke. In a month's time, she had reached the condensed essence realm. Refining pills and weapons was a piece of cake for her. Mu Yun had really changed. Instructor Qin. Just as Qin Mengyao was admiring the exchange between Mu Yun and Qi Ming, a cry of surprise rang out at an untimely moment. Moyang? Instructor Qin, I've decided to compete with Mo Hai. I'm currently at the 3rd tier of the Tendon Transformation realm, but in a month's time, I'm confident that I can reach the 5th tier of the Qi Condensation realm and defeat Mo Hai. Please teach me, Instructor Qin. After speaking, Moyang bowed deeply. But under the bow, his eyes were staring at Qin Mingyao's straight legs. Bang! All of a sudden, another loud bang was heard. Mu Yun's cold voice rang out. Look one more time and I'll gouge your eyes out. Hiss! Moyang sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly stood up. He looked around as if nothing had happened. Pursing his lips and smiling, Qin Mengyao chuckled when he saw Mu Yun's unfriendly expression. No problem. Instructor Mu will be teaching Qi Ming and won't have time for you. I'll teach you, but you have to be prepared. Okay, no problem, no problem. Moyang was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. He didn't expect that the instructor who had always been called an ice beauty in the academy would agree to his request. Cough cough, Mu Yun coughed and said, Instructor Qin, I'm going to win the competition. You can't be biased. You don't have to worry about that. Instructor Mu, teach Qi Ming well. Qin Mingyao smiled again and turned to leave. Instructor Mu, what's next? Qi Ming's trembling voice rang out behind her. What? Refining weapons. As Mu Yun spoke, she swung her legs and headed straight for the Baiyun Academy's training room. Qi Ming shook his head. Looking at Mu Yun's extremely unbalanced expression, he could only follow her. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 days, Mu Yun ate and drank in the academy. She personally guided Qi Ming every day, and Miao Xianyu was like a little sparrow, asking all sorts of questions all day long. Mu Yun was already confused and disoriented. Moreover, he also had to take some time to familiarize himself with the refining methods of mortal tools and some exploration of pills. Most importantly, the heaven-patching sword way, the spirit-building pill, and the green palace sword were the three techniques that came from the painting of extermination of immortality. The power of the heaven-mending sword Dao was not just inferior to a yellow-grade martial skill. Although the heaven-mending sword Dao was only divided into 4 moves, these 4 moves contained almost all of the swordsmanship. As for the spirit-building pill, it was considered to be at the top of the second-grade pills. However, its refining methods gave Mu Yun, a celestial king in her previous life, a headache. As for the green palace sword, although it was only an upper-grade mortal tool, it contained 3 contracts. The condensation of each contract was something that Mu Yun had never seen before. Magical, the painting of extermination of immortality seemed to have opened up another world for Mu Yun, an even more unpredictable and magical world. Instructor Mu. Help, Instructor Mu. On this day, just as Mu Yun walked out of the alchemy room, Moyang's face was bruised and swollen. He cried as he hugged Mu Yun's thigh, looking as if he would rather die than let go. What happened? Instructor Mu, I was wrong. I've let you down. From today onwards, I want to learn from you. Please save me, Instructor Mu. At this moment, Moyang looked as if he had lost a lot of weight compared to 10 days ago, and he was even darker. He looked as battered and exhausted as a beggar. Moyang, you're slacking off again. Don't forget what you said to me 10 days ago. At this moment, a delicate shout sounded, and Qin Mengyao floated over. You don't want to cultivate? Fine. Try my ice ball. As Qin Mengyao spoke, a cold air circulated in the center of her palm. That cold air carried the fluctuations of true essence, but it was very different from true essence. Mu Yun naturally knew what it was. The ice phoenix spirit naturally contained the power of the ice attribute. It was the power of nature, different from true essence, but more powerful than true essence. Qin Mengyao had awakened the ice phoenix spirit, and the power of the spirit had begun to gradually manifest. Mu Yun understood that even if Qin Mengyao slept in bed every day and did not cultivate, her strength would still skyrocket. Okay, you can cultivate with me, but you have to endure for 20 days. Can you bear it? Yes, definitely. Moyang could not help but nod immediately. The past 10 days of cultivating with Yao Yao was simply like purgatory. Every day, he would cultivate as soon as he opened his eyes. If he did not meet the standards, he would be served with an ice ball. What was even more terrifying was that the cultivation mission was not something that a human could bear. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Moyang immediately nodded without hesitation, but he did not notice the sinister smile in the depths of Mu Yun's eyes. The next day, Mu Yun called Moyang to the training room. Jump in and soak in it for 6 hours. If you want to sleep, go to sleep. I will always control the temperature of the fire to make you feel the most comfortable. Mu Yun pointed at a large wooden bucket filled with all kinds of spirit herbs and said to Moyang with a chuckle. Seeing the smile on Mu Yun's face, Moyang only felt his heart tremble. Could it be that there was some conspiracy? However, due to Mentor Mu's prestige, Moyang still jumped into the bucket obediently. How's the temperature? It's a little cold. It'll be fine if it's a little warmer. Alright, no problem. It's so comfortable. Lying in the wooden bucket, Moyang felt as comfortable as if he was in heaven. Mentor Mu, it's better to cultivate with you. You don't know, but these few days, I feel like I'm dead. As Moyang spoke, his eyes slowly closed, and he actually fell asleep comfortably. Mu Yun, how can he improve like this? Looking at Mu Yun, Qin Mengyao asked doubtfully, could it be that he can improve by soaking in medicine every day? Even if he improves, he still lacks actual combat experience. He's still no match for Mo Hai. Like this? How can it be like this? Mu Yun smiled and said, this is just the beginning. The real training will come later. Let this guy be comfortable for a few days first. As Mu Yun spoke, she walked into the training room and began cultivating. Regarding Qi Ming and Miao Xianyu's cultivation, she had already made arrangements. Pointers were necessary, but more importantly, they needed to experience it themselves. This was something that Mu Yun could not replace. Fortunately, Qi Ming's father was a mystic weapon master. Qi Ming was influenced by him, and he was proficient in refining weapons beyond Mu Yun's expectations. He understood almost immediately. As for Miao Xianyu, she was a good seedling. After all, Miao Xianyu was nurtured by Master Miao Qing. Mu Yun faintly felt that Master Miao Qing was not as simple as a third-grade alchemist. Perhaps she was even more powerful than Master Mo. However, Mu Yun still did not understand why she stayed in Baiyun City. After entering the training room, Mu Yun took out an ordinary long sword. The heaven-repairing sword principle has 4 moves. The first move, Sword of Replenishing Shadows. The second move, Sword of Replenishing Winds. The third move, Sword of Replenishing Clouds. The fourth move, Sword of Replenishing Skies. The shadow moved with the wind, and the wind rose with the clouds. The clouds were in the sky, and the Sword of Replenishing Skies killed with every strike. Ding, with a ding sound, Mu Yun raised her sword. Sword of Replenishing Shadows. With a low shout, the long sword in Mu Yun's hand flipped, and the vital essence flowed in his body. Ding, the light sound of the sword rang. The sword had been drawn, but the sword's shadow was still in its original position. This is not right. Withdrawing his sword, Mu Yun felt a sense of loss. It was a sense of loss because the sword move was full of flaws. Once again, Mu Yun raised her hand and drew her sword, but it was still not right. This made Mu Yun very distressed. One had to know that he retained the memories of his previous life. Even if he learned martial arts, the part that he was not used to was that his body coordination was not as good as in his previous life. However, at this moment, when he used the Sword of Replenishing Shadows, Mu Yun could clearly feel that his discomfort did not come from his body, but from the fact that he did not understand the foundation of this move. The heaven-repairing sword principle and the painting of extermination of immortals are really a surprising sword technique. With a bitter smile, Mu Yun once again used the Sword of Replenishing Shadows. In his previous life, he was all-powerful. How could this move block his will because of a martial arts technique? If one time was not enough, he would try 100 times, 1,000 times. It was not the first time he had done this. Time passed by slowly. For a full 7 days, Moyang had been lying comfortably in the medicinal tub. He slept until he woke up naturally every day, and he was not worried about the temperature in the tub dropping. Mu Yun had been guarding by his side. When the temperature dropped slightly, Mu Yun would increase the fire. It was really comfortable. On this day, Moyang came to the practice room as usual. However, today, Mu Yun was holding a long sword, but there was no medicinal tub in the practice room. Seeing Mu Yun standing alone in the practice room, Moyang smiled and asked, "Mentor Mu, aren't you going to take a bath today?" In these few days, he really found that Mentor Mu was becoming more and more adorable. She was really too respectable. Medicinal bath? You have been in the medicinal bath for 7 days. You should be able to endure the next 2 weeks of training. From today onwards, follow me to the Baiyun Mountain Range. Baiyun Mountain Range? Great, great. Moyang's eyes lit up. Are we going to have a grand demonic beast barbecue feast? Should we call Qi Ming and Miao Xianyu? I think they are working hard. Of course, it would be better to call Mentor Qin. Call? Call you big head ghost. Mu Yun said and kicked Moyang out of the practice room. The two of them went to the Baiyun Mountain Range together. In a dense forest outside the Baiyun Mountain Range. On a towering ancient tree, 2 figures were quietly hibernating. Do you see it? Mu Yun pointed below the giant tree and said, "There are 15 arrow boars here. They are all rank 4 demonic beasts. Let me tell you, the arrow boars are full of sharp thorns, but their weak point is below their neck. However, there are layers of fat below their necks. It is very difficult to pierce through. Mentor Mu, why are you telling me this? Aren't we here to eat barbecue?" Of course. Mu Yun smiled and said, "However, before eating barbecue, you have to kill demonic beasts to get meat. There's meat tonight." Ah, Moyang's blood-curdling screams reverberated in the forest, lingering in the air. "Instructor Mu, what are you doing?" Moyang roared as he raised his head and looked at Mu Yun, who was 100 meters above him. These 15 rank 4 demonic beasts are equivalent to 15 rank 4 vigorous breathing realm martial artists. Oh, no, they are much stronger than 15 vigorous breathing realm martial artists. Kill them and you will have meat to eat tonight. If you can't kill them, they will also have meat to eat tonight. Ah? Hearing this, Moyang's face instantly turned pale and his body couldn't help but tremble. I'll give you a sword. With a weapon, it should be easier. Muyun threw down the ordinary sword she was practicing with and smiled. I'll take a nap first. Oh, right, since you dared to peek at Instructor Qin, I won't help you. If you die, I'll leave. If you're still alive, I'll bring you away. After finishing her words, Muyun's figure disappeared. I still have some things to do. You go ahead. No, looking at the empty top of the giant tree, Moyang felt as if the end of the world had arrived. This time, Instructor Mu wasn't playing around. She was serious. With a gulp, Moyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the arrow pigs with their eyes wide open, he gradually reached for the sword beside him. Brothers, passing by, holding the sword, Moyang retreated step by step. However, with 15 arrow pigs surrounding him, there was no way for him to retreat. Humph, 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 the surrounding arrow pigs groaned as they looked at Moyang. The 2 long teeth on both sides of their mouths emitted a bright white light. In the blink of an eye, the spikes on the arrow pigs stood up and made a rustling sound. Looking at the spikes that were like thin arrows, Moyang's entire body leaned forward slightly. This was the method that Qin Mengyao had taught him previously. When facing enemies that were surrounding him, he had to lean forward slightly and focus on all the weak points around him. This way, he would be able to react and respond in the fastest time. Humph! Suddenly, a porcupine let out a thick nasal sound. Its fat body was like a cannonball as it charged towards Moyang's back. Scram! Moyang was, after all, a martial artist at the 3rd stage of the physical body, tendon rebirth. At this critical moment, he turned around and thrust out his sword, forcing the arrow boar to charge at him. Poochie, however, the arrow boar was a tier 4 demon beast after all. It had boundless strength, and dense sharp thorns naturally grew all over its body. Under the stab, not only did Moyang not touch the arrow boar's body, his entire body was instead riddled with scars. Blood spurted out from the spikes on the arrow boar's body. Mo Yang couldn't help but smack his lips, but he was cursing Mu Yun in his heart. No wonder Mu Yun was so kind and let him soak in the medicinal bath for 10 days. It turned out that it was premeditated. Eh? However, just as Moyang felt that he was going to die here at the prime of his life, the dense wounds on the surface of his body were actually healing bit by bit. Medicinal bath. At this moment, Moyang could clearly feel that in every corner of his body, there seemed to be an endless flow of gentle energy being mobilized and circulated. These energies were like small wriggling worms, healing the wounds on the surface of his body bit by bit. Damn it, I'll go all out. Feeling the recovery of the energy in his body, Moyang felt a burst of encouragement. At this moment, he didn't know where Mu Yun had run off to. He could only rely on himself. If he didn't live, then he would die. If he died here, then the Mo family trading company would really belong to Mo Hai and his son. Kill. With a low shout, Moyang's sword flew in the air. 100 meters away, on a towering tree, Qin Mengyao frowned and asked with a worried expression, will this really work? Why not? After taking a bite of a wild fruit, Mu Yun said without a care, your teachings gave him some pointers, but a true challenge can't be achieved through training. I also feel that this kind of training is too light. Too light? Qin Mengyao was speechless for a moment. Moyang was originally an idle disciple, and he was only at the 3rd level of the physical body, the tendon-changing realm. How could he be a match for a dozen arrow boars that were stronger than a martial artist at the 4th level of the physical body, the breath realm? Not to mention a group, even one arrow boar was enough to kill him. Don't worry, you're still here, aren't you? Mu Yun waved her hand indifferently and said, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. You stay here and watch him. You, as a teacher, you put your student in danger, but you ran to the side to watch the show. You, please, Miss Jean. Mu Yun said with a sad face, this week, Do you know how many spirit stones I spent on this kid's medicinal bath from morning to night? 49,500 spirit stones. That's all my savings. I'm still here to watch the show, but this kid will die tonight. Mu Yun said, but she ignored Qin Mengyao. Her figure flashed, and she jumped down from the tree, heading toward the depths of the Baiyun mountain range. This fellow, looking in the direction Mu Yun left, Qin Mengyao curled his lips and said, she's obviously very concerned, but she acts as if she doesn't care at all. Night gradually fell. With a plop, Moyang knelt on the ground. His body was drenched in blood and sweat, and his pupils could not be seen. I can't. Am I going to die here? Murmuring, Moyang looked at the 7 or 8 arrow bores in front of him, eyeing him covetously. A feeling of unwillingness rose in his heart. Finally, with a plop, he smashed into the ground. Humph humph, when the 7 or 8 arrow bores saw that the human in front of them was completely defeated, they snorted and cautiously approached step by step. Bang bang bang, just as the 7 or 8 arrow bores approached Moyang and were about to kill the human in front of them, icicles suddenly swept through the air and killed the arrow bores one by one. 15 arrow bores. This fellow fled and fought all the way, and he actually killed 7 of them. That's equivalent to 7 magnificent breathing realm martial artists. Looking at Moyang, who was lying on the ground, Qin Mengyao opened his mouth slightly. Walking to Moyang and bending down, Qin Mengyao was surprised to find that the bloody wounds all over Moyang's body were actually healing bit by bit. Medicinal bath. Qin Mengyao suddenly fell into deep thought. After a day, Moyang fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, he felt someone pulling his leg and dragging him all the way. Humph. The next day, early in the morning, Mo Yang slowly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was the academy's cultivation room. His body was surrounded by a warm aura, and he was currently in a medicinal tub. You're awake? Mu Yun, ah. You bastard, you almost killed me. Seeing Mu Yun, Moyang immediately couldn't help but jump up and shout loudly. Bang, Mu Yun landed a casual punch, and a lump swelled up on Mo Hai's head. Only then did he calm down. Almost killed you. Are you dead now? No, but, if you're not dead, why are you shouting? Mu Yun frowned and said, after soaking in the medicinal bath for an entire night, you should quickly and seriously feel the aura in your body and accumulate from yesterday's battle. Right, hearing Mu Yun's words, Moyang finally reacted. Restraining his aura, Moyang sat upright in the medicinal tub, and his breathing gradually stabilized. With this feeling, Moyang almost collapsed. The 3rd level of the physical body, the tendon transformation realm, had the strength of 5 bulls. Although he had stepped into the 3rd level of the physical body, it was barely the strength of 5 bulls. But now, he could clearly feel that every part of his body was filled with explosive power. The strength of 6 bulls, a battle of life and death had allowed him to possess the strength of 6 bulls. If this continued, in a few days, he would be able to enter the vigorous breathing realm and possess the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. TSK, look at your excited face. Just as Moyang was secretly rejoicing, Mu Yun suddenly said, you have the nerve to increase your strength by 1 bull in a day. Don't forget that I, your instructor, enter the 7th level of the condensed essence realm from the 1st level in a month. You can be happy when you can compete with me one day. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qin Mengyao on the other side said faintly, Instructor Mu, why don't we compete and see who can enter the 10th level of the spiritual aperture first? Compete with you? That was simply courting death. A martial artist with the divine spirit of the ice phoenix in his body was simply a natural favorite. Mu Yun could feel that in a few days, Qin Mengyao would be able to step into the 10th level of the physical body, the condensed essence realm. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. This saying was not without reason. For 10 days, Mu Yun ran around 3 times. Every day, she explained the knowledge of refining to Qi Ming, practiced, answered Miao Xianyu's questions, and brought Moyang to the North Cloud Mountain range. She also had to be constantly on guard against this guy accidentally dying. Haha, the 4th level of the physical body, the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. I can feel that my body has a strength of 10,000 kilograms. Haha. In the North Cloud Mountain range, Moyang was so excited that he danced with joy. Originally, with his talent, it would take him a year to enter the 4th level of the vigorous breathing realm. However, in less than half a month, under Mu Yun's devilish training, he did it. It was simply too magical. However, Moyang knew that the reason he reached this step was because of Mu Yun. Especially when he learned that Mu Yun did not hesitate to spend tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones to buy spirit herbs for him, and even made medicinal baths for him every day until late at night. Moreover, in these 10 days, every time he trained, Mu Yun would take the risk to go to the depths of the North Cloud Mountain range to find better spirit herbs and make medicinal baths for him. Moyang, there are less than 10 days left. Just you wait, Moyang, am coming. With a low shout, Moyang rushed into the mountain range again to look for prey. These days, it was no longer Mu Yun who arranged tasks for him. Instead, it was him who took the initiative to look for prey, gambling with life and death to improve his strength. In the North Cloud Academy, in an instructor's office, Diao Yadong sat on a chair and listened to the report of the person in front of him. In the past half a month, Mu Yun brought Moyang into the North Cloud Mountain range to train every day. Moyang entered the 4th level of the vigorous breathing realm today. Moreover, under Mu Yun's guidance, he never left the crafting room. I don't know what he's doing. Miao Xianyu only went to the sacred elixir pavilion and the academy's alchemy room every day. As for what exactly she's doing, I don't know. Genius? Interesting. Diao Yadong slowly said, how have Mo Hai, Wang Yunqi, and Qi Yin been recently? Mo Hai is already at the peak of the 5th tier of the Qi condensation realm. He is just one step away from the 6th tier. Wang Yunqi successfully refined the wisdom rejuvenation pill the day before yesterday. The wisdom rejuvenation pill is one of the best tier 1 pills. She is just one step away from becoming a tier 2 pill refiner. As for Qi Yin, he is currently attempting to refine a high-grade mortal weapon. Mo Hai, don't worry. Even if Moyang steps into the 4th layer, he's far from being his match. Diao Yadong analyzed, as for Wang Yunqi, she is fused with the beast fire, and her talent in alchemy is not much different from Miao Xianyu, so there is no need to worry. Qi Yin is a genius in refining weapons. Compared to him, Qi Ming pales in comparison. Mentor Diao is right. Mu Yun is simply courting death by challenging you to 3 matches. Alright, you can leave now. Remind the 3 of them not to be careless. This battle is the time for us, the advanced class 3, to show our strength. It must be perfect. Understood. On this day, Moyang finished his training and returned to the academy. However, he was called to the training room by Mu Yun. For the last 10 days, don't go out. Just stay in the training room and fight with me. As she looked at Moyang, Mu Yun directly said, this is an intermediate yellow rank martial technique, the Azure Cloud Sword technique. Take it and cultivate it. If you master it within 10 days, you should be able to compete with Mo Hai. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Moyang was excited. If he mastered the Qingyun sword art in 10 days, he could compete with Mo Hai. With trembling hands, Moyang took the sword manual from Mu Yun. However, Moyang raised his eyebrows and almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he opened his martial skill with both hands. Mentor Mu, are you sure you're not joking with me? What happened? What kind of Qingyun sword art is this? The drawings and moves on the sword manual are all twisted and crooked, and the words are even more unsightly. Furthermore, the ink hasn't even dried yet. Bang, before Moyang could finish his words, he was hit by Mu Yun again. Just do as I say. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Mu Yun snorted, if you can't master it in 10 days, I'll make you a person on the sword manual. Ah? But these words. Ahem. I didn't have much time, so I didn't draw very well. If I have the chance in the future, I'll do it seriously. Mu Yun blushed and turned to leave. It wasn't that Mu Yun didn't want to draw well. It was just that ordinary martial techniques and sword manuals required strong mental support to draw them out. This Qingyun sword technique was a high-level martial technique that Mu Yun came into contact with when she entered the martial arts world in her previous life. With his current strength, it was already very rare for him to be able to draw it. It was impossible for it to be beautiful. On the other side, Qin Mengyao took the sword manual and sneered when he saw the picture on it. However, after a while, the smile on Qin Mingyao's face gradually disappeared. The Qingyun sword technique is divided into 3 forms. Among the 3 forms, there are 3 smaller forms. The first form, Qingyun soaring. The second form, Qingyun beyond Qingyun. The third form, Qingyun sunset. Looking at the sword manual, Qin Mingyao's face gradually turned serious. Seeing the change in expression on Qin Mingyao's face, Moyang also felt that something was wrong. Instructor Qin, is there a problem? No. No problem. Putting down the sword manual, Qin Mingyao looked at Moyang and said seriously, Moyang, I only want to tell you that if you auction this sword manual at the Sacred Elixir Pavilion's auction house, it will be worth at least 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moyang was stunned and looked at Qin Mingyao in disbelief. It was rare for an ordinary mid-grade yellow rank martial skill to be worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. How could this crooked Qingyun sword technique be worth so much? Don't underestimate it. Once you learn the 3 forms, Instructor Qin guarantees that you will win. Leaving these words, Qin Mingyao walked away gracefully. Her heart was still unable to calm down for a long time. Qingyun sword technique. Now, her ability to open up the Ice Phoenix spirit was very different from before. Her understanding of some things was also different. Although this Qingyun sword technique was only a mid-grade yellow rank martial skill, its power was far more than that. As an instructor of Beiyun Academy, Qin Mingyao had extensive experience. She knew that there was no such martial skill as the Qingyun sword technique in Beiyun City. The Qingyun sword technique had never been passed down in the Mu family. After all, it was only a mid-grade yellow rank martial skill. The family Qin would not hide it so well. However, Mu Yun suddenly took it out today, and it was obviously carved by him personally. How did he get this martial skill? Could it be a martial skill that he created himself? Thinking carefully, Qin Mingyao only felt that it was inconceivable. If Mu Yun really created a mid-grade yellow rank martial skill, then his terror was simply unimaginable. Refining pills, refining weapons, and creating martial skills. Qin Mingyao even suspected that there was nothing that Mu Yun could not do. After entering the practice room, Mu Yun once again executed the first form of the heaven-mending sword art, Sword of Replenishing Shadows. He had already practiced this form no less than 10,000 times, but he still could not grasp the main points. This was the first time in many years that he faced such a problem. However, with Mu Yun's character, it was obviously impossible for him to give up. Sword of Replenishing Shadows, Shadow Technique. The sword stabbed out, and the shadow remained in the same place. Nothing seemed to have changed. It was only late at night that Mu Yun slowly stopped cultivating and walked into the weapon refining room. At this moment, pieces of metal of various colors were placed on the wooden shelves in the weapon refining room. Those pieces of metal were either silver, white, or gray. In the weapon refining room, Qi Ming bent over and stood in front of the furnace. He held a few pieces of metal in his hands and stared at the furnace, observing the changes in the furnace from time to time. The scorching flames roasted Qi Ming's face until it was red, and sweat dripped down continuously. Qi Ming's eyes were still fixed on the furnace. The furnace needed for refining weapons and the furnace needed for refining pills were very different in many ways. Refining weapons first required the weapon to be refined into a model in the furnace. Then, the weapon would be forged by a weapon refiner and integrated with the contract before its power could be unleashed. At this moment, Qi Ming was refining the weapon. Seeing Qi Ming's serious look, Mu Yun nodded slightly and left the weapon refining room. After these days of teaching, Mu Yun realized that Qi Ming had a unique understanding of weapon refining. It was just that Qi Ming lacked experience in the creation of contracts. A weapon refiner's learning of the contract was not something that could be completed overnight. However, facing this method, Mu Yun thought of a solution. Early in the morning of the second day, Mu Yun pulled Qi Ming out of bed and went to the weapon refining room. Qi Ming, I think you have understood these days that it is very difficult for you to defeat Qi Yun with your cultivation of the contract. Mu Yun said seriously, not to mention that Qi Ming is now able to forge middle-grade mortal weapons. His understanding of the contract is much higher than yours. So I have thought of a solution for you. As Mu Yun spoke, she picked up 4 spirit tablets. The so-called spirit tablets were carved using spirit crystals as the material. Spirit tablets were something that weapon refiners could not do without. When weapon refiners forged weapons, they needed to condense the contract. Usually, weapon refiners needed to learn how to condense the contract, and they needed spirit tablets. Condensing true essence into contract characters would create a small formation that would be embedded into a spirit tablet to preserve the vitality of the contract characters. When an artifact was created, the contract characters could be embedded into the weapon and activated, causing the weapon to undergo a true transformation. A weapon without a contract was just a piece of common metal. Only a weapon with a contract could be called a divine weapon. Watch carefully. Mu Yun spoke again. She pointed at the tip of her finger and condensed vital energy. Sizzling sounds sounded as Mu Yun spoke. There are countless types of contract in the world, but there are two types of contract that are unique. The strengthening contract and the support contract. The strengthening contract can increase the strength of the original contract and the weapon on the basis of the original contract within the weapon. The support contract can assist in the perfect fusion of the contract and the weapon. Let's put it this way. Mu Yun inscribed something on the spirit tablet as he said, if you want to forge a fire attribute sword, you will need the fire spirit contract. When you merge the fire spirit contract with the longsword, the sword will be complete, and your artifact forging will be complete. But at this moment, if you integrate the strengthening contract into the sword, it will increase the sword's attributes and power to a certain extent, at least by 30%. If you integrate the support contract into the sword, it will increase the fusion between the sword and the fire spirit contract, increasing the sword's power again. The strengthening contract and the support contract are contracts that increase the power of the contract. Do you understand? When she finished speaking, Mu Yun stopped. On the spirit tablets in front of the two of them, there were densely inscribed piles of contract characters. At a glance, the inscriptions on the contract were extremely complicated, but at the same time, they seemed simple. Looking at Qi Ming, Mu Yun patiently said, you won't be able to find these two contracts even in the entire Heavenly Fate continent because I created them myself. However, their effects are enough for you to defeat Qi Yun. However, it is also extremely difficult to cultivate them. Try to use as much as you can in the next few days. Instructor Mu, Is it like this? Just as Mu Yun was talking to herself, a voice sounded from behind her. Turning around and looking at the third spirit tablet in front of her, Mu Yun was instantly dumbfounded. Martial practitioners below the condensed essence realm did not have any true essence in their bodies. This was the function of the spirit tablet. It stored true essence for martial practitioners below the 7th level to form contracts. You drew this? Looking at the contract on the spirit tablet, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. Yes, isn't it very wrong? Seeing Mu Yun lose her composure, Qi Ming lowered his head in shame. Motherf asterisk Ker, genius. Mu Yun could not help but swear. Qi Ming, you're a Motherf asterisk king genius. After one try, Mu Yun was shocked to find that Qi Ming had actually drawn the contract on his first try. This was a genius. Ah? Confused by Mu Yun's reaction, Qi Ming stood dumbfounded. Genius? Weapon refining half a month ago, he had just come into contact with contract condensation. Mu Yun had taught him several common contract condensation methods. In the end, he had to spend a long time learning and refining them. However, for some reason, when he saw the two contracts carved by Mu Yun today, he immediately felt familiar with them and could not help but draw them. Tell me, what do you think? Mu Yun couldn't help but say excitedly, why can't you learn the contract that I taught you before? This time, you can draw it in one try. This, Qi Ming stammered, I don't know either. I felt that the previous contract was very difficult to inscribe, but this time, I feel that it's very simple. Simple? F***ck, Mu Yun almost couldn't help but want to curse. These were the two contracts that he had spent 1,000 years to comprehend when he was the supreme immortal king of the myriad great worlds. It seemed simple, but it was the result of 1,000 years of hard work. Furthermore, with the help of these two contracts, the divine weapons that he refined in the Great Thousand World were of a higher quality than all the other craftsmen. But today, Qi Ming was able to remember it at a glance. After thinking about it carefully, Mu Yun once again inscribed a contract. Phoenix's Frost Contract. This contract was also created by Mu Yun herself. It was a cold attribute divine weapon that was extremely powerful. You can try. Without another word, Mu Yun pulled Qi Ming along and said expectantly. Yes. As he spoke, Qi Ming frowned, looked at the spirit tablet, and began to carve. Not long after, the same words appeared once again. A few times, Mu Yun condensed her self-created contract for Qi Ming to imprint. He could almost instantly imitate it. Genius, no, Mu Yun suddenly understood. Qi Ming's genius lay in the fact that he could perfectly inscribe the inscriptions that he had refined himself. However, he was unable to quickly accept the inscriptions that could be found on the streets. Genius, one had to admit that Qi Ming was a genius. Mu Yun deeply understood that the contract he created, whether it was the ability or the method of carving, was superior to the contract on the Heavenly Fate continent. However, Qi Ming could accept his contract and quickly learn it, but he could not learn the contract language of the Heavenly Fate continent. Mu Yun suddenly felt that he had discovered a piece of unpolished jade. Right now, Qi Ming was like a piece of unpolished jade. He could perfectly accept higher-level contracts. In the future, he would definitely become a top-notch weapon refiner who would shock thousands of worlds. Qi Ming, are you willing to be Mu Yun's, disciple in refining? At? Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Qi Ming was stunned. You're not willing? If you don't want to, then forget it. I don't like to force people. I do. Before Mu Yun could finish speaking, Qi Ming immediately interrupted her. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. With a thud, Qi Ming fell to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could not help but feel excited. That day in the blacksmith shop, after Mu Yun left, his father, Qi Yufeng, could not stop sighing at Mu Yun's unfathomable profundity. These days, he had also consulted his father about the contract language that Mu Yun taught him. However, his father could not understand some of the contract language and could only sigh. In addition to Mu Yun's teachings in the past 10 days, Qi Ming could not understand. He felt that in the entire Baiyun city, there would not be a second weapon refiner comparable to Mu Yun. Needless to say, he naturally understood the difference between a disciple and a student. Very good. From today onwards, you don't have to learn a single contract language of the Southern Cloud Empire. What I have taught you is enough for you to become a top-notch weapon refiner in the Heavenly Fate continent. Mu Yun laughed and said, Today, I will be refining a high-grade mortal weapon. You will help me from the side and observe carefully. Do you understand? Yes, Master. Hearing that Mu Yun was going to personally refine the weapon, Qi Ming was extremely excited. He had been listening to Mu Yun's teachings for the past few days and was looking forward to seeing how superb Mu Yun's weapon refining skills were. The green tower sword is made of green jade, iron sand, and clear alum jade. These 3 types of jade are the main materials. This is my first time refining this high-grade mortal weapon, but the chances of success are very small. Therefore, you have to observe carefully. The chances of success were very small. Qi Ming immediately judged that it would not be easy for Mu Yun to refine the green tower sword. Start the furnace. With Mu Yun's order, Qi Ming did not dare to delay and immediately ignited the furnace fire. The raging fire burned and crackling sounds could be heard incessantly. Green jade. Iron sand. Clear alum jade. Mu Yun spoke continuously. Qi Ming, who was standing at the side, busied himself. He looked after the furnace fire and observed Mu Yun's every move, secretly memorizing it in his heart. Weapon refining is divided into 3 steps. First, the weapon is out of the furnace. Second, the contract is fused. Third, the contract is activated. Each of these 3 steps is extremely important. As Mu Yun spoke, she added jade. When the weapon is out of the furnace, it requires the control of the furnace fire to be at ease. Moreover, the addition of various metal materials must be done at the right time. All of these rely on the accumulation of experience. Powerful weapon refiners do not use the furnace fire to refine weapons. Instead, they directly use great magical powers to fuse the metals together and transform them into the shape of the weapon. Then, they inject the contract and directly activate the weapon's spirituality. Fusing metals directly with great magical powers. Hearing this, Qi Ming was shocked. He had always thought that weapon refiners had to use furnaces to melt metals and fuse them together. However, how did Master know all these? It was impossible to know these things just by relying on books. Continue. In the huge weapon refining room, the temperature gradually rose. Two figures intertwined. At the same time, a beautiful figure stood quietly at the door of the weapon refining room, watching everything carefully. Contract. Self-created contract. Muttering silently, Qin Mengyao looked at Mu Yun's beautiful eyes, and they shone brighter. This fellow hit it quite well. Previously, she had always thought that Mu Yun was all talk and no action, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. I'd like to see what kind of divine weapon you can refine. After saying that, Qin Mengyao stared at the weapon refining room motionlessly. Increase the temperature. Lower the temperature. At this moment, the weapon refining had reached the end. However, Mu Yun was not sure whether the green palace sword could be successfully refined. Green jade, iron sand, and clear alum jade were the main materials of the green palace sword. However, these three types of jade were too flexible, and the green palace sword refined would not be hard enough. However, Mu Yun wanted to see what was so powerful about this ordinary weapon that was passed down from the chart of celestial extermination. He had already seen the magic of the heaven-repairing sword principle. Now, he wanted to verify the power of the green palace sword and whether the chart of celestial extermination was really magical. Open the furnace. At the command, the fire in the furnace gradually extinguished, and a weapon was slowly taken out from the furnace. The scorching heat of the flames rushed toward them, roasting Mu Yun and Qi Ming's cheeks. However, at this moment, these two people who loved weapon refining completely ignored it and only looked at the appearance of the weapon in the furnace. Would it work? At this moment, the fire in the furnace gradually extinguished, and the model of a long sword slowly appeared. Weapon refining was not like forging. To forge iron, one needed to melt the iron and cast it again. However, weapon refining was completed in the furnace, and the appearance of the weapon was completely controlled by the weapon refiner. After all, the most important thing about a divine weapon was the integration of the contract. It's done. Suddenly, there was an exclamation that almost scared Mu Yun to death. Qi Ming could not help but jump up and laugh loudly at Mu Yun. Look at your evil face. Mu Yun scolded, it's just that the weapon has just been completed, and we still have to integrate the contract. Why are you so happy? Yes, Qi Ming nodded shakily and did not speak anymore. Finally, the temperature in the furnace lowered, and the master and disciple took out the model of the green palace sword. Without the inscription of the contract, the green palace sword was just an ordinary weapon. I will now begin to integrate the contract. This step is very important, and I don't need to say more. Qi Ming took a step back, not daring to disturb. According to the method revealed by the chart of celestial extermination, the green palace sword should be infused with the contract of wind and the contract of steel to increase the speed and toughness of the green palace sword. 2 spirit tablets appeared in front of Mu Yun. With full concentration, Mu Yun suddenly raised her hands slowly. Buzz, a slight buzz sounded, and Mu Yun actually opened her hands at the same time. On the 2 spirit tablets, some complicated patterns began to move. Inscribing the contract with both hands, seeing this scene, Qi Ming was instantly stunned. Inscribing with both hands was not as simple as multitasking. He heard from his father that in the entire Nanyun Empire, there was no one who could inscribe the contract with both hands. Even the closest one was the weapon saint from 1,000 years ago, Fang Yazi. Mu Yun was actually able to inscribe with both hands. Outside the door, Qin Mengyao almost exclaimed. Inscribing the contract with both hands, she had never heard of such a method. At this moment, Mu Yun did not have a trace of worry. To him, inscribing the contract was as simple as eating and drinking. What he was worried about was whether the refining method in the chart of celestial extermination was correct. If it was wrong, then he would be greatly embarrassed in his first refining, and it would be in front of his newly accepted disciple. Phew, not long later, Mu Yun slowly exhaled, it's done. It's done? It's done. Qi Ming, who had just caught his breath, was once again shocked. It was done so quickly. He vaguely remembered that when he was young, he saw his father inscribing the contract. It would take at least a day, and at most 10 days to half a month. But Mu Yun actually finished inscribing so quickly. The most important thing in inscribing the contract is to use your heart. Multitasking, 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 you will naturally be able to do these in the future. Don't be too surprised. Hearing Mu Yun's teachings, Qi Ming nodded. Although he said that, Qi Ming's heart was beating faster and faster. If it was said that he respected Mu Yun before, then now it was true shock. The verdant palace sword was formed, the one outside the door. Qi Ming stared blankly at the door. Ah. Instructor Qin, so it was you who was peeping. Qi Ming blurted out as he looked at Qin Mengyao. Hee. I just happened to pass by. Mu Yun, you can continue. Qin Mengyao flashed into the refining room. She giggled and blushed. Although that was what he said, he was cursing Qi Ming in his heart. This fellow really doesn't know how to speak. What do you mean by peeking? If you want to look, then look. I'm not afraid of you learning it. You won't be able to learn it anyway. Mu Yun waved her hand carelessly. She picked up 2 spirit tablets and walked in front of that apparatus. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Qin Mengyao pouted angrily but did not say anything. Actually, Mu Yun knew that the ice phoenix was a divine beast. All divine beasts were born with some special abilities. As for the ice phoenix race, they were born as one with the coldness of heaven and earth. Refining ice attribute divine artifacts was a piece of cake for them. Some powerful ice phoenixes could even turn the surrounding mountains and flowers into peerless divine weapons if they lived in a place for thousands of years. Since Qin Mengyao had awakened the ice phoenix soul, she would definitely be able to continuously awaken all kinds of unique methods and memories. Artifact forging and pill refining would become extremely simple for her sooner or later. Watch carefully. Once the contract is fused into the weapon, the slightest carelessness will result in failure. As Mu Yun spoke, her palm had already started moving. A spirit tablet's contract was drawn out from the spirit tablet and slowly poured into the green fault sword model. Ding, a ding sound suddenly rang out. Inside the spirit tablet, the inscriptions came out and transformed into a stream of air that entered the green fault sword. At this moment, it was as if Mu Yun was refining a mortal weapon for the first time. She looked at the green fault sword and did not dare to move. This was his first test. If the crafting method of the Qin K sword shown on the page of the chart of celestial extermination was correct, then it could be seen that the chart of celestial extermination was a peerless treasure. Mu Yun could not imagine how many divine elixirs, divine weapons, and magical martial skills were hidden in the extermination of deity painting. In the future, he would be obsessed with refining those divine pellets and divine weapons. Ding, the 2 contracts merged into the green tower sword simulator. This time, Mu Yun did not dare to add in the strengthening and support contracts. He wasn't sure if the merging of the 2 contracts would cause problems with the green fault sword. Crack crack, however, when the 2 contracts merged with the green palace sword mold, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the green palace sword. Did you fail? Looking at the cracks on the surface of the model, a trace of disappointment appeared on Mu Yun's face. His failure this time was due to the fact that all of his refining methods were not wrong. That could only mean that the forging method of the green fault sword was wrong. Was the painting of immortal extermination just a scam? Something's wrong. Suddenly, a cry of surprise startled Mu Yun. Qi Ming stared at the surface of the model and said, "Master, it didn't fail." Look, at this moment, Mu Yun's gaze fell on the surface of the green fault sword again and was instantly stunned. At this moment, after the 2 contracts merged with the green fault sword, cracks appeared on the surface of the green fault sword without Mu Yun guiding the spirit. Layers of debris fell, and gradually, the appearance of the longsword began to change. After layers of debris fell off, the originally straight longsword finally transformed into the shape of a longsword. The sword was 3 feet long, and its body was perfectly straight. However, the body of the sword was like a wriggling serpent. A sharp sword aura spread from the body of the sword. The green fault sword was formed, whoosh, he picked up the long sword, and a whoosh sounded. The body of the green fault sword seemed to explode with a strong fighting spirit. Qi Ming, go get the testing stone. The testing stone was used to test the sharpness level and various attributes of a spiritual weapon. Mu Yun now wanted to confirm whether this mortal weapon was a superior grade mortal weapon. Not long after, Qi Ming came back with a stone the size of a table. Without a word, Mu Yun raised the sword and slashed at the testing stone with a clang. Clang, a clang sounded, and Mu Yun felt her arm go numb from the impact. On the testing stone, a sword mark that was 3 inches deep suddenly appeared. Oh my god! Before Mu Yun could speak, Qin Mengyao suddenly exclaimed and could not help but open her mouth wide. Generally speaking, inferior-grade mortal weapons could leave a shallow mark on the testing stone. Middle-grade mortal weapons could leave a thumb-deep mark. Superior-grade mortal weapons could leave a 1-inch deep mark. Only supreme-grade mortal weapons could leave a 5-inch deep mark on the testing stone. But this green fault sword left a 3-inch deep mark. It was more powerful than a superior-grade mortal weapon and was only 2 inches away from a supreme-grade mortal weapon. Superior-grade mortal weapon, green fault sword. Mu Yun raised the snake-like green fault sword in her hand and said excitedly, "Call that rascal Moyang here." Yes. Qi Ming received the order and ran out. At this moment, Moyang was practicing the green cloud sword technique that Mu Yun had drawn in the training room. Although he had mocked the sword technique that Mu Yun had created in the beginning was ugly, Moyang gradually felt the power of this green cloud sword technique as he practiced it over and over again. When he thought about what Qin Mengyao had said, Moyang could not calm down for a long time. Mu Yun had given him a sword technique that cost 50,000 inferior-grade spirit stones just like that. This was not just teaching, but also a form of trust. Moyang, Moyang, go, go. At this moment, Qi Ming ran over and said while panting, "Master is calling for you." Master? Qi Ming, you've been quiet all day and now you've quietly acknowledged a master. Seeing Qi Ming, Moyang joked, "I don't dare to leave. Otherwise, Mentor Mu will skin me alive." Yes, Mentor Mu is calling for you. Mentor Mu is willing to acknowledge me as his disciple. Go. What? Mu Yun accepted you as her disciple? Yes. Qi Ming said anxiously, "Go. Master has refined a superior-grade mortal weapon, green fault sword. Go and take a look." What? Hearing Qi Ming's words, Moyang was shocked. Refining a superior-grade mortal weapon? Then wouldn't Mu Yun be a genuine superior-grade blacksmith? Qi Ming, do you feel that Mentor Mu is becoming more and more different? Moyang could not help but ask on the way. Yes, Master is becoming more and more mysterious and powerful. No, I know all about this. Refining weapons, refining pills, and even the green cloud sword technique that he taught me today. Although it's only an intermediate yellow-grade martial technique, I dare say that even an advanced martial technique is not as powerful as the green cloud sword technique. Mo Yang continued in a serious tone. Moreover, Instructor Mu intended to have us challenge Advanced Class 3 in 3 rounds of battle. Although it seems like he wanted us to become an intermediate instructor, he could have chosen Elementary Class 6 or Elementary Class 9, but he chose Advanced Class 3. What I mean is that Mentor Mu did it on purpose. He wants us to win, but if we win against a class like Junior Class 6, it won't benefit us at all. But if we win against Senior Class 3, it'll be different. Moyang said seriously, if we win against the top 3 classes in the entire academy, Junior Class 5 will no longer be a useless class. We'll be a powerful class that defeated the genius class. Moreover, whether it's Mentor Mu teaching me martial techniques, teaching you weapon refining, or teaching Miao Xianyu alchemy, he has always been the one doing it. I know that he promised to refine pills for your father and help him stand up again. After hearing Moyang's words, Qi Ming suddenly froze on the spot. That's right. What good would Mu Yun do for him? Moyang said again. Anyway, I've made up my mind to follow our mentor Mu and walk towards greatness. I'll walk out of Baiyun Academy and enter South Cloud Academy to continue learning. Good. Qi Ming encouraged him. As long as we win this competition and my father recovers, I'll be with you. If Mu Yun was here and heard their evaluation, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. Moyang and Qi Ming's evaluation of him was simply treating him as an exceptionally good person. However, his original intention was only to compensate the previous owner of this body. After all, he had taken over Mu Yun's body and had to help him do some things. Firstly, he had to help the previous Mu Yun get rid of the reputation of being useless. Secondly, it was the previous owner's wish to make Junior Class 5 stronger. Since he and Mu Yun were one person, they naturally had to complete all of this. He's here. Seeing Moyang, Mu Yun said, "Rascal, come here and try this sword." Yes. Moyang did not waste any time. He picked up the green tower sword and began to dance. Every move and stance, one still and one moving. After practicing a set of sword techniques, Moyang was shocked. "How is it?" Qi Ming asked expectantly. "It's as light as the wind and as hard as steel. It's a good sword. Although it's a superior grade mortal weapon, I feel that it's more than 10 times better than an ordinary superior grade mortal weapon." "Rascal, you're good at flattery." Mu Yun laughed and said, "I'll give it to you. Take the green tower sword and fight with Mo Hai. If you lose, use this sword to attack yourself." "Ah?" Hearing that Mu Yun wanted to give the green tower sword to him, Mo Hai was shocked. If this green tower sword were to be auctioned, it would definitely cost at least 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, Mu Yun was giving it to him for no reason. Thud, suddenly, Moyang bent his knees and knelt on the ground. He said, "Instructor Mu, I, Moyang, have always been arrogant, despotic, and cynical. This time I'll definitely win the competition. Instructor Mu, please accept me as your disciple." "Accept you as my disciple?" Looking at Moyang's sincere face, Mu Yun shook her head and said, "No, no, your talent is too poor. It's too embarrassing to be my disciple." "Ah?" Hearing that, Moyang's face darkened. "However, if you win against Mo Hai, I can accept you as my disciple. It's up to you whether you want to be my disciple or not." "No problem." Moyang stood up and stroked the green tower sword in his hand excitedly. "Give me the sword," Mu Yun said softly. She looked at Moyang and said, "I've recently comprehended a sword technique. It's not perfect yet. I hope you can see it and understand it. It'll be convenient for you to learn the green tower sword technique." Reveal one's feelings. Ding, a tinkling sound was heard. Mu Yun carefully recalled the sort of additional shadow that she had comprehended in the past few days. He was thinking about how to perfectly execute that move. Mu Yun could feel that the essence of this sword was to make up for the damage. However, he still could not figure out how to make up for it. This sword strike of mine is called the Sword of Replenishing Shadows. When the sword strikes, it will replenish the shadows. The green fault sword in Mu Yun's hand trembled slightly as she said, "Mending shadows is not mending, but killing." "Killing?" Mo Yang nodded his head as if he understood something. Mu Yun straightened her body and focused wholeheartedly. Although he had yet to master the replenishing shadow sword, he was certain that Mo Yang would be able to comprehend it if he were to use it. As for how much he comprehended, that would depend on Mo Yang's ability. Sword of Replenishing Shadow. With a low shout, Mu Yun straightened her palm. A buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Clang, the clanging sound of the iron sword pierced through the air. This time, to everyone's surprise, Mu Yun actually did not feel anything out of place. The sword pierced through the air so smoothly. The replenishing shadow sword was completed. Ding ding ding, the sword strike ended perfectly. Inside the crafting room, hundreds of sword marks appeared on the walls of the crafting room, dozens of meters apart. Every sword mark was intertwined together to form a human figure. Her figure was incomparably beautiful. She was so lifelike that she looked exactly the same as Qin Mengyao, who was standing in the same place. It was Qin Mengyao. Mu Yun, Qin Mengyao didn't expect that Mu Yun would imagine that she was the target of replenishing shadow sword. She gritted her teeth so hard that they creaked. At this moment, the shadow formed by the sword marks looked like she was naked, and there were even some messy weeds below. Cough cough. "Moyang, comprehend this sword move well. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun turned around and ran away from the weapon refiner. Haha. Seeing Qin Mengyao chasing after Mu Yun, Qi Ming laughed bitterly. "Moyang, don't you feel that Instructor Qin and Instructor Mu look very compatible now? Moreover, Instructor Qin seems to like Instructor Mu a little. You don't know this, but she was secretly looking at Moyang, Moyang." As he spoke, Qi Ming realized that Moyang was like an idiot, standing at the same spot without moving an inch. This guy, seeing Moyang in a daze, Qi Ming ignored him. He sat down and began to comprehend the few contracts that Mu Yun had just left behind. Since she had become Mu Yun's disciple, she must not embarrass her master during the competition. Mu Yun, you pervert, stop right there. Outside Baiyun Academy, Qin Mengyao was wearing a light shirt. She kept throwing out all kinds of ice balls and icicles at Mu Yun without holding back. Isn't it just treating you as an attack target? Is there a need to go so far? You still have the cheek to say that. Stop right there. Thinking about the figure formed by the sword marks, Qin Mingyao's face turned red, and she chased after Mu Yun again. At night, the moon hung high in the sky, and a cool breeze blew. On a rooftop in Baiyun Academy, two figures sat quietly. Mu Yun, I'm still very curious. Why did you stay silent for 10 years after coming to Baiyun City and being bullied for 10 years? Why did you choose to display your talent now? Sweat, it wasn't easy to make Qin Mengyao calm down, and now he asked this question. Let's put it this way. After thinking for a while, Mu Yun replied, what I'm facing is not these geniuses from Baiyun City, but the Nanyun Empire. I know that there are many people in the Mu family in Nanyun City who want me dead. Then can you face those people now? Qin Mengyao turned around and held her cheeks with her lily-white hands as she asked carefully. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, Mu Yun really didn't know how to answer. Until now, she still didn't know anything about the imperial capital's Mu family. The memories in Mu Yun's body were only from when she was 9 years old. However, there were a few figures that were deeply engraved in Mu Yun's heart. Even in the past 10 years, Mu Yun didn't forget the previous Mu Yun. Don't worry. Sooner or later, I will help you get rid of those people. Mu Yun said tirelessly in her heart. She heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Yun, don't worry. What you can't face, I will face it with you. I will accompany you to the end and do what you want to do. Suddenly, Qin Mengyao, who was silent for a moment, spoke with a firm tone. Hearing Qin Mengyao's words, Mu Yun's heart trembled. A figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Back then, that beautiful figure had also said these words to him. Unfortunately, things remained the same, but people had changed. Everything was no longer there. Hee hee. Mu Yun turned around and chuckled. Are you really willing to help me? Do what I want to do? Yes, my life was saved by you. Naturally, I will help you. Cough cough. Then can I touch your? Mu Yun said, but her eyes stared provocatively at Qin Mingyao's chest. Get lost. An ice ball appeared, and Mu Yun's palm was instantly covered by the ice ball. Her two hands were joined together and she couldn't move at all. Let's see what other tricks you can play now. Glancing at Mu Yun proudly, Qin Mengyao revealed a victorious look like a little woman. She was 19 years old and had her first awakening of love. Originally, she thought that she would only live to 20 years old and had an indifferent attitude towards everything. She didn't even resist the engagement of Mu Yun, who was once a famous piece of trash in Baiyun City. But everything had changed. Ever since Mu Yun appeared, everything had changed. The cold poison in her body was cured. She awakened the Ice Phoenix spirit and her strength improved greatly. She realized that Mu Yun wasn't like what everyone said. She was gradually attracted to him. Qin Mengyao even felt that it was very strange. If Mu Yun was still a piece of trash and she was still that proud daughter of heaven who couldn't live past 20 years old, none of this would have happened. Mu Yun, I like you. I want to be your woman. Suddenly, Qin Mengyao looked straight into Mu Yun's eyes and said in a daze. What? Mu Yun, who was thinking about how to break free from Qin Mengyao's comfort, was stunned when she heard this. In the next moment, Qin Mengyao bent down and pressed her jade lips against Mu Yun's mouth. A soft and greasy sensation entered Mu Yun's mouth. In an instant, Mu Yun's mind went blank. After being reborn, he had never thought about women. But Qin Mengyao's actions tonight shocked him. It had to be said that Qin Mengyao was a peerless beauty. Moreover, after awakening the Ice Phoenix spirit, Qin Mengyao's temperament became even more cold and noble. Any man would want to conquer such a woman. Mu Yun's heart trembled. Was the current him not worthy of her? How was that possible? In his previous life, Mu Yun was an immortal king. In this life, Mu Yun was destined to step into the boundless world again. Since that was the case, what else could he not accept? Crack. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard, and Mu Yan's hands were released. She pulled Qin Mengyao away. What's wrong? Don't you like me? Don't like me? How is that possible? Mu Yan chuckled and said, it's just that how can I let a girl do this kind of thing first? As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yan covered Qin Mengyao's mouth domineeringly without saying a word. The softness made Mu Yan almost fall into a fairyland. Gradually, Mu Yan's hands began to become naughty. They quietly sneaked into Qin Mengyao's clothes and climbed towards the two peaks. We are on the roof, what if someone passes by? Qin Mengyao struggled, his face flushed red. Whoever dares to look, I'll dig out his eyes. She pulled Qin Mengyao over, and the two of them rolled and landed in a groove in the middle of the roof. This way, no one will be able to see us. With a smug smile, Mu Yan was completely unscrupulous. Her hands climbed up the peaks. At the same time, Qin Mengyao's short skirt fell open, and her slender and beautiful legs were completely exposed in front of Mu Yan's eyes. For a moment, Mu Yan was almost too busy to handle. Every time Qin Mengyao wanted to refuse, Mu Yan would block his lips with her mouth. In the end, Qin Mengyao could only make muffled sounds. The night moon was gradually setting, and the temperature dropped again. Two silhouettes sat up from the grooves. Qin Mengyao kept tidying his clothes. His cheeks were as red as a peach, and he was a feast for the eyes. On the other side, Mu Yan was patting his second brother to make him behave. After a while, Qin Mengyao refused to let Mu Yan really do it. As a result, Mu Yan could only taste some sweetness with her hands and mouth. I knew you're a big pervert. Seeing that Mu Yan was still being dishonest, Qin Mengyao glared at him. It can't be helped. Which man doesn't want to have you when he sees you? I'm already considered good. Mu Yan said bitterly, moreover, it would be strange if he wasn't excited to have Miss Iceberg confess to me. You, alright, I'm a big pervert. Mu Yan chuckled and pulled Qin Mengyao into his arms. Looking at the bright moon in the western sky, Mu Yan understood something in his heart. In his previous life, he only cared about pursuing the peak of martial arts, but he forgot about many people and many things around him. Since he was reborn, he had to be truly happy to repay kindness and revenge. He would do whatever he wanted to do so that his rebirth would not be in vain. Yaoer, the ice phoenix spirit in your body is the supreme divine beast physique in the myriad great worlds. Once it awakens, you will definitely be a super expert in the myriad great worlds in the future. Myriad great worlds? What kind of place is that? Qin Mengyao raised his head and said confusedly, recently, I feel that many memories that are not inferior to mine have awakened in my body. There seems to be something about the divine realm and the vast expanse domain. They are all things that I don't understand. Divine realm? Mu Yan had heard of the vast expanse domain, but it was the first time that Mu Yan heard of the divine realm. Baiyun City is only a city in the Southern Cloud Empire, and the Southern Cloud Empire is only an empire in the Tianyun continent. The Tianyun continent is a continent in one of the 3,000 small worlds. The world is far bigger than what you know. You will understand in the future. I don't care how big the world is. As long as you are by my side, that is my world. Qin Mengyao buried his head in Mu Yan's chest and said shyly. The two of them enjoyed a quiet night. The last layer of window paper was pierced, and the two of them instantly became intimate. He asked for it. Baiyun Academy's infamous trash instructor, Mu Yan, actually got together with Baiyun Academy's #1 beauty instructor. This scene nearly caused everyone from Baiyun Academy to be taken aback. Bang! In an office in the academy, a wooden chair exploded with a loud bang. Jia Yadong's face was ashen. Standing in front of the table, his body couldn't help but tremble. No wonder Qin Mengyao went to teach elementary class 5, that trash class. So that's why. What exactly attracted her to Mu Yan, that good for nothing? Mentor Diao, don't be angry. It must be Mu Yan, that trash, using some method to threaten Mentor Qin. Otherwise, where is Dong Fengyu? If he saw this scene, he would probably immediately jump out and kill Mu Yan. Diao Yadong said furiously. Dong Fengyu went to the North Cloud Mountain range that day, but we haven't heard from her since. You know, the North Cloud Mountain range is a place where people don't come back. Trash. With a slap, Diao Yadong smashed the wooden table into pieces. His fingers trembled as he roared, "Tell Qi Yun, Mo Hai, and Wang Yunqi that they must win this competition. I, Diao Yadong, will expel whoever loses from senior class 3. Yes." When the person in front of him saw Diao Yadong's furious look, he didn't dare to speak again. He responded and carefully left the office. "Mu Yun, you're good, you're very good. I, Diao Yadong, want to see who will have the last laugh." As the cold words fell, Diao Yadong clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. F***CK. When Mu Yun and Qin Mengyao appeared in front of Moyang and Qi Ming hand in hand, the usually taciturn Qi Ming could not help but curse. "Mentor Mu, you are my idol. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple." The two of them spoke almost at the same time, looking at Mu Yun enviously. Qin Mengyao could be said to be the #1 beauty in the entire Baiyun city. Previously, she made everyone sigh. She was a flower that was destined to not live past 20 years old and was about to wither. It was inevitable for people to sigh. But now, the Korean poison in Qin Mingyao's body had been dispelled, and his innate talent had been revealed. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. And now, Mu Yun had actually captured Qin Mingyao's heart. This was simply explosive news. The news spread like wildfire in Baiyun Academy and Baiyun City. "What are you looking at? Stop looking and hurry up and cultivate. If you lose the competition, I'll make you two suffer." Mu Yun could not help but shout. She really could not bear being stared at by the two of them. "Yes, master's wife. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye, Instructor Mu, Instructor Qin." Qin Mingyao's face flushed red after being teased by the two of them, but her lily-white hand still held Mu Yun's hand tightly. The great good-for-nothing Mu actually managed to woo the #1 beauty of Baiyun City, Qin Mingyao. What a miracle! However, just as Qi Ming and Moyang were about to leave, a mocking laughter suddenly rang out. Turning around, a few figures appeared in front of them. The person in the lead was dressed in a long black robe and had a cold face. Beside him was a slightly plump youth who looked a little bloated. The person who spoke was him. "Mo Hai, what are you doing here?" Seeing the person who had come, Moyang's face darkened, and he could not help but snort. "I'm here to see how the great good-for-nothing Mu captured the heart of a beauty." Mo Hai took a step forward and looked at Moyang mockingly. He sneered. "Moyang, don't tell me you think you can compete with me after entering the level 4 physical body realm? A good-for-nothing will always be a good-for-nothing. Stop dreaming." "Humph, it's not the time yet. Mo Hai, I'll naturally show you my prowess." "Alright, I'll be waiting." Mo Hai chuckled and said, "I really don't understand. Instructor Qin, why would you like a good-for-nothing like Mu Yun?" "Mo Hai, don't go overboard." Qi Ming could not help but shout. "What can you do if I go overboard? Come and hit me? Good-for-nothing." Bang, however, before Mo Hai could finish his sentence, a loud bang was heard. A figure suddenly darted out and unceremoniously punched Mo Hai in the face. Blood flowed out from Mo Hai's nostrils. "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a good request. Everyone saw that this guy asked us to hit him. Even if we're looking for the dean, he can't blame us." Mu Yun waved her sleeves and said indifferently. However, the surrounding crowd was instantly stunned. Mu Yun, an instructor of the Baiyun Academy who was in the level 7 condensed prime realm, actually attacked just like that. That was a little too shameless. However, Qin Mengyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. She suddenly realized that Mu Yun had such an adorable side to her. "Mu Yun, don't go overboard." At that moment, the youth standing in front who had not spoken all this while suddenly said, "I'm Diao Yayun. I'll personally participate in this competition. Let me tell you, good-for-nothings are good-for-nothings. The senior class 3 is the best class in the academy. No one can challenge it. Yes, good-for-nothings are good-for-nothings. You're always talking about good-for-nothings. Do you believe that I'll beat you until your teeth fall out?" Seeing Diao Yayun's confident look, Mu Yun bent her arms and mocked. It was not hard to see that Diao Yayun was in the level 6 Qi condensation realm. She was indeed strong among the students, but in Mu Yun's eyes, she was not worth mentioning. Seeing Mu Yun shamelessly attack Mo Hai, Diao Yayun was really afraid that Mu Yun would suddenly make things difficult for her. We'll see in 7 days. After saying that, Diao Yayun led the group and left. Instructor Mu, don't worry. Even if Diao Yayun is a genius in the qi condensation realm, I'll still beat her. Seeing the group leave arrogantly, Moyang could not help but clench his fists. Although he was a lecher in the past, he still had his pride. He was bullied and called good-for-nothings. It was not that he did not want to retaliate, but that he could not, and now, with Mu Yun around, he saw hope. Even if it was just a tiny bit of hope, he was not willing to give it up. Don't say it as if you're on the battlefield. Just do your best. Mu Yun patted Moyang's shoulder and asked, "Where's that girl, little you? Why haven't I seen her today?" This, hearing Mu Yun mention Miao Xianyu, Moyang and Qi Ming's expressions turned strange. Instructor Mu, Miao Xianyu's emotions are not right. You have to calm down. Moyang said in a low voice. She's in the alchemy room now. I got it. With that, Mu Yun headed straight for the alchemy room. Within a month, he was not worried about Qi Ming and Moyang. He had already done his best to teach them. The rest was up to them. As for Miao Xianyu, she was originally on par with Wang Yunqi. Now that Wang Yunqi had merged with the beast fire, logically speaking, her alchemy skills should be slightly better than Miao Xianyu's. Little you, how are your preparations going? Mu Yun entered the alchemy room and saw Miao Xianyu sitting there. She smiled and asked. Humph. Seeing Mu Yun enter the alchemy room, Miao Xianyu snorted coldly and did not even look at Mu Yun. Who made you unhappy? Was it your muddle-headed grandfather? I'm going to settle the score with him now. Mu Yun said with a look of righteous indignation. No, it's you. It's you, you big baddie. Miao Xianyu suddenly burst into tears and said, when did you get together with Qin Mingyao? I should be the one with you. How am I inferior to her? As Miao Xianyu spoke, she deliberately puffed up her breasts and looked at Mu Yun provocatively. Ahem, Mu Yun did not expect the little girl to be worried about this. She coughed awkwardly and said, little you, you're still young now. Mentor Mu is already 19 years old, and you're only 16 years old. In the future, you'll be a famous alchemist in the entire Southern Cloud Empire. You'll be even better than Master Mo. Then why don't you like me? It's not that Mentor doesn't like you, but you're too young. Well, in that case, when I'm 19 years old, I'll be Mentor Mu's woman. Ah? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun froze on the spot. Miao Xianyu trotted all the way and left excitedly. Hey, where are you going? You're not cultivating anymore? Hee, I'm not cultivating anymore. Don't worry, Mentor Mu. Even if Wang Yunqi has merged with the beast fire, she's still no match for me. I, Miao Xianyu, will definitely win this round. This girl, watching Miao Xianyu leave, Mu Yun thought of her mysterious grandfather, Miao Qing, and shook her head. Mu Yun had always felt that Miao Qing was mysterious and unpredictable. This old thing's true strength might be even greater than Master Mo's. With such a mysterious grandfather, he really did not need to worry about Miao Xianyu. Now, I should think about myself. Qin Mingyao supervised Qi Ming and Moyang's cultivation, while Mu Yun found a cultivation room by himself. At this moment, wherever he went, he would be pointed at by the people in the academy. Mu Yun did not care. Walking into the cultivation room, Mu Yun took out an ordinary long sword and began to cultivate. He had already mastered the 8 desolation seal of life and death that he had obtained from Dongfeng Yu. Now, what gave him the most headache was the 4 moves of the heaven-mending sword principle. Yesterday, he was lucky enough to successfully perform the first move, replenishing Shadow Sword. However, it took Mu Yun a whole month to master this move. It was simply unprecedented. One must know that in his previous life, any martial skill that came into his hands could be mastered in less than a month's time. This time, the first move of the heaven-mending sword principle alone took him a month. What's wrong? Swinging his sword, Mu Yun began to comprehend the second move of the heaven-mending sword principle, replenishing wind sword. However, he still could not grasp the main point. Time passed by slowly. On this day, the day that Mu Yun and Diao Yadong agreed on for the 3 matches finally arrived. Almost everyone in Beiyun Academy was present. Originally, this was a competition between the bottom class and the top 3 classes in the academy. It was already very attractive. Chapter 56. Let the competition begin. On the Baiyun Academy's plaza, there was a sea of people. Several thousand academy teachers and students had completely surrounded the plaza. The square had already been divided into different areas. 1 arena, 2 alchemy furnaces, and 2 crafting furnaces. After all, the 3 competitions were for Mu Yun to be promoted to an intermediate teacher. It was related to Mu Yun's promotion, so the academy had already made arrangements for it. The promotion of a junior instructor to an intermediate instructor had actually caused such a huge commotion. This was something that the academy hadn't expected. However, a large part of the reason why everyone came was to see what kind of monster Mu Yun was that she dared to challenge Teacher Mu of Senior Class 3. Xianxia, I've been investigating your mentor Mu these days, but I can't figure out what's so great about that trash. Miao Xianxia, who was wearing a purple short skirt, was standing in the crowd. Beside her, a young man kept saying, the senior class 3 led by Diao Yadong seems to be second only to the Wang family's Wang Qingfeng's class in the entire academy. Mu Yun is an idiot for doing this. Xiaoyu, can you shut your mouth? Miao Xianxia couldn't help but say, Instructor Mu is my instructor. Please be more polite when you speak to him. Xiaoyu was in the top 10 of the St. Pil sect's outer disciples, and he was in the 7th stage of the condensed prime realm. Moreover, he was only 16 years old. He wondered how much stronger he was compared to that Mu Yun. Unexpectedly, Miao Xianxia actually contradicted him in public. Hehe, Xianxia, I know that you can definitely defeat Wang Yunqi. However, I heard that one of the other 2 is a hedonistic son and the other is a poor son. How can they be a match for the geniuses of your Baiyun city? Xiaoyu said mockingly, although those 2 geniuses are just trash in my eyes. Miao Xianxia could not help but frown when she heard Xiaoyu's words. Teacher Mu. Seeing Mu Yun, Qin Mengyao, and the others in the crowd, Miao Xianxia jogged over, leaving Xiaoyu alone on the spot, muttering to himself. Seeing Miao Xianxu's enthusiasm towards Mu Yun, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. You piece of trash, the immortal whisper is mine. If you dare to touch it, I'll kill you. Xiaoyu exhaled, adjusted his expression, and followed. The reason why he came this time was because he wanted to see how badly Mu Yun, this famous person in Baiyun City, would lose. At this moment, there was a large empty space in the middle of the square. Miao Xianxia, Qi Ming and Moyang followed closely behind Mu Yun. On the other side, behind Diao Yadong, Diao Yayun, Wang Yunqi, and Qi Yin stood in a row. Seeing Mu Yun, Diao Yadong chuckled and said, No wonder. No wonder Instructor Mu is so confident. It turns out that you are relying on Instructor Qin. Instructor Mu is really good at living off a woman. Haha. Thank you, thank you. Mu Yun laughed and said indifferently, living off a woman is also a skill. I'm afraid that even if Instructor Diao wants to, he doesn't have the ability to do so. As she said that, Mu Yun glanced back at Qin Mengyao. Qin Mengyao smiled faintly. His devastatingly beautiful smile immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such a shameless person. That's right. I think it's better to say that he's the most shameless person in the world instead of trash. He will lose later. Didn't you see that Mo Hai didn't even go up and let Diao Yayun go up directly? Diao Yayun is one of the top 3 geniuses among our students. Moyang, that piece of trash, will die if he goes up. There was a flurry of discussion in the crowd. The competition had yet to start, but the entire square was already in an uproar. However, more people were waiting to see Mu Yun make a fool of herself. Originally, she could have chosen an ordinary class to promote herself to an intermediate instructor, but now she insisted on choosing senior class 3. Serves him right for finding trouble for himself. At the edge of the square, a few figures stood on a tall stone platform. The person in the lead was about 20 years old. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. His handsome appearance occasionally attracted the attention of the surrounding female disciples. Instructor Wang, do you think Mu Yun can win this competition? A youth behind the young man asked. Once a piece of trash awakens, she will soar to the top. Nothing is certain. Qin Mengyao is not a fool. How can the person she likes be a piece of trash? Wang Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "It's a pity that Diao Yadong is blinded by jealousy and can't see clearly." Then according to instructor, Mu Yun will win? A young girl behind Wang Qingfeng could not help but ask. If Mu Yun chose junior class 6 or junior class 9, she might win. However, she chose senior class 3. Wang Qingfeng said calmly, "If Diao Yayun goes up, Moyang can't win at all. Miao Shanyu and Yunqi are on par. Qi Yun is much stronger than Qi Ming. I can't guess what Mu Yun is trying to do." While the few of them were discussing, the competition on the square had already begun. The first round, alchemy competition, Miao Shanyu against Wang Yunqi. Miao Shanyu, everyone says that you and I are the two alchemy geniuses in Baiyun City. However, I think you are still inferior to me. If your grandfather wasn't the pavilion master of the Sacred Pill Pavilion, you and I would be worlds apart. Wang Yunqi was dressed in a long robe. She had a pretty face, but her words were tit for tat. Both of them had displayed outstanding talents since they were young. In the path of alchemy, their reputations were illustrious, so they had always been compared by others. Today, they would decide who was the real number one alchemy genius in Baiyun City. Don't be so full of yourself. Miao Shanyu chuckled and said, "Today's battle is not to compete with you over who is the number one alchemy genius in Baiyun City, but for Mentor Mu." The competition had not yet begun, but the scene had already become hostile. For the alchemy competition, since you are all first-grade alchemy masters, the alchemy will be decided by the mentors by drawing lots. Whoever can successfully refine the pill first and the quality of the pill will be the winner. Following the referee's words, a figure slowly walked up to the competition stage. Lu Xiaotian, seeing that figure, everyone present was stunned. No one expected that Dean Lu would personally go up to the stage to draw lots for the first alchemy competition. In that case, this competition would be absolutely fair. In the entire Baiyun Academy, was there anyone more fair than Dean Lu? For the alchemy competition, the pill to be refined is the 7 Orifices Soothing Meridian Pill. Following Lu Xiaotian's words, everyone present exclaimed. The 7 Orifices Soothing Meridian Pill was the best among first-grade pills. It was extremely beneficial for martial artists from the 1st to the 4th level of the physical body. Moreover, after this pill was refined, the pill would be surrounded by 7 orifices. It was lifelike and filled with fragrance. However, although this pill was a first-grade pill, very few people could refine it to the point of 7 orifices. Ordinary first-grade alchemy masters could only refine 3 or 4 orifices. Only some second-grade alchemy masters could refine 7 orifices perfectly. When the 7 orifices converged, this 7 Orifices Soothing Meridian Pill was truly perfect. And this pill was indeed very suitable to test the ability of a first-grade alchemy master. 7 Orifices Soothing Meridian Pill. Hearing this name, Wang Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief. Miao Shanyu, you will lose. A month ago, I was able to refine 5 orifices of the 7 Orifices Soothing Meridian Pill. Now that I have merged with the beast fire, I can at least refine 6 orifices. Wang Yunqi said excitedly, and you, it is impossible to refine 7 orifices. Because only second-grade alchemy masters can do that, so this round, I, Wang Yunqi, will definitely win. Hearing Wang Yunqi's confident words, Miao Shanyu only smiled and did not explain anything. Victory or defeat could only be determined at the final juncture. Now, the medicinal herbs needed to refine the pill have been prepared. The pill furnace is in good condition. As for the pill fire, the Academy provided the pill fire of a fire attribute demonic beast. If the students have their own beast fire, they can use it. The competition begins now. Following the referee instructor's voice, the entire square fell into silence. When alchemy masters were refining pills, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed. Everyone knew this point. The 7 Orifices Soothing Meridian Pill required exquisite grass, soothing fruit, iron wire wood, and the demonic core of a 4th-grade demonic beast, white-striped tiger. Among them, the soothing fruit was the most expensive. One soothing fruit was at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. When the competition began, Wang Yunqi and Miao Shanyu stepped onto the stage and stood in their respective positions. Below the stage, everyone had already held their breaths. There was only one exception, and that was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was lying lazily on an old-fashioned wooden armchair while Qin Mengyao stood beside him and massaged his back and shoulders. This scene made almost half of the people in the entire Baiyun Academy wish they could rush up and beat Mu Yun up. However, seeing Mu Yun lying on the old-fashioned wooden armchair with his eyes half closed, Qin Mengyao felt a pang of heartache. Usually, when she saw Mu Yun, he had a carefree and elegant appearance. However, when she was really with Mu Yun, she realized that Mu Yun spent most of his time cultivating every day. Yesterday, because he had comprehended a sword move, he only slept for a while in the morning. On the stage, Wang Yunqi and Miao Xianyu acted almost at the same time. All kinds of medicinal herbs were thrown into the pill furnace in succession. However, attentive people gradually discovered that the order and quantity of medicinal herbs that Miao Xianyu threw in were very different from Wang Yunqi's. To be precise, it was very different from the current publicly recognized refining method of the 7 orifices soothing meridian pill. As everyone knew, to refine the 7 orifices soothing meridian pill, the first thing one should do was to add the iron wire wood into the pill furnace. Because the iron wire wood was very tough, it was impossible to fuse it quickly. However, Miao Xianyu did the opposite. She actually added the soothing fruit, which was the easiest to refine, into the pill furnace. What is Miao Xianyu doing? Seeing this, Qiming couldn't help but feel puzzled. What do you know? Right at this moment, Mu Yun, who had been squinting, suddenly said, the most important thing for the 7 orifices soothing meridian pill is to open up the 7 orifices. How to do that? Naturally, it is to use medicinal aura to break through the pill. The soothing fruit is added first, turning into medicinal aura that surrounds the pill furnace. Then, the iron wire wood is broken down, and the medicinal aura will contaminate the iron wire wood. At the moment when the pill is successfully refined, it will break through the pill body and out of the orifices, from the outside to the inside. Mu Yun explained carefully, the normal refining method is to add the iron wire wood first. The soothing fruit's medicinal aura is wrapped in the pill and out of the body. Second-grade alchemist, which method was better? Upon hearing this question, Mu Yun also frowned. Not many people knew about these 2 methods, and Mu Yun had never told Miao Xianyu about it. It seemed like Miao Qing was the one who told her. However, the medicinal effect would break into the body from the outside, which tested the alchemist's alchemy skills. Generally speaking, even some second-grade alchemists wouldn't dare to do this. The slightest carelessness would result in failure. Not even a trace of the pill would be left behind, let alone a few apertures. He also did not expect that Miao Xianyu would actually use this method. Looks like this little girl is prepared to cut off all means of retreat. Mu Yun did not answer Qiming's question. Instead, she muttered to herself. However, after this incident, Mu Yun was even more convinced that Miao Qing was not a simple person. Although the 7 orifices soothing meridian pill was only a first-grade pill, he had only learned of this method of refining pills after he had left the continent. And now, Miao Qing already knew about it. Mu Yun had no choice but to raise her evaluation of Miao Qing. The competition continued. While everyone was puzzled by Miao Xianyu's actions, on the other side, Wang Yunqi's hand suddenly changed. A flame suddenly floated out from her body. Beast fire, beast flames can only be produced within the bodies of spirit beasts. Ordinary demonic beasts also had beast fire in their yaodan. However, that kind of beast fire couldn't last forever. Once it was used up, the yaodan would be wasted. However, spiritual beasts and spiritual pills were different. The spirit core in a spirit beast's body contained the beast flame. Even after the spirit beast died, it could continue to produce the beast flame. At this moment, Wang Yunqi finally began to use the beast fire in her body to refine pills. As a result, there was no doubt that Wang Yunqi's alchemy speed and the medicinal effects of the pills were superior to the Xiantian realm. Miao Xianyu, what do you have to compete with me? Glancing at Miao Xianyu, who was still carefully controlling the fire, Wang Yunqi sneered in her heart. Alchemy reaching this step, the outcome was actually already clear. With the help of the beast fire, she could at least refine 6 apertures. This was something that Miao Xianyu could not compare to. Instructor Wang, it looks like Yunqi will definitely win this time. The title of the #1 alchemy genius in Baiyun City will definitely be hers. Beside Wang Qingfeng, an instructor tried to curry favor with him. Actually, Yunqi and Miao Xianyu are about the same. However, this time around, Yunqi relied on the beast fire and won with an unfair advantage. You can't say it like that. Fusing with the beast fire is a matter of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. Wang Yunqi's success has already proved that she is stronger than Miao Xianyu. Time trickled by, but there was not a trace of impatience on the faces of the crowd. Instead, they were even more curious about the outcome. Buzz. Ding. Suddenly, the waiting crowd heard a buzzing sound, followed by a ringing sound. Wang Yunqi, the pill is complete. However, before everyone had time to be surprised, another buzzing sound followed closely behind. Miao Xianyu had also succeeded, the two of them finished almost at the same time. In terms of time, Wang Yunqi was slightly faster. After all, she had the beast fire in her body. Her refining speed was indeed faster than Miao Xianyu's. I didn't expect you to refine it so quickly. How is it? Is it 4 or 5 apertures? Looking at Miao Xianyu, Wang Yunqi said sarcastically. She had fused with the beast fire and thought that the reason why Miao Xianyu completed it so quickly was to catch up with her. The pill was definitely not as good as hers. Miao Xianyu did not explain. Her gaze fell on Mu Yun, who was in the crowd, and Miao Xianyu smiled confidently. Open the furnace. Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, the 2 furnaces began to open slowly. The alchemy testing instructor walked to the front of Wang Yunqi's furnace and took out the 7 apertures soothing meridian pill. At this moment, everyone in the square held their breaths. Wang Yunqi has refined the 7 apertures soothing meridian pill. She has finally refined the 6 apertures soothing meridian pill. The finished product. Following the alchemy testing instructor's words, the whole square burst into an uproar. 6 apertures, what did this mean? It meant that the current Wang Yunqi was at least a first-grade alchemist. Moreover, she had only fused with the beast fire for less than a month. It would not be long before she could step into the ranks of second-grade alchemists. A 16-year-old second-grade alchemist. Just thinking about it made people excited. Wang Yunqi's achievements were limitless. 6 apertures. Hearing the alchemy testing instructor's announcement, Wang Yunqi heaved a sigh of relief. 6 apertures was her limit after fusing with the beast fire. Although it was a pity that she did not reach 7 apertures, it was more than enough to win the competition. Putting down the pill, the alchemy testing instructor walked forward. At this moment, everyone quieted down again and watched the alchemy testing instructor's actions. This time, Miao Xianyu was bound to lose no matter what. She was 1 step later than Wang Yunqi in refining a 6 apertures pill. She was bound to lose. Was it possible to refine a 7 apertures pill? Impossible, only second-grade alchemists could refine a 7 apertures pill. It was impossible for Miao Xianyu to win in this aspect. Miao Xianyu had lost this competition. The 7 apertures soothing meridian pill refined by Miao Xianyu is 7 apertures. What? 7 apertures? However, at the next moment, when the alchemy testing instructor said this, the square fell into a dead silence. Impossible. Wang Yunqi rushed forward and looked at the pill in the alchemy testing instructor's hand. For a long time, she was speechless. 7 apertures, it was really 7 apertures. Miao Xianyu had actually refined a 7 apertures soothing meridian pill. Didn't that mean that she was already a second-grade alchemist? Oh my god, the whole martial arts field was in an uproar. A 16-year-old second-grade alchemist, in the entire Southern Cloud Empire, this was a genius existence. The first round, Miao Xianyu wins. Along with the alchemy testing instructor's words, everyone was still shocked. This news was too shocking. For a moment, they were unable to accept it. Wang Yunqi, alchemy is not to compare who is more talented and who is more outstanding. Miao Xianyu opened her mouth and said, "Didn't your instructor teach you that herbs and pills are alive? What an alchemist needs to do is to beautify the herbs and turn them into another appearance, a more beautiful appearance." After saying this, Miao Xianyu turned and walked down the arena. The medicinal herbs were alive, and so were the medicinal pills. Hearing this, Wang Yunqi's face turned pale. She raised her head and glanced at Mu Yun, who was sitting under the arena. She was a first-grade alchemist and knew how difficult it was to step into the second grade. However, Miao Xianyu did it. She knew that her talent was not much worse than Miao Xianyu. Is it that guy? Looking at Mu Yun, Wang Yunqi was puzzled. I'm sorry, Instructor Diao. I lost. Walking to Diao Yadong, Wang Yunqi lowered her head and said in shame. She had indeed lost. Even after merging with the beast fire, she still lost to Miao Xianyu. It's okay. No one knew that Miao Xianyu had actually stepped into the ranks of second-grade alchemists. You didn't lose unjustly. Diao Yadong's face was calm as he comforted her. However, looking at Diao Yadong's calm expression, Wang Yunqi felt even more terrified. It was at this moment that Teacher Diao was the most frightening and frightening. It's okay. Diao Yayun walked forward and patted Wang Yunqi's shoulder. There are still 2 more matches. Qi Ming and Moyang will definitely lose. 3 matches. Only by winning all 3 matches could Mu Yun be considered to have successfully advanced to an intermediate instructor. In the first match, Miao Xianyu won. This was beyond everyone's expectations. However, the crowd was not optimistic about the next 2 matches. Qi Yun was the refining genius of the Qi family in Baiyun City. He was a 16-year-old ordinary blacksmith and could refine upper-grade ordinary weapons. With such potential, the Qi family would definitely treat him like a pearl in their palm. However, Qi Ming was not famous at all. He only worked in a blacksmith shop in Baiyun City's West Lane City. Blacksmiths and blacksmiths, one was on the ground while the other was on the sky. Moreover, Moyang and Diao Yayun were not on the same level at all. One was a prodigal son while the other was a genius martial artist. There was really no comparison between the 2 of them. The second match is the refining competition. Qi Yun and Qi Ming. The referee mentor walked up to the arena. At this moment, the 2 alchemy furnaces had already been removed. On the arena, there were 2 weapon furnaces. Various kinds of metals were also carried up to the arena. This match was not as eye-catching as the previous one. After all, Qi Yun was the current prodigy of the Qi family. As for Qi Ming, his father was a genius 20 years ago, but now he was worthless. As for Qi Ming, he was a nobody in Baiyun Academy. On the other hand, Qi Yun often repaired and refined ordinary weapons for the students. He was very famous. In this match, Qi Yun was already able to refine upper-grade ordinary weapons. Qi Ming, if you can't refine upper-grade ordinary weapons, then there is no need to continue the match. Qi Yun will be declared the winner. I can. Qi Ming said softly as he looked at Qi Yun opposite him. Sweat was dripping down his face. However, when his gaze fell on Mu Yun below the arena, Qi Ming instantly felt that his entire body was filled with energy. He could not let down his master's expectations. You can? Hearing Qi Ming's words, Qi Yun sneered. Qi Ming, don't try to be a hero. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing if you fail halfway through the refining. Haha, below the arena, a group of students burst into laughter. Qi Ming did not know how to refine weapons before. If he could learn how to refine upper-grade ordinary weapons in a month, then he would be a genius. No, the word genius was not enough to describe him. Whether I can do it or not, we will only know after the match. Qi Ming took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression. All right, let's do it. On the other side, the referee mentor raised his voice. In that case, let's refine upper-grade ordinary weapons. Dean Lu will still pick the topic. Lu Xiaotian walked up to the arena again. He did not say anything and directly picked the topic. Upper-grade ordinary weapon, Black Star Silver Spear. As Dean Lu's words fell, the academy was filled with exclamations. Refining weapons was a difficult task, and the hardest one was the spear. Black Star Silver Spear. This combination of force and fire created the spear, which was the most difficult weapon to refine. This was the reason why everyone exclaimed. The Black Dipper Silver Spear is nothing more than this. Hearing Vice President Lu's words, Qi Yun sneered and walked up to the arena. He walked to the furnace. Every step of the 3 steps of tool forging, shape forging, and spirit drawing were very important. Seeing Qi Yun's nonchalant attitude, as if he didn't care at all, Diao Yadong said, Qi Yun, don't be careless. Instructor Diao, don't worry. This Black Dipper silver spear is a piece of cake for me. Qian nodded and looked at Qiming provocatively. Back then, no matter what Qiming's father did, he was always superior to Qiming's father. Today, he could be considered to have cleared his father's name. Begin. Along with the referee instructor's command, Qian stepped forward, picked up the materials needed to refine the Black Dipper silver spear, and began to weigh them. The amount of refining materials needed to be weighed by the refiner bit by bit. The slightest mistake could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. This step could not be sloppy at all. On the dueling ring, Diao Yadong smiled faintly when he saw Qian's skillful movements. On the other hand, Qiming appeared to be clumsy. Every time he weighed something, he had to go through careful consideration. Diao Yadong sneered in his heart. Regarding Qian, Diao Yadong was still very confident. After all, Qian was the leader of this generation of the Qi clan. Moreover, he knew that Qian and Qiming had the same mother. After Qi Yufeng became a cripple and was expelled from the Qi family, Qiming's mother married another genius of the Qi family and gave birth to Qian. Therefore, Qian hated Qiming, this half-brother of his, to the core. This time, Diao Yadong believed that no matter what, Qian would not let Qiming win. Look, Qian has already started refining. Look at Qiming. He's still weighing the metal. Look at how stupid he is. How can Qiming be compared to Qian? The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Below the arena, two students were discussing in low voices. They looked at Qiming and snickered. Bang bang. However, just as the two of them were whispering to each other, two muffled bangs suddenly sounded out. The two of them cried out in pain, covered their heads, and fell to the ground. Mother Vaster's Kerr, who is it? Who is it? You actually dared to launch a sneak attack with a date pit? The two of them were inexplicably ambushed, but their heads were swollen. They didn't dare to say anything. Mu Yun sat in the armchair, eating red dates while watching the competition with a smile. It was as if nothing had happened. And at this moment, on the arena, Qi Yun had melted all kinds of metals into the furnace and had already begun to inscribe inscriptions on the spirit tablets. Normally, when melting metals, the refiner would need to concentrate fully to prevent accidents. However, Qi Yun didn't care at all. Everyone understood that the reason why Qi Yun dared to do this was because he had a card up his sleeve. On the other hand, Qiming had only just finished preparing the materials and had yet to begin refining the weapon. Instead, he began inscribing the inscriptions. The two of them were inscribing the inscriptions on the spirit tablets at the same time. However, when Qiming started, everyone present was stunned. The Black Dipper silver spear required the support of two inscriptions. The first was the inscription of hardness, and the second was the inscription of toughness. The inscription of hardness could strengthen the Black Dipper silver spear, while the inscription of toughness could strengthen the spear's toughness. The two inscriptions complemented each other and were the two inscriptions that the Black Dipper silver spear needed. However, at this moment, Qiming on the arena was inscribing two inscriptions that were completely different from the inscriptions of hardness and toughness. It could be said that they were completely different, but that wasn't the case. The two inscriptions he was inscribing looked more complicated than the two inscriptions Qi Yun had inscribed. Furthermore, their appearance was extremely ugly. Could it be that this guy doesn't know how to refine weapons? I think so. Look at the inscriptions he's inscribing. They're completely different from the inscriptions Qi Yun inscribed. What nonsense. This guy, I knew it. How could he possibly learn how to refine weapons in a month? After successfully inscribing the two inscriptions, Qi Yun heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a low rumbling sound came from within the furnace. The metals had been completely fused. He turned around and looked at Qiming on the other side. Qi Yun was stunned for a moment, but the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Qiming had also finished inscribing the two inscriptions, but he didn't stop. Instead, he was inscribing the third inscription. Idiot, refining the Black Dipper silver spear only requires the inscriptions of hardness and toughness. Even if you add another 100 inscriptions, you'll only be able to destroy the essence of the Black Dipper silver spear. Qi Yun sneered and ignored Qiming. He finally understood that Qiming didn't know how to refine weapons. The clumsy weighing technique, the complicated and tedious lines of the contract, this guy, in a while, maybe the furnace will explode. Qi Yun couldn't be bothered with Qi Ming. It was a pity that refining weapons wasn't about who succeeded first. Otherwise, he would have already won Qi Ming in this aspect. At this moment, Qi Yun was already fully focused on preparing the furnace for the final step of fusing the metals. At this moment, Qi Ming had finally completed the last inscription. Phew. I'm starting to familiarize myself with the 2 inscriptions that Master taught me. Qi Ming wasn't in a hurry. Mu Yun had once told him that refining weapons was a form of enjoyment. If he couldn't treat refining weapons as a form of enjoyment, he was destined to never become a powerful weapon refiner. He was enjoying himself now. He didn't care about the insults and humiliation from the people around him. Being able to refine a divine weapon that suited him was the happiest thing in the world. This kid seems to have been enlightened. He doesn't care too much about the mockery from the people around him. Seeing Qi Ming's performance in the arena, Mu Yun smacked her lips and said contentedly, "Of course." Qin Mengyao looked at the empty space in front of the 2 of them and smiled sweetly. Of course. Who would dare to scold him now? Those who scolded him have had their heads smashed by your protective master. Of course they deserve to be beaten for blocking our view of the competition. Mu Yun chuckled and didn't care. To be honest, he was indeed surprised by Qi Ming's improvement. The reason why he was willing to accept Qi Ming as his disciple was because of Qi Ming's talent in refining weapons. In the thousands of great realms, countless people wanted to obtain Mu Yun's self-created inscriptions and break through the shackles of being a weapon refiner. However, they couldn't obtain it. Even if someone was lucky enough to obtain it, they couldn't comprehend it at all. This was because Mu Yun's self-created inscriptions were much more advanced than the inscriptions circulating in the great realms. They couldn't comprehend it at all. But now, Qi Ming, who could be said to be completely ignorant about weapon refinement, had a photographic memory and could slowly comprehend it on his own. It had to be said that Qi Ming's talent was really high. His improvement also surprised Mu Yun. Mu Yun knew that Qi Ming was working so hard because he wanted him to cure his father. A weapon refiner with broken meridians in both legs. Perhaps I can try using that elixir. Seeing Qi Ming's efforts in the arena, Mu Yun made up his mind. Ding! At this moment, a ding sounded in the arena. Qi Yun's black star silver spear was out of the furnace. The black body of the spear emitted a cold murderous aura. The straight silver spear was like a conscientious guard, proud and unyielding. Only the last 2 parts were left. After inserting the inscriptions and guiding the spirit, the black star silver spear would be considered a complete success. On the other side, Qi Ming had only just begun adding metal into the weapon furnace to refine the spear body. Seeing this, Diao Yadong smiled. This round was a sure win. Qi Yun's performance up until now could be said to be perfect, but Qi Ming was really terrible. It was simply too horrible to look at. Build inscriptions. With a low shout, Qi Yun took out 2 engraved spirit tablets and placed them in front of the black star silver spear. He touched the spirit tablets with both hands and began to concentrate on activating the inscriptions. Everything was perfect, as if the conditions were right. Guide the spirit. With a low shout, Qi Yun held the spear with both hands. His mind was completely integrated with the spear body, completely guiding the inscriptions in the spear body to life. Clang, the 2-meter-long black dipper silver spear suddenly let out a low hum. With a bang, the body of the spear pierced into the hard stone floor of the arena. Qi Ming stood on the arena and raised his head proudly. At this moment, it was time for him to accept the worship of tens of thousands of people. There was no other high-grade common weapon refiner under the age of 17 in the entire Baiyun city. Ding! At this moment, an ear-piercing ding sound rang out. On the other side, Qi Ming's black star silver spear had just come out of the furnace. Compete? Qi Ming, what do you have to compete with me? Seeing Qi Ming's slow movements, Qi Yun sneered. He was not in a hurry. He waited for Qi Ming to finish. In his eyes, it was already very lucky that Qi Ming did not explode his furnace. If Qi Ming could win with a messy weapon mold and a messy inscriptions, then his reputation as the #1 weapon refiner in Baiyun City could be thrown to the dogs. Good job, Qi Ming. Let those trash see the power of our senior class 3. That's right. Originally, Miao Xianyu and Wang Yunqi were evenly matched. This time, Miao Xianyu is in the lead. In this match, let's make them not dare to make a sound. A trash class is a trash class. They want to rise by stepping on our senior class 3? Dream on. Seeing Qi Ming standing upright on the arena with the black star silver spear in his hand, all the students in the academy exclaimed. Some of the female students could not help but scream. To be able to gain the admiration of a powerful weapon refiner in the future was enough to guarantee a lifetime of cultivation. Building inscriptions. While the crowd was cheering, Qi Ming acted as if he did not hear them at all. He continued with his weapon refinement step by step. Hee. Instructor Mu, do you think we should continue the competition? While the crowd was cheering, Diao Yadong walked over to Mu Yun and smiled. I'm afraid there's no more suspense in this competition, right? I think there's no point in continuing the competition. Yes, I think so too. Complete victory you. Hearing Mu Yun teasing him, Diao Yadong's face darkened, but he smiled and said, I think there's no need to continue the third round. With that, Diao Yadong turned around and left. Tisk, you're obviously so angry in your heart, yet you still have to show a very comfortable expression on the surface. Aren't you tired? Hearing the words behind Mu Yun's back, Diao Yadong staggered and almost fell to the ground. This fellow was truly shameless. Clang. As soon as Diao Yadong left, another clanging sound could be heard from the ring. Qi Ming's weapon forging was complete. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on Qi Ming. However, Qi Ming, who had not been nervous all this while, could not help but become nervous at the last moment as everyone stared at him. Damn, what kind of black dipper silver spear is this? Am I seeing things? Although it's also 2 meters long, why does the body of the spear not look so sturdy? That's right. Also, look at the patterns on the body of the gun. It's messy and disorderly. It's as if ink was spilled on it. Compared to the Black Dipper silver spear refined by Qi Yun, they are simply 2 different models. One is an excellent finished product, and the other is an excellent failed product. Haha. Seeing the Black Dipper silver spear that Qi Ming had refined, the crowd burst into laughter. As the saying goes, the connoisseur appreciates the skill while the layman appreciates the excitement. However, at this moment, the Black Dipper silver spear that Qi Ming had forged was something that even some of the teachers in the academy found hard to accept. If this could be considered a qualified upper-grade mortal weapon, it would be an insult to all weapon refiners. However, the success or failure of a divine weapon did not depend on its appearance, but on its quality. The Black Dipper silver spear, one of its characteristics was toughness, while the other was toughness. Only when these 2 characteristics met the standard of a high-grade mortal weapon could it be considered a true high-grade mortal weapon. Begin testing. As the referee mentor stepped onto the stage, 2 master refiners from the academy walked up to the stage from each side. 2 profound weapon masters walked up to the ring and signaled for everyone to quiet down. Behind the 2 profound weapon masters, there were naturally students who held on to the testing stones and walked up to the stage. The first test is the strength of the Black Dipper silver spear. 2 Black Dipper silver spears will be inserted into the testing stone at the same time by an instructor. Whichever Black Dipper silver spear can be inserted deeper will be the stronger Black Dipper silver spear. Spears and swords were different in many ways. After all, only the tip of the spear could produce a strong impact. The body of the spear, on the other hand, was mostly used as a support. I think that no one will doubt the outcome of this matter if I do it. Right at this moment, Lu Xiaotian stepped onto the ring once more. As the dean of the North Cloud Academy, Lu Xiaotian's words were the law of the land. Even though Diao Yadong knew that Lu Xiaotian had taken a fancy to Mu Yun because of Master Mo, he also understood that with Lu Xiaotian's character, it was impossible for him to side with anyone. I have no objections. I have no objections either. Mu Yun and Diao Yadong expressed their opinions one by one. Then let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaotian held his spear with both hands and stabbed it at the testing stone in front of him. Dong, when the tip of the long spear collided with the testing stone, a dull thud was heard by everyone. However, at this moment, no one dodged the ear-piercing thud. Instead, they stretched their heads and looked at the ring. What was the outcome? How is this possible? However, Qi Yun, who was standing at the edge of the ring, was the first to widen his eyes and stand dumbfounded on the spot. From his angle, he could immediately see the two testing stones in front of him. The Black Dipper silver spear that he had refined was inserted 3 inches deep into the testing stone. 3 inches deep was already stronger than an ordinary upper-grade mortal weapon. However, on the other side, Qi Ming's Black Dipper silver spear was inserted 4 inches deep. There was an extra inch. Although it was only an inch, it was enough to explain everything. That testing stone was specially used to test weapons. For it to be inserted an inch deeper, it was enough to show that Qi Ming's Black Dipper silver spear was more than twice as tough as his. I don't think I need to tell you the outcome of this round, Lu Xiaotian said calmly. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can try it yourself. I don't believe you. As he spoke, Qi Yun took a step forward. Holding the spear in both hands, he unleashed all his strength and stabbed it into the testing stone. His strength was much weaker than Lu Xiaoyun's, so this time, it was only 2 inches deep. Qi Ming's spear, on the other hand, was 3 inches deep. For a moment, the whole place was silent. If someone else had done it, it might have been fake. However, Qi Yun had tested it himself, and the result was still inferior to Qi Ming's. Who would disagree with such a result? No, my spear is better than his. Yes, my Black Dipper silver spear is more flexible than his. If it's too hard, it'll break easily. His will definitely break easily. Alright, the second round, the flexibility testing stone. This time, Lu Xiaotian spoke directly. He walked forward and picked up the 2 Black Dipper silver spears. With his spiritual aperture realm cultivation, it was not difficult for him to test the flexibility of the 2 spears. The 2 spears stabbed into the stone floor at the same time. Lu Xiaotian held the spears with both hands and began to press them down. Gradually, the bodies of the 2 astral black silver spears began to bend, slowly approaching 45 degrees, and then slowly approaching 75 degrees. Suddenly, when Qi Yun's Black Dipper silver spear was close to 90 degrees, a slight cracking sound came from the spear. It was obviously the sound of the spear not being able to withstand the bending. Do you still need to continue? Seeing that the other Black Dipper silver spear was still intact, Lu Xiaotian looked at Qi Yun and asked. In fact, he was also very surprised. As the dean of the academy, how could Lu Xiaotian not know the true situation of the students? Qi Ming had always been a nobody in Beiyun Academy. As the son of a blacksmith, he had never displayed great talent in the art of weapon forging. However, after being trained by Mu Yun for a month, he was actually able to successfully forge a high-grade mortal weapon. This was simply miraculous. His gaze fell below the stage and looked at Mu Yun, who was lying on the wooden armchair. Lu Xiaotian was even more shocked. This guy, did he already know that he would win? No. I don't believe it. Qi Yun had already sunk into madness. All along, he had been the most outstanding young blacksmith in the Qi family and the genius of Beiyun City. No one could compare to him. However, now, a piece of trash had actually defeated him. His father had lost to Qi Yufeng, and he had actually lost to Qi Ming. This was simply a great humiliation. Clang, snatching the 2 spears from Lu Xiaoyun's hands, Qi Yun threw the spear at Qi Ming and shouted, "The true power of mortal weapons can only be displayed in actual combat. Now, fight with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yun took a step forward, raised his Black Dipper silver spear, and slammed it towards Qi Yun. This moment happened too quickly. Even Lu Xiaotian did not expect Qi Yun to lose control at this moment. It was already too late to stop him. On the other side, Qi Ming caught the spear. Before he could react, Qi Yun's long spear was already heading straight for him. Qi Ming had no time to care. Almost instinctively, he could only block Qi Yun's attack with his Black Dipper silver spear. Boom, clang. In the next moment, there was a loud explosion and the clang of metal falling to the ground. The 2 spears collided, creating a huge impact. Qi Ming was not prepared. He took a step back and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a section of the spearhead was rolling on the ground. Holding half of the spear in his hand, Qi Yun's face was pale. He held the spear tightly with both hands and suddenly laughed out loud. Trash, I actually lost to a trash, haha, Qi Yun, you disobeyed the rules of the competition and used force without permission. You are to go home and reflect on your mistakes for 3 months. Lu Xiaotian did not expect Qi Yun to dare to use force in front of him. He was really angry. Immediately, someone held Qi Yun down. At this moment, the entire academy square was silent. Qi Ming won and Qi Yun lost. This was even more shocking than Miao Xianyu winning against Wang Yunqi. One had to know that Miao Xianyu and Wang Yunqi were originally on par. However, Qi Ming and Qi Yun were worlds apart a month ago. Instructor Diao, you have to be more diligent in educating your students. Yes. Seeing Qi Yun being pulled away, Diao Yadong wished he could go up and kick him 3 times. This trash had boasted during the competition, but now he actually dropped the ball. Could it be that Qi Ming was really a blacksmith genius and was discovered by Mu Yun? Was that why he was able to amaze everyone here? No, it must be that Qi Ming had been hiding his true strength before and had only revealed it today to attract everyone's attention. That must be it, this master and disciple pair were the same. Let's continue with the third round. The third round was a martial arts battle. It was a competition of true martial skills and strength between the students. Compared to the first and second round, this round was the most attractive. After all, only professionals could truly understand alchemy and blacksmithing. Most of the students were not true blacksmiths or alchemists. They only had a superficial understanding of it in class. For this round, please come up to the stage. Junior Class 5, Moyang. Senior Class 3, Diao Yayun. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire arena was in an uproar. Diao Yayun, a 16-year-old 6th firmament meridian condensing stage genius, the #1 16-year-old genius in Baiyun City, he was actually going up. Wasn't this battle between Mo Hai and Moyang? Why was there a sudden change? It wasn't Diao Yadong's intention to switch people out, but at this moment, his heart was bleeding. They had already lost 2 out of the 3 matches. If they lost the last match as well, then he wouldn't have the face to continue teaching in Baiyun Academy. All of this was forced by Mu Yun. Third brother, defeat Moyang at all costs. Even cripple him. Before Diao Yayun went up to the stage, Diao Yadong had already secretly instructed him. On the other side, Moyang looked at Mu Yun with a grin and said, Instructor Mu, if I win, you have to accept me as your disciple. You have to win first. Chapter 60 Green Cloud Sword. Actually, the third round was what Mu Yun was most worried about. Moyang was in the 4th stage of the physical body realm, breath-strengthening realm. His strength was over 10,000 jin, and he could be said to be invincible in the 4th stage of the physical body realm. However, his opponent was Diao Yayun, the genius of the Diao clan. When Diao Yayun was at the 5th tier of the Qi condensation realm, her physical strength was already 15,000 jin. Now that she was at the 6th tier, her physical strength was at least 20,000 jin. Originally, Mu Yun wanted Moyang to take the field. With the difference of 1 level, Moyang could still handle it. However, Diao Yadong was obviously anxious. He didn't care about anything and sent Diao Yayun on stage. Although he was worried, he still had to encourage Moyang. This guy had lost a lot of weight in a month's time. Mu Yun had seen Moyang's hard work in the past month. It was already the 3rd round of the competition. Everyone was no longer treating this competition as a drama. Instead, they were completely serious. Who would have thought that the trash class led by Mu Yun could actually win 2 rounds in a row? Would a miracle happen in the 3rd round? No, this was what most people thought. Because in the 3rd round, Moyang's opponent was simply too strong. Diao Yayun, 16 years old, 6th stage pulse condensation. This kind of cultivation was enough to become an instructor of Baiyun Academy. The third match, Elementary Class 5 Moyang vs Advanced Class 3 Diao Yayun. Both parties are allowed to use weapons, but they cannot exceed the level of common weapon. Now, let the match begin. Along with the referee instructor's voice, the martial arts field was completely restless. At this moment, Qi Ming, who had walked down from the arena, glanced shyly at Mu Yun and chuckled. At this moment, some of the students and disciples had gradually gathered around him. Today, Qi Ming truly lived up to his name, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Being able to refine a superior-grade mortal weapon was enough for one to live a comfortable life in Baiyun City. If he didn't hurry up and get close to Qi Ming now, there would be no chance for him to do so in the future when Qi Ming fully matured. Well done. Looking at Qi Ming, Mu Yun smiled and said, "In a few days, I will help your father refine pills. You just have to wait patiently." "Really?" Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qi Ming could not help but tremble. If his father could stand up again, even if he lost all his strength, he would still be extremely excited. "Brat, do you think Master would lie to you? Now, let's watch Moyang's match. You have to watch this match seriously. If you want to become a powerful refiner, you have to become a powerful martial artist." "Yes." Two figures stood in the arena. Diao Yayun was dressed in a long white robe. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind as a smile appeared on her handsome face. He was Diao Yayun, the genius of the Diao clan. The outcome of the battle had already been decided. Below the stage, gazes of envy were cast over, and voices of discussion filled Moyang's ears. Diao Yayun's name was an invincible existence. Diao Yayun, at the age of 12, displayed a talent for cultivation and entered Baiyun Academy. At the age of 14, he had already reached the third heaven stage of tendon transformation. Now that he was 16 years old, he had already entered the 6th level of the pulse condensation stage. Using qi to refine his meridians, he had reached the large success stage of the pulse condensation stage. This kind of cultivation was enough to show disdain for Baiyun City. Moreover, in Baiyun Academy, every time Diao Yayun displayed her strength, she would always challenge those of a higher realm. She would win every battle. Among the geniuses of Baiyun Academy, Diao Yayun was ranked 10th. And this was because she was still too young. Everyone in Baiyun Academy had already determined that in 2 years, the number 1 genius of Baiyun Academy would definitely be Diao Yayun. In comparison, Moyang was really insignificant. The nameless Moyang only had the title of a hedonistic disciple in Baiyun Academy. After entering the academy for 2 years, he was still at the 3rd heaven stage of tendon transformation. If he had not broken through to the 4th heaven stage of vigorous breath in this month, this battle would not have been interesting at all. Even so, Moyang still did not arouse the crowd's expectations. Who would expect a hedonistic disciple who had just stepped into the 4th heaven stage of tendon transformation to defeat a genius disciple at the 6th heaven stage of pulse condensation? For this battle, you can choose to admit defeat. I won't make things difficult for you. I think you should clearly understand the difference between the two of us. Admit defeat? Moyang laughed. How is that possible? Moyang shook his nose and snorted. After a month of Tutor Mu's teachings, the current me can easily defeat you. Ridiculous. Hearing Moyang's arrogant words, Diao Yayun did not get angry. Instead, the smile on her face became even wider. Everything did not need to be explained in words. Strength was enough to prove it. Azure Wind Cloud Fist. With a low shout, Moyang unexpectedly punched out. His body was like a pine tree, and his fist was like the clouds. A huge force of 10,000 jin crashed down towards Diao Yayun. You're too weak. Seeing that Mo Yang had made his move, Diao Yayun sneered coldly. She stretched out a single finger and casually pointed it at Mo Yang. This finger could break mountains and rivers, this finger could cover the heavens and earth. Poochie, the sound of blood splashing rang out. In the next instant, Mo Yang's body was like a broken leaf, crashing into the hard ground. A deep bloody hole appeared between his hands. Fresh blood flowed out, staining his clothes. One finger, Diao Yayun's casual finger, caused Moyang's blood to splatter on the spot. He lay on the ground, his hands trembling non-stop. This was the absolute difference in strength, and it was simply irreversible. Trash, you're trash. Diao Yayun casually said, in the heavenly fate continent, everyone is destined to achieve great things the moment they are born. Some people can only be supporting characters, and some people can only be trampled on trash. Unfortunately, you are one of them. If these words were said by anyone else, they would be considered arrogant and conceited. But now that it came from Diao Yayun's mouth, it was so reasonable that no one could refute it. You talk too much. In the blink of an eye, Moyang stood up from the ground. At this moment, the blood on his hands had already dried up. The terrifying finger hole had actually disappeared. Seeing this scene, Diao Yayun was stunned. On the other hand, Moyang waved his hands, feeling the strength recovering in his hands. Naturally, he understood why this was happening. after half a month of medicinal baths, soaking in medicine almost every day, his body had accumulated too much medicinal effect. And these medicinal effects were exchanged by Mentor Mu for nearly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. What did 100,000 low-grade spirit stones mean? It was enough for the Mo family's net income for nearly half a year. Thank you, Mentor Mu. Moyang's body moved as he muttered in his heart. Chaotic thunderbolt palm. With a low shout, Moyang's body flew into the air. Between his hands, a strong wind rushed towards Diao Yayun. He had practiced this palm many times, and relied on this palm to kill many fifth-order demonic beasts in the North Cloud Mountain range. Moyang believed that even if this palm could not seriously injure Diao Yayun, it would at least catch her off guard. Firmament fist. With a low shout, Diao Yayun's body stood in place. Her legs were rooted to the ground, motionless. However, his hands were as elegant as the clouds. With a loud bang, he pounced towards Mo Yang, who was flying towards him. Bang, a low cry rang out. In an instant, Mo Yang, who had rushed in front of Diao Yayun, had his chest suddenly caved in when he was still 5 meters away from Diao Yayun. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. External Qi release. At the 6th layer of the Meridian Condensing Realm, one could release Qi release, but Diao Yayun actually managed to reach 5 meters away. This was even more terrifying than a 7th layer of the Condensed Origin Realm martial artist. Even a Condensed Origin Realm martial artist could not guarantee that after condensing their true essence, they would be able to reach 5 meters away from their body. Only those who had stepped into the 10th layer of the Spirit Aperture Realm could truly release their true essence. With a bang, Moyang once again smashed into the arena. After fighting with Diao Yayun twice, Moyang did not have the strength to fight back. Almost as soon as they met, he was sent flying by Diao Yayun. This time, even with the effects of Mu Yan's medicinal baths, Moyang struggled a dozen times before slowly standing up. Diao Yayun stood at the side and did not make a move. Facing Moyang, he had the pride in his heart. Cough cough, standing up with a pale face, Moyang suddenly could not help but cough. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and stained the front of his clothes. However, he still stubbornly stood up. Actually, for this match, when Diao Yayun went on stage, it was already destined that Moyang would lose. Mu Yan also understood this point. However, she did not expect that Moyang was still persevering. 2 exchanges were enough to see that the current him was not Diao Yayun's opponent. Trash, are you still not going to admit defeat? Looking at Moyang stubbornly standing up, Diao Yayun sneered, could it be that you still have delusions in your heart that you can win? Clang, however, when Diao Yayun's words fell, what responded to him was only the sonorous buzzing of a green sword. Green Tower Sword, Moyang had taken out the Green Tower Sword. Do you think that you can defeat me by taking out your sword? Diao Yayun smiled and shook her head, it seems that it's time to let you see the reality. As her words fell, Diao Yayun's body bent slightly. Her hands were bent into iron hooks like sharp claws, revealing a trace of murderous aura. At the same time, Moyang held the Green Tower Sword in his hand. The edge of the sword emitted a trace of cold aura. The upper-grade mortal weapon, Green Tower Sword, was personally refined by Mu Yun. Moreover, this Green Tower Sword was refined using the refining method that was passed down from the chart of extermination of deity. However, the true power could only be shown in a real battle. Green Tower Sword. With a low shout, Mo Yang executed the first move of the Qingyun sword art. He swung his sword, but it was as if there were 3 moves of the Qingyun sword art, attacking Diao Yayun from 3 different directions. Clang, clang, 2 clanging sounds were heard at the same time. With a wave of Diao Yayun's hand, the 2 streaks of sword qi were instantly destroyed. Chapter 61 10,000 Shadows. Diao Yayun didn't expect Moyang to make such a move. She subconsciously raised her arm, trying to block the sword qi. Originally, Diao Yayun thought that he could block the sword qi, but blood flowed down his arm. Diao Yayun frowned when he felt the pain coming from his arm. F***ck, what's going on? This sword has already been appraised by the teacher. It's a high-grade mortal weapon, but its power actually broke through Diao Yayun's defense. Could it be that Moyang is talented in swordsmanship? Don't brag, him? How is this possible? Diao Yayun was also surprised. The sharpness of this upper-grade mortal weapon far exceeded that of an ordinary upper-grade mortal weapon. In fact, it was almost as sharp as a supreme-grade mortal weapon. Baiyun City had never heard of such a powerful mortal weapon, however, he did not take it to heart. This time, he was too careless and underestimated Moyang. The next attack would definitely make Moyang pay a painful price. Hiss, although this attack had injured Diao Yayun, the corners of Moyang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This attack could be said to have used all of his strength, which affected the injury on his chest, almost causing him to faint. This trash, below the stage, when Mo Hai saw Moyang's performance, a sense of danger gradually rose in his heart. He and his father had already planned to completely control the Mo family trading company. Once Moyang's father passed away, the Mo family trading company would belong to him and his father. At that time, Moyang, this trash, would not be able to resist at all. But now, Moyang seemed to be changing. This was a very bad sign. Looks like you've gained a lot of confidence from your successful attack. Diao Yayun sneered, that's not good. You're so stubborn, but I really don't know if you're scared to death in your heart. Moyang sneered as he looked at Diao Yayun. No matter what, he could not lose today's battle. Since God had brought Mu Yun to his side, he must seize this opportunity. After today's battle, he would no longer have anything to do with the title of trash. Kill. Beyond clear sky. With a low shout, Moyang released a ray of grey sword chi from the green tower sword in his hand. The entire arena seemed to revolve around him at this moment. The sword chi's sharpness pressed towards Diao Yayun. Ironclad sand palm. With a low shout, Diao Yayun's entire body began to move. Moyang's beyond clear skies released sword energy, simply making people unable to fathom it. However, Diao Yayun's entire body seemed to have escaped from the arena. Those sword chi seemed to be unable to lock onto her body. Boom, Moyang's beyond the clear sky caused the sword chi to scatter in all directions. All of a sudden, the sword chi converged into a single point and went straight for Diao Yayun. At the same time, an invisible force surged around Diao Yayun's palms, tearing apart Moyang's sword chi. Contending with a mortal artifact with just a fleshy palm, one had to admit that Diao Yayun's guts were really very great. A violent collision occurred. The entire arena's ground cracked open inch by inch. Diao Yayun actually forcefully relied on a pair of fleshy palms to completely send Moyang's second move flying, causing those sword chi to all attack the ground and become completely disorderly. How is it? Looking at Moyang, Diao Yayun said in ridicule, I didn't guess wrongly. This second move of yours should be much more powerful than the third move, right? Wasn't it still blocked by me? Oh? Is that so? Seeing Diao Yayun's complacent expression, Moyang suddenly sneered. Poochie, Poochie, right at this moment, a series of Poochie Poochie sounds suddenly sounded out. Those sword chi that was sent flying by Diao Yayun clearly attacked the hard floor, but it suddenly condensed once more and pierced towards Diao Yayun unexpectedly. No matter how fast Diao Yayun's reaction was, those sword chi were already unable to dodge. Her chest was struck by several dozen sword chi. Poochie sound sounded out. Fresh blood gradually dyed Diao Yayun's chest. She was injured by Moyang, this good-for-nothing. Diao Yayun's entire face turned purple at the thought of this. This was simply a great humiliation. If the first time was because she was careless, this time, she had already resolved all of Moyang's attacks, but she was still injured by Moyang. Seeing Moyang's treacherous attack, the disciples below the stage were immediately filled with righteous indignation. They could not wait to go up and hack Moyang. Instructor Mu, it seems that the students you teach are the same as you. They all like to do this kind of thing. What do you mean, Instructor Diao? Mu Yun said without batting an eyelid, sword techniques are innumerable and unpredictable to begin with. Only such sword techniques can be considered profound. Could it be that in Instructor Diao's eyes, only those with a dash of the sword and a firm and fierce sword are good sword techniques? No matter how good Diao Yadong's mentality was, he was still quite angry at Mu Yun's performance. This fellow was simply a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. No matter what she said, she always had an expression that said she knew what was going on. She was really annoying. In the arena, the competition was still ongoing. However, this time, Diao Yayun was completely enraged. Clang, in. An instant, a clang was heard, and a long sword suddenly appeared in Diao Yayun's hand. "You're not the only one who uses a sword." Looking at Moyang, Diao Yayun sneered and said, "When it comes to sword techniques, I'm afraid that when I, Diao Yayun, am touching my sword, you, Moyang, are still lying on some woman's stomach." In the face of Diao Yayun's provocation, Moyang calmed down instead. He knew the gap between him and Diao Yayun, so after his fist technique was no match for her, Diao Yayun picked up the Green Palace sword. Although the Green Palace sword was only an upper-grade mortal weapon, in terms of power, it was stronger than low-grade supreme-grade mortal weapons. In terms of real strength, even if he had the strength of 10,000 caddies, he could not be compared to Diao Yayun. Diao Yayun had the strength of 20,000 caddies, and that was just a conservative estimate. "Your sword technique is indeed strange, but I don't know how it compares to mine." After saying that, Diao Yayun raised the long sword in her hand. At a closer look, the long sword was surrounded by green lines, and its sharp aura was threatening. "Kill." Taking a step forward, Diao Yayun's body stirred up a strong wind, and the sound of it breaking through the air was like a violent gale sweeping up fallen leaves. Setting sun sweeps the ages. With a sweep, the violent sword aura exploded, and it was unstoppable. Unlike Moyang's Green Palace sword technique, Diao Yayun's sword technique was violent and domineering, and it focused on breaking through the surface with a point, gradually spreading out and suppressing the opponent. Seeing the power of Diao Yayun's sword, Moyang was cautious and weighed the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the two figures dodged back and forth on the arena. The sword aura was invisible, but the power and lethality of every strike was clearly felt by some of the students standing outside the arena. Origin Expansion Sword Seal. Rising Sky. Sealing Ocean Slash. Beyond Clear Sky. As the two continued to exchange blows, the crowd noticed something unusual. Every single one of Diao Yayun's attacks seemed fierce, but Mo Yang kept turning around and using the same few sword techniques. However, Diao Yayun seemed to be unable to break through his defense. From time to time, Moyang would even seize the opportunity to counterattack. It can't be. Moyang is only using one set of sword technique, and he can withstand so many sword technique changes from Diao Yayun. How is that possible? And look, he can even dodge Diao Yayun's head-on attacks from time to time and counterattack. *T, what do you know? Diao Yayun is teasing Moyang, like boiling a frog in warm water, do you know? That's most likely the case. Otherwise, the battle between the two would have ended long ago. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Many people did not understand why Diao Yayun did not defeat Moyang with one strike, but instead, the two of them were like playing Tai Chi. How would they know what Diao Yayun was thinking? It was not that he did not want to defeat Moyang quickly. It was just that Moyang was using the same few sword techniques over and over again, but no matter what he used, he could not break through those sword techniques. Coping with changes by sticking to the status quo, this battle was really aggrieving. Could it be that he had to use that move to defeat him? Diao Yayun felt aggrieved at the moment, but he had to win this battle, so he did not hesitate to use any means. Kill. After making up his mind, Diao Yayun's figure flashed, and he quickly rushed out. 1,000 Shadows Killing God. With a roar, the power in Diao Yayun's body suddenly changed, and the green longsword in his hand kept swinging. Gradually, the crowd felt that the scene in front of them changed drastically. Diao Yayun's body looked light, and the green longsword in his hand actually became illusory at this moment. He actually used this move. Seeing Diao Yayun in the ring, Diao Yadong was shocked. He knew his younger brother very well. The arrogant Diao Yayun would not use this move unless he was fighting with an opponent of a higher level. And unless it was a last resort, he would not use the 1,000 Shadows Killing God. This Moyang actually forced him to use this move. Brother, you have to win. Seeing Diao Yayun's concentrated expression on the ring, Diao Yadong could not help but feel nervous. This battle was not only related to his reputation in Senior Class 3, but also his position in Baiyun Academy, and Diao Yayun's reputation as a genius. Once defeated, Diao Yayun's name as one of the top 10 geniuses would be replaced by Moyang. After all, who would remember a defeated genius? Kill. Diao Yayun kept swinging his hands, and finally, when the green longsword in his hand completely disappeared, and when the blade could no longer be seen, he completely exploded. With the sound of battle, Diao Yayun suddenly stopped. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in an instant, the sound of air breaking suddenly rang out, and the entire ring was filled with the sound of wind whistling, and sword aura crisscrossing. Thousand shadows killing god, thousand shadows, this was really the thousand shadows killing god. Sword shadows sprayed out in front of Diaoyun. Such a large amount of sword aura simply made people wonder if this was the accumulation and eruption that a pulse-condensing stage martial artist could achieve. Diaoyun, as one of the top 10 geniuses, indeed lived up to his name. Seeing the endless sword aura rushing towards him, Moyang's face changed, and he kept retreating. Retreat? Do you think you can hide? Chapter 62 Sword Intent. Under Diaoyun's control, the sword chi changed its direction and targeted Moyang. Seeing the sword chi rushing towards him, Moyang knew that he couldn't dodge it. However, he knew that if he were to take it head-on, the battle would be over. There's no other way. With a low voice, Moyang's figure flew up. Green Cloud Sunset. The third move of the Qingyun sword art, Qingyun Sunset. The first fell to the sky, the second fell to the ground, and the third fell to the firmament. One style was divided into 3 styles, and the 3 swords were swung out in unison. Ding ding ding, he used 3 moves in a row, and the powerful sword chi was like a falling meteor, rushing forward quickly. Such an intense collision caused the densely packed sword chi to collapse. Strands of sword chi changed direction and flew towards the surroundings of the arena. Swish swish, 2 figures flew out and stood at the 2 sides of the arena. With a wave of their hands, they dispersed the remaining sword chi. At the same time, Diaoyun took another step forward. The boundless sword chi once again flew through the air, heading straight for Moyang. Let's see how many sword chis you can block. Diaoyun snorted coldly. Her cyan pattern longsword started to spin again. The sword chi was unstoppable. Crack crack, at the same time, on the other side, Moyang brandished his long sword and kept blocking Diaoyun's sword chi. However, there were simply too many sword chi. For a moment, even if Moyang used Azure Cloud Sunset again, he was unable to completely block the attack. Trash! All of a sudden, a shout rang out. Diaoyun stomped on the stage, causing the ground to crack. His silhouette was like a swallow, floating in the air. His long sword pierced straight towards Moyang's chest. At that moment, Moyang was fully focused on defending himself against the boundless sword energy surrounding him. How could he defend himself against Diaoyun's attack? All he could do was watch as the sword stabbed toward him. Puff, finally, a popping sound rang out. Blood bloomed like a rose. Moyang's chest was pierced through by the sword, and blood flowed uncontrollably. Another poochie sound rang out as Diaoyun mercilessly pulled out her sword, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The outcome of the battle was clear. Plop, Moyang's face was deathly pale. The surrounding sword chi mercilessly slammed into his body. The surface of his body cracked like a spider web. It was a terrifying wound caused by strands of sword chi. Moyang spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. He knelt on the ground and whimpered as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't move at all. The sword had pierced through his vitals. Coupled with the hundreds of sword chi, he was already on the verge of death. Instructor, are you still not going to announce the results? Diaoyun said coldly, I think the outcome is already very clear. That's right, the outcome was already very clear. No matter how heaven-defying Moyang was, he was only at the 4th stage of the physical body stage. Against the genius Diaoyun, who was at the 6th stage of the pulse condensation stage, he had no hope at all. The 3rd round, wait. Suddenly, just as the teacher could no longer bear to see Moyang's battered body and was about to announce the results, a shout suddenly rang out. I haven't lost yet. Suddenly, the originally dispirited Moyang shouted loudly and spat out blood from his mouth. Gradually, he straightened his knees and stood up from the ground with a long sword in his hand. I can still fight. I haven't lost yet. Almost as soon as he said this, Moyang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. You're courting death. Diaoyun sneered, I don't know what instructor Mu fed you, but you're like lunatics who don't care about their lives, right? Then I'll let you see who's the genius and who's the trash. Diaoyun smiled sinisterly. She took a step forward with her long sword in hand. Since you don't admit defeat, then I'll cripple your arm so that you can't hold your sword. Let's see if you still admit defeat then. With her sword out, Diao Yayun's figure flashed. Her long sword with green patterns was aimed at the hilt of Mo Yang's sword. She wanted to cut off his hand. Phew, right at that moment, Mo Yang let out a sigh of relief and stood there motionlessly. What's this guy doing? Is he seeking death? Who knows? He's not a match for her, but he's still unwilling to admit defeat. I really don't understand this guy. I think Mu Yun really can't bring herself to do this. She probably gave them a death order before the competition. They can only die. They can't lose. Seeing Mo Yang standing on the spot like a fool, the surrounding students couldn't help but close their eyes. The outcome of this competition was already predetermined from the beginning. Mo Yang was bound to lose. Kill. With a low shout, Diao Yayun advanced with her sword in hand. She was unstoppable. Kill. In an instant, when Diao Yayun was about to approach Mo Yang suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp aura suddenly appeared. Ding, puff, two sounds suddenly rang out in the next moment. At this moment, the scene was silent. In the next moment, a clanging sound was heard. The longsword fell to the ground, and a scream suddenly rang out. Diao Yayun's left hand was constantly covering her right wrist. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground of the arena wet. What happened? Why was Diao Yayun's wrist suddenly cut off? Seeing Diao Yayun lying on the arena and crying out in pain, the group of students was stunned. Sword intent. Suddenly, among the crowd, one of the mentors exclaimed. He couldn't help but stand up and look at Mo Yang with his mouth agape. Sword intent? Hearing this mentor's exclamation, a burst of exclamations broke out among the students. The so-called sword intent was a martial artist's ultimate understanding of the sword and swordsmanship. When a martial artist comprehended the sword in his hand and the sword in his heart to an extreme state, a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. It would lead to an extraordinary understanding of swordsmanship. Sword intent was extremely terrifying. In the entire Southern Cloud Empire, only 1 in 10,000 martial artists could become a blacksmith. Then, it was even rarer for a swordsman to comprehend sword intent. Once a swordsman comprehended sword intent, he was destined to be a peerless sword god in this life. Needless to say, that kind of terror was needless to say. Just now, Mo Yang's sword was infinitely replicating the move that Mu Yun showed him. He still remembered what Mu Yun said. If you can comprehend something from this move, it's not impossible for you to defeat Diao Yayun. So that's it, Mo Yang was ecstatic. At that moment, he felt that his heart was clear. The sword in his hand seemed to have become a part of his body. Therefore, the moment he swung the sword, there was no worry in his heart. There was only that sword. And that sword was so fast and so sharp that Diao Yayun couldn't react in time. You admit defeat? Holding the long sword, Mo Yang walked to the front of Diao Yayun and pointed the long sword at her chin. At this moment, Diao Yayun's hand that was cut off fell to the side. Her wrist was stained with blood. Trash, do you admit defeat? Seeing that Diao Yayun didn't speak, Mo Yang shouted coldly. Like a sword god, an invincible sword intent instantly enveloped Diao Yayun. I admit defeat. At this moment, facing Mo Yang, Diao Yayun no longer had the will to fight. His heart crumbled under the powerful sword will. The third round, Mo Yang wins. As the instructor's voice fell, the surroundings of the arena were completely in an uproar. Mo Yang won. At the critical moment, he could actually comprehend sword intent. The sword intent that thousands of swordsmen dreamed of, Mo Yang actually achieved it. It was simply a miracle. Plop. In the midst of the hubbub of voices, Mo Yang suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop. Thump, 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 his head knocked on the ground, making thumping sounds. Mo Yang kowtowed 3 times to Mu Yun. Master, your disciple did not disappoint and won the competition. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Mo Yang's voice was sobbing, but every word was sonorous, shocking the crowd. Silly boy. Seeing Mo Yang's stunned expression, Mu Yun stepped onto the arena and scolded jokingly, you made it so emotional. Are you afraid that I won't accept you? Helping Mo Yang up, Mu Yun sent a surge of Xianxia into Mo Yang's body to check his condition. He found that even though Mo Yang was severely injured, the aura in his body was still vigorous. The medicinal bath that he had given Mo Yang back then was starting to work. After this battle, go back and comprehend it properly. You should be able to enter the 5th tier of the Qi condensation realm. Mu Yun said softly as she looked at Moyang. Yes, master. At this moment, looking at Mu Yun, Moyang felt like a god. He indeed felt that he was about to break through, but Mu Yun saw through it at a glance. Moreover, the green cloud sword technique had 3 major forms and 9 minor forms. The essence of each form was indescribably wonderful. If not for the green cloud sword technique, he would have been defeated long ago. He would not have been able to hold on. Beginner Class 5 has won all 3 matches. Congratulations, Mentor Mu Yun, hold on. Suddenly, a low voice sounded. Diao Yadong walked onto the arena. His eyes were deep and almost dripped blood. Io, why? Are you not convinced? Looking at Diao Yadong's cold face, Mu Yun joked, why don't Mentor Diao choose a few stronger students to fight with my beginner class 5? Of course not. Facing Mu Yun's provocation, Diao Yadong smiled and said, Mentor Mu, congratulations. You have won against my advanced class 3 and can be promoted to an intermediate mentor. However, I think that it would be better if Mentor Mu could go up a level and be promoted to an advanced mentor directly. Oh? There is such an opportunity now. I wonder if Mentor Mu would dare to accept it. Let's hear it. Now, Mentor Mu can fight with me. If you win, you will be promoted to an advanced mentor in the academy. How about that? Diao Yayan smiled and said, I think that since Instructor Mu's 3 students defeated my 3 students from advanced class 3, your teaching ability is already evident. If Instructor Mu can defeat me, Diao Yayun, and become a senior instructor of the academy, it would be reasonable, right? Is it a challenge? Looking at Diao Yadong's smug expression, Mu Yun chuckled and cupped her hands. Please. Mentor Mu. Mentor Mu. Mu Yun. They did not expect Mu Yun to agree. Qi Ming, Moyang, and Qin Mingyao's expressions changed, and they wanted to stop her. Mu Yun's agreement was a little impulsive. Just one sword. Diao Yadong was a famous genius of the Diao family 3 years ago. His most famous battle was when he defeated a 5th-level Qi condensation realm martial artist at the 3rd level of the Tendon-changing realm. After that, his name spread far and wide throughout Baiyun City. After entering Baiyun Academy, he went from a low-level instructor to a mid-level instructor to a high-level instructor within a year. In Baiyun Academy, he, Dong Fengyu, and Wang Qingfeng were known as the 3 genius instructors. Diao Yadong was now at the 8th level of the core gathering realm. In the core gathering realm, one's dantian was gathered and their true essence was thick. Compared to the 7th level of the core gathering realm, the true essence of the 8th level of the core gathering realm was not only thicker, but also completely different from the 7th level of the core gathering realm. Qin Mingyao naturally knew of Mu Yun's improvement in the past month. However, no matter how much Mu Yun improved, he was still only at the 7th level of the core gathering realm. Diao Yadong, on the other hand, was already at the 8th level of the core gathering realm a year ago. The difference between them was not small at all. If the 7th level was the beginning of a martial artist's journey, then the 8th level was a great improvement in the martial way. Please. Looking at Diao Yayun, Mu Yun acted as if he did not hear Qin Mingyao, Qi Ming, and the rest. He walked straight to the center of the arena. All right. Seeing that Mu Yun could not take the provocation and accepted the challenge, Diao Yayun was delighted. His class 3 had lost all 3 battles today. This was a great humiliation. His younger brother, Diao Yayun, had his hand chopped off by Moyang. He would be a cripple in the future. If he, Diao Yadong, accepted such a challenge without a word, then there would be no place for him in the academy in the future. Instructor Diao, I don't know if your words are in accordance with the academy's rules. If I win, I will not be promoted to a high-level instructor, of course not. Diao Yadong said confidently. The test for a high-level instructor is to defeat a high-level instructor. Instructor Mu, you meet all the requirements. If you defeat me, you can become a high-level instructor. It's a pity, you won't win. Diao Yadong kept these words in his heart. Alright, since that's the case, let's begin. Mu Yun walked to the center of the arena and said to Moyang, precious disciple, lend your green fault sword to master. Yes. Without another word, Moyang tossed the green palace sword onto the stage. Using a sword at the beginning, seeing Mu Yun's actions, Diao Yadong was slightly stunned. This guy is really scared of death. Diao Yadong subconsciously thought that Mu Yun had used his sword immediately because he knew that if he didn't use his sword, he might not even be able to take a single blow from him. Has it begun? Mu Yun said in boredom as she held the green tower sword in her hand. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures stood proudly on the battle stage. Around the battle stage, many disciples scattered and stared at the two of them. This battle was even more exciting than the previous 3 battles. Mu Yun had always been a good-for-nothing. How did he teach Qi Ming, Moyang, and Miao Xianyu to defeat the senior class 3 students? Could it be that he relied on Qin Mingyao's help? After this battle, everyone would understand. Xiantian mixed Yuan force. With a low shout, Diao Yadong waved both of his hands. The terrifying true origin was like a dragon emerging from the sea. There was a faint cry that shook everyone's eardrums. Bang bang bang, in an instant, there was an explosion on the battle stage. The ground of the battle stage couldn't withstand the explosive true origin energy and completely exploded. Xiantian mixed Yuan force. Diao Yadong actually used this move. It seems like he wants to kill Mu Yun. It can't be. On the stage far away, Wang Qingfeng shook her head slightly and said, Xiantian mixed Yuan force. Diao Yadong's trump card, even I don't dare to say that I can block it. Mu Yun, how can it be? Hearing the instructor's words, the surrounding students were stunned. They deeply understood how terrifying Instructor Wang was. As the #1 instructor in Beiyun Academy, no one knew how powerful Wang Qingfeng was. Moreover, almost all the strongest geniuses in the academy were gathered in his class. Although he, Diao Yadong, and Dongfang Yu were known as the 3 great instructors of the academy, everyone knew that he was the #1 among the 3. Even if Diao Yadong and Dongfang Yu worked together, they wouldn't be his match. At the same time, on the battle stage, Diao Yadong's strength seemed to have accumulated to the strongest move. All of his true origin energy surged wildly and gathered around him, transforming into a dragon. Roar! In an instant, the dragon let out a deafening roar. A violent force rushed towards Mu Yun with a momentum that soared into the sky. Below the battle stage, Qin Mingyao, Qi Ming, and the others were already sweating profusely. Although they knew that Mu Yun was hiding her strength, they had no idea how strong Mu Yun was. They had no confidence in Mu Yun in this battle. At the same time, on the battle stage, Mu Yun smiled slightly when she saw Diao Yadong gathering all of his true origin energy to kill her. Is this all you've got? That's all there is to it. Seeing the true origin dragon charging towards her, Mu Yun spoke softly. The green tower sword in her hand suddenly struck out. Heaven Mending Sword Principle, Sword of Mending Shadow. With one strike, heaven and earth shook. At this moment, everyone felt as if the world had disappeared before their eyes. Everything no longer existed. Only this sword had arrived in front of them. What it pierced was not only their bodies, but also their souls and thoughts. Diao Yadong felt the same way. In that instant, he felt that all of his attacks had become formless. This was a very strange feeling, but it was real. Bang, however, after that momentary sensation passed, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the crowd's ears. Following that, a scream rang out. Only then did everyone regain their senses. They saw Diao Yadong's figure retreating. His chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed down the battle stage. He had actually fainted. What was going on? Everyone was instantly stunned. They did not even have time to react to all of this. Earlier, Moyang had defeated Diao Yadong in an instant because of his powerful sword intent. However, what did Mu Yun rely on to defeat Diao Yadong in one strike? It was not impossible for a 7th-level condensed origin realm martial artist to defeat an 8th-level core gathering realm martial artist. However, those were all heaven-defying geniuses. However, it was unimaginable for a 7th-level core gathering realm martial artist to defeat an 8th-level core gathering realm martial artist in one strike. Moreover, the person who did this was Mu Yun. The trash Mu Yun who had been famous in the entire Beiyun city for 10 years. Competition. Mu Yun is victorious. Finally, the referee elder regained his senses and announced in a daze. Yeah. Seeing Mu Yun walk down the battle stage leisurely, Miao Xianyu, Qi Ming, and Moyang ran over excitedly. Although they did not understand that move, they knew that Mu Yun had won. Their instructor Mu had defeated the genius instructor Diao Yadong in one strike and obtained victory. She had successfully advanced to become a senior instructor. In the future, who would dare to say that Mu Yun was trash? Phew. It can be considered as clearing your name. Mu Yun muttered to herself as she let out a slight sigh of relief. Instructor Mu, you're too formidable. How did you do it? I feel that even my sword intent is inferior to yours. Moyang said in disbelief. Bah, Moyang, don't be complacent. Didn't you comprehend your sword intent after seeing Instructor Mu's strike? You still want to compete with Instructor Mu? That's right. Moyang, don't be smug. Diao Yadong is only ranked 10th among our Baiyun Academy's top 10 genius disciples. You're nothing after defeating her. Hearing Qi Ming and Miao Xianyu's ridicule, Moyang laughed and did not mind at all. Let's go to the Jiuxian Pavilion restaurant. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Alright. Then you'll have to spend a lot of money today. The Jiuxian Pavilion restaurant was the largest restaurant in Baiyun City. When one ate there, they didn't use gold or silver. Instead, they used spirit stones, which were used by martial artists. A few hundred low-grade spirit stones for a meal was considered a small amount. Xianyu, on the other side, seeing that Miao Xianyu had abandoned him and left with Mu Yun and the rest, Xiaoyu's face gradually turned gloomy. That trash. Xiaoyu said coldly. That Diao Yadong is a *T genius. He was defeated by me in one move. This Mu Yun is just a cheap trick. She's arrogant in front of others, but in our sacred pill sect, she won't even have a spot as an outer disciple. Of course. Someone next to him chuckled. Young Master Xiaoyu is ranked 10th among the outer disciples of the sacred pill sect. You're only at the true energy realm. Defeating a core assembly realm martial artist is just a piece of cake. This Mu Yun is just a frog at the bottom of a well. That's right. Xiaoyu said proudly. Xianyu is now bewitched by Mu Yun. If I have a way to let her enter the sacred pill sect, I can naturally get closer to her in the future. Young Master is right. Miao Xianyu is only 16 years old and a second-grade alchemist. She's more than qualified to enter the sacred pill sect. Senior brother Xiao. Just as they were walking and chatting, a shout suddenly sounded from the other side. A figure ran over hurriedly. Senior brother Xiaoyu, senior brother Xiao Ming is here. Big brother is here? Where is he? Senior brother Ming is waiting for you at the Jiuxian Pavilion. He seems to have something important to do this time. He wants you to go over now. Let's go. As soon as they finished speaking, they left in a hurry. Jiuxian Pavilion, as the largest restaurant in Baiyun City, the price was so high that ordinary people would shrink back at the sight of it. However, Jiuxian Pavilion was still full every day. Mu Yun, Qin Meng Yao, and the others arrived and randomly chose a seat in the hall on the first floor to sit down. Today, Junior Class 5 defeated Senior Class 3. Teacher Mu defeated Diao Yayun, the genius teacher who looked down on everything, in one move. Let's see who still calls us a trash class in the future. What genius teacher? Teacher Mu is the genius teacher now. He defeated an 8th grade core assembly realm martial artist in one move. That's right. Moyang and the others were really happy at this moment. In this world where martial artists were respected, no one wanted to be called trash. Everyone wanted to have their own dignity. However, they did not have the ability to protect their dignity before. It was Mu Yun who gave them this opportunity. Come. Let's toast to Teacher Mu. Chapter 64. A restaurant party. Looking at the smiling faces, Mu Yun raised her wine glass and drank it in one gulp. In his previous life, he was a celestial king who had walked all the way to the position of a supreme being. After his rebirth, his current identity was a teacher of the academy. The battle with the advanced Class 3 suddenly made him feel that cultivation was not necessarily about a person struggling bitterly to become the strongest. When he was with these young men and women, his heart also gradually became younger. I'm only 19 years old now, why do I think of myself as so old? What? Qin Mingyao asked in confusion when he heard Mu Yun's nagging. Nothing, nothing. Mu Yun laughed and said, let's drink, let's drink. Today, we won't go home until we're drunk. In his previous life, it was the martial arts of his previous life. And in this life, Mu Yun was destined to walk an unusual martial path. He had a family, a lover, students, and friends. These were all precious existences on the path of martial arts. A bunch of country bumpkins, drinking in this hall only because they have money. Seeing Mu Yun and the others fooling around in the corner of the hall, Xiaoyu passed by and cursed in a low voice. He then walked straight to the private room on the second floor. Mu Yun's hearing was amazing, so she naturally heard Xiaoyu scolding. It's him? Seeing Xiaoyu walk to the second floor, Mu Yun didn't say anything. At this happy moment, he couldn't be bothered with some flies. Big brother, didn't you say that you would arrive in half a month? Why did you arrive in advance? After arriving at a private room on the second floor, Xiaoyu saw his elder brother, Xiaoming. Xiaoming was wearing a gray robe with his long hair tied behind his head. He looked handsome and had a faint smile on his face as he gestured for Xiaoyu to sit down. I'm here this time because something has changed. Xiaoming said seriously, remember what I'm going to say next. Yes. This time, the North Cloud Mountain Range's wind cave will be the place where at least a cultivator at the 5th layer of the spirit aperture stage died. I can already confirm this point. 5th layer of the spirit aperture stage? Xiaoyu was stunned. Above the 10th layer of immortal body was the 10th layer of the spirit aperture realm. Every martial artist at the 10th layer of the spirit aperture realm would have surging waves of true yuan within their body, making them extremely powerful. Well, I originally wanted to enter the Wind Leader Cave and try my luck. I wanted to use this chance to break through the 10th level of the physical body realm and enter the spiritual aperture realm. This way, I will have some status in the inner sect. When you enter the inner sect in the future, you will benefit a lot. However, I'm not the only one who knows about this. Tang Mingyang, Tai Shanhu, and Ba Yuda also know about this. I'm afraid that the three of them will arrive at Beiyun City in a few days. The place where the 5th layer spirit aperture stage cultivator fell will certainly contain his life's savings, which will be stored in his interspatial ring. If they obtain it, then in the future, you and I will have a hard time in the inner court. I understand, big brother. Xiaoyu said seriously, this time, I've already called over a few of my good brothers from the outer court. Don't worry, if the three of them dare to come, they won't be able to survive in the North Cloud Mountain Range. Come, let's drink, Mentor Mu, you drank so much. That's not very nice of you. Hearing the quarrel coming from downstairs, Xiaoming, who was already annoyed, became even more annoyed. He couldn't help but frown. Big brother, those guys downstairs are really annoying. I'll bring some people to quiet them down. This is Beiyun City after all. Don't let others think that the disciples of the St. Pill sect are arrogant and despotic. Xiaoming warned. I understand. Xiaoyu chuckled and said to a young man beside Xiaoming, Senior Coolie, come with me. Me? Coolie was stunned when he heard Xiaoyu call out to him. Although he looked frail, he was still a 9th level spirit detecting realm martial artist. In his eyes, those guys downstairs were at most 7th or 8th level spirit detecting stage cultivators. Asking him to fight was too easy for him. Hehe, I know what Big Brother Coolie is thinking. However, there's a genius mentor from Beiyun Academy downstairs. Today, he defeated an 8th level core gathering stage cultivator as a 7th level true energy realm cultivator. Xiaoyu chuckled and said, today, I only pointed out the shortcomings of his swordsmanship, and he said that he's a genius from a sect. Compared to his academy, he's nothing. Alright, Xiaoyu, you don't have to exaggerate. Coolie, accompany him downstairs. It's okay to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, those people from the academy will think that they can do whatever they want just by relying on the Southern Cloud Empire. Yes. Facing Xiaoming, Coolie was very respectful. Hehe. Mu Yun, let's see if you won't make a fool of yourself this time. Xiaoyu sneered in his heart. Coolie was the first inner disciple to follow his big brother. Being a 9th level spirit detecting stage cultivator, Kuli wasn't someone that the genius from Beiyun Academy, Diao Yadong, could compare to. There would be a good show to watch later. Hey, can't you guys be quieter? Kuli walked out of the private room and walked to the railing of the stairs. He leaned against the railing and narrowed his eyes as he said, I can hear your voices from the private rooms on the second floor. Please don't come to this place if you don't have money, okay? Looking at the young boys and girls on the first floor, Kuli really couldn't bring himself to fight them. Originally, he wanted to teach them a lesson and be done with it. However, when he saw the current situation, he no longer wanted to do anything. Miao Xianyu, Moyang, Qi Ming, and the others were slightly stunned when they heard Kuli's words. Then, they stared at Kuli with their eyes wide open. Let's drink. Suddenly, Mu Yun shouted and raised her wine cup. Let's drink. Let's drink. In an instant, a large group of people raised their wine cups again and completely ignored Kuli. When Kuli saw this, he felt as though someone had slapped him hard on the face. His face was burning red. Was he being ignored? Not only that, but there were also many people sitting on the first floor. However, they ignored Mu Yun and the others' unbridled laughter as though they didn't see it. Brother Kuli, you might not know. Xiaoyu walked up and said, do you see that ice-cold beauty? That's the proud daughter of Beiyun City's Jin family. That Mu Yun is the adopted son of the Mu family patriarch and also their mentor. That Miao Xianyu is Master Miao's granddaughter. And that Moyang is the young master of the Mo family trading company. They are all famous young masters and aristocrats in Beiyun City. They have strong backgrounds. Bah! They're just a bunch of country bumpkins. Kuli spat and sneered. I, Kuli, have never seen such arrogant country bumpkins. It seems like I really have to do something today. After saying that, Kuli walked down the stairs step by step and went straight to the table where Mu Yun and the others were sitting. Without saying a word, Kuli sat down, picked up a cup of wine, and gulped it down. Brother, I don't think we know each other? In fact, Mu Yun had already noticed that Kuli and Xiaoyu were whispering to each other. However, he was in a good mood today and did not want to be calculative. However, now that they had come to provoke him, he would be a coward if he did not do anything. So what if we don't know each other? Kuli snorted. It's just a cup of wine with you. How much is it? I'll pay. Sigh, you, sit down, Moyang. Seeing that Moyang could not help but lose his temper, Mu Yun shouted, since you said you'll pay, then you'll pay. This cup of wine costs 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Brother, pay up. Pfft, before Mu Yun could finish his sentence, Kuli spat out a mouthful of wine. 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones? Do you think I'm a fool? Am I wrong? Mu Yun smiled and said, if you're not a fool, why would you go to someone else's table to drink for no reason? You're playing with me. After hearing Mu Yun's words, how could Kuli not understand? So what if I'm playing with you? You useless illegitimate son. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in Beiyun City just because of your family? I'll teach you a lesson today. Useless illegitimate son, it seemed like Xiaoyu was really angry. After hearing Kuli's words, Mu Yun's face darkened. Swoosh swoosh, however, before he could make a move, two ear-piercing sounds were heard. Qin Mingyao flicked his finger, and two icicles appeared out of nowhere and nailed Kuli's hands to the ground. Kuli tried to lift his leg when his hands were nailed to the ground, but Qin Mingyao would not give him the chance. Swoosh swoosh, two ear-piercing sounds were heard again. Qin Mingyao flicked his finger, and two icicles nailed Kuli's feet to the ground, rendering him immobile. Mu Yun knew how terrifying Qin Mingyao was after awakening the Ice Phoenix spirit. He had no doubt that if Kuli dared to move, his hands and feet would definitely be detached from his body. If you dare to slander him again, I'll make you a cripple. Hiss, hearing these words, Mo Yang, Qi Ming and the others all smacked their lips, but were unable to say a single word. Qin Mingyao's reputation in Beiyun Academy was that she was an icy beauty instructor. But during this period of time, Qin Mingyao was close to them. She felt that Qin Mingyao was not as cold as the rumors said. Instead, she was very approachable. When they joked, she would blush from time to time. However, Qin Mingyao's words today reminded them that Qin Mingyao was not what she seemed to be. Perhaps she was only so petite and cute in front of Mu Yun. Coolly wanted to say something, but when he felt the cold breath on his neck, he could only swallow his saliva. Haha. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. At this moment, a chuckle was heard from the staircase. Xiaoming walked down the stairs leisurely with his hands behind his back. Big brother, Xiaoyu did not expect that not only did he fail to teach Mu Yun a lesson, but he also embarrassed Coolly. He did not expect Qin Mengyao, who was by Mu Yun's side, to be so unfathomable. Coolly was a spiritual detecting realm martial artist with a physical body level 9. However, he could not even take one blow from Qin Mengyao and was controlled to death. He could not even resist. I think this is a misunderstanding. This brother of mine has a rash personality, and has offended all of you. Xiaoming cupped his hands and said with a smile. I see. Mu Yun chuckled and said, if that's the case, we will let him go after compensation. Compensation? That's right. 1 cup of wine for 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Would a St. Pill sect disciple cheat? Chapter 65 Spirit Sealing Grass St. Pill sect. At the same time, in the hall on the first floor of the Jiuxian Pavilion, the people who heard the name of the Saint Elixir sect immediately pricked up their ears. The St. Pill sect was a famous existence in the Heavenly Fate continent. Even in the Northern Cloud City, or even the Southern Cloud Empire's Southern Cloud City, there was a branch of the Sacred Pill sect, the Sacred Pill Pavilion. The Sacred Elixir Pavilion was an existence that was above the imperial power. Even the academies set up in every city of the empire, although their status was very high, avoided the Sacred Pill Pavilion and did not have any conflicts with it. But even so, no matter how powerful the Sacred Elixir Pavilion was, they still had to be reasonable. Therefore, the group of people all wanted to see what was going on. A glass of wine for 1,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. You have a big appetite. Xiaoming sneered with a trace of disdain. Not big, not big. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, look, our junior class 5 came here today. We were originally having a good time, but after being disturbed by your brother, we immediately lost interest. You have to know that life is full of hardships, and a moment of joy can't be bought with money. Most importantly, you don't want your brother's strength to be destroyed here, do you? Threats. Mu Yun's words were a blatant threat. This threat made the corners of Xiaoming's mouth twitch, and his face became gloomy and cold. As an inner sect disciple of the Sacred Pill sect, the entire Southern Cloud Empire had to be courteous to them. However, Mu Yun was actually so ignorant. If it wasn't for Qin Mingyao's means, Xiaoming would have taken action immediately. He wouldn't have wasted time talking nonsense with Mu Yun and the others. I'm afraid you don't know that we're disciples of the St. Pill sect. We're here to inspect the St. Pill Pavilion in Baiyun City. I'm sure you've heard of how powerful the St. Pill sect is, Xiaoming said casually. The meaning of his words was very clear. Do you dare to provoke a disciple of the St. Pill sect? St. Pill sect? Mu Yun frowned. Seeing Mu Yun's frown, Xiaoming sneered. No matter how famous Mu Yun was in Baiyun Academy, when she heard the 3 words St. Pill sect, she still had to bow her head and listen obediently. The St. Pill sect is very powerful, but what does it have to do with you that the St. Pill sect has become one of the most powerful forces in the Heavenly Fate continent? However, what Mu Yun said next almost made Xiaoming faint from anger. Inner sect disciple? I remember that the St. Pill sect seems to have outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, and even personal disciples of the elders. The inner sect disciples seem to be the outermost existence of the St. Pill sect, right? Mu Yun's arrogant words made Xiaoming's face turn gloomy, and anger surged in his heart. The disciples of the Sacred Pill sect were indeed progressing step by step. Different disciples had different statuses. The outer sect disciples were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. The inner sect disciples were only considered true disciples of the Sacred Elixir sect, and their status was not high. Alright, I'll show you what a Sacred Elixir sect disciple can do. At this moment, Xiaoming could no longer tolerate it. Mu Yun looked like she was only at the 7th stage of the condensed essence realm. In front of him, she was someone who he could pinch to death with a flick of his finger, yet she still dared to be arrogant. Crack, however, just as Xiaoming was about to make a move, a clear cracking sound was heard. A blood-curdling scream came out from Ku Li's mouth. At this moment, Ku Li's hands and feet were being controlled by Qin Mingyao's icicles. Just as Xiao Ming was about to make a move, Qin Mingyao moved his finger, and one of Ku Li's fingers broke in the icicles. It fell to the ground and turned into dust. One of his fingers was gone just like that. Stop. Xiao Ming looked at Qin Mingyao and said coldly, if you dare to, crack. Before Xiao Ming could finish his sentence, Qin Mingyao had already made his move. Ku Li's second finger fell to the ground and turned into dust. Stop. Xiao Ming could not take it anymore and suddenly shouted, I'll give you 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. He raised his hand, and 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones appeared. Mu Yun did not hesitate and kept all the spiritual stones in her infinite space ring. Looking at the infinite space ring, Xiao Yu felt his heart ache. Originally, he wanted to rely on his brother to get the infinite space ring back. However, he did not expect that Qin Mingyao, who was by Mu Yun's side, was so powerful. This time, he had suffered a double loss. Thank you so much. Yao, let him go. But, it's all right. As a disciple of the St. Pil sect, young Master Xiao Ming will not go back on his word. 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones is not enough for him to fall out with us after we let him go. Mu Yun waved her hand nonchalantly. Qin Mingyao nodded and let Ku Li go. Ku Li's palm was already glowing green. When the icicles disappeared, he fell to the ground with a thud. He could not even stand up. Immediately, a few disciples walked up to him and helped him up. Brother. How can we take this lying down? Kill this guy. Xiao Yu could not help but shout when he saw Ku Li being let go. Shut up. Xiao Ming said coldly, you're useless. You lost the infinite space ring to someone else. Now, you're trying to make me look like a fool? Let's see how you're going to explain this to my grandfather when we're done with this. After being scolded by Xiao Ming in public, Xiao Yu did not dare to hold a grudge. He could only push all his anger onto Mu Yun. If not for Mu Yun, he would not be in such an awkward situation now. With his infinite space ring gone, his grandfather would definitely break his legs when he returned to the St. Pil sect. No, I must get it back. Xiao Yu could not calm down as he left with Xiao Ming and the others. Brother, are we just going to let this go? When they reached the private room on the second floor, Xiao Yu said again, it's not a big deal that I lost my infinite space ring. However, senior brother Ku Li's fingers were chopped off by that B*TCH. We won't be able to take advantage of them in the Wind Leader cave this time. Let it go? It was only at this moment that Xiao Ming finally smiled. I came to North Cloud City this time to inspect the business of the St. Pil Pavilion in North Cloud City. In fact, the sect is preparing to recruit talents and geniuses. Whoever can find a genius for the sect will be rewarded with a third-grade elixir pill, the recovery elixir. The recovery elixir. Xiao Yu's breathing became heavier when he heard the name. That's right. Xiao Ming said calmly, just now, I found a genius. Qin Mingyao? That's right, it's her. Xiao Ming said calmly, the ice technique she used was not a martial technique, but the real ice spirit energy. It can transform true yuan into ice spirit energy. Even a master at the 10th level of the spirit aperture realm can't do it. She must have had some luck. Oh, right. It's said that Qin Mingyao is infected with cold poison and won't live past 20 years old. Could it be? That's right, it must be some kind of inheritance. Qin Mingyao is so terrifying at such a young age. She must be a genius. But, brother. Xiao Yu said worriedly, Qin Mingyao's talent is outstanding. I'm afraid she won't easily return to the sect with us. You don't have to worry about that. Xiao Ming said confidently, as long as we report it, there will be powerful direct disciples in the sect who will verify it. If Qin Mingyao is really a genius, it won't be up to her to decide whether she can enter the St. Pil sect or not. All right. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was actually looking forward to it. Qin Mingyao was a genius. As long as Qin Mingyao was not by Mu Yun's side, he would be a worthless piece of trash. It would not be a problem for him to defeat him with his 7th level of the condensed prime realm. In the hall on the first floor, Miao Xianyu looked disgusted as she watched Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu, and the others leave. Mentor Mu, you have to be careful of Xiaoyu and Xiaoming. That Xiaoyu pesters me every day. It's so annoying. And that Xiaoming is an inner disciple of the St. Pil sect at the 10th level of the condensed aperture realm. Their grandfather is Xiaoming Yu, a core elder of the St. Pil sect. I got it. Mu Yun nodded. With her current strength, Xiaoming and Xiaoyu could not do anything to her. However, if it involved the core elders of the St. Pil sect, even 10 of her would not be enough. Alright, let's go. That's all for today. Everyone go back and have a good rest. After being disturbed by the two brothers, Mu Yun was not in the mood. Qi Ming, you stay here first. Mu Yun waved her hand and gestured for Qi Ming to stay. She said, I need to refine a pill for your father's injury. I already have an idea of how to refine a few herbs. I'm only missing one, the spirit sealing grass. Spirit sealing grass? Spirit sealing grass? Hearing this name, Moyang and Miao Xianyu were stunned. Mentor Mu, are you sure you need the spirit sealing grass? Can't you use other herbs to replace it? Miao Xianyu widened her eyes and asked in confusion. Moyang also said anxiously, yes, Mentor Mu. You're so proficient in refining pills. Can't you use the spirit sealing grass? Looking at their anxious faces, Mu Yun was puzzled. Mu Yun said jokingly, then it seems that both of you know about the spirit sealing grass? I won't tell you even if I know. Miao Xianyu was the first to speak. That's right. The spirit sealing grass is in the Dam Wind Leader Cave. If I tell you, you'll definitely go there. There, Moyang, you stupid mouth. Hearing Moyang's slip of the tongue, Miao Xianyu wished she could kick him. Wind Leader Cave, Mu Yun had naturally heard of this place. The Baiyun mountain range was vast and boundless. However, there were several dangerous places near Baiyun City that were well known to everyone in Baiyun City. Wind Leader Cave was one of them. Wind Leader Cave had always existed. However, 100 years ago, it suddenly became evil. All the martial artists and demonic beasts that entered the cave, without exception, were left with white bones. This rumor became more and more popular. Now, Wind Leader Cave had become a forbidden area for martial artists in Baiyun City. Okay, I got it. Let's disperse. Waving her hand, Mu Yun turned and left. Mentor Qin, you have to persuade Mentor Mu. What if he's not someone I can persuade? Qin Mingyao smiled and said, but don't worry. I'll protect him. It'll be fine. Mentor Qin would protect Mentor Mu. Hearing those words, the crowd couldn't help but feel awkward. However, Qi Ming was stunned. He also knew how dangerous Wind Leader Cave was. However, if something happened to Mentor Mu, who was risking his life to save his father, he was destined to feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Oh, right. I forgot to mention something. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly turned back and said, none of you can go to Wind Leader Cave. If I find out, our friendship will be ruined. Moreover, even if you get the spirit sealing grass, I won't refine pills. Especially you, Qi Ming. Chapter 66 Family changes. Looking at Mu Yun's departing figure, the few of them looked at each other. However, during this period of time, they also understood Mu Yun's character. She was a woman of her word. If they had really gone to the Wind Leading Cave privately, Mu Yun would definitely not have refined pills to save Qi Ming's father. Now, in the entire Baiyun City, even Miao Xianyu's father couldn't do anything. Only Mu Yun could. If Teacher Mu really didn't refine pills for them, they would be finished. Qi Ming, don't worry. Mu Yun will settle it for you. Qin Mingyao comforted Qi Ming when he saw him standing there in a daze. Yes, I know. Qi Ming naturally understood that Mu Yun was doing this to prevent him from acting rashly and taking risks. On the street, Mu Yun was walking in boredom. Actually, it wasn't as if he had no way to cure Qi Ming's father, Qi Yufeng's leg. He knew too many elixir prescriptions. Any one of them could cure Qi Yufeng. However, in this small North Cloud city, he had the pill formulas, but he did not have the medicinal herbs. In the past few days, he had also asked around in private. However, there were some medicinal herbs that were required for some pills that no one in Baiyun City knew about. Fortunately, there was one type of pill that could be found in Baiyun City. That was the spirit sealing pill. the spirit sealing pill was a medicine that sealed off a martial artist's meridians. It was originally a poisonous pill, but it could be considered a miraculous pill to treat Qi Ming's father's injuries. Most importantly, there was a pill in his mind. Spirit-building pill. Qi Yufeng's legs were completely crippled, so it was better to seal them completely. After sealing his spirit, he could build his spirit and reopen his meridians. Moreover, the effects of the spirit-building pill might not be as good as this. After all, the spirit-building pill came from the Execution Heavens painting. The Green Tower Sword and the Heaven-Mending Sword Way had already proven the power of the martial techniques and forging methods revealed in the Heaven-Slaying diagram. This spirit-building pill would definitely not disappoint Mu Yun. Moreover, the spirit-building pill was used to reopen the meridians and acupoints of a martial artist. Once Qi Yufeng stood up again and stepped into the 10th layer of the Spirit Aperture realm, there would be endless benefits. Wind Leader Cave. Looks like I'll have to make a trip there when I have time. It wasn't that Mu Yun didn't know the dangers of the wind-leading cave, but he still had to take this risk. A promise was worth 1,000 gold, let alone to his own student. Looks like it's time to go home. For nearly a month, Mu Yun had been preparing to be promoted to an intermediate instructor. Now, she was finally done. He just didn't know what was going on in the clan this month. The first elder and second elder must have turned the situation upside down because of the Mu Lang brothers. However, his adoptive father did not send anyone to look for him in a month. It looked like this matter did not cause too big of a commotion. Walking to the entrance of the Mu family, Mu Yun suddenly had an ominous premonition. At this moment, 4 figures stood outside the Mu family's gate. They had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Looking carefully, these 4 people were all 6th-level pulse condensation martial artists. This was very strange. Previously, there had only been 2 guards at the gate of the Mu family, and they were both at the 5th tier of the Qi condensation realm. After all, the Mu family was one of the 4 major families in Baiyun City. No one would cause trouble, and they wouldn't arrange for so many people to guard the gate. If someone barged in, they would be beaten into an idiot by the hidden strong person as soon as they entered the gate. Stop. Seeing Mu Yun walk straight to the gate, the 4 guards stepped forward at the same time and suddenly shouted. What are you doing? Mu Yun frowned, and anger rose in his heart. He hadn't returned for a month, and these guards didn't even recognize him. Nothing much. Under the orders of the first elder, unrelated people are not allowed to enter the Mu estate. Unrelated people? Mu Yun chuckled. This was very interesting. He, Mu Yun, had actually become an unrelated person in the Mu family. Get lost. Huh? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the 4 guards' expressions changed. They raised the long spears in their hands at the same time, and the tip of the spear pointed straight at Mu Yun. They looked like they would attack immediately if there was any disagreement. Haha. This is interesting. I, Mu Yun, am actually being stopped when I return home. I want to see who can stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun took a step forward. Go. Seeing Mu Yun barging in, the 4 of them looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Broken seal. He took a step forward, and between his hands, 4 broken seals suddenly shot out. With a bang, the 4 figures fell to the ground and fainted. In a month's time in the academy, something big must have happened in the family. After entering the courtyard, Mu Yun pulled a servant and asked, Where is the clan leader? Clan leader. Clan leader has contracted a serious illness and is resting in bed. Contracted a serious illness. Hearing this, Mu Yun was instantly furious. His foster father had contracted a serious illness, but no one in the family informed him. What was even more hateful was that the entire Mu estate seemed to be sealed off. Someone didn't want the news to leak out. Needless to say, Mu Yun knew who this person was. He went straight to the courtyard where his adoptive father was. Sure enough, there were 4 robust cultivators standing outside the courtyard at this moment. The 4 of them were all at the 10th level of the physical body, the aperture gathering realm. They were wearing silver armor and looked extraordinarily mighty. They stood upright like 4 javelins. Stop. Seeing Mu Yun appear, the 4 of them took a step forward and blocked Mu Yun outside the courtyard again. Are you rebelling? I am the son of the clan leader, and I want to visit my father now. What right do you have to stop me? Mu Yun's tone was low. This matter was obviously caused by someone behind the scenes. Something must have happened while he was away. Haha. Mu Yun, you unfilial descendant, you still know to come back. At this moment, a sneer suddenly sounded. First elder Mu Fengyuan, second elder Mu Fengqing, and the others suddenly appeared and looked at Mu Yun ferociously. Especially the first elder. The moment he saw Mu Yun, he couldn't wait to pounce on him and tear him to shreds. Whether I am filial or not has nothing to do with you, first elder. I want to see my father now. First elder, you have no right to stop me, right? Moreover, my father is the clan leader. What is the reason for you to use your own men to put the clan leader under house arrest? House arrest? The first elder laughed and said, Mu Yun, I said you are unfilial, but you still don't admit it. The clan leader contracted a serious illness half a month ago and can't take care of the matters in the clan now. For the sake of the clan leader's safety, I sent more people to protect the team leader. Then I want to go in and visit my father now. What right do you have to stop me? Humph, you didn't return to the clan for a month and didn't even know that your father was seriously ill. Are you worthy of being called a disciple of the Mu family? Don't even dream of going in today. Seeing Mu Fengyuan's determined expression, Mu Yan's heart became calmer. Are you sure you won't let me in? Humph, what can you do if I don't let you in? Mu Fengyuan wasn't afraid of Mu Yun at all. No matter how fast Mu Yun grew during this period of time, she was only at the 7th level of the condensed essence realm. Compared to him, she was still a grasshopper. Mu Fengyuan, you old fart, listen carefully. I, Mu Yun, am now a senior instructor of the Empire's Baiyun Academy and have obtained the Empire's certification. I am now here to visit the shepherds. Do you dare to stop me? As Mu Yun spoke, she raised her hand and a token appeared in her hand. The token represented Mu Yun's identity. Senior instructor of the Empire's Baiyun Academy, Mu Yun, in the entire Southern Cloud Empire, the noblest forces were the academies that stood in every city. The instructors in those academies were the pillars of the empire and had unparalleled status. Low-level instructors and mid-level instructors weren't much. However, a senior instructor of an academy wasn't someone that anyone could bully. At the same time, the academy instructors could even receive obvious preferential treatment in some of the empire's trading companies that sold weapons and elixirs. This was also why clan geniuses like Wang Qingfeng and Diao Yadong were willing to become instructors in Baiyun Academy. Firstly, they could learn the martial techniques in the academy. Secondly, they could use some ordinary herbs for free in the academy's training rooms, elixir refining rooms, and weapon refining rooms. Moreover, most of the empire's strong practitioners were gathered in the capital academy. There were many things that were worth learning and exploring. There was another benefit, noble status. If an academy instructor was assassinated, not only would the entire Baiyun city send people to investigate, even the imperial capital would send people to investigate. Previously, when Dong Fengyu died, it was said that the imperial capital had already sent an envoy to investigate. Seeing Mu Yun take out the Baiyun Academy's senior instructor token, Mu Fengyuan's face turned ashen. If Mu Yun was still that muddle-headed good-for-nothing idiot from before, he wouldn't even bother to say a word to Mu Yun. He would just beat her up and throw her into the woodshed. But today, Mu Yun had suddenly become a senior instructor of Baiyun Academy. He couldn't do as he pleased. Humph, move aside. Let great instructor Mu in. In the end, Mu Fengyuan pursed his lips and waved his hand to let her in. With a cold expression, Mu Yun looked at Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing. She shouted coldly, if I find out that someone is secretly plotting something, I will definitely start a massacre. With that, Mu Yun turned and entered the courtyard. Great Elder, let him in. What if he discovers something? What can he discover? Mu Fengyuan said disdainfully, this fellow just got lucky. It would be strange if he discovered anything. Moreover, the combination of the fennel powder and the 100 spirits liquid is a highly toxic poison. Only a third-grade alchemist would be able to detect it. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to save Mu Linchen. Even Miao Qing might not be able to do so. Great Elder is wise. Humph, Mu Yun crippled Lang Er and Qing Er. How can I take this lying down? However, how did this fellow become a senior instructor? Quickly investigate this matter. No problem. Looking at the courtyard where Mu Linchen was, the great elder felt a burst of joy in his heart. It wouldn't be long before the patriarch's residence would be his, Mu Fingyuan's, residence. Just as she entered the courtyard, Mu Yun smelled a pungent medicinal smell and a decaying corpse aura. Could it be? Chapter 67 Request for Alchemy. In the large room, there were only a few figures at the moment. Inside the room, there were many furnaces burning with flames. On top of the furnaces, there were some medicinal herbs that emitted a strong pungent smell. At this moment, on a bed in the room, Mu Linchen's eyes were closed. His entire body was pale, and his eye sockets were sunken and dark purple. Poison. Mu Yun was the first to react. Walking up to Mu Linchen, Mu Yun took a closer look. Fennel powder and 100 spirit liquid, how ruthless. Mu Yun clenched her fists tightly as she watched her foster father's weak breathing that seemed like it would dissipate at any moment. I'm sorry, foster father. It's my fault. Kneeling in front of the bed with a thud, Mu Yun blamed herself in her heart. If he hadn't been too careless and hadn't returned to the clan for a month, his foster father wouldn't have ended up like this. However, he hadn't expected that Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing, those two old things, would actually be so ruthless. They were clearly trying to take his foster father's life. Young patriarch, it's time for the patriarch to drink his medicine. A middle-aged man loyal to Mu Linchen said sorrowfully. Mu Qianquan, tell me what's going on. Mu Qianquan was his foster father's personal bodyguard. His strength wasn't bad, and he was even more loyal to his foster father. At this moment, the few people who were waiting in the room were Mu Linchen's most loyal guards. Mu Yun did not avoid arousing suspicion. Young clan leader, ever since we had lunch half a month ago, the clan leader has been feeling uneasy. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that it would get worse and worse? Mu Qianquan was a tall and sturdy man, but he could not help but shed tears. After that, the patriarch collapsed in an instant. It was as if all of his essence had been sucked dry, and what? Moreover, the first elder and second elder are in charge of the family affairs. They don't even invite an alchemist for the patriarch. They just let us, the laymen, brew some herbs. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun shattered a wooden chair beside her with a punch. Mu Fengyuan, Mu Fengqing, you're courting death. With a slightly ferocious expression, Mu Yun walked to the pot of soup and bent down. The fennel powder is gentle and nourishes the lungs, but the 100 spirits liquid is overbearing. The combination of the two can easily cause a martial artist's chi and blood to flow in reverse. Fennel cloud grass, 3 fragrant mushrooms, withered wild grass, Mu Yun kept muttering to herself. She picked up a few herbs from the pile of herbs and placed them into the medicine pot. She controlled the fire in the furnace and began to boil the medicine. Right now, the only thing he could do was to stabilize his foster father's injuries first. Then, he would refine a pill to dispel the poison in his foster father's body. After a while, Mu Yun picked up a cup of brown medicinal soup and helped Mu Linchen drink it. Not long after, Mu Linchen's originally greenish-white body gradually lost its greenish-white color, leaving behind a pale white color. This, seeing that Mu Yun had clearly suppressed the poison in Mu Linchen's body with just a few herbs, Mu Qianquan and the rest were stunned. After calming down, Mu Yun looked at the few people in the room and said again, Mu Qianquan, Mu Qianyun, the two of you are responsible for guarding the courtyard. Don't let anyone come near. Mu Shan, Mu Yu, the two of you are to observe every movement in the Mu estate at all times. Also, pay attention to the changes in foster father at all times. These herbs, according to my dosage, boil a bowl of medicinal soup for foster father every half an hour. Yes. Seeing that Mu Yun had suppressed Mu Linchen's injuries in such a short time, Mu Qianquan, Mu Qianyun, and the rest were stunned. This young clan leader had undergone earth-shattering changes, just as the clan leader had said. After instructing them, Mu Yun left the courtyard and went straight to the Saint Elixir Pavilion. Xianyu, where's your grandfather? Ah. Mentor Mu, my grandfather is on the 3rd level. What's the matter? Good news. Mu Yun pulled Miao Xianyu and headed to the 3rd level. With a bang, the door of Miao Qing's office was kicked open, and Mu Yun rushed in. Rascal, don't you know how to knock before entering? Seeing Mu Yun's impatient look, Great Master Miao Qing curled her lips. Great Master Miao, there's something I want to work with you on. What do you think? Great Master Miao Qing was stunned and said, Oh? Rascal, I've heard about your legendary deeds from Xianxia. What else do you need to work with me on? I want to ask you to refine elixirs. The spiritual herbs needed for the elixir will all be provided by the Saint Elixir Pavilion. I think the Saint Elixir Pavilion should be able to afford this. As for the equipment for refining the elixir, you'll have to think of a way. After a pause, Mu Yun said, however, I'm willing to tell you the formula for this elixir. Moreover, even if you mass-produce it in the future, I won't care. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Great Master Miao Qing almost couldn't help but want to chase Mu Yun out. However, the last sentence made Great Master Miao Qing hold back the cursing in her heart. She stared at Mu Yun in shock. What elixir? The third-grade elixir, Elemental Heart Elixir. Third grade, Mu Yun was actually willing to share the formula for a third-grade elixir with her. Was this rascal's brain damaged? Explain the elixir formula to me, no problem. Mu Yun said confidently, the Elemental Heart Elixir requires spiritual heartgrass, willow vine flower. Not long after, Mu Yun listed out the names of dozens of medicinal herbs. Great Master Miao Qing had never heard of some of the elixirs, and Mu Yun used other medicinal herbs to replace them. Great Master Miao Qing took notes and asked Mu Yun about the uniqueness of those medicinal herbs. I'm sure I have all the medicinal herbs. Great Master Miao Qing, is there a problem? You underestimate me too much. If I, Miao Qing, can't refine a third-grade elixir, then wouldn't my reputation as a third-grade alchemist be in vain? Miao Qing said confidently, when will you start refining the elixir? Now, immediately. To be honest, it wasn't that Mu Yun didn't want to refine the elixir himself, but it was because he was still at the 10th level of the physical body realm. There was still some distance to the 10th level of the spiritual aperture realm. It was really difficult for him to refine a third-grade elixir with his current realm. Now? Is there a problem? No problem, let's go. Great Master Miao Qing immediately nodded. She didn't even care about Miao Xianyu, who was at the side. She pulled Mu Yun and walked directly into the Sacred Elixir Pavilion's alchemy room. He was also looking forward to the effects of the Elemental Heart Elixir that Mu Yun mentioned. These days, he had been hearing about Mu Yun from Miao Xianyu. Even in this month, Miao Xianyu had been refining elixirs in the alchemy room every day. She had actually started to change the way he taught her. After some understanding, he found out that it was all Mu Yun's guidance. This made Miao Qing even more curious about Mu Yun. Combining Mu Yun's changes during this period of time, Great Master Miao Qing was very sure that there must be an expert behind Mu Yun who was helping him. Otherwise, how could the once famous trash in Baiyun City make such a shocking change in such a short period of time? The first step is to put the spirit heart grass into the alchemy furnace without starting the fire. Huh? Hearing Mu Yun's strange words, Great Master Miao Qing's eyes widened. What kind of joke was this? How could there be someone who started to put the herbs into the alchemy furnace before starting the fire? Mu Yun, aren't you messing around? Trust me. Seeing Great Master Miao Qing's surprised expression, Mu Yun said seriously, I urgently need the Elemental Heart Elixir to save my life. I won't mess around. Okay. Miao Qing was also curious about Mu Yun's methods after hearing all kinds of strange things from Miao Xianyu during this period of time. According to Mu Yun's instructions, Miao Qing started to put in the various herbs in order. Great Master Miao Qing was indeed a grade 3 alchemist. Mu Yun didn't need to repeat her words twice for Great Master Miao Qing to understand. In the end, everything was arranged properly. Mu Yun slowly heaved a sigh of relief. I'll leave the rest to your grandfather. Mu Yun found a place to sit down and slowly closed his eyes. He was currently at the 7th level of the condensed essence realm, but only today did he realize that this kind of improvement was too slow. Today, if he hadn't become a senior instructor of Baiyun Academy, it would have been difficult for him to deal with the trouble caused by the first elder and second elder. It's time to break through to the 8th level of the core gathering realm. In the core gathering realm, the true essence would condense into a core and gather in the abdomen. From the 7th level of the true energy realm to the 8th level of the core gathering realm, it wasn't just an increase in the true energy. When the true energy condensed into an inner core, the recovery speed of the true energy would increase by more than 10 times every time it was consumed. Compared to the 7th level of the true energy realm, the strength of the 8th level lay in the density and continuous flow of true energy. Sitting cross-legged, Mu Yun began to adjust the true energy in his body. During this month, other than teaching Qi Ming, Moyang, and Miao Xianyu every day, he had been practicing the heaven-mending sword principle. The true energy in his body had merged with the true energy in the heavenly punishment portrait, and the meridians in his body had already reached a kind of saturation. Breaking through to the 8th level was just a matter of time. Guiding the flow of true energy in his body, Mu Yun carefully observed every corner of his body. The true energy flowed faster and faster, and Mu Yun deeply felt that the true energy was like a school of fish swimming in the vast sea. It swam freely and absorbed the energy in every part of Mu Yun's body, gathering it at his abdomen. When the true energy had completely gathered at Mu Yun's abdomen, a surge of true energy was once again released from every meridian and cell in Mu Yun's body. It once again gathered at his abdomen, continuously expanding his inner core. Mu Yun wasn't surprised by the surge of true energy in his meridians. He was already prepared to absorb all of this true energy into his body. 8th level of the core gathering realm, success. With a low shout in his heart, the true energy in Mu Yun's dantian rapidly gathered and condensed to a point. If one carefully sensed it, one could discover that a core was slowly floating in his dantian. Dense true energy was slowly dissipating, connecting with all the meridians in Mu Yun's body. If Mu Yun wanted to now, he could immediately release the true energy in his dantian to every corner of his body. It was even more powerful than when the true energy had gathered in every part of his body. Phew, at this moment, Great Master Miao Qing also exhaled and stood up. Looking at the cauldron, her face flushed red. Chapter 68 Master Miao's conjecture. Mu Yun told him the method and the various steps of the elemental heart pill. What he learned was something he had never come into contact with before. There were even some areas where Mu Yun's method was different from what was publicly known in the continent. However, when Great Master Miao Qing executed it, she felt that Mu Yun's method was really brilliant. At almost every step, Great Master Miao Qing would ask herself why she hadn't thought of this before. At this moment, Miao Qing finally understood why her granddaughter held this young teacher in such high esteem. At the same time, he also confirmed Great Master Miao Qing's thoughts. Behind Mu Yun, there must be an expert who was proficient in alchemy and artifact forging who was secretly teaching him. Otherwise, how could a trash illegitimate son who had enjoyed a good reputation in Baiyun City for 10 years suddenly learn the forging methods of so many pills and weapons? After all, he was a grade 3 alchemist who had been in the world for decades, unlike Miao Xianyu and the other youngsters. Even if Mu Yun's personality had changed greatly and her talent was awe-inspiring, at most, her cultivation level would only increase. Refining weapons and pills were not like increasing one's cultivation level. They needed someone to guide them. Otherwise, a first-grade alchemist would never be able to become a second-grade alchemist in his entire life, even if he focused on building his own chariot. Alright, elemental heart pill. Thank you, Grandmaster Miao. Looking at the 3 elemental heart pills in her hand, Mu Yun grabbed them and said, I still have urgent matters to attend to. From now on, this elemental heart pill formula belongs to Great Master Miao. Goodbye. It had to be said that Mu Yun was really magnanimous to give away a 3rd-grade pill formula just like that. Wait. Seeing that Mu Yun was about to leave, Great Master Miao stopped her and said, Mu Yun, I see that you are in such a hurry. You must be trying to cure someone's poison. This old man has to take a look to understand the effects of this elemental heart pill. After pondering for a while, Mu Yun nodded. Let's go. Seeing her grandfather leaving with mentor Miao Xianyu pouted. These 2 people, from the start of the pill refinement just now, had completely treated him as heir. Although Miao Xianyu felt sullen in her heart, she still ran after the 2 of them and arrived at the Mu clan. What are you doing? Just as Zhang Xian arrived at his foster father's residence, a shout sounded from within the courtyard. At this moment, the 4 guards at the entrance of the small courtyard had already disappeared. What are you doing? Since the patriarch is seriously ill, we are naturally here to treat him. Mu Qiankuan, Mu Qianyun, what do you two brothers want to do? Revolt? I don't dare. In the small courtyard, Mu Qiankuan cupped his fists and said, we are here to protect Lord Patriarch under the young patriarch's orders. Young patriarch? Hearing this, Mu Fengyuan smiled. Young patriarch? Mu Yun, that trash, was also worthy of being called the young clan leader? The patriarch is injured and unconscious, so I, as the great elder, am responsible for everything. Now, I want to bring the patriarch to treat his illness. Who dares to stop me? I dare. At this moment, Mu Yun shouted and walked into the small courtyard. He had only been gone for less than half a day, but Mu Fengyuan, that old thing, couldn't hold back anymore. Treat illness? His foster father had been lying on the bed for half a month, and this old thing didn't care about him at all. After he revealed his identity as a senior instructor of Baiyun Academy, the two of them suddenly wanted to treat his foster father out of kindness. Mu Yun didn't believe that there was nothing fishy going on. Mu Fengyuan was about to curse when he saw Mu Yun walk in from the entrance of the small courtyard with Miao Qing behind him. He immediately shut his mouth. Master Miao, what a rare guest. Hee, greetings, great elder. May I know why Master Miao has come to the Mu family? Miao Qing chuckled and replied, Instructor Mu Yun asked this old me to refine a pill. This old me is here to see what effects this pill has. Pill? Hearing Miao Qing's words, Mu Fengyuan raised his brows. Could it be that this brat had already discovered what kind of poison Mu Linchen was poisoned with? How was that possible? Thoughts flashed through Mu Fengyuan's mind one after another. He looked at Mu Yun with increasingly anxious eyes. Master Miao, sorry for the trouble. It's a small matter. Miao Qing chuckled and walked straight forward. In the entire Mu family, only Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing dared to stop Mu Yun. Sometimes, they would even go against Patriarch Mu Linchen's wishes. However, they did not dare to stop Miao Qing. In the entire Baiyun city, only the dean of Baiyun Academy, Lu Xiaotian, dared to challenge Master Miao Qing. Seeing Miao Qing enter the room, Mu Fengyuan's face turned ashen. Previously, when Mu Yun went to the Baiyun mountain range, it was hateful that Dong Fengyu and Jin Dong did not kill her. Later on, when Mu Yun went to the Baiyun mountain range again, she hooked up with Qin Mengyao. When Qin Mengyao recovered, the head of the family Qin, Patriarch Qin Shiyu, had secretly sent many experts to follow her closely. He did not have a chance to make a move. Now, it was troublesome to kill Mu Yun. Great elder, there's no need to trouble you. I believe that the pill refined by Master Miao is enough to heal foster father. Great elder should go back and rest. Humph. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mu Fengyuan's face turned ashen as he said, of course not. This concerns the patriarch's life. This old man naturally has to make sure that nothing goes wrong before leaving. This is to prevent someone from taking the opportunity to harm the patriarch. Harm? Mu Yun sneered in her heart. She still did not know who was the culprit. Creak. At this moment, the tightly shut door was suddenly opened. Master Miao Qing exhaled and walked out. Mu Shan and Mu Yu followed closely behind with long sabers at their waists. Finally, a figure stood proudly in the room. Mu Linchen. At this moment, Mu Linchen's entire body was vaguely emitting an aura that was completely different from the past. At this moment, the paleness on his face had completely disappeared. Replacing it was a rosy and healthy complexion. How is this possible? Seeing Mu Linchen standing at the door of the room as if he had never been poisoned, Mu Fengyuan opened his mouth in shock. It was not that he did not believe in the elixir refined by Master Miao Qing. However, even if it was a third-grade elixir, it was impossible for a severely poisoned cultivator to recover to his peak state in an instant. Moreover, he was completely unharmed and even improved. What kind of miraculous elixir did Mu Yun ask Master Miao Qing to refine? Patriarch, seeing Mu Linchen standing on the same spot even more valiant than before, Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing both bowed and shouted resentfully. Humph. Mu Linchen snorted coldly and said, First elder, second elder, I've troubled you recently. Men, invite the two elders away and let them have a good rest. Patriarch. Patriarch. What? Don't tell me that the two elders don't listen to the words of the patriarch? Seeing the change in the first elder's and second elder's expressions, Mu Linchen shouted in a low voice and gathered vital energy in his palms. "We don't dare." The two elders glared at Mu Yun viciously and left the small courtyard under the lead of Mu Qianquan and Mu Qianyun. "Godfather! You brat, how many spirit stones did you spend to invite Master Miaoqing to cure me?" Mu Linchen came to Mu Yun's side and scolded in a low voice, "Don't make our Mu family lose everything." "I didn't," Mu Yun pursed her lips. Master Miaoqing was concerned about father's health, so she came to the Mu family immediately to refine the elixir and detoxify father without taking a single cent. "Isn't that right, Master Miaoqing?" "Yes, yes." Miaoqing chuckled and said, "If there's a chance in the future, I'm still willing to refine elixirs for Mentor Mu Yun." Seeing Master Miaoqing's smug expression, Mu Linchen was even more confused. "Mentor Mu, since the matter is settled, I'll take my leave first," Miaoqing said impatiently. Previously, he was still doubting whether the elixir that Mu Yun had refined would be effective. However, now that he had witnessed the effects of the elemental heart elixir, he wanted to study the elixir formula and the details of every step that Mu Yun had explained to him when he was refining the elixir. Now that he thought about it carefully, every step seemed to be different from the alchemy methods in the Tianyun continent. However, it was much more advanced than the alchemy methods in the Tianyun continent. However, there were some flaws that he could not understand. Miaoqing would never have thought that those flaws were deliberately made by Mu Yun. If his performance was too heaven-defying, he would definitely attract the attention of Master Miaoqing. Behind Master Miaoqing stood the Saint Pil sect, a sect that was more than 10 times more powerful than the entire Great Qin Empire. If he attracted the attention of the Saint Pil sect, it would not be a good thing. "Godfather, you have just recovered from a serious illness. You should rest first." "You little rascal, can I rest?" Mu Linchen scolded with a smile, "I don't know what conditions you promised Master Miao. If you give away half of our family Qin market, I don't mind losing my life." "I wouldn't dare." Mu Yun smiled bitterly, "I just made a deal with Master Miao." "What deal?" "It's a secret." Mu Yun chuckled. "You little rascal, you have become more and more mysterious. However, this is also what I am worried about. If you were the same as before, I could protect you. But now, Godfather, that's not right. I have grown up. Naturally, I should protect you. Don't worry, there will be many days of happiness in the future." "You little rascal." Mu Linchen's expression gradually calmed down. He sighed and said, "This time, I didn't expect Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing to be so daring. It seems that it's time to make up my mind." Seeing his godfather's expression, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. The great elder and the second elder had joined forces to deal with his godfather. However, even if he did not abolish Mu Lang and Mu Qing, when his godfather grew old and had no children, the great elder and the second elder would still not be able to resist taking action. He had only forced the two of them to reveal their ambitions in advance. After saying that, Mu Linchen stepped out of the small courtyard. The patriarch was fine. Now, he had to provide the Mu family with a reassuring pill and let the Mu family settle down. Only then could he completely get rid of the two malignant tumors, Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing. It seems that the investigation of the Wind Leader Cave will have to be delayed for some time. Now that the Mu family was in a state of panic, he had to stand by his godfather's side and help him. Chapter 69 Betrayal. After making up her mind, Mu Yun once again returned to her former small courtyard. Over the past few days, some things had happened too quickly. He lacked the time to experience the experience of being reborn. In the past, when he raised his arm and called out, the myriad realms trembled. But now, he was just a small teacher in North Cloud City. In the Southern Cloud Empire, he was nothing in the Heavenly Fate continent. Raising his cultivation base was the most important thing. However, this time, the Zhu Tian painting didn't open, nor did any elixirs, weapons, or martial arts techniques appear in Mu Yun's mind. This surprised Mu Yun. It seems that if I want to open the heaven-slaying diagram, I don't just need to increase my cultivation level. There are other ways. After making up her mind, Mu Yun sat on the bed and began to cultivate. Even though he was a celestial king in his previous life, in this life, every step of his cultivation had to be done steadily and surely. Only in this way could he ensure that he could go further in the future. Dong dong dong. At that instant, someone knocked on the door. Mu Shan, what's the matter? Due to first elder and second elder's methods, Mu Linchen was worried, so he left Mu Shan and Mu Yu by Mu Yun's side. Young patriarch, the situation is not good. The great elder and second elder have escaped. Ran away? Where did he go? Diao family. Mu Shan said with a troubled expression. First elder and second elder knew that the matter was exposed, so they brought their own disciples to join the Diao family. Because Diao Yadong lost all faith in North Cloud Academy, the Diao family tried their best to accept the two of them. Now, in our Mu family's East Market, close to 40% of the alchemists and artifact refiners have left to join the Diao family with the Great Elder. The market is in chaos. Oh? Hearing Mu Shan's report, Mu Yun frowned. These two old foxes had already prepared a way out. No wonder they were so fearless as to poison foster father. It is likely that the Diao clan had a hand in it. What should we do now? Young patriarch. Where's foster father? The East Market Square of Baiyun City belongs to our Mu clan. The clan leader has already gone to the East Market Square to appease the merchants. Mu Yun knew that the daily expenses of a family's development were huge. The strength of a family depended on the number of shops and the number of refiners and alchemists in the family. Currently, the Mu family only had 5 second-grade alchemists, a dozen first-grade alchemists, and only about 20 blacksmiths. However, there was not a single blacksmith. This time, Mu Fengyuan had taken away some of the Mu family's alchemists and artifact refiners, which would undoubtedly be a great blow to the Mu family's economy. Let's go take a look too. After making up her mind, Mu Yun led Mu Shan and Mu Yu towards the market. Chief Shepherds, it's not that we don't believe you, but with so many artifact refiners and alchemists gone, how are we going to continue doing business? That's right. Without spiritual pills and mortal weapons to sell, we won't be able to survive. That's right, Chief Shepherds. You have to think of something. As soon as they arrived at the Eastern Market, Mu Yun saw some shop owners tightly surrounding her foster father. In the Mu family's market, the most profitable shops were naturally those that sold mortal weapons and spiritual pills. The lack of artifact refiners and alchemists would definitely affect their business. Everyone, please calm down. Mu Linchen stretched out his hands and motioned for everyone to be quiet. He said, due to internal reasons of the Mu family, everyone has suffered losses. I, Mu Linchen, am very sorry. So, from today onwards, everyone doesn't have to pay rent for 3 months. After 3 months, I guarantee that the artifact refiners and alchemists in the Mu family's market will be the same as before, or even better than before. As soon as Mu Linchen finished speaking, the crowd cheered. However, some people were still a little worried. Chief Shepherds, I heard that this time, it's because the Mu family's elders ran away with their people. Nurturing artifact refiners and alchemists is more difficult than nurturing descendants. How can the Mu family have any artifact refiners and alchemists in such a short period of time? Who said we don't have any? A light voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Qin Mengyao walked out in a light blue dress with a graceful figure. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of most of the people present. The family Qin will deploy 3 second-grade alchemists, 5 lower-grade ordinary artifact refiners, and 5 middle-grade ordinary artifact refiners to help the Mu family through this difficult time. It's Miss Qin. No wonder. I heard that the marriage between the family Qin and the Mu family was considered a pretense. It seems that this time it's true. The family Qin is so generous. There's no need to be afraid. Not only that. Just as the crowd was discussing, a slightly childish voice sounded. It's Miao Xianyu. Miao Xianyu? That's Miao Xianyu who broke through to second-grade alchemist at the age of 16. She's the granddaughter of Master Miao Qing, the #1 alchemy genius in Baiyun City. That's her. Looking at the crowd, Miao Xianyu smiled and said, I, Miao Xianyu, represent the Sacred Pill Pavilion. I'm willing to help the Mu family. Not only that, the Sacred Pill Pavilion will deploy 5 second-grade alchemists to help the Mu family. 5 second-grade alchemists. Oh my god. Hearing Miao Xianyu's words, the crowd exploded. With 5 second-grade alchemists and Miao Xianyu herself, the Mu family would not be short of alchemists. Instead, the number of second-grade elixir pills would increase greatly. I'll help too. At this moment, Qi Ming, who was wearing a long gray robe, walked out from the crowd. Qi Ming. Who is he? You idiot. He's also a prodigy who has just emerged. He's an upper-grade ordinary artifact refiner. It can't be? Look at him. He's only 15 or 16 years old. Can he refine an upper-grade ordinary artifact? Hearing the crowd's discussion, Qi Ming smiled shyly and lowered his head slowly. All this time, he had been standing below the stage and looking up at those prodigies who were in the limelight. Today, when he came out, he was called a prodigy by others. He was not used to it. Hee, of course I'll help with my master's matter. A chuckle resounded as Mo Yang stepped out of the crowd. Everyone, listen carefully. The Mo Family Trading Company is willing to cooperate fully with the Mu family. In the future, if anyone needs to transport goods or do business with us, feel free to look for the Mo Family Trading Company. We'll give you a 50% discount. The Mo Family Trading Company is involved? The Mo Family Trading Company is one of the largest trading companies in Baiyun City. It's just that their status is not comparable to the 4 great families. I didn't expect them to help the Mu family. This time, I think our East Market did not lose any alchemists or artifact refiners. Instead, we gained more. You're so clumsy. This is called losing on the swings and gaining on the roundabouts. Seeing the appearance of Qin Mingyao, Miao Xianyu, and the others, Mu Linchen did not react for a moment. What was this? It was fine that the family Qin had come to help the Mu family. The sacred elixir pavilion had never interfered in anything. But now, they were helping the Mu family. And the Mo Family Trading Company had also come to interfere. Could it be a conspiracy? Just as Mu Linchen was thinking, 4 figures walked towards him. It was Qin Mingyao and the others. Tidying up his clothes, Mu Linchen smiled slightly. Just as he was about to walk forward and speak, the 4 of them ignored him and walked towards the back. Mu Yun. Mentor Mu. Master. Master. The 4 figures directly swept past Mu Linchen and walked towards the back. They did not care about Mu Linchen at all and all looked at Mu Yun. This kid, seeing the 4 of them directly ignoring him and walking towards Mu Yun, Mu Linchen scolded jokingly. Mu Qiankuan. I'm here. Mu Linchen opened his mouth slightly and said, I've been seriously ill for the past month. I believe many things have happened in Baiyun City, right? Ah? Mu Qiankuan was stunned and said, reporting to Patriarch, nothing happened in Baiyun City. But something big happened in Baiyun Academy. Oh? Young Patriarch led his beginner class 5 to fight with Diao Yadong's advanced class 3. They won 3 out of 3 battles. In the end, Diao Yadong did not admit defeat and challenged young Patriarch to a one-on-one battle. One-on-one battle? Hearing this, Mu Linchen raised his eyebrows. He knew Mu Yun's strength. She was only at the 7th stage of the condensed prime realm. How could she be a match for a genius mentor like Diao Yadong? Yes, a one-on-one battle. Mu Qiankuan also had some doubts. In the end, young Patriarch defeated Diao Yadong in one move and was promoted to a senior mentor. Moreover, young Patriarch is amazing. That Miao Xianyu was taught by young Patriarch to become a 2nd-grade alchemist. And that Qi Ming is an upper-grade ordinary blacksmith. Moyan too. He cultivated with young Patriarch for a month and actually comprehended sword intent. Mu Qiankuan became more and more excited as he spoke, completely forgetting Mu Linchen's identity as the Patriarch. Damn it, I never knew that young Patriarch was so amazing. Mu Qiankuan could not help but curse in the end. Cough cough, Patriarch, this subordinate has overstepped his boundaries. Seeing Qin Mingyao leaning on Mu Yun's shoulder while Miao Xianyu, Qi Ming, and Moyang looked at Mu Yun with admiration, Mu Linchen smiled slightly. How could his son be a good-for-nothing? Surrounded by a few people, Mu Yun's gaze fell on a corner of the crowd that had dispersed. There, 3 figures were staring at her with bright eyes, emitting a sinister killing intent. Are they from the Diao family? Seeing the 3 figures, Mu Yun had already made up her mind. She would head to the Wind Leader cave and find the spirit sealing grass. She would refine the spirit sealing pill and the spirit building pill for Qi Ming's father so that he could become a mystic blacksmith again. There was no mystic blacksmith in the entire Baiyun city at the moment. If Qi Yufeng could recover his strength, as long as he was willing to help the Mu family, then the Diao family and the Wang family's conspiracy would be useless. At the same time, in the Diao family of Baiyun City, at this moment, in the Diao family's hall, there were many figures. Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing were sitting in the hall with dozens of blacksmiths, alchemists, and business experts from the Mu family's market behind them. At the head of the table was a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. The man had a stocky build and a pair of round eyes. He was the Diao family's patriarch, Diao Zhenyun. Haha. 2 elders coming to my Diao family is like adding wings to a tiger. Diao Zhenyun laughed heartily, his face was full of smiles. Mu Fengyuan and Mu Fengqing were 2 experts of the Mu family. Mu Fengyuan was at the 3rd level of the spiritual aperture realm, while Mu Fengqing was at the 2nd level of the spiritual aperture realm. They were well-known experts in Baiyun City. Moreover, this time, the 2 of them had brought many alchemists and blacksmiths from the Mu family's market. End of chapter 69. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.